Chapter 75. Longing for family during festivities. 3 portions of 9-leaf grass, 5 qian of deer antler, 9 qian of goji berries, 4 qian of plantago seeds, 2 qian of schisandra, and 5 qian of raspberry. Zhu Youzhang examined the prescription, his brow furrowed. After a prolonged silence, he inquired, "Shouldn't we first check the Empress's pulse?" Li Qing shook his head. No, this isn't medicine for Her Majesty. Who is it for, then? Zhu Youzhang paused, realization dawning upon him. Is this medicine for me? Indeed. Zhu Youzhang was momentarily stunned. Then his expression shifted to one of anger. What do you mean by this? What do you mean? Why are you in such a hurry? Li Qing was perplexed. Zhu Youzhang's face flushed crimson. I am in robust health. I have no need for this. If you don't need it, then why react so strongly? Li Qing was at a loss for words. Your Majesty, let me speak plainly. The Empress is nearly recovered. And the reason she has not conceived yet is primarily due to your overwhelming responsibilities, which have left little room for intimacy. Each person's constitution varies. Some conceive at the first attempt, while others. Zhu Youzhang interjected, I understand. Li Qing, sensing his misunderstanding, elaborated, you must be diligent in your marital duties. It is essential. I understand. Zhu Youzhang crumpled the prescription and tossed it aside, shouting, no need for your counsel. Why are you shouting? Li Qing, now slightly exasperated, retorted. I am merely trying to help you with your health, and you respond with anger? I must take my leave to attend to the Grand Emperor at Changlu Palace. With that, Li Qing turned to leave, disregarding Zhu Youzhang's outburst. Zhu Youzhang was infuriated. What does that Li fellow mean? Is he insinuating that I am weak? Am I weak? This is an utter disgrace. His chest heaved violently, and it took a while for him to calm down. He glanced around to ensure no one was watching, swiftly retrieved the crumpled paper, smoothed it out, and studied it intently for a moment. Come here. Meanwhile, Zhu Jinshan, clad only in a light garment, lay on the bed, resting his head on his arm, utterly indulged in the comfort of acupuncture. The room was warm, a stove burning brightly, and the windows sealed with plush fabric, creating an atmosphere reminiscent of early summer. Li Qing deftly manipulated the silver needles while advising. The temperature difference between indoors and outdoors is quite significant. Be sure to dress warmly when you go out. Of course, in this frigid weather. It is best to avoid going out altogether. I understand. Zhu Jinshan nodded. By the way, Xiaohao returned with you, didn't he? Yes. Zhu Jinshan pondered for a moment, then said, in that case, please purchase some charcoal. Once the weather clears, I shall pay you a visit. What? Are you truly planning to spend the new year in Jinling? Li Qing asked, surprised. Zhu Jinshan shook his head. It is better for me not to cause a stir. I prefer not to. However, it seems you will not return home before the new year, so let us celebrate here. It will be more lively. Li Qing nodded in agreement. What are your plans for after the new year? Zhu Jinshan inquired further. I must make a trip to Jiaoji. When exactly? How long will you be gone? Li Qing contemplated for a moment and replied, once matters here are settled, I will first escort Li Hao back, then proceed to Jiaoji. I estimate I will return before winter sets in. I travel quickly. I see. Zhu Jinshan nodded gently, sighing, your departure will be measured in months at least, possibly years. I truly wonder how many more times we shall meet. Li Qing smiled. What? Do you feel lonely? Somewhat. Zhu Jinshan sighed once more. Perhaps it was a sentiment that often arose in the twilight of one's life. Pausing for a moment, he tilted his head to regard Li Qing, who he truly did not know how it spent the years. How else could it be? Just passing the days, one after another. Li Qing replied nonchalantly, though his hand, which had been deftly maneuvering the silver needles, came to a halt. After a considerable pause, he resumed the acupuncture. Once finished, Li Qing wiped the silver needles and returned them to their case. These days are particularly cold. Do refrain from going out. Wait until the snow has melted and the sun shines again. Then you may visit Lianjiaten. Zhu Jinshan rose from the bed, draping himself in a plush robe. I am most fearful of the cold now, and I had no intention of going out anyway. Then he chuckled again. Tomorrow, let us enjoy a good drink. Agreed. Li Qing stood up and departed. In Lianjiaten, in the small courtyard, Li Qing entered with a basket of vegetables, only to be met by Li Hao, who immediately began to complain. Are you satisfied now? Comfortable, are we? You're happy that I can't go home for the new year, right? It was already mid-December. Returning home was out of the question. Of course, given the intensity of our last journey, it could still be possible. But the issue remains that the Empress has yet to conceive an heir. This is not something that can be resolved in a day or two. It may even stretch indefinitely. After all, it has been nearly a year. Li Hao huffed. I have already written to my mother, asking her to send someone to fetch me. Moreover, I'm no longer cooking. If you wish to eat, you can either prepare it yourself or buy something ready-made. Li Qing was taken aback. What a bold lad you are. Aren't you afraid of getting a slap for your insolence? I've made my stance clear. Li Hao, feeling aggrieved about not being able to celebrate the new year at home, stood his ground, thinking if he had to suffer, then so should Li Qing. Hey! Li Qing raised his hand as if to strike, but after a moment's contemplation, he relented. Fine, I shall cook today, but I want to eat it. You can choose not to. I'm not forcing you. Li Qing was displeased with his audacity. In the living room, the aroma wafted tantalizingly, as slices of meat floated amidst vibrant red dried chilies that danced restlessly, tantalizing the palate. Gulp! Li Hao swallowed hard, his eyes glued to the scene before him, utterly unprepared for the rapid turn of events. Sniffling, he could hardly contain himself as he reached for the chopsticks. Hey, what do you think you're doing? I, Li Hao, am merely checking if it's cooked through. We wouldn't want to eat undercooked meat and suffer later, would we? That's none of your concern. Li Qing chuckled. I'm quite capable of discerning whether the food is cooked or not. Besides, as a physician, I have remedies for any ailments that may arise. Good intentions met with ungratefulness. Li Hao scoffed, setting down his chopsticks, crossing his arms, and turning his gaze towards the courtyard. Unbeknownst to him, snow had begun to fall, blanketing the ground in a delicate layer of white, causing him to momentarily lose himself in thought. In previous years, he had enjoyed such comfort at the Yongqing Marquis's residence. Now he felt a pang of longing for his mother, father, and younger sister. I miss you all, he thought, on the verge of tears. It was not merely the grievances he faced. Having been away from home for nearly a year, he genuinely yearned for his family. Having never been apart from home for so long, especially with it being so far away, he longed for everything associated with home, even the snow, which felt less biting than this. His vision blurred with emotion. Hey, what are you thinking about? Li Hao's body stiffened slightly. He blinked, reluctant to reveal his embarrassing side, and retorted, What business is it of yours? Huh, I thought someone was crying. Quite amusing. With a defiant snort, he turned to see his actions. What are you doing? He inquired. Preparing the dipping sauce, Li Qing replied matter-of-factly. The hot pot paired with my secret sauce is simply exquisite. The aroma was already tantalizing, and Li Hao dared not imagine how delightful it would taste with the added sauce. Before long, Li Qing began to indulge, though Li Hao attempted to avert his gaze. He found himself drawn to the sight of succulent lamb being retrieved from the pot, briefly swished in a dish, then dipped in chili oil, minced garlic, sesame seeds, and finally chopped scallions before being devoured. Although he did not partake, Li Hao could envision the exquisite pleasure that awaited his taste buds. Why not have a bite? I'm not hungry. Li Hao defiantly turned his chair around, resting his chin on the back and gazing out at the falling snow. In no time, a blanket of white enveloped the courtyard, the north wind howling and snowflakes swirling chaotically. The chill intensified. Jinling was never this cold, and longing for home washed over him. Reminiscing about teasing his little sister, his mother's fierce reprimands, and even the warm embrace of his father's love. At that moment, the memory of his father's scolding felt oddly comforting. Lost in thought, tears began to stream down his face, his shoulders shaking. Every festive season amplified his yearning for family. Now, at 16, soon to turn 17, yet still unable to return, his heart ached. During this season, his little sister would delight in making snowballs shaped like cats and dogs, which he would gleefully kick apart, provoking her to chase him in frustration, only to later amuse her with tricks. His mother would also begin preparing red envelopes, and he could sneak away with a couple, only to receive a playful ear tug from her. He wished for wings to soar homeward, to realize all these cherished moments. Stop crying and come eat something. I want tea. Li Hao stubbornly replied without turning around. Li Qing scratched his head, chuckling at the situation. Are you truly angry with me? Not really. I'm just not hungry. Li Hao's voice quivered, tears streaming down as he desperately tried to mask his emotions, striving to appear composed. Li Qing sighed. Do you remember your father's parting words? What? Eat well, drink well, and don't miss home, he chuckled. Besides, you're not without family in the capital. There's also me, your old uncle. When the time comes, he will surely bestow upon you a generous red envelope. Li Hao wiped his face, fell silent for a moment, then turned his chair around, picked up his chopsticks, and began to eat. Delicious. Exquisite. The flavors melded beautifully, spicy yet numbing. perfectly complemented by that secret dipping sauce, and once again, tears filled his eyes. "Why are you crying again?" Li Qing asked, puzzled. "It's nothing," Li Hao replied, lifting his sleeve to wipe his face, too embarrassed to admit he was crying from the deliciousness, then buried himself in his meal. After a quarter of an hour, the pot was nearly empty. Li Hao burped, still craving more. "Not full." "A little," he mumbled. Li Qing smiled. "Just wait." "Where are you going?" Li Hao asked, noticing the heavy snowfall. "I'll be back shortly. I'm going to buy some noodles." Oh, the noodles cooked in the hot pot, infused with rich flavors, were even more delicious than the meat. Li Hao devoured 2 small bowls, finally feeling satisfied. He leaned back against the chair, enveloped in warmth, and gazed at the heavy snow outside, feeling that the cold was not so biting after all. "Do you miss home?" Li Hao shyly scratched his head and murmured, "Not as much anymore." Chapter 76. The searing heat of Zhu Youzhang. The emotions of the young are fleeting, arriving with fervor and departing just as swiftly. Moments ago, he was consumed by thoughts of his family, yet now he returned to his usual demeanor, adding, "My father is right." "Li Hao, go and tidy up the pots and bowls," Li Qing commanded. The budding affection Li Hao had just felt dissipated instantly. However, being aware of the softness that comes with receiving kindness, he could not maintain a hardened facade and reluctantly replied, "It's so cold, it won't spoil, and the broth is so delicious. We can enjoy it again in the evening. Besides, the water barrel is frozen. It would be better to clean it after dinner." Li Hao hesitated. "The snow is quite heavy. Shall we go out and enjoy it?" The vigor of youth was undeniable, and having just relished hot pot, he felt restless. "Master Qing, I have been in the capital several times, yet I have spent my days cooped up indoors. Today, with nothing to do, please take me for a stroll. It would not be a wasted trip." "Very well," Li Qing nodded, donning his great cloak, for the outside air was frigid, and he wished to avoid becoming ill. "All right." The two stepped outside, meandering aimlessly along the narrow paths of Lianjiaten. They encountered no one along the way. In such cold weather, the common folk would not venture out, as they had only just entered the middle of the 12th lunar month, well before the time for purchasing New Year goods. "Master Qing, are you not cold?" Li Hao could not help but inquire. Li Qing, clad in a thin inner garment and a plush outer robe, his tall figure accentuated by a slightly tailored dark robe, stood upright. Though not robust, he possessed a harmonious physique that did not appear frail in the least. Yet, while he exuded elegance, Li Hao could only see the chill in the air. At that moment, Li Qing was nearly covered in snow, his thick black hair dusted white, rendering him even more handsome. The dark robe flowed with the wind, his lush locks danced lightly, and his fair visage, contrasted by his ebony brows, created a striking visual impact amidst the swirling snow, akin to a celestial being. Li Hao felt an uncontrollable surge of envy. "Here, wear my cloak." He would not allow anyone to outshine him. Poor Li Qing assumed this was an act of filial piety, his face beaming with appreciation as he gently replied, "Master Qing is not cold. I am quite warm." As he spoke, he raised his hand to touch Li Hao's face. The warmth of his palm rendered Li Hao momentarily stunned, exclaiming, "How can you possibly be so warm wearing so little?" He could not comprehend nor accept it. Had it been him, he would have needed a folding fan in hand. To fan oneself with such grace was indeed enviable. "Master Qing, how do you manage this?" "I am proficient in both medicine and martial arts, possessing internal skills that render me impervious to the cold," Li Qing explained, his body slightly trembling. Without any visible effort, the snow resting on his shoulders, collar, and hair melted away in an instant. Looking at Li Qing, not a single snowflake remained on him. Li Hao's eyes widened in astonishment. "Teach me. This is no easy skill to learn. You lack the innate talent for it, and it would be a waste of your time. Your energy should not be squandered on such pursuits." Li Hao, undeterred, retorted, "Have you not heard that the poor are learned in literature while the wealthy are skilled in martial arts? Moreover, I am quite adept at learning new things. Is there truly a shortcut to mastering martial arts?" Li Qing chuckled. Li Hao retorted, "You're not that old either. I will only be 17 after the new year, so there is still ample time." "Huh, how would you know how long I have been training?" Li Qing shook his head with a smile, saying, "Martial arts require perseverance. One must practice in the depths of winter and the sweltering heat of summer. Without great determination, one cannot achieve success. You, a pampered young lord, might as well give up." "Well, there are certainly some exercises for strengthening the body that you can learn. I can teach you Tai Chi for health preservation another day," Li Qing offered. Li Hao eagerly inquired, "Will it allow me to withstand the harsh cold like you?" Not quite, but it can enhance your cold resistance. So, what do you say? Would you like to learn? After pondering for a moment, Li Hao replied, I still wish to acquire genuine skills, to one day be like you. Li Qing scoffed, very well. Tomorrow I shall transcribe a set of martial arts manuals for you, though I cannot guarantee that you will master them. It was good for him to have something to occupy his time. Otherwise, he might start longing for home. Li Qing mused. Young Master Qing was magnanimous. Li Hao did not expect him to agree so readily, and he rubbed his hands together, thinking, one day, I shall surpass you. His confidence was unwavering. If young Master Qing could achieve it, so could he. The biting north wind howled, and the enchanting snowflakes danced before his eyes, striking his face like daggers. Li Hao's hands were tucked within his sleeves, yet he still felt the sting, akin to a cat's bite. Despite the fierce cold, even his fur-lined cloak was no match for the wind. The warmth he exhaled froze into frost upon his brow, forming icy strands, and his nose turned a bright red. If it gets too cold, let us return, he suggested. No, it's not cold, Li Hao insisted, we are already in the city. Let us buy some things before heading back. Li Qing chuckled, it's almost the time for shun. The market has likely closed. Well then, let us buy some sweet potatoes at the grain shop to roast at home, and some charcoal as well. In the imperial study, Zhu Youzhang had just finished reviewing the memorials and was preparing to head to the side hall. Surprisingly, the medicinal brew he had consumed was quite effective. Within just 2 hours, he felt its impact. Just as he was about to rise, a young eunuch entered to report, Your Majesty, Grand Scholar Lu and Grand Scholar Li request an audience. Zhu Youzhang was somewhat taken aback, but felt it inappropriate to refuse. Both were exceptionally talented individuals whom he held in high regard. He settled back into his seat and instructed, let them in. The eunuch retreated, and shortly thereafter, Lu Jian and Li Dongyang entered together. Your humble servant Lu Jian, Li Dongyang, greets Your Majesty. Long live the Emperor. Rise, Zhu Youzhang replied. You two esteemed scholars have braved the snow to visit. Is there a snow disaster somewhere? In this era, one's fortunes were entirely dependent on the weather. Droughts and floods seemed unending throughout the 4 seasons. The 2 capitals and 13 provinces, with hundreds of prefectures and over 1,000 counties, often faced calamity due to the heavens' caprice. During the coldest winter months, snow disasters were most prevalent. In just the past month, nearly 300,000 taels of silver had been expended on disaster relief, but fortunately, the national treasury was exceptionally robust, and finances were not a pressing concern. Yet, Zhu Youzhang felt deeply troubled. He could only wonder how many lives would be lost by the end of this winter, particularly among the elderly. Your Majesty need not worry. There have been no reports of snow disasters from the localities in recent days, Li Dongyang assured, clasping his hands. We, along with Grand Scholar Lu, have come not for this matter. How fortunate it is that we are spared from the calamity of snow, Zhu Youzhang murmured, relaxing slightly before inquiring with a smile. Without natural disasters, surely this matter is not of utmost importance? Yet it remains critical, Li Dongyang interjected. Lu Jian, known for his forthright nature, candidly expressed, His Majesty has ascended to the throne for several years now, and soon it will be the 4th year of Hongji. Yet there has been no request for Your Majesty to take a consort for the sake of the ancestral lineage. Li Dongyang concurred, both men feeling somewhat helpless. Throughout history, ministers have urged emperors to avoid indulgence in sensual pleasures, yet during the Hongji era, the situation has entirely reversed. However, they found themselves in a bind, pressured by influential figures to counsel the emperor, particularly in the bitter cold of winter, where kneeling at the palace gates felt like a perilous endeavor. Moreover, their close relationship with the emperor alleviated any concerns of suffering the same fate as Wanan. Your Majesty, this is a matter of national significance and must not be taken lightly, Li Dongyang stated earnestly. Zhu Youzhang frowned, visibly displeased, ready to retort. Yet, Lu Jian swiftly interjected. Matters of the sovereign are not personal affairs. Zhu Youzhang felt a surge of frustration, as Lu Jian had anticipated his response. The Empress's health has improved significantly. She shall conceive an heir after the new year, Zhu Youzhang asserted with determination. Should the Empress fail to conceive, I shall hold that Li accountable, he vowed inwardly. The two exchanged a resigned glance, each wearing a bitter smile. They had heard this assertion countless times, yet the reality remained that the Empress had yet to conceive. Your Majesty, the heir is the foundation of the nation. Without a foundation, the realm cannot stand firm. Lu Jian spoke bluntly, his words lacking in subtlety. Had they encountered a different emperor, He might have faced severe repercussions for such candor. Zhu Youzhang responded with irritation. Do you believe I am deceiving you? We would never presume to suggest such a thing, Li Dongyang replied, his tone more measured. Your Majesty, this matter cannot be altered by mere personal will. Both Lu the Grand Scholar and I, along with the other officials, trust that Your Majesty is sincere, yet many matters do not unfold as one desires. Li the Grand Scholar speaks with reason, Lu Jian agreed, while the other officials remained silent, harboring no ill will towards the Empress. Understanding the Emperor's affection for the Empress, Lu Jian hesitated for a moment before resolutely stating, should a concubine bear a son in the future, the Empress may acknowledge him. Pausing briefly, he boldly continued, regardless of the origins of the heir, he shall be regarded as the offspring of the Empress. Li Dongyang was taken aback by this audacity, thinking Lu Jian had overstepped. Yet, upon reflection, he recognized the practicality of the suggestion, even if it defied moral and logical reasoning. It was certainly preferable to a childless emperor. In truth, as the 4th year of Hongji approached, their hopes for the Empress's conception had dwindled. They believed it would be wiser for the emperor to take a consort sooner rather than later. Li Dongyang sighed inwardly, suppressing his conscience as he echoed, I believe Lu the Grand Scholar speaks wisely. Zhu Youzhang, feeling a surge of anger and ready to speak, found Lu Jian once again ahead of him. Your Majesty, in the presence of our ancestors and the foundation of the nation, one must make concessions. He then added with determination, Your Majesty must also yield. Impudent. Zhu Youzhang was finally enraged, his fury palpable. Lu Jian, startled, immediately suppressed his impulsiveness, calming himself as he knelt and proclaimed, I am guilty. Please impose your punishment upon me, Your Majesty. Li Dongyang followed suit, kneeling as well, intending to intercede for Lu Jian, yet fearing to exacerbate the situation, he simply stated, I too share the guilt. You all. Zhu Youzhang slammed the jade paperweight onto the table, exclaiming, all you ever think about is the heir. Day in and day out. It seems the emperor is not as anxious as the eunuchs. Do you still regard me as your sovereign? I am guilty. Which holds more weight, the heir or the emperor? I am guilty. Indeed, you are culpable. Zhu Youzhang's anger intensified as he decreed a 6-month salary reduction and demotion in rank, ordering them to withdraw. Both men felt a pang of distress. What a way to spend the new year. We take our leave. Long after their departure, Zhu Youzhang remained irate. Despite his anger, he understood that this matter could not simply be dismissed. Those individuals were not as pliable as the two before him. It seemed he would need to consult that esteemed physician. Li, Chapter 77. Offspring. Gaze upon me early in the morning. Li Qing lingered in his warm bed, engrossed in a novel, relishing the tranquility. On this bleak winter day, rising early seemed pointless. There was nothing to do, and the warmth of the blankets was too inviting to forsake. Unfortunately, fate had other plans. Just as he was absorbed in a minor plot twist, a loud knock echoed from the door. Knock, knock, knock. Is the esteemed physician Li at home? The voice of the young eunuch rang out. Li Qing frowned, feeling a surge of irritation. Wasn't it agreed that I would enter the palace every afternoon? What is this disturbance? Spoiled by his comfort, he turned over, feigning deafness and ignoring the commotion. Yet, the young eunuch outside dared not leave without an answer, and the knocking grew increasingly insistent, waking Li Hao from his slumber. Irritated, he exclaimed, what is all this ruckus at this early hour? Be off with you. Open the door. We have an imperial edict to convey. The knocking escalated to pounding. Upon hearing the mention of an edict, Li Hao's curiosity was piqued, and reluctantly, he left the enticing warmth of his bed, donning a thick robe before heading to Li Qing's chamber. Young Master Qing, you are awake. With such a commotion outside, how could I possibly sleep? Li Qing grumbled. Pay them no mind. Pretend you haven't heard. Do they dare tear down the courtyard? But I responded. Li Hao replied with a wry smile. While Li Qing could afford to ignore them, he could not. After a moment of hesitation, Li Hao said, Young master, it is an imperial summons. Perhaps we should meet with them? Let them meet you. After much deliberation, Li Hao finally opened the door. The Li family was well established, and as a young noble, his future was bright. He had no desire to court trouble. Young Master Qing was audacious, yet he dared not disrespect the emperor. As the door swung open, the eunuch burst in, nearly losing his balance, but disregarding his stumble, he hurriedly announced, Are you the esteemed physician Li? Good, come with us. No, I am not. Li Hao interjected, Li Qing is still asleep. What? Hurry and wake him. The emperor is eager to see him. With no other option, Li Hao sighed. Please wait a moment. I shall fetch him. In the hall of supreme clarity, the heads of the 6 ministries, the cabinet, and the censorate gathered. Zhu Youzhang sipped his tea, appearing composed, yet inwardly he felt a rising anxiety. I have sent the standing eunuch to deliver the summons before the morning court has concluded. They should be arriving shortly. Your Majesty, I must speak candidly. The medical skills of Dr. Li are indeed remarkable. However, medicine encompasses 13 distinct disciplines, and he may not be able to restore the Empress's health. The Minister of Personnel interjected. The Vice Minister of the Censorate agreed, saying, Your Majesty, I have heard that Dr. Li began treating the Empress last spring, and nearly a year has passed without noticeable results. Ah, that is not entirely accurate, Zhu Youzhang chuckled. Healing is not an instantaneous process. It is akin to eating a meal. If 5 buns suffice to sate one's hunger, and 4 have already been consumed, only 1 remains. The Minister of Revenue sighed. Your Majesty summoned us here merely to hear the assurances of a quack? Forgive my candor, Your Majesty. The Minister of Works added, even if he offers a guarantee, it cannot verify his capability. Zhu Youzhang countered. What if he offers the guarantee of his entire clan? At this, the dignitaries collectively gasped, pondering the audacity of Dr. Li to make such a bold claim. Given the gravity of the situation, they found it difficult to refute any further. Nonetheless, the emperor's word alone was insufficient. Over the years, the emperor had deceived them on numerous occasions. They insisted on hearing a personal assurance from the doctor himself. Otherwise, they could not relent. They waited and waited, the sun climbing higher, yet he had not arrived. And their patience began to wane. Your Majesty, when will Dr. Li arrive? Soon, very soon, Zhu Youzhang smiled, though internally he seethed with indignation. Such audacity was intolerable. Your Majesty, it is already midday. The Minister of Personnel could no longer contain his frustration, feeling that the emperor was toying with them. This sentiment was shared by nearly all present. If an imperial decree were issued, would Dr. Li dare to refuse? Did the emperor truly believe that they could not withstand the cold of winter and kneel before the palace gates? Absurd. Though aged, they were still capable of kneeling. After another quarter of an hour, their patience completely exhausted, the Minister of Personnel rose first. With the new year approaching, the workload of the ministry is heavy. I beseech Your Majesty to allow me to take my leave and return to the office. I take my leave. The dignitaries followed suit, rising in unison. Dr. Li has arrived, a sharp voice announced, followed by a young eunuch rushing in, kneeling and bowing. Your Majesty, Dr. Li is here. Zhu Youzhang maintained a stoic expression and commanded, Summon him. Then, with a softer tone, he smiled, My esteemed ministers, please take your seats. There is no need to rush our affairs. The dignitaries exchanged glances, silently resuming their seats. Moments later, Li Qing entered with measured steps. I humbly greet Your Majesty. Li Qing clasped his hands in salute, neglecting to acknowledge the dignitaries, who were merely unfamiliar faces to him, and he had no desire to become acquainted. Impudent. The Minister of Rights admonished sternly. Why do you not bow before the emperor? He possesses privileges bestowed by the late emperor, Zhu Youzhang explained. Suppressing his irritation with Li Qing, as he ultimately needed him, Li Qing paid no heed to the Minister of Rights and directly addressed the emperor. Your Majesty summoned me. What is your command? You promised me that within a year you would completely restore the Empress's health and enable her to conceive my offspring, did you not? Zhu Youzhang inquired. Indeed, but has the time not yet come? Li Qing replied. Zhu Youzhang, unperturbed, turned to the assembled dignitaries and remarked with a smile, Gentlemen, are you now reassured? I have not deceived you. He truly possesses the capability. The Minister of Rights, previously stung by a sharp retort, simmered with indignation. Though he dared not express his ire towards the emperor, he could not help but disdain a mere itinerant doctor, scoffing. So, you're the famed physician Li? Li Qing, without lifting his gaze, feigned ignorance. Does His Majesty have further inquiries? None, Zhu Youzhang hastily replied. You may take your leave. Curse it. I am summoned here merely for a single utterance. Li Qing, incensed, offered a perfunctory bow and turned to depart. The Minister of Rights, seething with frustration from being persistently disregarded, erupted into laughter. What an arrogant quack. To put his own ambitions above the lives of his kin. He truly is a disgrace to humanity. Li Qing halted momentarily. Zhu Youzhang felt a pang of anxiety and urged, Physician Li, please withdraw for now. I must confer with my esteemed ministers regarding state affairs. Li Qing, however, remained unyielding, fixing his piercing gaze upon the Minister of Rights. The latter, startled by the intensity of that stare, instinctively averted his eyes, yet was further humiliated by the notion of being intimidated by a mere street doctor. Have I spoken in error? You wager the well-being of your entire clan on the Emperor's assurance that within a year, you could restore the Empress's health and secure an heir. The deadline approaches. Have you succeeded? Li Qing furrowed his brow, choosing not to engage with the minister further, and instead turned his attention back to Zhu Youzhang. You dare to meet my gaze, you wretch. Zhu Youzhang, feeling guilty, averted his eyes and said softly, physicianly, you may withdraw. Li Qing remained steadfast, his gaze unwavering. Impudent. The Minister of Rites, now incensed, found Li Qing's insolence intolerable. How deftly the Emperor plays his hand. If I cannot cure the Empress, I suggest you seek out someone more skilled. The minister's anger surged, but before he could voice it, his colleagues swiftly shifted their focus, attacking the Emperor instead. Your Majesty, what is your perspective on the words of this physicianly? Zhu Youzhang was taken aback, realizing he had faltered spectacularly. I have embarrassed myself greatly. Physicianly, have you forgotten your previous assurances? Zhu Youzhang gazed at Li Qing, his eyes pleading. Li Qing, with a heart of stone, replied, I have never guaranteed anything regarding my kin. Your Majesty, a ruler must not speak in jest. How can you act thus? The Minister of Rites, now disregarding Li Qing, unleashed his full fury upon the Emperor, his face a mask of sorrow and confusion. A ruler must not jest. A ruler must not jest. A chorus of dignitaries knelt, their expressions a mixture of sorrow and indignation. We beseech you, Your Majesty, to take a consort. If you refuse to consider the welfare of the realm, we shall perish here in supplication. Outside, the bitter cold contrasted sharply with the warmth inside. Kneeling was hardly a burden. Zhu Youzhang's countenance darkened as he glanced once more at Li Qing. The latter, with a series of cold laughs, offered a salute and turned to leave. Physicianly, Your Majesty, Zhu Youzhang was at his wit's end. I do not wish for your demise in supplication, nor do I desire to take a consort. In that case, I request your permission to retire from service, for I am of advanced years and fear I can no longer alleviate your burdens. I am indeed old. Zhu Youzhang, in a state of panic, urged, quickly, summon the Grand Emperor. Ultimately, under the intervention of Zhu Jianxin, the prominent figures returned to their senses. However, a prior warning loomed. If the Empress remained without an heir by the end of the year, the Emperor was obliged to take a concubine. In truth, Zhu Jianxin harbored a tacit agreement with the notion of his son acquiring a concubine, yet he could not align with his ministers against his own offspring. Zhu Youzhang barely navigated this challenge. Soon, however, he became acutely aware of a grave issue. While the court officials were appeased, the physician was left offended. He had witnessed Li Qing's temper firsthand, an unruly force capable of throwing down the gauntlet. Should the situation escalate to such an extent that the Empress remained barren, he would be compelled to take a concubine, a promise made in the presence of the retired emperor that could not be easily sidestepped. Strangely, only Li Qing could remedy this predicament. After much contemplation, Zhu Youzhang resolved to cast aside his pride and personally visit the Lian family. At the Changel Palace, Zhu Jianxin donned layer upon layer of garments, resembling a penguin, while Ji meticulously arranged the edges of his attire. My husband, in this frigid weather, perhaps you should refrain from venturing out? She suggested. Nonsense. I am well prepared, he replied with a smile. After being cooped up for so long, I wish to take in some fresh air and pay a visit to Dr. Li. May I accompany you? She inquired. No need. He has guests, and it would be rather inconvenient for you. He waved off her concern, stepping onto the sedan chair. At the palace gates, the sentinels exchanged puzzled glances, whispering, What is happening today? The emperor and the retired emperor are both leaving the palace, and it is not even a time for ancestral worship. In a small courtyard, Li Qing entered through the door. Li Hao rushed to greet him, asking, Master Qing, is the emperor in a foul mood? Is he angry? I am the one who is aggrieved, Li Qing scoffed. What could you possibly be angry about? Li Hao replied, bewildered. You were summoned by the emperor, yet you dithered. And you still dare to feel upset? Do you know what he said? Li Qing retorted. What? He threatened to execute my entire clan if the Empress does not conceive an heir. What? Li Hao gasped in shock. How could he say such a thing? In the biting cold, his heart sank even lower. He felt utterly foolish for not foreseeing this day. Master Qing, relax, I was merely trying to frighten you. He cannot identify my lineage. At most, he may notice my connection to the Yongqing Marquis, but given your father's status, it is of little consequence, Li Qing reassured him. seeing that he was nearly brought to tears. "Oh dear, you truly are," Li Hao lamented. "Your grandson is timid and cannot withstand such fright." Li Qing rolled his eyes. "Look at your lack of fortitude. Is the meal prepared?" "Not yet," Li Hao admitted sheepishly. "I wanted hot pot but lacked the skill to prepare the broth. However, all the ingredients are ready." "How tempting," Li Qing smiled. "Follow me. I will teach you the recipe." With a loud knock, Dr. Li opened the door. The eunuch's distinctive high-pitched voice rang out. Just as Li Hao grasped his chopsticks, he froze at the sound. Trembling as he asked, "Master Qing, could it be that the court has come to apprehend someone? Dare they?" Li Qing scoffed. "The Empress has yet to conceive. What grounds do they have to act against me?" Indeed, Li Hao felt a wave of relief wash over him. "Shall I go and open the door?" Go on, Li Qing urged, frowning deeply. "What is wrong with this child? Why must he push his luck?" With a creaking sound, Li Hao pushed open the door, and upon discerning the situation outside, he was rendered utterly speechless. Nearly 100 guards clad in brocade, wielding embroidered spring knives, stood menacingly, their fierce gazes fixed on him, encircling not only the doorway but, more accurately, the entire courtyard. At the entrance, 2 young eunuchs bent slightly at the waist, their faces adorned with ingratiating smiles, demonstrating their subservience not to him, but to the rotund figure at the center. This man appeared to be in his 20s, plump and exuding an air of affluence, further startling Li Hao with his choice of attire, a bright yellow robe. In this locale, such a color signified one thing, and Li Hao, however dim-witted, understood the identity of the visitor. The emperor had come to exact vengeance upon the 9 clans. Panic surged through Li Hao, his legs trembling uncontrollably, rendered speechless by fear. Zhu Youzhang, upon recognizing Li Hao as the one who opened the door, was momentarily taken aback. "Who are you?" he inquired. I am Li Hao," he stammered, terror-stricken. "What is your relation to the divine physician Li?" No, I have no connection to him. He is he, and I am I. I do not even know him." Li Hao's face paled, his words tumbling out in disarray. He yearned to flee, yet his legs felt as though they were encased in lead, immovable. "Then how is it you find yourself here?" Zhu Youzhang pressed, perplexed. This." Li Hao's composure shattered as he cried out. "Qing Yi, something has happened. Come quickly." His mind had turned to mush, leaving him oblivious to his contradictions as he shouted in panic. Zhu Youzhang was taken aback by his outburst, stumbling back a couple of steps, while the 2 young eunuchs, equally flustered, rushed forward, clamoring, "Protect His Majesty! Protect His Majesty!" Clang, clang, clang. Li Hao's gaze fixated on the chilling blades drawing near, his eyelids fluttering, rolling back until only the whites of his eyes were visible. After a moment, his body stiffened, and he began to topple backward. Suddenly, a large hand caught him, and as he turned his head inch by inch, he beheld the calm presence of Qing Yi. His heart, filled with dread, found a modicum of solace. "Stand straight," Li Qing commanded in a low voice. Li Hao's body jolted at the sound, as if a warm energy surged through him, providing the strength he needed to regain his footing. "I was unaware of your esteemed arrival and failed to offer a proper welcome. I beg your pardon," Li Qing said, retracting his hand, his tone devoid of earnestness despite the formal apology. Zhu Youzhang chose not to dwell on this slight. Today was his own failure to act appropriately, as he had come to offer conciliatory words and would not take offense at Li Qing's demeanor. Moreover, Li Qing had never been particularly cordial. "Everyone is waiting outside. Without my command, no one is permitted to enter," Zhu Youzhang declared, adding with a smile, "Do you not invite the divine physician Li to join me?" Li Qing let out a derisive chuckle. "Come in then." Li Hao hastily stepped aside. Xiao Hao closed the door. Very well." Li Hao mechanically shut the door and stood at the threshold for a protracted moment before timidly following them into the parlor. Upon entering, Zhu Youzhang was greeted by a rich aroma wafting through the air. He inhaled deeply, asking, "Hot pot? Are you a dog?" Li Qing replied nonchalantly, nodding slightly. "Your Majesty is astute. What a delightful existence," Zhu Youzhang remarked with a smile, following the enticing scent into the parlor. The charcoal glowed vibrantly. The hot pot broth bubbled invitingly, and the ingredients, fresh and enticing with droplets of water still clinging to them, awaited their fate. Beside them, a kettle warmed the wine. As Zhu Youzhang felt his stomach rumble with hunger, he did not regard himself as an outsider. Instead, he took the seat of honor and cheerfully said, "There is no need for formality. Please, sit down." Li Qing felt an urge to kick him, but instead took a deep breath and inquired, What brings your majesty here personally? Let us not rush. We shall take our time. Zhu Youzhang replied with a jovial demeanor, embodying the spirit of indulgence. Let us speak plainly, he continued, momentarily faltering as Li Hao entered, prompting a change of subject. And who might this be? I am nobody, Li Hao replied, having regained some clarity and hastily adding, I am but a child, with no connection to anyone here. Zhu Youzhang raised an eyebrow, while Qing interjected, enough, sit down. Surely, the emperor will not devour you. Indeed, as the esteemed physician Li has said, I am quite approachable. There is no need for restraint. Zhu Youzhang smiled in agreement. Upon witnessing this, Li Hao's unsettled heart began to calm, and he remembered to pay his respects, proclaiming, I bow to your majesty. Long live the emperor. Rise, rise. Zhu Youzhang chuckled. Please, have a seat. I did not expect to interrupt your meal. My timing appears rather poor. On the contrary, your presence is most welcome. Zhu Youzhang thought to himself. The three men sat in silence, only the bubbling broth filling the air with sound. As they waited for the host to extend an invitation that never came, Zhu Youzhang decided to take the initiative, lifting a plate and pouring its contents into the hot pot, exclaiming, no need for formality. Just treat me as a guest. I treat you as a guest. Do you see yourself as one? Qing murmured discontentedly, his voice barely audible, yet clearly heard by Zhu Youzhang. Zhu Youzhang, recognizing Qing's temperament, knew that under usual circumstances, he would not tolerate such a situation, but this time was different. The matter concerning the heir could only be resolved by Qing, and for the sake of his wife and child, he could not simply walk away. Moreover, the hot pot was irresistibly fragrant. Perhaps it was superior to that of the palace, or perhaps it was merely that he had long abstained since that unfortunate bout of illness. Today, he found himself craving it anew. This hot pot was destined for me. None could hinder my enjoyment. Zhu Youzhang chose to ignore Qing's jibes, maintaining his cheerful facade. Physician Li, the events at court today were merely misunderstandings. My ministers misinterpreted my intentions. I rushed here to clarify the confusion. Qing chuckled softly, refraining from responding. Li Hao quickly interjected. Oh, it is nothing of great importance. Your Majesty is far too courteous. There is no need for such formality. Can he truly harbor any anger towards you? Isn't that right, Master Qing? Master Qing shot him a fierce glare, indicating his disinterest in conversing with him. Observing this, Zhu Youzhang devised a plan, using Li Hao as a means to engage further. You refer to Qing as Master Qing. Thus, you must be his grandson? Not by blood. It's a distant connection, far beyond 9 generations, Li Hao hastily clarified. Being associated with Master Qing's lineage was indeed unfortunate, and he felt compelled to distance himself. Otherwise, the Yongqing Marquis estate would inevitably face confiscation. Even if it meant offending Master Qing, he cared little. For a mere slap would not trouble him much. Ah, I see, Zhu Youzhang mused, not overly skeptical, for the two were not far apart in age. Yet their relationship was that of grandfather and grandson, clearly not by blood. However, since the esteemed physician Li is willing to take this young lad under his wing, it seems their relationship is quite amicable. Zhu Youzhang remarked, indeed, he is a remarkable talent. Would you be willing to attend the Imperial Academy? Gaining admission to the Academy is a legitimate avenue for advancement, and Zhu Youzhang's actions would leave even the censors with little to criticize. In his view, given Li Hao's age, the prospect of becoming a student at the Academy would surely delight him. He could almost envision the scene of Li Hao, flushed with excitement, bowing in gratitude. Yet, he miscalculated. Rather than joy, Li Hao was filled with distress. What jest is this? My father is the Duke of Yongqing and the Grand Commander of the Navy. You expect me to be a mere student? Li Hao stammered. Your Majesty, I am not cut out for scholarly pursuits. The idea of an official position did not appeal to him, so why would he study? Zhu Youzhang chuckled. Do not underestimate yourself. I believe you possess the capability. Li Hao turned to Qing, his face pleading. Do you not wish to distance yourself from me? Qing ignored him. Ah, the lamb slices are ready. Your Majesty, please. Li Hao deftly changed the subject. This strategy proved quite effective, as Zhu Youzhang promptly picked up his chopsticks, saying, let us not stand on ceremony. Your Majesty, this dish is not beneficial for your health, Qing kindly cautioned. I shall simply eat less, Zhu Youzhang replied nonchalantly. Did you not say that one could indulge in moderation twice a month? Qing acknowledged this was indeed true. Today, nothing shall prevent me from enjoying hot pot, Zhu Youzhang said, salivating with anticipation. Yet, just as his chopsticks entered the pot, ready to savor the lamb. A commotion erupted outside. Zhu Youzhang, displeased, called out, "What is happening?" "Your Majesty, please step outside for a moment," came the timid voice of the 100 household. "I should step outside." Zhu Youzhang laughed in irritation, chastising, "Get in here." "Do not worry. I am not referencing you," Zhu Youzhang reassured Li Hao. "Ha ha." Li Hao laughed awkwardly. Li Qing furrowed his brow, keenly sensing another freeloader had arrived, and it seemed they might not be adequately fed today. Moments later, a well-dressed 100 household entered, cupping his hands in respect. "Your Majesty, may I have a word?" "Speak here." "I refuse to oblige," Zhu Youzhang replied sternly. The 100 household hesitated, ultimately conceding and stepping closer to Zhu Youzhang, whispering a few words into his ear. Zhu Youzhang suddenly leaped to his feet, rushing outside. Li Hao looked on, bewildered, murmuring, "Elder Qing, what is the matter with His Majesty? Who are you calling Elder Qing? Do we have any connection?" Li Qing shot him a glance, then resumed devouring his food like a ravenous wolf. If he did not eat quickly, there would be little left to share once the crowd gathered. Besides, with only enough food for two, how could 4 people possibly be satisfied? Li Hao felt a flush of embarrassment and quietly explained, "Elder Qing, I have the Duke of Yongqing's household behind me. If I were alone, I would charge into a mountain of blades or a sea of flames without a second thought. Surely, you can understand?" Li Qing paid him no heed, continuing to feast. "Slow down, Elder Qing. His Majesty has yet to eat," Li Hao remarked, bemused. How was it that this fellow always danced on the edge of folly? How had he lived to such an age? Li Qing remained undeterred. "You truly are something else," Li Hao lamented, feeling both exasperated and weary. With such a companion, how could one not fear for their head? He languidly leaned against the back of the chair, his face a portrait of desolation. Exhausted, he gazed up at the ceiling, choosing silence. After a moment, Zhu Youzhang returned, accompanied by Zhu Jianshan. "Uncle, is that really you?" Li Hao exclaimed in astonishment. Zhu Youzhang cast a complex glance at Li Hao. "I had some idle time and thought I would drop by. I didn't expect to find the Emperor here." "Such unfortunate timing," Zhu Jianshan chuckled. Li Hao felt a tightening in his chest and quickly rose to say, "Uncle, I must discuss something with you." Without waiting for a reply, he pulled Zhu Jianshan outside. Zhu Youzhang did not intervene, watching the two depart the parlor before taking a seat. Upon seeing the hot pot, he was taken aback. "Where's the meat?" "It's on me," Li Qing mumbled, reclining in his chair, reveling in comfort. In the side room, Li Hao urged, "Uncle, you should leave quickly. This place is no longer safe." Zhu Jianshan laughed lightly. "Is it truly that dire? I have encountered emperors before. They can be quite amiable. Yet, some people insist on courting danger." Li Hao insisted, "If I could leave, I would not linger here a moment longer." "There's no need to worry. I am a royal merchant with many acquaintances in the palace," Zhu Jianshan reassured him. "I can converse with the emperor as well." Li Hao stared blankly, stammering, "Uncle, your status as a royal merchant is quite impressive, isn't it?" "Indeed, the business is substantial," Zhu Jianshan nodded with a smile. "How did you come to know the son of the Duke of Yongqing and become involved with him?" Zhu Youzhang inquired, puzzled. "As far as I know, he is the Duke's only son." Li Qing began to explain, "The Shun family has expanded too aggressively. In the future, production will far surpass sales. Concerned about stockpiling goods, I sought to ease his worries and found him a path by collaborating with the Li family of Jinling. Thus, I became acquainted with the young Lord Li. As for his coming to the capital, he was drawn by my commercial acumen, wanting to learn from me. He calls me Qing Yi as a form of flattery. I am a person of principle, not easily swayed by wealth or power, and I have a stubborn temperament. One must tread carefully around me." Li Qing spoke with an ease that belied the fabrications. "Is that so?" Zhu Youzhang replied, shaking his head, eager to avoid further displeasure from Li Qing. Sensing the underlying tension, Zhu Youzhang took a deep breath, deciding to swallow his pride and admit a fault. "Regarding the esteemed Dr. Li, I did not mean any offense. My earlier remarks were merely a response to the pressure from my ministers. I sought an excuse, and my words were hastily spoken. Setting everything aside, you have successfully treated the Grand Emperor, and I would not hold you accountable for this matter. It was my misjudgment. Please do not take it to heart." Zhu Youzhang sighed. "I only intended to buy some time. I genuinely did not harbor ill intentions. Even if you were unable to treat him, I would not implicate you. This is my sincere promise." With the Emperor's assurance, Li Qing felt compelled to acquiesce. He nodded. "I stand by my words. I will dedicate myself to ensuring that the Empress conceives an heir within a year." That would be ideal. Zhu Youzhang relaxed, smiling. By the way, what is your name? Dr. Li? After all this time, I still do not know your full name. Li Changqing, came the response. Li Changqing, a fine name, Zhu Youzhang complimented. He did not think much of it. The name Li Qing was not particularly rare, even verging on commonality, especially since it was not entirely identical. At that moment, Zhu Jianshan and Li Hao entered. Zhu Youzhang instinctively rose to his feet, but as soon as he lifted himself from the chair, he suddenly recalled his father's admonition and sat back down without uttering a word. Ah, Your Majesty, esteemed physician Li, my apologies for the intrusion. Zhu Jianshan chuckled heartily. Li Qing remained silent. Zhu Youzhang quickly interjected, Not at all. This is physician Li's residence. I am merely a guest here. No need for pleasantries. His uncle truly did not exaggerate. This imperial merchant was indeed remarkable. Li Hao felt reassured yet astonished. He had thought that his family's business was nearly invincible, but today, his uncle had imparted a lesson. There is always a greater force. Even the emperor showed him respect. How vast must this enterprise be? Li Hao could hardly fathom it. However, he felt emboldened. As the saying goes, one should not judge a monk by his face, but rather by the Buddhas. On account of his uncle's reputation, the emperor would surely not hold him accountable. The four of them settled around the hot pot, and the atmosphere softened. Li Hao took it upon himself to lower the vegetables into the broth, while simultaneously preparing the dipping sauce. Among the four, 3 were ancestors, and he was but a grandson. It was his duty to attend to them. He was quite busy, and after placing the slices of meat, he hurriedly retrieved the warmed wine, pouring for the emperor, his uncle, and Master Qing in turn. Wrong. Li Qing shook his head. What's wrong? Li Hao was bewildered. Li Qing said nothing further. Zhu Jianshan thought to himself. The order of pouring the wine was mistaken. For individuals, 2 well-versed in etiquette, 1 somewhat knowledgeable, and 1 utterly clueless, the ambience was harmonious yet peculiar. The fish slices cooked first, and Li Qing expertly picked one up with his chopsticks, dipped it into the sauce, and announced, It's ready to eat. Zhu Jianshan cast a glance and began to eat with gusto. Zhu Youzhang was a beat behind. Li Hao was even slower, hesitating to use his chopsticks, for the hot pot was small, and chopsticks were prone to clashing. Delicious. Exquisite. It was even better than what he had tasted at Changlu Palace, a culinary delight. Zhu Youzhang's chubby face flushed, the spicy and numbing sensations exploding in his mouth. The rich, yet not overpowering flavors tantalizing his taste buds. In that moment, it felt as if every cell in his body was quivering. The flavor was simply divine, and Zhu Youzhang was entranced. Happiness, joy, and elation surged to their zenith. Zhu Youzhang gradually became oblivious to everything around him. On the battlefield of the hot pot, succulent lamb had just surfaced when 2 long spears suddenly descended, threatening the lamb's life. Yet, as the tides turned, 2 more spears emerged from an unexpected angle. Clang! The assailant, skilled in his craft, deftly parried the first while mercilessly striking at the lamb. Had he succeeded? No. The situation shifted again, as another contender entered the fray. His spear striking with the speed of a dragon, faster than the eye could follow, precise and fierce, brought to an apex of artistry. Li Qing delightfully dipped his tender lamb into the sauce and savored it with sheer pleasure. The father and son exchanged glances, a shared sense of defeat evident on their faces. After a quarter of an hour, the fierce battle finally subsided, yet the remnants of smoke lingered. The ingredients were exhausted, yet none of them felt satisfied. Li Hao's situation was dire. After such an extended conflict, he had only managed to procure 2 mere cabbage leaves, without a single morsel of meat to savor. The battle had concluded, yet no one felt a sense of fulfillment. Xiao Hao. He was jolted back to reality by the voice of Li Qing. Go fetch some more ingredients, she commanded. Zhu Jianshan concurred. Indeed. One might think we are incapable of affording a proper meal. Father speaks wisely, Zhu Youzhang added. His plump face flushed, beads of sweat forming on his nose. Bring double portions. Li Hao hesitated. Your Majesty, the provisions are rather scarce. We are left with only some mutton and spinach. That is unsatisfactory. I have yet to dine. Zhu Youzhang insisted, unwilling to relent. It would be prudent for the emperor to exercise moderation, Li Qing remarked softly. Zhu Jianshan replied coolly. A person who cannot control their appetite will achieve nothing. Zhu Youzhang, somewhat embarrassed, responded, just bring what remains. Li Hao gazed in astonishment at his uncle, feeling as though he were trapped in a dream. Li Qing's nonchalance was to be expected. He had always disregarded his own life, as well as that of his lineage. But what was this from his uncle? This was the emperor of the Ming dynasty, and they dared to jest with him? No. It was more than mere jest, it was blatant mockery. Li Hao was dumbfounded, realizing that among the three, it appeared that the emperor was the one playing the younger brother. This notion was absurd, yet it was indeed the case. Was he losing his mind? He felt as though he were caught in a surreal dream. Stepping out of the guest hall, the biting northern wind brought him back to a semblance of clarity. Something was amiss, indeed, profoundly amiss. Li Hao finally sensed the oddity. His mind was restless, a sensation akin to the onset of a new understanding. He scratched his head, perplexed as to what was out of place. In the kitchen, as he sliced the meat, he pondered deeply. It was like a tangled ball of yarn, seemingly chaotic, yet there was a thread to follow. If only he could locate it, he could unravel the mess, but he was unable to do so, which only heightened his frustration. What on earth is the problem? He lamented. He was certain the thread existed. Calm down. Think it through. You will surely find it. He encouraged himself, reflecting intently. Suddenly, he paused, exclaiming, "The imperial merchant." At long last, he discerned where the discrepancy lay. In terms of commerce, the Li family had reached a pinnacle, far surpassing the existence of mere traders. The title of imperial merchant sounded grand, yet in essence, they were still merchants. Did merchants have the ear of the emperor? Absurd. At best, they might manage to speak with the head of the Ministry of Internal Affairs, but certainly not catch the emperor's attention. Among the classes, scholars, farmers, artisans, and merchants, the merchant status was the lowest. Why would a sovereign show reverence to a merchant? Moreover, even if my uncle truly possesses such vast enterprises, he ought to exercise utmost caution and should never seek to draw attention to himself. Should he arouse the emperor's suspicion, it could lead to catastrophic consequences. My uncle cannot possibly be so foolish. The imperial merchant, the emperor, Li Hao, was struck with a profound revelation. Good heavens! My uncle is none other than the Ming dynasty's Changhua emperor, the current retired sovereign. This is astonishing. Li Hao was rendered speechless, feeling as though he had reached the pinnacle of existence. Everything aligns, the age corresponds, all details fit perfectly. Why then? Does the Jin Yi heed my uncle's words so dutifully? Why does the emperor show him such profound respect? But there is still one inconsistency. Li Hao uncovered an issue, his esteemed doctor. Even if he is the primary physician to the retired sovereign and has saved his life, how can a ruler of a nation behave with such subservience? Indeed, before his esteemed doctor, my uncle is subservient. Over the past year, having spent several months in the capital, he has come to realize that my uncle not only respects the doctor, but seems somewhat intimidated by him. How could the father of the emperor require such deference? Even if the doctor is treating him, such behavior is unwarranted. With so many physicians in the imperial hospital, must the emperor flatter and serve them with such caution? It is absurd. Where lies the problem? In the reception hall. Father, are you speaking of me? Zhu Youzhang asked, bewildered. Who else would I be speaking of? Zhu Jinshan retorted coldly. I am the emperor. Zhu Youzhang murmured, contemplating that the matter of the heir still required Li Qing's resolution. He did not continue, harboring discontent within. What status do I have? What status does he possess? Seeing Zhu Youzhang still unsatisfied, Zhu Jinshan was about to erupt, but Li Qing interjected with a smile. Your Majesty, the retired sovereign has your best interests at heart. Have you forgotten the initial understanding? Zhu Youzhang hastily interrupted him, his round face flushed. I am in control here. However, with so few ingredients and 4 of us to dine, there is hardly enough to go around, especially the vegetables, which seem to vanish once in the pot. Li Qing ignored him and turned to Zhu Jinshan. In the meantime, may I request the retired sovereign to move to a different location so I might assist you in examining your pulse? Zhu Jinshan, feeling a bit flustered, awkwardly suggested. Let us finish our meal before the examination, shall we? Do not worry, Father. I shall wait for you and will not touch my chopsticks first. In the adjoining room, Li Qing, with a frown, inquired, what is the matter? Was it accidental, or was it deliberate? What do you mean? Zhu Jinshan feigned ignorance. Do not play the fool. Do you not consider your own status? Li Qing remarked coldly. You said that intentionally for him to hear, did you not? Zhu Jinshan, feeling a bit guilty, replied. I just let it slip. Whether you slipped or not, you know in your heart, Li Qing stated calmly. I will reiterate, my secret must not be divulged further. He was aware of the historical significance of Hongji's pursuit of immortality. Although there were no current signs of such a quest, one could be certain that Hongji remains the same. How could he not take precautions? The secret of longevity is best kept from him. Moreover, there remains the matter of judging ahead. Upon contemplation, Li Qing could not help but feel a headache. Is Hongji truly that Hongji, and is Zhengda indeed that Zhengda? If so, what about Jiajing? Whose father, for heaven's sake, is Jiajing? With a deep sigh, Li Qing declared with gravity, I have my own plans, do not meddle. Should you repeat today's actions, I shall not hesitate to rectify your behavior. How excessive! Zhu Jinshin, irritated, retorted, it is precisely because I have indulged you too much. Who, pray tell, is accustomed to whom? Li Qing shot him a glare. Zhu Jinshin continued, East Kitchen, have the meat sliced, and ensure the spinach and cabbage are thoroughly washed. Li Hao, however, remained oblivious to the true identity of Qing Yi. It was not entirely his fault. He had a vague impression of his godfather. In his youth, Li Qing had once cradled him, but that was the middle-aged Li Qing, not the youthful Li Qing of his prime. Hence, no matter how hard Li Hao racked his brain, he could never connect the two. This was an area entirely beyond his comprehension. Nonetheless, he had essentially confirmed his uncle's identity as the Emperor Chenghua of the Ming dynasty, the current Grand Emperor. My cousin is an emperor. My uncle is the Chenghua Emperor, and my maternal grandfather is the Zhongtong Emperor, Li Hao murmured to himself. No wonder my father fears my mother. Not daring to take a concubine, it turns out he is merely a prince consort. He had uncovered a remarkable secret. At the same time, a wave of sentimentality washed over him. Such intricate relationships, seemingly advantageous, might not lead to favorable outcomes. After all, his uncle did not even acknowledge him. Sighing, Li Hao suppressed all emotions and exited the East Kitchen with the ingredients. The dishes are ready, he announced, dragging out the syllables with a playful grin as he entered, striving to maintain his naive facade while approaching the table to serve the food. However, as the hot pot bubbled, everyone appeared to have lost their appetite. Uncle, why aren't you eating? I'm too full with anger, Zhu Jinshin glowered at Li Qing. You all carry on, I am somewhat satiated. Your Majesty, please, Zhu Youzhang replied. I would love to eat, but alas, he sighed, shaking his head, I am not overly hungry either. I am hungry, Li Qing cheerfully declared. Everything should be in there. Half an hour later, Zhu Jinshin was the first to take his leave, followed closely by Zhu Youzhang. Soon, the courtyard fell silent. Li Hao finally breathed a sigh of relief as he began to clean up the battlefield, his mind elsewhere. What troubles you? Li Qing lazily leaned back in his chair, squinting as he inquired. Nothing, nothing at all. Li Hao shook his head, continuing to daze as he mechanically wiped the table. You have discovered something, haven't you? Li Hao was taken aback, exclaiming, Qing Yi, you know? I know more than you do, Li Qing replied with a knowing smile. Is it true? Li Hao hastily dropped the cloth and asked, Qing Yi, is my uncle truly the Grand Emperor? Indeed. Does that mean my mother is the Grand Princess? Correct. Though Li Hao had mentally prepared himself, hearing such confirmation still stirred a tumult of emotions within him. He had never realized his own noble lineage. Yet soon, a sense of despondency overcame him. What use is nobility if it must remain concealed? If it cannot be flaunted, then it is all but illusory. Li Hao sighed. Qing Yi, could you perhaps enlighten me? I have grown up and should be entitled to know these matters. Do you truly wish to know? I do. Li Hao nodded earnestly. Very well, since you will learn of it sooner or later, and since you have already uncovered the truth, there is no harm in sharing it with you. Li Qing straightened up, prepared to clarify the mysteries for him. 15 minutes later, Li Hao had unraveled the complexities of his lineage. His grandfather had met with an unforeseen incident during his expedition and subsequently found refuge in Jinling, residing at the residence of the Yongqing Marquis. Following this, his grandmother also made her way to the Yongqing Marquis' estate, where they welcomed Li Hao's mother into the world. She later grew up alongside his father, leading to Li Hao's own birth. At last, he grasped the truth of his heritage. How did you come to know all of this? Li Hao inquired. Your mother shared it with me during a casual conversation, replied Li Qing effortlessly. Li Hao was resolute in his disbelief. Such intimate matters were kept from him. How could she divulge them to you? Because she fears me, Li Qing responded. Li Hao fell silent, yet he sensed an underlying dissonance. By the way, which branch of the family do you belong to? That's a longer story, Li Qing mused. I am a brother of Li Jinglong. Your ancestor was the younger brother of the second-generation Duke of Chao. Li Hao gasped. He had perused the family tree. Li Jinglong was the eldest son of the founding hero, Li Wenzhong, thus confirming Li Qing as a scion of Li Jinglong's lineage. Wrong again, Li Qing rolled his eyes. I am not referring to an ancestor. I mean myself. Ah, I see, Li Hao nodded. By the way, where did you reside before? Me? I have no fixed abode. Merely a wanderer, Li Qing chuckled. I stay wherever I go. How is that possible? Li Hao questioned, perplexed. We share the same roots. Even if the Chao family has fallen on hard times, they would not abandon you. Moreover, how could you survive as a vagabond while possessing such medical skills? I spent 10 years as a Taoist on the mountain. All my skills were acquired at the temple, Li Qing explained. Is that so? Li Hao still felt something was amiss, yet he could not articulate it. Everything seemed reasonable, but, are you concealing something else from me? Li Qing did not deny it and nodded. One day you will understand. The time is not yet ripe for me to reveal everything. Do not press too hard. Knowing some things might not change anything. Li Qing smiled. For instance, now that you are aware of your mother, uncle, cousin, and grandfather's true identities, are you truly happy? Li Hao shook his head with a bitter smile. Alas, in that fleeting moment of realization, I felt elated, but it was short-lived. Upon reflection, knowing or not knowing yields the same outcome. In fact, awareness brings more sorrow. After a pause, he conceded, since you say so, I shall refrain from further inquiries. You would not wish to harm me, and it seems that your withholding of information is for my own good. Li Qing's eyes sparkled with approval. Indeed. You have matured. Chapter 81. Vividly alive today, there was no snow, yet it was no warmer than yesterday. The sky was overcast, even colder than before, and the snow lay frozen solid, unmoved by the biting wind. Li Hao gazed blankly, his mind swirling with thoughts. What is there to be troubled about at your age? Li Qing chuckled. If everyone were like you, I would be the first to despair. Li Hao had no inclination to retort against his jest. Instead, he smiled faintly. I have a question. Can you answer it truthfully? Ask away, but I cannot guarantee a response. This has been a setup from the beginning, hasn't it? Li Qing appeared bewildered. What setup? To support the Shen family, then facilitate collaboration between the Li and Shen families. Li Hao remarked, I see clearly now. You had this plan from the very beginning. How could the esteemed Grand Emperor travel all the way to Jinling and shower affection upon me, a nephew shrouded in obscurity? Alas, it appears all is meticulously orchestrated. Li Qing responded, what nonsense are you spouting? The collaboration between the Li and Shun families solely aims to appease the Shen clan and is advantageous for the Li family as well. As for the Grand Emperor's visit to Jinling and his affection toward you, there are no ulterior motives involved. With a bitter smile, Li Hao shook his head. The royal family is devoid of familial bonds. I am no child. Li Qing retorted, you are hopelessly ignorant, yet so self-assured. Do you understand why the royal family lacks familial affection? A sovereign's heart is occupied with the empire and the pursuit of power, leaving no room for personal sentiments. Li Hao offered his perspective. Li Qing nodded, correct, but not entirely. After a moment's contemplation, he continued. The absence of familial ties within the royal family often manifests in the fierce struggle for the throne and the consolidation of power. Without such disputes, would there be no familial affection? The royal lineage does not solely produce cold-hearted beings. Your mother is the legitimate daughter of the emperor, the sole heiress, yet, ultimately, she is but a woman, posing no threat to your uncle. Thus, your uncle harbors no particular feelings for her or her offspring. Do you comprehend? With a hint of amusement, Li Qing added, your cleverness is entirely misapplied, complicating a matter that is quite simple. I have previously informed you that the partnership between the Li and Shun families is my initiative, unrelated to others, and I will bear the responsibility. You need not harbor any doubts. But, there is no but. If you do not trust me, do you not trust your mother? Li Qing queried. Do you think, with her wisdom, she would be oblivious to these matters? Li Hao fell silent. Qingyi, may I speak candidly? You may take offense. Speak freely. I can't shake the feeling that my parents place an excessive amount of trust in you. As the new year approached, the streets of the capital grew increasingly lively, with the biting cold failing to dampen the enthusiasm of the populace. The merchants slaughtering sheep and pigs were fervently engaged in trade. Amidst the bustling crowd, the chill seemed to dissipate. The northern New Year markets were more vibrant than those in the south, bustling and replete with the spirit of the season. Dressed like a plump penguin, Li Hao, disregarding all notions of elegance in the frigid weather of Shuntian, hoisted a bundle of scallions in his left hand, slung a sack of cabbages over his shoulder, and hung 2 fish around his neck, panting heavily. I can't go on, Qingyi. Just the 2 of us cannot consume so much, and besides, we bought a large quantity yesterday. Li Qing retorted, When we bought it, you complained it was too much. Now you say it's too little. In a couple of days, the market will close, and you won't be able to buy anything. It seems there's beef for sale over there. Let us go purchase some. All right. Li Hao followed, somewhat dispirited, murmuring, right under the emperor's feet. There are those who dare to flout the court's decrees and butcher cattle. How audacious. Look there, a bull that just met its untimely demise this morning. How fresh it is. Li Hao mused. Indeed, my perspective is rather narrow. The two pressed forward, approaching the butcher, who was skillfully carving the meat while boasting of his wares. Noticing the fine attire of the two, he eagerly promoted his offerings. Esteemed gentlemen, would you care for some? I'll take this small portion of beef ribs. Li Qing pointed at the bull's head. How much for this bull's head? The butcher grinned. If you don't require it to be boned, I'll give you the bull's head for free. Bone removal was necessary, as the weight of the bones was quite substantial, which made Li Hao feel it was not worth it. However, Li Qing suggested, no need to deb one. Let us weigh it instead. The butcher, delighted by this decision, hooked the ribs onto the scale and adjusted the weights, exclaiming, look, it's a hefty 45 pounds. How much does that cost? Li Qing inquired. Let us round it off. Just give me a tael of silver, the butcher replied generously. Li Qing did not haggle. He took out a tael of silver and asked for a sack. I need a bag to carry it. Certainly, the butcher agreed readily, quickly packaging the meat and handing it to him. Slung over his shoulder, the weight felt substantial, making Li Qing feel satisfied. During the new year, one must indulge in good food and drink. The influx of silver led to a noticeable rise in prices, and with the festive season upon them, the costs were already high. In just a couple of days at the market, nearly 10 taels had been spent. For Li Qing, this amount was trivial. Yet for the common folk, it was a heavy burden. Nevertheless, the affluent have their way of living, and the less fortunate have theirs. The differences are merely a matter of degree, and they are not entirely unable to cope. Thanks to potatoes and sweet potatoes, most commoners had bid farewell to hunger. These crops not only yield abundantly, but are also hardier than wheat and rice. Even the most barren land can produce a decent harvest. Exiting the vegetable market, the two proceeded to a grain and oil shop to purchase a bag of flour before heading home. Along the way, Li Hao grumbled, panting, Qing Gu, are you treating me like a donkey? Li Qing chuckled, responding, you are far inferior to a donkey. Donkey? What? Have you become sworn brothers with a donkey? Li Hao stammered, ouch. You hit me again. You deserved it. Li Qing retorted, pausing for a moment before declaring, I'll cook when we get back. He feared Li Hao would waste the ingredients. Really? Li Hao's irritation dissipated instantly. He was well aware of Qing Ji's culinary prowess, which surpassed his own significantly. The dishes he prepared were even more delectable than the imperial meals brought by his uncle. You'll assist, Li Qing added. No problem, Li Hao replied enthusiastically, nodding his head and cheerfully exclaiming, with good food and drink, who would miss home? The two fish hanging around his neck swayed with his movements, creating a comical sight that amused Li Qing as well. I assure you, the flavors will be so delightful they'll melt in your mouth. Indeed, with you cooking, it will surely be a feast, Li Hao flattered, feeling invigorated, as if he were walking on air. Though this year he was not celebrating with his father, mother, and younger sister, the atmosphere was far from desolate, and Li Hao was not as glum as before. He pondered quietly. The person coming to take me back should be arriving soon. His already pleasant mood grew even brighter. Upon returning home and unloading the New Year goods, Li Qing instructed, you should cut the steak into strips while I make a trip to the palace. I'll be back by noon to cook. No problem. Good food is worth waiting for, Li Hao cheerfully agreed. By the way, Qing Gu, with the New Year approaching, will you still be going to the palace daily? This will be my last trip before the New Year. Li Qing stretched his limbs, remarking, I've been busy all year. Can I have a couple of leisurely days during the New Year? Li Hao teased, I fear you might not have that luxury. Haha. In the palace of heavenly purity, Dr. Li, with the New Year just days away, do you have any confidence? Zhu Youzhang asked, his brow furrowed, anxious about the upcoming celebrations. Li Qing chuckled, 5 steamed buns are sufficient. I've already consumed 4.5, so I am nearly there. He then reassured, Your Majesty need not worry. It is an unwritten rule that no troubles arise before the New Year. They are all eagerly awaiting their red envelopes and would not dare to trouble you at this time. Zhu Youzhang smiled wryly. I am not solely concerned about the officials, but rather how do you know all this? Li Qing paused, slightly embarrassed, and replied, I happened to overhear His Majesty the retired emperor mention it previously. I see. Zhu Youzhang did not press further, as his mind was occupied with matters of the royal heir. Dr. Li, are you certain that by spring, the Empress will conceive an heir? There are no guarantees in this world. However, it is highly likely, Li Qing assured. The Empress's health is currently excellent, and I estimate it will be merely a month. Is that true? Zhu Youzhang felt a surge of hope. Of course, but your Majesty must also put in some effort. Li Qing added. Zhu Youzhang's face flushed, and he awkwardly remarked, these days, I have been so engrossed in state affairs that I am always weary and sore. I understand. Li Qing chuckled, thinking to himself, at your age, you shouldn't be so frail. In order to expedite the matter, Li Qing prepared a prescription, a reinforced version from the last time. He wished to conceive soon, as he intended to spend some time in Jinling after the new year to assess the progress of his overseas ventures before heading to Jiaoji. Remaining confined to the capital was not an option. Zhu Youzhang examined the prescription, noticing that it contained 2 additional herbs, and the quantities were significantly increased. A broad smile appeared on his face, his posture straightening with newfound vigor. Once a day will suffice, Li Qing instructed. Once a day? Does that not mean several times a day? Zhu Youzhang grimaced, for he was not one to endure hardship easily. However, thinking of the royal heir and the pleasurable process, he felt that a little discomfort was worth it, all for the prosperity of the dynasty. Zhu Youzhang nodded enthusiastically, I understand. Seeing his enthusiasm, Li Qing felt a sense of relief and silently wished for his swift success so he could enjoy some leisure. Just then, Li Hao entered, announcing, Master Qing, I have everything ready. Now it is up to you. Li Qing turned to find Li Hao, who was engaged in a peculiar activity, using a stick to draw in the snow. What are you doing? Li Qing closed the door and approached, realizing that Li Hao was attempting to build a snowman. Or rather, a snowcat. Does it resemble anything? Li Hao boasted, isn't it lifelike? Is this what you call lifelike? It is nothing but a waste. What am I wasting? Li Hao retorted, utterly perplexed. You are wasting the purity of this white snow. Go, stoke the fire. Li Qing commanded. Very well, Li Hao sighed, rising to head to the kitchen. As he walked away, he turned back and asked, Master Qing, will I receive a red envelope for the new year? Li Qing, still facing away from him, merely replied with one word, yes. Chapter 82. Optimism. Habit all right. Upon hearing there would be a red envelope, Li Hao's face brightened, and he hurried to the kitchen. A quarter of an hour later, he called, Master Qing, the water has boiled. Coming, Li Qing responded. He prepared the beef ribs by blanching them, heating oil, and sautéing ginger, garlic, and scallions to release their fragrance, before adding the blanched ribs to the pan. The kitchen filled with swirling smoke, obscuring Li Qing's expression, while Li Hao remained oblivious to any oddities, engaging in a one-sided conversation. After stirring the pot for a while, Li Qing poured in some soy sauce, sprinkled a handful of rock sugar, added a couple of pinches of salt, and tossed in a generous handful of dried red chili peppers. Next, he ladled several scoops of water from the tank, covered the pot with a lid, turned up the heat until it boiled, and then reduced it to a simmer, advising to keep an eye on it to prevent it from drying out. With that, he turned to leave. Master Qing, when will it be ready? Li Hao inquired. With such a large pot, it will take at least an hour. Good food is worth the wait. Just tend to your pot, Li Qing replied without looking back. Li Hao scratched his head, murmuring to himself, what is his deal? I haven't done anything to provoke him. Could it be because of the red envelope? Perhaps. I've spent quite a bit on New Year's purchases these days. To me, it's just a drop in the bucket, but it might be his living expenses for quite some time. Contemplating this, Li Hao couldn't help but admire Master Qing even more. Back in Baoding Prefecture, Shenzhen had attempted both overt and covert bribery, all of which were sternly rejected by Master Qing. Even when Shenzhen implied it was merely a formality, Master Qing remained unfazed, embodying the essence of integrity. After returning to Jinling, he resolved to show more filial respect by offering him a share of silver. Throughout the year, Master Qing had been a great support to him. Having to maintain the fire for an hour made the process rather tedious, but fortunately, it was just firewood, which wasn't too demanding. Once the fire was roaring, Li Hao stretched and took out a novel to peruse. After half an hour, feeling bored, he lifted the pot lid to add some water and more firewood. He then stepped into the yard, hoping to have a chat with Master Qing. In the yard stood 3 snowmen, lifelike and vibrant. Master Qing was positioned before them, hands clasped in front of his chest, slightly hunched, basking in the meager sunlight, a solitary figure amidst the stillness. He appeared so youthful, yet in that moment, he resembled an aged elder. Li Hao rubbed his eyes and looked again. The feeling persisted strongly. For some inexplicable reason, a profound sadness flowed within him. He approached and called out, "Master Qing." Li Qing turned around. "It's not time yet." "I know. I just added firewood and water. It's no trouble." Li Hao smiled and asked, "Master Qing, did you make these snowmen?" "Who else would?" Li Qing replied briefly, leaving it at that. Li Hao marveled, "I must say, your skill far surpasses mine. They appear so real, just like you. Are these 3 actual persons or mere figments of your imagination?" He jested, already preparing an escape route. Yet his efforts proved futile. The good news, Master Qing did not scold him. The bad news, the aim of lightening the mood was not achieved. Li Qing merely smiled and said, "They are indeed real. They are my wives." "Taoists can marry?" Li Hao exclaimed, then quickly relaxed, realizing it wasn't so surprising after all. Master Qing ate beef, so marrying seemed quite plausible. He had heard that the Taoists of Longhu Mountain could indeed take wives and have children. "Master Qing, do you miss them?" "When busy, I don't think of them. When idle, it's inevitable," Li Qing replied softly, a hint of loneliness in his tone. Li Hao chuckled. "It turns out you aren't any better off than I am. However, the Xin family matter is nearly settled. Once the Empress is with child, we can return. And you can," he paused, speaking with grand ambition. "At that time, we shall bring the 3 young ladies to the Yongqing Marquisate. There is plenty of room for them to stay." Once upon a time, Li Hao chuckled, remarking on Qing Ye's considerable fortune with women. However, he pointed out with a teasing tone that it was rather heartless of him to not have sent a single letter home in the year since his departure. Li Qing, lightly tapping Li Hao on the head in a playful reprimand, retorted, "Enough of your nonsense. Go tend to your cooking. It's unnecessary to keep stoking the fire when I've just added fresh wood." Li Hao, feeling slightly dejected, managed to smile and continued, "Qing Yi, I truly empathize with your sentiments. During this festive season, being separated from your beloved wife is quite a lamentable affair." Li Hao's playful banter was quickly silenced, and he added, "But in a quarter of an hour, I can speak again. However, should you persist in your antics, I shall not hold back." Li Qing shot him a disapproving glance, hastily retreating to the eastern kitchen, warning, "If you keep this up, I might just render you mute until the new year." Li Hao sighed in frustration, feeling somewhat helpless, and turned to the kitchen. Li Qing mused. "How far apart are we really? Time passes swiftly, yet some feelings remain unaltered." Suddenly, a voice boomed, "I am here." It was Zhu Youzhang, his distinctive tone ringing through the air. Before Li Qing could respond, Li Hao hurried to the door, opening it to reveal Zhu Youzhang waddling in like a penguin. "What brings such a delightful aroma?" he inquired, noticing 3 snowmen in the room. Li Qing's 3 wives were well known to him through his sister's stories, and he could sense Li Qing's current emotions. Simultaneously, he found himself reminiscing about his own beloved sister, Wan. Li Hao, oblivious to the unspoken sentiments, laughed heartily. "Uncle, your timing is impeccable. The beef has just finished cooking." Suddenly recalling that his uncle was a retired emperor, he hastily clarified, "This beef is from an unfortunate accident. We happened upon it and purchased some." Zhu Youzhang forced a smile, indicating his understanding. Li Hao, feeling befuddled, muttered, "Well, I shall get back to my duties." These 2 men changed expressions faster than my mother's mood. What a commotion during the festive season. Li Hao felt weary. "Every day, I'm left to interpret your moods. After all, I am also the young lord of Yongqing." "The meat is ready," Li Hao announced, carrying a wooden tray laden with perfectly sliced steaks. Grinning as he approached the hall, he called back, "Qing Yi, uncle, don't linger in the courtyard. Come inside to enjoy the feast." "Coming," Zhu Youzhang replied, giving Li Qing a pat on the shoulder as he departed, advising, "Do not dwell in the past." Li Qing exhaled softly, turning to enter the room. As he sat down in the hall, his thoughts began to coalesce, and he addressed Zhu Youzhang. "Did I not caution you against wandering about carelessly? It's sunny today, quite warm." Zhu Youzhang pointed outside, grinning as he added, "The new year is approaching, and I thought to pay a visit." He then produced a large red envelope. "Little Hao, this is for you. Take it." "Thank you, uncle," Li Hao exclaimed, joyfully accepting the gift and tucking it into his bosom. He also took a moment to bow deeply, wishing, "May you have blessings as vast as the eastern sea, longevity akin to the southern mountains, and may all your aspirations be fulfilled with joy every day." In recent days, he had come to understand that his uncle's refusal to acknowledge him was, in fact, for his own good and for the benefit of the Li family. His father was a prince consort, and should his identity be revealed, it would jeopardize not only his father's position as the Grand Admiral, but potentially affect the title of Duke of Yongqing as well. After all, his father had inherited his title from a godfather, not a biological father, and should matters escalate, the court could easily deny recognition. In the current circumstances, it is most advantageous for the Li family and for him, the young Marquis. The title of the great princess of the Ming dynasty sounds indeed imposing and noble. However, the reality presents a different narrative. Once made public, his mother would reside at the Ten Kings Mansion, his father would inevitably follow suit, and the Yongqing Marquis might have to be reclaimed. Furthermore, with so many assets belonging to the Li family at stake, the losses would be considerable. It is far wiser to remain unacknowledged. Being the young Marquis of Yongqing is certainly more comfortable than being the son of the great princess or the cousin of the emperor. Li Hao is not foolish. He can discern what is beneficial from what is detrimental. Uncle, you must try the beef stew prepared by your nephew. It is exquisitely tender. Li Hao picked up a rib, thoughtfully dipping it into the sauce. The neatly sliced steak, generously coated in gravy, was easy to enjoy, and with each bite, a burst of flavor filled his mouth, a truly delightful experience. How is it? Li Hao's face beamed with pride, as if he had single-handedly prepared the steak, his pride palpable. Quite good, Zhu Youzhang replied, taking another hearty bite, his words slightly garbled. Is there any wine? Yes, uncle, please wait a moment. I shall fetch it from the eastern kitchen. Li Hao, neglecting his meal, hurried to retrieve the wine. After swallowing the morsel of beef, Zhu Youzhang remarked, after the new year and the beginning of spring, regardless of whether the Empress has conceived an heir, you are free to leave at your discretion, as I have stated. Indeed, I too wish to waste no more time. Li Qing nodded. The Empress is likely to be fine. Even if she does not conceive by spring, she will surely do so in due course. You need not worry about that. However, pondering the troublesome matters ahead, I suggest more children bring more blessings. The emperor taking concubines is not out of the question. Goodness, has the sun risen in the west? Zhu Youzhang exclaimed in surprise. Didn't you previously lament that I had too many children? Why the sudden shift to more children bring more blessings? Each matter must be considered separately. You indeed have an excess of offspring, yet as emperor, it is unacceptable to have only one son. Zhu Youzhang nodded in agreement. Truth be told, I would like him to take concubines. However, alas, that has now escalated to a matter of political contention. If I were to do so, it would be akin to aiding my subjects against my own son, which is utterly inadvisable. After a pause, he chuckled again. Yet, there is no need to fret about such things. Despite his current state, I refuse to believe he will remain without concubines in the future. As a man, as an emperor, and as one who has traversed this path, Zhu Youzhang is confident that his son will indeed take concubines. Thus, he feels no urgency in the matter. Moreover, who says a woman can only bear one son in her lifetime? Enough of your worries, Zhu Youzhang laughed. Speaking of which, I truly wish to see my eldest grandchild before I depart. Are you certain the Empress can conceive? Absolutely, Li Qing replied, his tone resolute. For he possessed faith not only in his medical skills. Then that is splendid, Zhu Youzhang rejoiced. This means I can look forward to a few more days indulging in the joys of grandparenthood. Li Qing smiled gently and nodded. As long as we maintain an optimistic outlook, it is certainly achievable. I am quite optimistic. With your promise, I have no lingering concerns regarding my future. Yet you, Zhu Youzhang, he glanced at the snowman outside, sighing, should also strive to remain optimistic. Li Qing paused momentarily before responding. I have grown accustomed to it. Chapter 83. Conceived with meat simmering in the pot and wine warming in the jug, amidst the chill of winter. Indulging in hearty meals and engaging in spirited conversation serves as a remedy for the soul. After this exchange, Li Qing felt significantly lighter in spirit. Zhu Youzhang was in high spirits, having indulged in a couple of extra cups, his typically dark complexion now tinged with a rosy hue. His conversation grew increasingly animated, and it was not until the hour of shun that he finally rose to take his leave. Xiaohao, the new year is just a few days away, and there are many matters to attend to at home, so your uncle shall not be visiting you. He will come again after the festivities, he said. That's quite all right. Uncle, you are busy, and there's no need to accommodate me at the expense of your own affairs, Li Hao replied with a smile. Being a royal merchant is indeed quite demanding. Business must take precedence. Zhu Youzhang nodded with a smile, aware that his nephew was cognizant of his understanding, yet still playing along with the charade. Some matters are best left unspoken. Li Hao too had an inkling that his uncle was aware of his awareness. Yet their rapport remained as harmonious as ever. After escorting his uncle to the door, Li Hao lingered for a moment at the entrance. Once the sedan chair had vanished from sight, he turned back to shut the door and retreated beneath the eaves. Qing. Yes? Li Qing was reclining in a chair, gazing at the slowly melting snowman, seemingly lost in thought. Is it truly possible for the Empress to conceive an heir? Her health has improved. So of course she can conceive. It is merely a matter of time, Li Hao replied, furrowing his brow. But the question remains, when will that time be? We cannot remain here indefinitely. He had sent a letter to his mother, yet if possible, he wished to return with Qing Yi. After all, they had come together. And returning alone would be rather ungracious. I estimate it will be within a month or two. Do not worry. Your uncle has promised that after the new year, as soon as we wish to depart, we may do so, Li Qing said with a long yawn, tears welling in his eyes. All right, Qing Yi is tired now. Let me rest for a while, and please refrain from disturbing me. In such cold weather, you cannot sleep here. Let us return indoors, Li Hao suggested. Following his gaze to the snowman, he chuckled. It's not as if we won't see it again. Look, it seems that the brothel has yet to close for the evening. If you are truly suffering, you may go. I will keep your secret. Smack. Li Hao, how dare you strike me as we approach the new year? That is truly excessive. You deserve it. Good intentions turned to folly. I could freeze to death or suffocate. I was wrong. Please show mercy. Li Hao grimaced. As the new year approached, Li Qing took charge of the kitchen while Li Hao assisted, preparing a sumptuous feast. The grandfather and grandson shared a toast, feasting on dumplings, keeping vigil for the new year, and setting off fireworks. Amidst the revelry, there lingered a sense of solitude. It was the 4th year of Hongji. Li Qing basked in the sun beneath the eaves, counting the days on his fingers. Unbeknownst to him, over a century had slipped by since he first descended the mountain. The memories of earlier days felt as vivid as yesterday. Yet, the span of time that exceeded the average human lifespan was but a fleeting moment for Li Qing. Merely a fragment of his existence. The road ahead stretched far into the future. Weary, Li Qing closed his eyes, wishing to awaken to the most beautiful time of his past. However, such thoughts were but illusions. Upon opening his eyes, he was greeted by the mischievous face of Li Hao. Qing Yi, lunch is ready. Please eat without me. I am not hungry, Li Qing replied, stretching lazily. Wishing to drift back into slumber, Li Hao urged, let us eat first, and then you may rest. I have prepared everything. At least show me some consideration. By the way, it is already the 6th day of the new year. Would you like to visit the palace and check on the Empress's health? No sooner had he spoken than a knock echoed at the courtyard door. Dr. Li, are you at home? Yes, Li Hao replied, turning around to say, the imperial envoy has arrived. Whom Li Qing lazily remarked. Go and inform him that I am currently developing a new medicinal formula and shall require a month without disturbances. You are deceiving the emperor, Li Hao whispered. Moreover, under this roof, the moment I open the door, the envoy will see me. Then simply do not open the door. Are you serious? Li Qing chuckled. Why would I jest? The Empress's health is beyond remedy. What remains must be entrusted to Zhu Youzhang and fate. My visit would be in vain, yielding no results. Li Hao, resigned to his fate, approached the door to explain. Surprisingly, the envoy was quite accommodating. Upon hearing his explanation, he departed without any insistence. Li Hao could not help but wonder. It seems the emperor has indeed been swayed by Master Qing. Turning back, he asked, Master Qing, must we remain for a month? Not necessary, for my departure this time will span at least half a year, as I am headed overseas. Should anything happen to your uncle, I would not be able to reach him in time. Thus I must prepare some medicine for him, Li Qing explained. I see. Li Hao felt somewhat reassured, smiling. In a few days, those sent to fetch me will arrive. Let them wait for us. And then we shall return to Jinling in a luxurious carriage, comfortably. Li Qing looked at him with disbelief. Why do you presume your mother would send someone to fetch you? I have sent her a letter. Li Hao replied matter-of-factly. A mother worries for her child over 1,000 miles. A son misses home, and a mother longs for her son. Enough of that. Li Qing interrupted coldly, chuckling. Do not say in a few days. Even in half a year, it is unlikely anyone will come for you. I do not believe it, Li Hao retorted. My mother may have a sharp tongue but a tender heart. Despite her scoldings, she truly cares for me. Li Qing nodded with a smile, indeed. But the issue is you are with me. What of being with you? Li Hao queried, puzzled. Being with me, she is thoroughly at ease. Thus, she would never send anyone to retrieve you. Li Qing laughed. Even if we were to stay here for another year, she would not arrange for anyone to come for you. Li Hao, unconvinced, suggested, why not make a wager? I refuse to believe my mother could be so heartless. Wager what? If I win, you shall never strike me again. Li Hao fumed. Ever since he came to the north with Li Qing, he had been on the receiving end of slaps, which had become all too frequent, making him feel less handsome than before. Very well, Li Qing nodded. But if you lose, what do you propose? Li Qing pondered for a moment and said, if you lose, you must diligently practice martial arts to strengthen your body. Previously, when Li Hao had clamored for a manual, Li Qing had given it to him, but he had lost interest after only a few days of enthusiasm. It's a deal, Li Hao declared without hesitation, convinced he would not lose. What mother would not love her child? But no backing out. Li Qing chuckled and nodded. Rising to leave. Where are you going? I have prepared a meal. I am going out to eat, Li Qing replied. I shall go too. Li Hao hurriedly followed. After all, the dishes Master Qing prepared during the new year had been quite mediocre, and he preferred not to endure them again. Without waiting for Li Qing to express his disdain for wastefulness, Li Hao remarked, upon our return, I shall distribute those vegetables to our neighbors. After a moment of contemplation, Li Qing nodded in agreement. Very well, fetch the burlap sacks. What do you need the burlap sacks for? Li Hao inquired. To store the medicine. Li Qing retorted with an eye roll. If one wishes to benefit from a meal, one must exert some effort. Can one truly expect to dine without toil? As dusk approached, the two returned with the burlap sacks, and Li Qing rolled up his sleeves to commence his preparations. To prolong the efficacy of the medicine, it must be formed into pills. Li Qing even resorted to alchemical methods in his crafting. While he could not rival Master Zhang in this regard, his skills were nonetheless adequate. Li Hao tended to the fire, while Li Qing busied himself with the concoction, filling the air with a fragrant aroma of herbs. The enticing scent proved irresistible to Li Hao, who, unable to restrain himself, popped one into his mouth, only to receive a thorough reprimand in return. Fortunately, the medicine was of a nourishing variety, causing no harm, yet it incensed Li Qing, who scolded, Can one consume medicine indiscriminately? Are you courting disaster? Oh dear, I shall eventually be struck down by you. Li Hao grumbled. You yourself partake, so why may I not sample it? I merely wish to test its flavor. Silence. Li Qing retorted. Before long, the Lantern Festival arrived, a time for enjoying glutinous rice balls, and Li Qing's preparations for the pills intended for Zhu Jianshan were nearly complete. 10 bottles, containing hundreds of pills, sufficient for Zhu Jianshan's needs for an entire year. I shall make a trip to the palace to deliver these to your uncle, and then we shall return to Jinling. Why not wait a little longer? Li Hao suggested. My mother's envoy is likely to arrive soon. Li Qing chuckled. By the time the new year arrives, the person may not even show up. In the Palace of Eternal Harmony, 1 pill a day, taken in the morning, Li Qing instructed as he handed the medicine to Zhu Jianshan, cautioning, store these in a cool, dry place, shielded from direct sunlight, and ensure they are protected from moisture. Understood, Zhu Jianshan nodded. Are you leaving now? Indeed, I wish to return to Jinling for a visit. After that, I must travel to Jiaoji. Li Qing remarked with a wry smile. In truth, I long to see distant lands. Perhaps it is best to refrain from such ventures. Zhu Jianshan replied with a hint of disappointment. With your ample free time, could you not wait until after my demise to explore? At that moment, a young eunuch called from outside the hall. Report to the Supreme Emperor. The Emperor requests an audience with Divine Physician Li. Understood, I shall attend immediately, Zhu Jianshan responded. Then added, rubbing his hands together. Sir, your previous prescription seems to have lost its potency. Could you prepare another? Li Qing was at a loss for words. Why are you still preoccupied with such matters at this hour? You understand, we are all men here, Zhu Jianshan said, nudging Li Qing with his shoulder. Just one more. A chill ran through Li Qing as he pondered, finally conceding. At a measure of Sanji Jiu Yi Chao. How much? 6 taels, Li Qing supplemented. Take it 1 hour prior to intimacy for optimal effect. Excellent, Zhu Jianshan exclaimed joyfully. The Emperor seeks you. You should go. Li Qing, feeling exasperated, reflected. What a turn of events. Just moments ago, you were reluctant to part ways, and now you hasten me to leave. I see your true intent. You covet my prescriptions. Indeed I do. In the Palace of Heavenly Purity, both the Emperor and Empress were present. Upon his arrival, Zhu Youzhang dismissed the attendants and, with palpable excitement, urged Li Qing, Divine Physician, please check the Empress's pulse. She appears to be expecting. Expecting? Li Qing exclaimed, astonished, followed swiftly by a wave of joy. Heaven is compassionate. After such a long period of toil, Li Qing finally exhaled a sigh of relief. Zhu Youzhang shared the sentiment. The two gentlemen were filled with joy. At that moment, Empress Zhang hesitantly remarked, "But it is not certain yet. We should ask Divine Physician Li to check the pulse and confirm." Yes, Divine Physician Li. Please proceed, Zhu Youzhang urged, his chubby hands fidgeting, unable to find a resting place, both anxious and expectant. Li Qing took a deep breath and stepped forward, saying, "Extend your hand to me." The Empress lifted her broad sleeve, revealing her delicate wrist, equally nervous, fearing it might all be a false hope. Having been married for so long, and now on the brink of potential results, how could she not feel anxious and exhilarated? She dared not even breathe. Her gaze fixed intently on Li Qing, as was Zhu Youzhang, whose heart was lodged in his throat. Whether or not to take a concubine hinged on this moment. Li Qing held his breath and focused, feeling the pulse's rhythm, his brow furrowing in silence. In truth, he did not detect the joyous pulse, but it was unwise to make hasty judgments. During the early stages of pregnancy, the joyful pulse cannot be discerned, at least not for another month or two. Your Highness, have you experienced any recent symptoms? Li Qing pondered before asking. For instance, increased appetite, a lack of appetite, nausea at the sight of greasy foods, or excessive sleepiness. The Empress shook her head. None of those. Li Qing inquired. Then how did your Highness come to suspect you are with child? The Empress's face flushed, and she fidgeted. I have not had my period this month. Li Qing nodded slowly, cleared his throat, and stated, illness should not be concealed. Your Highness need not feel embarrassed. May I ask if your menstrual cycle is usually regular? Very regular, the Empress replied, her voice barely above a whisper, with no more than a 3-day variance. And how long has it been delayed this time? More than 7 days. Li Qing continued to assess the pulse. Perhaps due to this conversation, he truly felt as if he were sensing the joyous pulse. Has your Highness noticed any unusual symptoms? Indeed, Zhu Youzhang interjected excitedly. The Empress has recently developed a fondness for sour foods. As the saying goes, sour means a son, spicy means a daughter. Does this mean I am to have a son? Li Qing was speechless, setting aside the accuracy of that saying, even if it were correct. Such reactions would only manifest after 2 months of pregnancy. Upon reflection, he decided it was best to leave, rather than relying on Zhu Jiaxin for assistance. It would be wiser to navigate this situation himself. The emperor is indeed wise, as one would expect. Li Qing provided the couple with the answer they yearned to hear. Is that true? Zhu Youzhang rejoiced, pacing back and forth, unable to contain his elation, his plump face flushed. After a while, he halted and asked, is it truly so? Li Qing affirmed, absolutely. Wonderful, wonderful. Zhu Youzhang's heart blossomed. After years of yearning for a child, he finally found fulfillment, and his excitement was palpable. Reward him. I shall bestow upon you a generous reward. Speak, what do you desire? Your Majesty, I wish to visit Jinling. Li Qing promptly interrupted, genuinely averse to hearing those 4 words, as he was allergic to them. To Jinling? Zhu Youzhang queried, perplexed. What business do you have there? You know the Li and Qin families. Zhu Youzhang paused, then swiftly comprehended, feeling even more moved, and sighed. It has been arduous for you this past year. You have been tirelessly shuttling back and forth without a moment's rest. Once this matter is resolved, you shall enter the cabinet. As Li Qing attempted to decline, he added, in addition to the position of Grand Secretary, how about also appointing you as a Vice Minister? The Grand Secretary manages substantial affairs, yet the title itself bears little weight. However, with the addition of the Vice Minister role, it would elevate one to the first echelon. It must be said, Zhu Youzhang possesses a remarkable grandeur, far surpassing that of his ancestors. Alas, Li Qing presently harbored no desire to enter the court, at this pivotal moment of transition for the Ming dynasty. His influence within the Hall of Power would be limited. He aspired to be a helmsman in the wilderness, rather than a mere contestant in the court. For the structure of the Ming was subtly transforming, and mere courtly machinations would no longer suffice. Noticing Li Qing's silence, Zhu Youzhang's brow furrowed slightly as he remarked, how many individuals expend their entire lives without reaching this juncture? Do not aim too high. Misunderstanding the emperor, Li Qing hastily feigned humility, expressing, the commoner is indeed fearful and astonished by such favor. After a brief pause, he continued, the matter remains unfinished. How could I dare to covet fame and fortune? If your majesty wishes to bestow rewards, it should be after the commoner has achieved success. Otherwise, it would be undeserved. Zhu Youzhang was momentarily taken aback. Yet his demeanor brightened as he responded, "Very well, I await your good news." Li Qing persisted in his charade, exuding determination, assuring, "The commoner shall not disappoint your majesty's expectations," before taking his leave with a bow. "Wait a moment." Li Qing halted, inwardly cursing, "Damn it. I knew it wouldn't be so easy to escape." "What is it, your majesty?" Zhu Youzhang inquired. "Is it confirmed that the Empress is pregnant?" "How could a commoner deceive the emperor?" Li Qing proclaimed, his heart pounding resolutely. "There is no mistake." Upon hearing this, Zhu Youzhang's last remnant of doubt vanished, and he cheerfully declared, "In that case, let us prepare a prescription to support the Empress's pregnancy." "Certainly." Li Qing responded without hesitation. This remedy, while largely a source of psychological comfort, was understandable given Zhu Youzhang's sentiment. Zhu Youzhang recited the prescription: 2 qian of mugwort, 1 qian of white atractylodes, and half a qian of donkey hide gelatin, then asked, "How often should it be taken?" "Once every 7 days for 3 months, Li Qing elaborated. "The diet must be light, avoiding greasy and spicy foods, as well as overly nourishing dishes. Encourage gentle movement, but do not overexert, and abstain from intimate relations." Zhu Youzhang diligently noted everything down. Feeling reassured, "Does your majesty have any further inquiries?" Li Qing asked. Zhu Youzhang chuckled. "Is the esteemed physician Li in such a hurry to depart?" "Such is my nature. I do not relish dilly-dallying," Li Qing candidly replied. "Not one for idleness. Yet each time I summon you, I am left to ponder," Zhu Youzhang thought. Though he refrained from voicing his thoughts, after several years as emperor, he had undoubtedly matured. Setting aside other matters, Li Qing's willingness to shoulder responsibility and his forthright attitude distinguished him from the majority. Zhu Youzhang inquired, "How is the health of the retired emperor?" "Still in good health." Li Qing responded, "I have come today to deliver a year's supply of medicine to ensure the retired emperor's well-being in my absence." "Ah well, then there is nothing more to discuss." Zhu Youzhang nodded. "Since you are eager to leave, I shall not detain you further." After a moment, he added with a smile, "When we meet again, we shall be sovereign and subject." Li Qing replied, "I am unsure of what other lessons I have learned, but I have certainly mastered the art of making promises." The commoner takes his leave. "Please wait a moment," Zhu Youzhang said kindly. "Someone, go to the treasury and fetch 100 taels of gold." He smiled and said, "This is merely your travel allowance. The true reward lies ahead." "Thank you, your majesty." Li Qing clasped his hands in salute, his usually placid face lifting with a hint of joy. The golden currency was his favorite hue. As he watched Li Qing depart, Zhu Youzhang turned to Xiao Zhang and remarked with a smile, "You must be cautious from now on. There must be no room for error. Do you understand?" "Yes, I shall," replied Empress Zhang, nodding, her heart brimming with delight. She was finally with child. Who would dare speak ill of her now? "Your majesty, will you take in more concubines?" she inquired. "What a question. You are already with child. Why would I seek more?" Zhu Youzhang chuckled, shaking his head, and added warmly, "Having you is more than enough for me." "You are truly kind, your majesty," Empress Zhang expressed, touched. "Indeed, you are my wife. Who else should I treat well if not you?" Zhu Youzhang said, "Tender and generous. Carrying the imperial heir is a monumental achievement, and I wish to reward you." "Speak freely, my dear. There is nothing I would deny you." "Really? Is that so?" "Absolutely. A sovereign does not jest." Zhu Youzhang exuded masculine vigor. Empress Zhang tentatively suggested, "Could you bestow a title upon my family?" This request was not unreasonable, as several previous empresses of the Ming dynasty had received similar honors. Having previously refrained from raising the matter due to her lack of offspring, she now felt emboldened. As the saying goes, a child elevates the mother. Yet the mother also elevates the child. As the rightful empress, her son would be the future Ming emperor. What harm was there in requesting a title for her family? Moreover, it was hardly an excessive demand. Zhu Youzhang pondered momentarily before nodding. "Very well, I shall grant your father a marquisate. Does that suffice?" "Your majesty, I have 2 younger brothers as well," Empress Zhang whispered. "A title of earl would be sufficient." Zhu Youzhang furrowed his brow. "Ah, Xiao Zhang. Bestowing a marquisate upon your father is reasonable, as there is precedent, but granting titles to your 2 brothers is somewhat excessive. What about just an earldom? Is that too much?" Zhu Youzhang shook his head. "Xiao Zhang, there are many officials who harbor discontent towards you. You must be aware. Recently, Some officials have made insinuations regarding Empress who from the Xuanda period, suggesting I might depose you for another. Now that you are with child, they dare not speak openly. However, should you pursue this request, it would provide them with grounds to attack you. Zhu Youzhang sighed. There are matters I have not shared with you to spare you distress. Many outside claim you are jealous and arrogant due to your favor. I have defended you fiercely. Please, do not place me in a difficult position. Upon hearing this, Empress Zhang felt a chill in her heart, followed by a surge of anger, exclaiming, "How could they be so audacious?" Zhu Youzhang chuckled, "Even I am scorned by them. They are merely officials. Why stoop to their level? Your Majesty, your kindness emboldens their impudence. I believe they should be punished." Empress Zhang abruptly ceased speaking, realizing her own arrogance, recognizing that such words were ill-advised. Indeed, her usually good-natured husband had grown uncharacteristically distant. Considering her recent pregnancy, Zhu Youzhang refrained from harsh words, instead reciting, "Cultivating tranquility and nurturing the body. As long as this body is unharmed, one remains innocent. The Zhou family shall thrive for 800 years. The stability of the state depends on worthy individuals." Zhu Youzhang said softly, "An emperor must cultivate himself, seek worthy individuals, and possess the capacity to embrace others. How could he silence their voices? Indeed, your Majesty is wise." Empress Zhang nodded repeatedly, eagerly complimenting, "Your Majesty is truly talented. This poem is splendid, exceptionally exquisite." Zhu Youzhang had never shown her any displeasure. Even after several years of marriage without a child, his affection remained unwavering. However, when he suddenly displayed a stern demeanor, Empress Zhang felt a twinge of fear. Chapter 85. Profits from finished garments. In a small courtyard, Li Qing entered, announcing, "I've bought the horse. Let's tidy up and depart." Li Hao, reclining in a chair, sprang up, exclaiming, "Has the emperor consented to release us?" "Do not speak as if we are prisoners," Li Qing retorted with a glare, hastily gathering his belongings before leaving. "Ah, splendid!" Li Hao exclaimed joyfully, rushing toward the side room. Halfway there, he turned back and said, "Master Qing, let us agree. If I encounter someone sent to fetch me, or even if my mother sends someone, it counts as my victory. Why all this unnecessary chatter? Are you afraid? Fine, fine. If that is the case, it shall be deemed your triumph," Li Qing replied curtly, urging him to finish packing. "Understood," Li Hao said, feeling relieved and cheerful. The items were few, and soon he had everything ready. He suggested, "Master Qing, since we are not in a hurry, shall we not leave until tomorrow? Do you not wish to return home promptly?" Li Qing asked, somewhat surprised. "I do wish to return, but there is no need to rush," Li Hao chuckled. "Having been away for a year, I cannot return empty-handed. I wish to bring gifts for my mother, father, and little sister. How rare it is to see such thoughtfulness from you." "Very well," Li Qing nodded. "Remember to purchase some provisions. This time, we shall not take any breaks along the way." The following morning, the two set forth. Once again, they traveled at a demanding pace. However, this time, Li Hao voiced no complaints, nor did he express fatigue. Over the past year, he had grown accustomed to the journeys between Baoding and the capital, his body now resilient. Yet the more significant reason was his eagerness to return home. After a year away, he truly longed for his family. The stars do not inquire of travelers, nor does time betray the diligent. All hardships became worthwhile upon seeing the four characters of the Yongqing Marquisate. Li Hao dismounted and gazed at the familiar yet somewhat unfamiliar plaque for a while, inhaling deeply before knocking on the door. Clang, clang, clang. After a brief moment, a servant opened the door. "Who are you? Why is there a change in staff?" Li Hao, suppressing his long-held emotions, replied, "I am the young master." "Where is my mother?" "The young master?" The servant looked puzzled. "What young master?" "The young master of the Yongqing Marquisate, the young Marquis of Yongqing, your master." Li Hao replied, feeling frustrated as his emotions were shattered. The servant, momentarily stunned, quickly realized, "I did not recognize you, young master. Please, come in. The lady is at home." He had no reason to doubt. After all, who would impersonate the son of the household? Li Hao huffed. "Go, lead the horse away." "Yes, yes." The servant hurried to comply. "And who is this?" Li Qing chuckled. "I am your young master's grandfather." Li Qing did not continue to tease the servant, joining Li Hao as they entered the home. "Mother, little sister, I have returned." Upon entering, Li Hao began to shout loudly, "Where is my father? Is he home?" After a year, his ability to project his voice had dramatically improved. What did it matter if his father was there? He would still dare to shout. A mere loud voice could not harm him in the slightest. After a brief moment, a graceful figure rushed out, exclaiming with delight, "Elder brother has returned." "Little sister." Li Hao felt a surge of emotions as he jogged forward, lifting his sister in a joyful twirl, causing her cheeks to flush with embarrassment as she playfully scolded. "Elder brother, how reckless you are." "Oh, haha, my sister has grown up." "I misspoke, haha. Where's mother?" Li Hao exclaimed, his excitement palpable, dancing with joy. "Mother, mother." "Stop wailing." Zhu Youzhang emerged, her face adorned with mock anger, chiding, "What a commotion! How unseemly!" Though she feigned annoyance, her heart brimmed with joy. After a year apart, her son, so far away, was impossible to forget. The longing she felt for him surpassed that of a mere son. "Mother." Li Hao hastened to her side, his eyes glistening with tears. He had prepared numerous heartfelt phrases for their reunion, yet at this moment, he found himself utterly speechless. Countless words were trapped within him, unable to escape. Finally, he managed to utter, "Mother, did you send someone to fetch me?" Zhu Youzhang, feeling a twinge of guilt, turned her head away and replied awkwardly, "Well, you're back now, so why would I bother with that?" Li Hao was taken aback, then felt a wave of sorrow wash over him. "Mother, how could you say that? You're all grown up, yet you still act like a child. It's truly disappointing." Zhu Youzhang masked her unease with irritation, retorting, "Have you caused any trouble this past year?" "No, with that esteemed gentleman around. How would I dare?" Li Hao felt disheartened. It seemed he could not escape a reprimand. He truly felt it was a waste, especially since he had chosen gifts for them. Zhu Youzhang chose to ignore her son and stepped forward, bowing respectfully, "Uncle Li. Let us discuss this in the parlor." Li Qing nodded, leading the way inside with the demeanor of a host. Li Hao felt irked. This fellow did not regard himself as an outsider at all, yet he dared not voice his displeasure. The sharp slap from the esteemed elder was no less painful than that from his father, and since he had lost the bet, he could no longer afford to act recklessly. In the parlor, the servants served tea and discreetly withdrew. Li Qing inquired, "How is the overseas business faring?" "It has begun to turn a profit." Zhu Youzhang seemed to have been waiting for this question, proudly lifting her chin, resembling a child eager for praise from her elders. "Very good." Li Qing generously offered his commendation, adding, "I imagine you have labored diligently in this endeavor." "Certainly." Zhu Youzhang immediately began lamenting, elaborating on her struggles. Li Hao felt somewhat uncomfortable. Despite his grievances towards this esteemed gentleman, he believed his mother's behavior was excessive. It was illogical to expect sympathy for earning money for their own family. This gentleman had helped them find such a promising opportunity and had even connected them with suppliers. Granting the Li family a chance to ascend to greater heights, such actions warranted gratitude. Although the intricate details were managed by their family, they still owed him thanks. Li Hao felt compelled to intervene, clearing his throat to interrupt her lengthy monologue. "Mother, may I say something?" "What do you wish to say?" Zhu Youzhang interrupted and feeling quite displeased, huffed, "You better say something worthwhile, or else." She waved her hand dismissively. Li Hao responded, "Mother, I just returned." He was not unable to accept the shifts in his mother's affections, from precious to mundane, and now to disdainful, but he could not fathom how swiftly her feelings had changed. From the protection of animals to harmless creatures, and then to pests, all transpired within a mere quarter of an hour. How could he possibly accept this? Li Hao, feeling aggrieved, lamented, "I meticulously selected gifts for you all, enduring much toil along the way. How can you treat me this way?" Zhu Youzhang furrowed her brows and retorted, "Li Hao, do not act so unreasonable. You even refuse to call me Xiao Hao." Heartbroken, Li Hao stood up to leave. "Where are you going, big brother?" Li Shuer hurriedly followed suit. Li Hao paused his steps, feeling gratified. "Sister, you are the best." Li Shuer's cheeks flushed as she shyly replied, "The gifts are of little consequence. I primarily wish to catch up with you, big brother." Li Hao was taken aback, feeling vulnerable. "Not even you have a gift?" "Oh no, I saw it, big brother, big brother," the child exclaimed. Zhu Youzhang shook her head. "Uncle Li, has he caused you much frustration this past year?" "Not at all." Li Qing chuckled. "I vented my grievances on the spot. Let us discuss the matter at hand." "Indeed." Zhu Youzhang pondered for a moment and said, "The response to our finished garments has been remarkably positive, exceeding our expectations manifold. Before the new year, we received feedback indicating that the first batch of officially sold garments is far from sufficient, with some buyers reselling our products at quadruple the price." She expressed a hint of regret. "The issue is, our current production capacity cannot keep up, and I am reluctant to compromise on quality for the sake of quantity, fearing it might tarnish our reputation. Your concerns are valid, Li Qing responded. Do not dwell on such matters. Those scalpers, cough cough, the second-hand dealers essentially promote us, inadvertently elevating our brand, which is a boon. Zhu Youzhang nodded gently, sighing. I never anticipated such a favorable response. Had I known, I would have expanded the garment workshop earlier. It is not too late, Li Qing smiled. However, quality remains paramount, even if we sell fewer items. Our brand's integrity must not be compromised, for that is the foundation of substantial profit. I understand, Zhu Youzhang mused. Uncle Li, should we consider relinquishing some industries now that the Li and Li families have become partners? Are you suggesting we share some profits to provide others with breathing room? Li Qing inquired. Yes, after all, you mentioned that our family should not adopt a monopolistic approach, Zhu Youzhang stated. Currently, in Jinling, if we claim to be second, no one dares assert they are first. I do not wish to attract too much attention. A large tree draws the wind. Zhu Youzhang sighed. It is foreseeable that after Honggu and I, Xiaohao will not pursue an official career, despite your status as Yongqing Ho, which mitigates trouble. Constantly being in the Emperor's sight is ultimately unwise. The niece trusts that Uncle Li can safeguard the Li family, but it would be best to avoid adding to your burdens, considering how busy you are. Li Qing contemplated and said, we can consider relinquishing some. Yet we must also retain a fallback to prevent being cornered by others. Perhaps a partial relinquishment. Partial relinquishment? Zhu Youzhang was taken aback. Are you suggesting that when we relinquish, we choose those we trust, or even support certain individuals to take over, allowing them autonomy, while still retaining some influence? Astute. Li Qing nodded. In the coming years, the Li family is bound to shine brightly, but do not fret excessively. A wave of imitators will inevitably follow, and gradually. We shall not be as conspicuous. Very well, I shall devise a thorough plan, Zhu Youzhang replied. Upon noticing her contemplative demeanor, Li Qing ceased to worry. He had been a carefree manager for several decades, and the intricacies of the family business were quite foreign to him. In terms of overarching direction, he could certainly offer guidance, yet when it came to specifics, he was far inferior to Zhu Youzhang. I have confidence in you, he remarked. Zhu Youzhang shot him a resentful glance, muttering, you simply glide through life, while I am left to handle all the burdens. What did you say? Nothing of consequence. My dear uncle, I merely wish for you to stay longer during this visit, Zhu Youzhang stated with an awkward smile, providing her niece with an opportunity to show filial piety. Chapter 86. Your thoughts are quite dangerous. I cannot stay long, Li Qing replied. Where are you off to this time? To Jiaoji. Zhu Youzhang exclaimed in surprise. What suddenly compels you to go there? Li Qing explained. I have a business venture there with minimal risk. It merely requires some effort, as I must make the journey intermittently. What business? How am I unaware of this? It is not a Li family enterprise. Is it not affiliated with the Ming dynasty? Li Qing nodded and inquired. Do you remember Zhu Qijin? Zhu Youzhang paused, recollecting. He was the young companion of that esteemed ancestor, correct? Your memory serves you well, Li Qing acknowledged. Zhu Youzhang chuckled. Back then, Honggu was quite jealous, which is why the memory lingers. Your visit to Jiaoji is to discuss the maritime supply agreement with him, is it not? Well, you certainly catch on quickly. Our family is involved in maritime trade, so I am well aware of the situation. Over the past few years, trade with merchant ships has become significantly smoother. Not only more efficient, but also cost-effective. I wonder if this is a result of your efforts? After a pause, she asked, is he influential in Jiaoji? Indeed. He is quite the authority there now, Li Qing confirmed. This trip will serve to fulfill the benefits I promised him, likely taking around 6 months. Zhu Youzhang was puzzled. If he is already the authority, what benefits can you offer him? Take a guess. Zhu Youzhang was momentarily stunned, exclaiming, could it be longevity? Roughly speaking, Li Qing sighed. I merely promised him a lifespan of around 80 years. Ah, that is considerable, Zhu Youzhang mused, realizing, for a person of his stature, who lacks nothing. That would indeed be enticing. Do not envy. You and your husband may also achieve this, Li Qing smiled. Though Hong Er lacks talent in martial arts, I have imparted all that I could teach him, tailored to his abilities, and even provided him with a Tianshi Dan. As for you, how can I attain longevity? Zhu Youzhang inquired. Having a loving husband and children, coupled with a life of comfort in the marquise, she naturally desired a long life. The health regimen I previously taught you, with diligent practice, can certainly yield results, Li Qing smiled, provided you do not become complacent. Is that true? Why would I deceive you? Li Qing rolled his eyes. I wish for you both to accompany me for a longer duration. However, achieving a century of life is quite a challenge. That is already remarkable. Zhu Yuanqing expressed her contentment. After pondering, she concluded, if Honggu reaches 80, then I shall aspire to 73. Li Qing, with a heavy heart, he contemplated, is this truly something within your control? The words lingered on the tip of his tongue, yet he swallowed them back. To hold the hand of a beloved and to grow old together is perhaps the greatest fortune in life. Zhu Yuanqing, noticing a shift in his demeanor, astutely recognized her role in the matter and hastily changed the subject. Uncle Li, Honggu is currently in Haining, not too far away. Since he is not busy at the moment, shall I send him a letter, inviting him to stay for a few days? No need, Li Qing replied with a smile. Having returned from Jiaoji, I intend to remain in the Ming for the next 5 years. There will be ample opportunity for reunion. Besides, I won't be staying long. Why trouble him with a journey? Very well, Zhu Yuanqing sighed lightly. Uncle Li, after your return from Jiaoji, you should reside in the Yongqing Marquisate and not depart again. Aren't you planning to focus on maritime trade? The prosperity of Jiangnan's maritime commerce far surpasses that of the north, wouldn't you agree? She added. You have been preoccupied with the affairs of the Shun family for nearly a year. It seems time to settle down. Li Qing pondered for a moment before nodding. Indeed, I shall concentrate on Jiangnan, yet I cannot remain in the Yongqing Marquisate indefinitely. I change servants frequently, and no one will notice anything unusual about you. Furthermore, a few years without change will hardly attract attention. Zhu Yuanqing urged, you have been tirelessly traveling. It is time for you to rest. I wish I could, but alas. Trivial matters bind me, Li Qing replied with a wry smile and a shake of his head. But rest assured, I will visit you often. Uncle Li, I just cannot comprehend. I am diligently playing the role of a leader, and with the new emperor having reigned for several years, what are you still uncertain about? There are many uncertainties, though some are not easy to articulate, he replied. Am I not even permitted to know? Zhu Yuanqing felt wounded. Do you not trust me? Li Qing chuckled softly. It's not a matter of trust. Some matters are best kept from you. After a pause, he continued, without delving into other issues. You are aware of your elder brother's poor health. His time is limited, and I must keep a close watch. Zhu Yuanqing fell silent. After a while, she asked, Uncle Li, how much longer does my brother have? I do not know. Li Qing shook his head. Do not take me for a divine healer. I am not that extraordinary. To be candid, my medical skills are merely average. Zhu Yuanqing retorted, I refuse to believe that. In truth, they are quite ordinary. I merely possess a bold spirit, unafraid to treat anyone, be it the emperor, the empress, or even the retired sovereign. Li Qing, with a hint of self-deprecation, added, setting aside those matters and the assistance from martial arts, my medical skills are indeed quite ordinary. After all, I have only studied medicine for 10 years, and even then, it was more of an incidental pursuit. I merely have the courage to take on responsibilities. Zhu Yuanqing reflected for a moment and inquired, Uncle Li, when the time comes for my brother, could you take me to bid him farewell? At that time, it will depend on the circumstances. Perhaps I will accompany you. Li Qing sighed. Life and death are natural occurrences. He himself has come to terms with it. So why must you be so sorrowful? After Father's passing, he is my only remaining blood relative. Though our sibling bond has not been extensive, my brother is truly a good man. Zhu Yuanqing reminisced, recalling how, during the ordeal of blood recognition, it was her brother who tended to her wounds after she had cut her hand. At this, Zhu Yuanqing expressed her feelings. I was only about 10 years old then, and now, my son is on the verge of marriage. Time truly flies. Indeed, there are moments when I feel that time passes swiftly, yet at other times, it drags on interminably, lamented Li Qing wearily. There are times when I long to slumber for 500 years. 500 years of slumber. Don't even mention me. By the time I count down, the bones of my ancestors would have long decayed. Zhu Yuanqing retorted with exasperation, while others yearned to borrow 500 years from the heavens. You, on the contrary, wish to sleep through 5 centuries. What? Is living merely an indulgence? And you dare to lecture me? Li Qing chuckled. Zhu Yuanqing, her cheeks puffed in indignation, declared, your thoughts are perilous. I must address this. She adopted a serious demeanor, saying, Uncle Li, do not fall into despair. If you truly wish to succumb to despair, you would have done so long ago. Li Qing gazed upward at the ceiling, murmuring, the ties that bind are too deep to sever. I yearn to behold that resplendent era once more. What era? Even if I told you, you would not comprehend. Li Qing rose and said, quickly prepare the wine and dishes. I shall take a stroll. The Yongqing Marquis residence is vast. As Li Qing wandered aimlessly, he found himself by the pond, a location he once relished for fishing. He recalled a time when he caught nothing and, in frustration, purchased live fish from the market to release into the waters, resulting in immediate success. In the spring of February, the sun in Jiangnan was warm. Li Qing, feeling inspired, summoned a servant to fetch his fishing rod and began to fish beneath the sunlight. The float bobbed gently before suddenly plunging beneath the surface. With a flick of his wrist, the line swayed momentarily, and a sizable carp leapt from the water. This scene felt familiar, yet lacked something essential. Ah, marvelous! A crisp voice rang out. Li Qing jolted, turning abruptly. It was Li Hao and his sister, Li Shuai. Oh, it's you. Li Qing felt an indescribable sense of loss, forcing a smile. Have you come to find me? The food is ready. Mother sent us to call you, Li Hao said, stepping forward to pick up the fish basket with a grin. Perfect timing. Let us have the chef prepare a fish soup. Li Shuai approached, gazing at the fish in awe, exclaiming, how plump. Tomorrow, let us cast a net for a grand fish feast. You prodigal. Li Qing swatted at him. You should be aware of your surroundings. Li Hao fumed. How can you insult me like this? I am, after all, a young master. I am accustomed to it. You should adapt as well, Li Qing replied nonchalantly, walking away. You go too far. Li Hao seethed in frustration. Li Shuai urged, brother, do not be angry. It does not hurt. How do you know it doesn't hurt? Your face hasn't even turned red. Li Hao retorted, the dishes are plentiful, and the wine flows freely. Li Shuai has already sipped a couple of cups. After a year away from home, Li Hao, in high spirits, quickly became inebriated and chatty. Mother, I am already 17 and not suited for academic pursuits. Perhaps it is indeed too early for me to take over the family business. Li Hao licked his lips, suggesting, how about I marry and help our family continue its lineage? Zhu Youzhang interjected, brother, you lack decorum. Li Shuai teased. Li Hao countered, I am doing this for you. If I, as your older brother, do not establish a family, how can you? Huh, brother, you are truly insufferable. Insisting on dragging me into this. Li Shuai's face flushed with a mixture of embarrassment and anger. Zhu Youzhang shot her son a disapproving glance, scolding. Look at your pathetic demeanor. Mother, do you not yearn to hold your grandchildren soon? Li Hao chuckled, saying, the young ladies waiting to marry me stretch from Jinling to Suzhou and Hangzhou. I cannot fathom how many noble women are eager to become your daughter-in-law. Surely, you must give them a chance, right? Ouch, ouch, ouch. Li Hao exclaimed dramatically. I am merely concerned for the continuation of the Li family line. Zhu Youzhang promptly pinched him again, then turned her gaze to Li Qing. Uncle Li, what do you think? What can I think? Li Qing rolled his eyes. I am not his mother. Zhu Youzhang, with a furrowed brow, clarified, I meant, is it perhaps too early for Xiao Hao to marry? Not at all. Many have married earlier than him, Li Qing replied with a smile. We cannot let him follow in his father's footsteps, can we? Zhu Youzhang insisted, then, Uncle Li, you must oversee this matter. You choose the bride, and I will oversee what? Li Qing retorted. Zhu Youzhang, growing anxious, exclaimed, you must oversee it. This will affect Xiao Hao's future generations. All right, Li Qing sighed with a wry smile. Indeed, there is no moment's peace. Mother, I do not wish to silence. You have no say in this matter, Zhu Youzhang interrupted coldly. Marriage is a significant affair. It is the parents who decide. How can you pick and choose? But he is not my parent. Li Hao protested. Yet, his protest fell on deaf ears. Zhu Youzhang huffed. Your uncle Qing is an elder and naturally has the right to oversee this. Li Hao became agitated, stammering. Why not forget it? Li Qing suggested. Li Hao paused, then felt a rush of joy tempered with guilt. Am I being too harsh on him? Li Qing continued. He is only 17. There is no rush. No, you must oversee this. Please help me. Li Hao quickly amended. At his age, he was filled with youthful vigor and fantasies about the opposite sex. How could he not desire such things? To Elder Qing, I raise my glass, Li Hao declared, lifting his cup. In the past, I was a foolish grandson, causing my grandfather displeasure. I hope you can overlook my youthful indiscretions. Li Hao was adept at both yielding and standing firm. However, it seemed he had only yielded, as the choice of a wife lay in the hands of others. Should Elder Qing harbor any grudges, he could easily match him with an unattractive partner, leaving Li Hao with no avenue for lamentation. Though divorce was an option, such an act would certainly tarnish his character. Elder Qing, you understand what kind of woman I would prefer, correct? Li Qing nodded, One should marry a virtuous wife. Rest assured, Elder Qing will find you a suitable match. Virtue cannot be discerned at a glance. It is better to prioritize beauty, Li Hao insisted. Zhu Yuanqing scolded, shallow. This isn't superficiality. It is simply Li Hao considering future generations, he retorted confidently. Mother, think about it. Were it not for your innate beauty and my father's striking handsomeness, how could my sister and I possibly resemble this? Just look at how beautiful my sister is. Li Shui'er pursed her lips, for the first time appreciating her brother's words. Now, look at me, the first Li Hao of Jinling. He paused. Only Elder Qing can truly match what's with me. Li Qing interjected. Zhu Yuanqing, you should take a look in the mirror before speaking. Brother, you still have a way to go before you can compare to elderly, and it's quite a distance. Li Shui'er added with a sharp remark. Li Hao lamented, why must there be both you and Liang? If I am inadequate, my son will surely excel. Li Hao insisted. I can compromise on everything else, but I am superficial. With the conversation reaching this juncture, he decided to embrace his recklessness. The woman in my dreams must meet the following 3 criteria: beauty, beauty, and once again, beauty. In the presence of elders, he dared not use coarse language. Yet his meaning was unmistakable. Zhu Yuanqing coldly remarked, are you seeking trouble, young man? I shall go seek justice from my grandfather. Infuriated, Li Hao turned to leave. Stop, Zhu Yuanqing called after him, huffing, I will take care of it. Your grandfather is quite advanced in age and not in good health, so do not burden him. Fine. Li Hao grumbled, but he insisted, just remember, you cannot pick an ugly one for me. I do not wish for my son to be born unattractive. Zhu Yuanqing snapped. Just hurry and leave. All right, I'm going, Li Hao replied, his spirits lifted at her acquiescence. This little rascal, Zhu Yuanqing, was still miffed. She turned her gaze to her daughter, a thought crossing her mind. Shui, you are nearly 15. Though you have yet to reach the appropriate age, it is not far off. Do you have any thoughts regarding your future partner? She harbored no concerns for her son, as long as he did not harm others. But her daughter was a different matter. Mother, I am still young, Li Shui'er blushed. My elder brother has yet to find his match, and you are already hurrying me? I am merely inquiring, preparing for the future, Zhu Yuanqing said kindly. As your mother, and with Grandpa Li being no stranger, there is nothing to be shy about. Speak your mind. Li Shui'er's face reddened, but she finally spoke, her voice barely audible. I too wish to find a handsome and charming partner. You truly are siblings. Zhu Yuanqing could not help but tease, yet she was not as harsh as she had been with her son. She continued to ask, anything else? If he possesses great talent, that would be even better, Li Shui'er added softly. Mother, is my request too high? Zhu Yuanqing's lips twitched. Not high at all. Not high in the slightest. Pausing, she inquired. So do you wish to seek a husband, or are you considering a lower status? Li Shui'er did not hesitate. If you, father, elder brother, and Grandpa Li have no objections, I wish to seek someone, so we can always be together. Zhu Yuanqing glanced at Li Qing. He smiled and said, I have no objections. However, I may not have time to assist the young lady in choosing her suitor. Seeing that Uncle Li also agreed, Zhu Yuanqing nodded. Then I shall keep an eye out for you. Mother, I am still young. I do not wish to rush into marriage, Li Shui'er exclaimed, her face burning with embarrassment as she fled the scene. Zhu Yuanqing shook her head in amusement, watching her daughter's retreating figure. She sighed, sometimes. I still perceive myself as a child, the cherished jewel of my elders, showered with affection. Yet, when I glance up, my children have grown so much. With them urging me on, aging is inevitable. Well, you are not yet 40. You are far from old, Li Qing said with a gentle smile. Indeed. In front of Uncle Li, I can still be a child. It is truly a blessing. Zhu Yuanqing laughed, seemingly transported back to her youthful days, playfully adding, Uncle Li, you cannot hit me now. That depends on your behavior, Li Qing replied, taking a sip of his drink. If you are still the same as you were back then, I shall still have to deal with you. Zhu Yuanqing. After the dishes and drinks were cleared away, the uncle and nephew savored tea and engaged in lively conversation, discussing the current commercial landscape and future strategies. Their discourse extended until the afternoon. Feeling rather bored, Li Qing decided to venture out to the pear garden. He recalled the times when he had accompanied his master and junior disciple to stay at the He residence, during which Li Jinglong frequently took them to the pear garden to enjoy performances. He had been quite busy, often preoccupied, and for a considerable period. He had not spent as much time with the elder as Li Jinglong had. The pear garden remained unchanged, yet the stars of the performances had long since vanished, leaving only youthful replacements. Just as before, Li Qing ordered a plate of sunflower seeds and a pot of fine tea, cheering enthusiastically at the thrilling moments. However, he could not shake a sense of desolation. The generous old man, his junior disciple, and Li Jinglong were absent. And though the script remained the same and the performances echoed the past, the essence had faded. Perhaps this was the essence of regret, Li Qing mused bitterly. He suddenly felt that being busy was quite preferable. Such leisure as today was hardly enjoyable. The next morning, ding ding ding. Young Master Qing, it's me, Xiao Hao. The door is unlocked. Come in. Li Qing yawned and slowly sat up. Li Hao pushed the door open and exclaimed, My young Master Qing, hurry up. Everyone has arrived. Who has come? Li Qing asked, bewildered. My wife, of course. The young ladies eager to marry me have come, Li Hao urged. They are already in the second courtyard's loft. You should hurry. They've come this early? Li Qing was astonished. What did you expect? Just look at the influence of our Li family. He replied proudly, then slouched his shoulders and bowed, his face adorned with flattery. My dear grandfather, the happiness of your grandson and the generations to come depend on you. All right, Li Qing interrupted with annoyance. Just get up and fetch me a basin of water to wash up. Right away. After freshening up, Li Qing proceeded to the loft in the second courtyard. To his surprise, a significant number of people were present, over 10 young ladies from prominent families, accompanied by matchmakers and personal maids, totaling no less than 40 individuals. This scene gave Li Qing a sense reminiscent of a modern-day recruitment fair. Ahem, make way. Li Qing squeezed through the crowd and made his way to the inner hall of the loft, taking a seat at the interviewer's position. Uncle Li, you've arrived. Zhu Youzhang smiled. Shall we begin? Let us commence, Li Qing said, rubbing his nose, feeling somewhat out of place. Clearing her throat, Zhu Youzhang cast a glance at the maid beside her, who understood and retrieved the list to announce. Please welcome the young lady from the Wang family. Here they come. Step aside, everyone. The voice of a woman, bustling and shrewd, rang out. Shortly, an elderly woman entered, leading a young lady. The elderly woman respectfully said, Greetings, Lady Li. The young lady offered a slight bow, her demeanor quite reserved. Lady, this is the daughter of the Minister of Works, from a proper scholarly family, with a gentle disposition. Proficient in the arts of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. The matchmaker spoke with expertise, akin to a top-tier sales representative presenting her product, with eloquence that stirred the heart. The girl's appearance was passable, her skin fair and delicate, her features unremarkable yet commendable. However, the fact that she was the daughter of a minister left Li Qing feeling quite averse. Zhu Youzhang felt similarly. She selected a daughter-in-law, of course. It was impossible to choose the daughter of an illiterate peasant family. However, the ties associated with the rank of a vice minister were exceedingly intricate, prone to entanglements. The Li family did not concern themselves with the other's background, for in Jinling, there was scarcely anyone whose power could overshadow that of the Li family. The consensus between Li Qing and Zhu Youzhang was clear. The ideal candidate should be well-versed in literature, possess emotional intelligence, exhibit a gentle disposition, boast above-average looks, and hail from a middle-class family. A highborn background could be a detriment, yet too humble a lineage was also undesirable, lest they find themselves devoid of common ground. The uncle and nephew exchanged a glance and reached a decision. Zhu Youzhang smiled and said, The young lady from the Wang family is quite commendable. I shall consider her. Before the matchmaker could further promote her candidates, a maid from the Ofu interjected. Please invite the Lu family's daughter in. Goodness, Li Qing exclaimed in astonishment. He was aware of the Li family's considerable influence, but was taken aback by the overwhelming response. Just yesterday, word had spread, and today, an array of esteemed young ladies had arrived. If this momentum continued for another couple of days, the threshold would surely be trampled. Chapter 88. Another path to resolution as Li Qing had anticipated, within a day. The number of young ladies from affluent families seeking to present themselves had reached a staggering overflow, nearly spilling out of the Ofu. Li Qing found this most overwhelming. Li Hao, on the other hand, was unperturbed, reveling in his vanity. In his own words, I, Li Hao, am wealthy, handsome, and heir to a title. It is no surprise that women wishing to marry me would line up from Jinling to Suzhou. This statement earned him 2 resounding slaps from Li Qing. Never mind, Li Qing declared, let us fish if we must, or listen to the opera if we choose. His reluctance stemmed not from laziness, but rather from the sheer volume of candidates, all of respectable quality, leaving him nearly overwhelmed with choices. He ultimately entrusted the matter to Zhu Youzhang, who, being the mother, had greater authority in this affair. After a few days of leisurely respite, Li Qing felt rejuvenated and prepared to depart for Jiaoji. Uncle Li, will you be back before the new year? Zhu Youzhang inquired. Why? Are you worried that I cannot manage the maritime trade? My mother means to say, do not delay in attending my son's full-month celebration. Li Hao interjected with a mischievous grin, as if ready to embark on a grand undertaking. Rascal, Zhu Youzhang retorted, exasperated. How can it be a rascal act? Li Hao replied meekly, if I do not act foolishly, how will you hold your grandchild? Mother, please do not be angry. Li Hao quickly softened, rest assured. Once you choose a bride for me, in 10 months, I shall deliver a chubby little boy to you, perhaps even more than one. Ow, 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 he exclaimed, laughing as Li Qing could not help but chuckle, then mounted his horse, cracking the whip. With a resounding neigh, the horse galloped forward, bearing Li Qing away, soon disappearing around the corner. Zhu Youzhang huffed, I have yet to bid farewell to your grandfather. Perhaps it is for the best, Li Hao mused, scratching his head. Besides, he is not leaving forever. Why all the sorrow? What do you know? I may not understand, but having spent so much time together, I sense that Brother Qing is rather melancholic. He rarely smiles. If I could elicit a smile from him at parting, that would indeed be an accomplishment, Li Hao said with a cheeky grin. Zhu Youzhang raised her hand but did not strike him. Instead, she sighed softly. In the balmy spring of March, Jiaoji. At the Han Wangfu. You have arrived. Zhu Qijin greeted with delight. Was the journey arduous? Not too bad, came the response. Unbeknownst to me, you arrived rather early, remarked Zhu Qijin. By the calendar, the deadline is not until next year. Primarily, I feared you might grow impatient, suspecting I would renege on our agreement. Li Qing sipped his tea, slightly furrowing his brows before setting it down. Is it not as delightful as that from the Ming dynasty? Zhu Qijin inquired. Li Qing nodded, indicating that although both were Longjing tea, the fresh leaves taste markedly different from those transported over long distances. Zhu Qijin smiled, having exchanged pleasantries. He moved directly to the matter at hand. Shall we commence now? No rush. You may attend to your current tasks. After all, this is not a fleeting engagement. Li Qing responded with a smile. Having come all this way, I cannot simply depart. After a brief pause, I wish to explore Jiaoji. To seek out someone who speaks Chinese. That poses no issue, Zhu Qijin readily agreed. I indeed have numerous matters to address. How about we formally begin the cultivation of your health in about a month? That sounds agreeable, Li Qing replied without objection. There is no urgency for the Ming dynasty. He was not pressed for time. During this visit to Jiaoji, he also desired to gain a deeper understanding of the region. According to the Ming officials, Jiaoji is perceived as a land of savages. In their worldview, all but the Ming are considered uncivilized. However, Jiaoji holds considerable strategic significance for the Ming dynasty. A vital supply station for maritime merchants. While it is not the only one, it certainly warrants significant attention. Li Qing wandered along the coastline for a month. During this time, he not only visited the current supply station but also gained a comprehensive understanding of Jiaoji's customs, culture, and ideologies. After thorough exploration, Li Qing felt assured. The sentiment towards Ming maritime merchants was generally positive throughout Jiaoji. The rationale was simple. If this natural shipping route were likened to a highway, then Jiaoji would be akin to a service area, benefiting increasingly from the prosperity of Ming maritime trade. The myriad of emerging business opportunities, from merchant ship resupplies to consumer spending, greatly improved the lives of the local populace, who naturally welcomed such developments. Simultaneously, Li Qing began to learn the Jiaoji language. As time progresses, the bloodline will dilute, and the Han lineage's emotional ties to the Ming will wane. Li Qing did not dare to assume that Jiaoji would remain perpetually compliant. While their relationship is mutually beneficial, one could not guarantee that in the future, Jiaoji would not exploit its position, transforming the supply station into a den of inequity. Understanding local customs and mastering the language were essential for effective navigation of these dynamics. After his explorations, Li Qing returned to the Han Wang residence to assist Zhu Qijin in his recuperation. In truth, these tasks were not mentally taxing. They were, in fact, akin to a leisurely vacation, averaging no more than an hour of labor each day, with designated days of rest. With a schedule of 5 workdays followed by 2 off, he devoted merely an hour daily to work, leaving ample time for personal pursuits, half of which he dedicated to learning the local language. Zhu Qijin treated him with great respect, striving to meet his every need. Due to the maritime trade, Many goods from the Ming dynasty were readily available here. Thus, Li Qing enjoyed a rather comfortable existence. However, a slight disappointment lay in the realm of cuisine and entertainment, which paled in comparison to the comforts found in the Ming. In early summer, as Li Qing immersed himself in the customs and language of Jiaoji while attending to Zhu Qijian's health, it seemed almost incidental. What was ostensibly a work assignment had transformed into a delightful sojourn abroad. During this process, Li Qing keenly observed the climatic differences between Jiaoji and the Ming dynasty. The summers here are decidedly hotter. Conversely, the winters are milder. As Li Qing had anticipated, as autumn deepened and winter approached, his hypothesis was validated. Not only was it warmer than the capital, but also more so than Jinling. This revelation filled Li Qing with exhilaration. With proper management, the granaries of the Ming dynasty would not be confined to its borders. His confidence in breaking through the current impasse grew considerably. Unbeknownst to him, the winter solstice quietly approached. The second phase of Zhu Qijian's treatment concluded, leaving him radiant, while Li Qing reaped abundant rewards. Not only had he uncovered a pivotal breakthrough, but he had also mastered an additional foreign language. He could now communicate with the locals with remarkable ease. Overall, his enriching life over the past 6 months had been quite pleasurable. Had it not been for the patient at home, he would have considered extending his stay. Influenced by Han culture, the winter solstice had also become a celebrated occasion in Jiaoji. Dumplings were traditionally served on this day. The steaming dumplings presented at the table were indeed appetizing, yet Li Qing sampled but one before setting down his chopsticks. While they were undeniably dumplings, the filling left much to be desired. It was not that they were inedible, rather, they were somewhat peculiar. Was it simply not to his taste? Different regions nurture different palates. Variances in flavor are entirely normal. Li Qing smiled and remarked, "I must take my leave." Zhu Qijian, unfazed, inquired, "When exactly?" "I shall make the necessary preparations for you." "I will depart tomorrow," Li Qing replied with a smile. "Please prepare some travel funds." "Is that all?" Zhu Qijian asked. "No other provisions are necessary." Li Qing shook his head and cautioned, "Take care with your diet. Do not indulge solely in meat. Vegetables are essential as well. Although wine and pleasure are delightful, they can ultimately harm one. Without moderation, even the finest medical skills are futile." Zhu Qijian nodded slowly. "Please prescribe me a remedy for daily use." Li Qing, feeling it unnecessary yet considering he would be away for several years, decided to provide him with a nourishing formula. "Take it once every 7 days, after meals." 7 days? "Indeed, 7 days," Li Qing clarified, fearing he might misunderstand. Zhu Qijian nodded sheepishly, acknowledging his comprehension. The following morning, Li Qing embarked on his return journey. Early in the 12th month, at the Yongqing Marquis' residence. How swiftly time has passed. Nearly a year has gone by in the blink of an eye. I wonder if that grandson has fulfilled his ambitious promises. Li Qing mused as he knocked on the door. The door was answered by an unfamiliar face. Upon revealing his identity, it was not long before Li Hao appeared. "Oh, Qing Yi, it truly is you. Where is your mother?" "She is occupied with business and will return in a couple of days," Li Hao replied, quickly extending an invitation. "You have arrived late. Qing Yi, you mentioned you would return before winter set in. Less chatter, quickly prepare food and drink. The journey has worn me out," Li Qing remarked as he walked in. "Has there been an addition to the household?" Not yet, but she is expecting," Li Hao replied sheepishly. "It should be in the spring after the new year." "I see," Li Qing said, disappointed. "Had I known, I would not have come. It would have been much better in the capital. If only Empress Zhang had truly conceived back then, by now she would have already given birth. And perhaps I could have attended the full moon celebration and enjoyed a royal feast." "I have indeed made every effort," Li Hao retorted, somewhat aggrieved. Li Qing's expression darkened. "Is that effort? What you are indulging in is merely a fascination with women. Li Hao, since we are here, let us celebrate the new year together." "No, I must visit my uncle in the capital," Li Qing sighed. "Having been away for so long, I cannot feel at ease without checking on him." "Very well." Li Hao sighed in response and inquired, "Given that we prepared so many medicinal pills for him, he should be all right, shouldn't he?" Li Qing exhaled. "In theory, yes. However, I cannot help but feel uneasy if I do not see him." As they conversed, the two arrived at the guest hall. Li Hao instructed the servants to prepare food and wine, draw bathwater, and summon his beloved wife. "This is our distant relative, the esteemed elder Li from beyond 9 generations." After introducing his wife, he turned to Li Qing. "Qing Yi, this is my wife, Xiao Song. Greetings, elder Li." Good, good, Li Qing said, pulling out a handful of gold coins. I came in a hurry and had little preparation. Xiao Song was astonished. Such a youthful elder was indeed a refreshing sight. Thank you, elderly. She composed herself and stepped forward to receive the coins with both hands. No need for thanks. This is merely his duty. Li Hao replied with a smile. It is cold outside, and you are with child. You should go rest. Xiao Song nodded, apologetically saying, elderly. I must take my leave. Not at all, Li Qing responded with a slight nod. Once she had distanced herself, he asked, what is her family background? Her family is somewhat of a small landlord, possessing several thousand acres of mulberry fields. They are quite insignificant in Jinling, Li Hao explained. Are there any officials in her family? They held positions in the previous dynasty, but they have long since fallen into decline. Then that is good. Li Qing felt reassured and urged, quickly bring out the food and wine. I am eager to be on my way. Li Hao, somewhat displeased, replied. Are you in such a hurry? Of course. There is a joyous banquet awaiting me in the capital. What banquet? Li Hao asked, puzzled. With your uncle in such a state, can he still take a concubine? Li Qing responded, my sister-in-law has given birth. Chapter 89. Zhu Youzhang. Li Hao was momentarily taken aback before realization dawned upon him. Last year in the capital, running between Baoding and the capital, Qing was not only caring for their uncle, but also had the heavy responsibility of treating the Empress, which had taken up most of his time. The reason for not returning for the new year was largely due to the Empress not conceiving. No, wait, Li Hao lowered his voice. The Empress truly has conceived? Surely. I am not speaking in jest, Li Qing nodded. What if she hasn't? Li Hao grew anxious. If she hasn't conceived, the repercussions could be dire. You cannot put yourself in harm's way. Seeing his concern, Li Qing felt a sense of comfort, surprised that this fellow was quite filial. This is not merely about filial piety. It concerns our lineage. Mid-sentence, he suddenly realized that their uncle was clearly aware of his identity and would certainly not allow the emperor to interfere with the Yongqing marquisate. Li Hao let out a long breath, smiling. It is nothing. If you must go, then go. Goodness, you truly are something else. Li Qing, feeling a mix of gratitude and anger, raised his hand and playfully slapped him twice. You ungrateful wretch. I have already established my own family, and you still dare to strike me? Li Hao, caught off guard, felt a mix of frustration and helplessness. Without their parents at home, he truly did not dare to confront Li Qing. However, even if their parents were present, it would still be unwise. Realizing this, Li Hao decided to be wise and said, I shall go urge the servants, but you should wait for my mother to return before you leave. Otherwise, she will surely scold me as well. She hit you. What does it have to do with me? Li Qing exclaimed in bewilderment. Why are you like this? Li Hao retorted angrily. I regard you as a grandfather, yet you treat me like a grandson. What else would it be? All right, your words have reached their limit. Li Hao declared, choking on his anger. I shall sever ties with you. Ouch, ouch, I was wrong. After indulging in food and drink, taking a warm bath, and donning a new outfit from Yongqing, Li Qing felt completely at ease. I'm off. Goodbye, Grandpa Li, Li Shueter said obediently. Safe travels. Return early once you're done. Li Hao added. Hurry up, hurry up. Li Qing shot him a glare. Take it easy on the road, Li Hao reluctantly amended. That's more like it, Li Qing huffed. Little Shuer, tell your mother I shall return after the new year. Let her not worry about me. All right, Grandpa Li, Li Shuer nodded. Li Qing mounted his horse and turned back, saying, Li Hao, don't just indulge in pleasure. The family business is substantial, and your father is preoccupied. You need to help your mother bear some of the burden, do you hear me? I barely had 2 days of idleness, and you caught me. What a stroke of bad luck, Li Hao mumbled. Did you hear me? Li Hao stiffened, standing at attention. I heard you. Watching Li Qing ride away, he finally exhaled in relief, then fumed. Does he truly think I can be bullied? Brother, why didn't you dare speak like that earlier? Li Shuer teased. Dare I not? Ha, what a joke. Li Hao scoffed. Let him come back if he dares. The sound of hooves echoed as Li Qing returned. Wait, you're really back? Li Hao stammered. Yes, I'm here. Li Hao's legs felt weak. From such a distance, could he truly hear? Hear what? No, Lord Qing. Do you have any further instructions? Li Qing glanced down at the engraving on his chest. Is this garment sold in the Ming? Yes, though I don't expect it to be profitable. It merely serves as a facade, Li Hao replied. The brand effect hasn't yet taken hold. The competitiveness is weak. Is that so? I was concerned it might leak commercial secrets. Li Qing nodded slowly. Li Hao, with a flattering smile, explained, Lord Qing, Your considerations are indeed thorough. It's no issue. The finished garments have been operational for nearly 2 years, hardly a secret. However, in the Ming, especially in Jiangnan, finished garments have long matured. Breaking through will require time. Well, nothing more to discuss. I shall take my leave. Alas, take care on your journey, and do return after the new year. Li Hao called out, waving his arms in a farewell gesture. Brother, Grandpa Li has gone far. You have no idea how sharp his hearing is. What if he hears? Look, Grandpa Li is coming back. Lord Qing, do you have any further instructions? Li Hao quickly donned a sycophantic expression, only to realize that not a single shadow remained. And he could not help but erupt in fury. Li Shuer, are you trying to get yourself killed? Perhaps due to spending too long in Jiaoji. The further north he traveled, the colder Li Qing felt. With over a century of vital energy sustaining him, he was not afraid of the chill. Yet he could not escape the sensation of cold. On the contrary, his senses grew sharper. Sigh, the food issue can be addressed. But this harsh cold is beyond my control, Li Qing lamented. In such frigid conditions, the common folk would undoubtedly suffer, especially the elderly, many of whom succumbed to the harsh winter. Numerous elders did not perish from the approach of their end, but rather could not withstand the bitter cold. If they could endure it, they might see through to the next winter. Although his diligent efforts significantly improved the lives of the common folk, true prosperity remained a distant dream. The luxury of using charcoal for heating was still beyond their reach. In the palace, Zhu Jianshan joyfully lifted his plump grandson high into the air, laughter radiating from him. Zhu Youzhang, however, wore a face of tension, his gaze fixated on his swaddled son, apprehensive that his father might accidentally drop the child with each upward motion. Father, perhaps you should take a rest, Zhu Youzhang thought, his heart racing with the dread that his son might tumble to the ground at any moment. After all, it was a hard-won son, and the thought of any mishap was unbearable. Your father is not tired, Zhu Jianshan replied, his focus entirely on his grandson, brimming with energy. As he spoke, he lifted the child once more in a manner that seemed perilous. Zhu Youzhang's complexion paled. Father, startled, Zhu Jianshan nearly lost his grip on the grandchild. Annoyance flaring within him. What are you shouting about? If he falls, will you take responsibility? Zhu Youzhang, taken aback, retorted with indignation, this is my son. I can hardly bear the thought of any harm coming to him. Father, I have been pondering a suitable name for this little one and would like to seek your esteemed opinion, Zhu Youzhang said with a sheepish smile. Go ahead. Let me hear it, Zhu Jianshan replied, his demeanor softening slightly. The naming convention in the Zhu family allowed little room for creativity. Surnames and generational characters were fixed, limiting any innovation to the final character. In truth, only half a character remained to be chosen, as the last character had already been partially determined by Zhu Jianshan himself. This was also the reason why emperors of the Ming dynasty, from the second generation onward, bore 3-character names. During the time of Zhu Biao and Zhu Di, when Zhu Jianshan was still establishing his reign, he had not concerned himself with this matter. The 4th generation was the only one among the Ming royal lineage to possess a name with 2 characters. Is it Zhao with the 4 water strokes? Zhu Jianshan inquired, frowning. Indeed, Zhu Youzhang nodded. Although Zhao contained 4 water strokes, it belonged to the fire element in the 5 elements theory, as wood generates fire, aligning with the naming principles established by the founding emperor. Ah, this little one is indeed destined to be of the fire element, Zhu Jianshan acknowledged slowly. The character Zhao fits within the thick generation, yes, quite commendable. Seeing that his father had no objections, Zhu Youzhang pressed on. Zhao, signifying sunlight, also embodies the beauty of the great sun. Illuminating the vast Ming dynasty as he spoke, he discreetly lifted his precious son from his father's hands, cradling him protectively. Zhu Jianshan nodded. Zhu Hozhao, yes, a fine name. If father has no objections, shall we finalize it? Haha, let it be so. We shall name him Zhu Hozhao, Zhu Jianshan replied with a cheerful nod. Zhu Youzhang beamed with joy, exclaiming, as the new year approaches, I find myself rather busy, so I shall take my leave. However, as he attempted to depart with his son, Zhu Jianshan called out, stop. Startled, Zhu Youzhang froze. Is there something else, father? Why are you attending to your own affairs while neglecting to care for my grandson? Zhu Jianshan expressed his discontent. Well, Zhu Youzhang stammered, then suddenly exclaimed, Father, look. Hozhao is gnawing on his fingers. He must be hungry. I shall take him to the wet nurse. Just a quarter of an hour ago, I had the wet nurse brought to Chonglu Palace, Zhu Jianshan interjected. Father, is there something you require? No, it's nothing, Zhu Youzhang replied awkwardly. Xiaozhang is missing his son. She has not yet completed her confinement, has she? She has. It ended the day before yesterday. In that case, she can move about. Let her come to the Changlu Palace, Zhu Jianshan remarked. After waiting so long, I finally have this precious grandson. I have yet to relish him enough. Father, stop your rambling and put down my grandson, Zhu Jianshan commanded, his tone brooking no argument. Yes, Zhu Youzhang said reluctantly, adding, Father, be gentle. My little Bao Zhao is still quite fragile. Please do not jostle him. Rest assured, I hold him dear, Zhu Jianshan replied. All right, I hear you. I want to lift him again. Zhu Jianshan spread his arms wide. Quickly, return my Bao Zhao to me. After all, it took me great effort to bring him into this world. How has he become yours? Zhu Youzhang lamented, yet he complied. With a heavy heart, he handed his son over, reiterating, Father, you must be careful. Are you not tired of this? I am his grandfather. How could I not cherish him? Zhu Jianshan retorted, a hint of annoyance in his voice. Hurry and attend to your duties. With this time spent nagging, you could have dealt with 2 memorials already. Zhu Youzhang cast one last wistful glance at his son before walking away dejectedly. Little fellow, from now on, you shall be called Zhu Baozhao. Zhu Jianshan teased his grandson, a smile spreading across his face. Hearing his father's laughter from behind, Zhu Youzhang felt a pang of envy, yet he recognized the futility of his emotions. Upon entering the Qian palace, Empress Zhang rushed to meet him, her voice laced with urgency. Your Majesty, where is our son? Is he returning? No, Zhu Youzhang replied, a mix of frustration and sorrow in his tone. He has not returned, and the wet nurse has also gone. What? Empress Zhang was taken aback. At that moment, a eunuch entered the hall, announcing, Your Majesty, Dr. Li has returned. Chapter 90. The unappealing infant. The monarch and his minister sat across from each other. Zhu Youzhang smiled. Dr. Li, you have finally returned. I was just pondering your absence. What troubles you? Ah, Zhu Youzhang replied sheepishly. Last month the Empress gave birth to a prince, and I am concerned about how to reward you. A prince has been born. Although Li Qing was somewhat prepared, he could not suppress his excitement upon hearing this news. Indeed, it was a surprise. There is both joy and astonishment. Is it the Zhengda? It should be, Zhu Youzhang affirmed, nodding with a smile. As a ruler, I do not make idle promises. The time has come for me to fulfill my earlier commitment. However, do not rush. Your official appointment will certainly be after the new year, but I shall grant you a title in the meantime. But I have not participated in the imperial examinations. How can your Majesty reward me? Li Qing hesitated to accept. It can be conferred. Zhu Youzhang insisted. Your Majesty should consider this carefully. Such a decision could have negative implications. Zhu Youzhang disregarded his caution and continued. How about granting you a title equivalent to a successful candidate? That would not be appropriate. Li Qing thought privately. Your Majesty, where is the prince now? He is in the Changlu Palace, Zhu Youzhang replied, his expression brightening. I was about to ask for your assistance. What assistance? Shortly after the prince was born, the Empress Dowager took him to the Changlu Palace, and he has not yet returned. Given the fragility of infants, I am concerned. Will he be all right? Zhu Youzhang added. I believe that a newborn infant is far better off staying with its mother than spending time with its father or grandfather. Wouldn't you agree? He found it impossible to compare himself with the emperor and could only express his sentiments through his wife, for being with her was tantamount to being with him. Li Qing stifled a laugh, fully aware that this royal grandson was indeed a prized treasure, cherished by all. As long as the child was well-fed and well-rested, it mattered not where he was. Li Qing pretended not to grasp the deeper meaning behind his words. Noting that the emperor was preoccupied with state affairs and had the protection of the retired emperor, thus there was no chance of a grandfather being indifferent to his grandson. Zhu Youzhang remarked, I comprehend the emperor's intentions. Li Qing responded, you desire for the common folk to observe the royal grandson, to ensure all precautions are in place, correct? Zhu Youzhang, feeling helpless, realized he could not be too overt in his communication, lest he be accused of being unfilial. Was this man being intentionally obtuse, or truly failing to understand? Zhu Youzhang furrowed his brow, scrutinizing Li Qing. Why do you regard me so? Li Qing, aware of Zhu Youzhang's motives, nonetheless recognized that, whether due to personal affection or the emperor's accomplishments, Zhu Youzhang could never quite compare to Zhu Jianshan in his heart. Furthermore, with Zhu Jianshan's days waning, he naturally leaned towards him. His feelings toward Hongji were rather indifferent, almost non-existent. Zhu Youzhang, his expression impassive, stood up, saying, "Let us proceed to Changle Palace." At Changle Palace, the infant lay asleep while Zhu Jinshan remained by the bedside, occasionally pinching the baby's cheeks and playfully tapping his nose, lost in his own amusement. Nearby, Ji and Xiao were not part of the scene. When the Emperor Zhu Youzhang entered and saw his son sleeping, he immediately lowered his voice. "Li Shini has arrived." Zhu Jinshan turned his head, and, seeing it was indeed Li Qing, sat up straight, saying, "Xiao Ji, Xiao, you may step out for a moment." After a pause, he added, "You too, Youzhang, go attend to state matters." Zhu Jinshan continued, "Father, I have brought Li Shini primarily to examine Hou Zhao's health." Zhu Youzhang had just glanced at his son, reluctant to leave so soon. Zhu Jinshan insisted, "Once the examination is complete, have him inform you. There is no need to waste time. You are the emperor and must prioritize national affairs. With the year-end approaching, do not let state matters be delayed." Zhu Youzhang replied, "I take my leave." Ji and Xiao followed suit, and upon reaching the door, Xiao turned back to glance at the swaddled infant, filled with envy. Pondering that her own son was of the right age, and a flicker of desire stirred within her. To this day, her aspirations for personal advancement had dissipated. However, she still longed to hold a grandchild. Unfortunately, even if she were to have one, it was unlikely she would ever get the chance to embrace it. After all, her son, once in theft, would not be able to remain in the capital indefinitely. After being made a prince, he might see her once a year, let alone a grandchild. Alas, Yujian is growing up. I must not let my own circumstances hinder his marriage and enfeoffment. Thankfully, the retired emperor still dotes on me. I must find an opportunity to speak with him about Youjin's marriage arrangements after the new year. Thus, Xiao mused. When did you return? Just now. I haven't even gone to the family estate yet. Li Qing stepped forward, gazing at the infant for a moment. Has he reached a full month yet? Zhu Jinshan beamed. He just turned a month old 2 days ago. What do you think? Is he not adorable? He is still quite fuzzy and hasn't he fully developed. How can he be considered cute? Li Qing murmured. Have we held the full moon banquet yet? This matter weighed on his mind. All you think about is food. Zhu Jinshan huffed. The new year is approaching, and there are no plans for it. We will host a 100-day banquet after the spring festival. Oh, I see. Li Qing nodded, sitting at the edge of the bed, gazing at the infant for a while. It's cold. We must ensure he stays warm. It's best if he avoids the wind and snow. Once spring arrives, we can take him out to bask in the sun. Indeed, that is my thought as well. Zhu Jinshan smiled, pinching the baby's chubby face. Let him reside here with his grandfather. Is his name Zhu Youzhang? Is there a problem with that? Li Qing pondered aloud. His father represents wood. Wood gives birth to fire, so he should embody fire, right? Youzhang, belonging to the fire element. Zhu Jinshan teased. You didn't know that? I am but a novice in such matters, Li Qing retorted, though he fell into contemplation. Regarding the emperors of the Ming dynasty, he mostly remembered their reign titles, but not their personal names. This was, after all, due to the old Zhu, who would use the same reign title throughout their life. Including the historical Qing dynasty, names like Kangxi, Yongzheng, and Qianlong were known only by their reign titles and not by their actual names. Zhu Youzhang set the precedent, and all emperors of the Ming dynasty maintained a single reign title during their reigns. The subsequent Qing dynasty followed this tradition, leading to the reign titles of emperors post-Ming becoming the most renowned identifiers. By the way, Your Majesty, what has become of the Jurchens of Jianzhou? Li Qing suddenly recalled. I truly do not know. Zhu Jinshan shook his head. The last I heard of the Jianzhou Jurchens was when we dispatched Wang Zhi to suppress them. That was many years ago. Who knows how they fare now? However, I presume they are barely surviving. With their meager numbers, they hardly pose a threat. The last time we sent Wang Zhi on an expedition was primarily to enhance his reputation. Otherwise, I wouldn't have given them a second glance. Zhu Jinshan spoke with disdain. What prompted you to think of this all of a sudden? It was merely a fleeting thought, Li Qing smiled, yet secretly contemplated. When I have leisure in the future, I must venture to Liaodong once more. To be honest, the current Ming dynasty scarcely resembles the historical Ming. Countless small factions have forged a significant force capable of altering the course of history. Li Qing was confident that even without intervening in the Jianzhou Jurchens, they could not rise to power. Still, the matter unsettled him deeply. Zhu Jinshan dismissed these thoughts, not out of arrogance, but simply because the Jianzhou Jurchens were too weak to be noticed. Shall we take your pulse? Zhu Jinshan was more concerned about his grandson. What can you discern from a newborn? Li Qing chuckled. Yet here you are. Extend your hand to me. Zhu Youzhang rolled up his sleeves and raised his arm. I've been feeling quite well lately, eating, sleeping, and in good spirits. You're simply elated at the arrival of a grandson. While mood can influence health, it does not mean that a good mood guarantees good health. Li Qing grasped his wrist to feel the pulse. After a considerable time, he slowly withdrew his hand, stating, "It's acceptable. Take good care of yourself, and there shouldn't be significant issues in the coming years." "See, I told you so," Zhu Youzhang beamed with pride. "By the way, since you've traveled to Jiaoji, you won't be venturing overseas again, will you? I won't be going abroad in the coming years." Li Qing pondered for a moment and remarked, "If I wish to be busy, there are indeed many tasks at hand. If I desire leisure, there seems to be nothing pressing." Thus, he decided to relax and take a break. Zhu Youzhang, feeling sympathetic, said, "You have worked hard enough. Grant yourself a respite." Such words were indeed pleasing to Li Qing. Yet, he heard Zhu Youzhang continue, "You still have a long way to go. You must conserve your energy. Should you exhaust yourself prematurely, the consequences would be dire." Li Qing's expression darkened. "Are you seeking trouble? I cannot endure any more strain. Should you strike me, it would be you who would fret." Zhu Youzhang, unperturbed, replied, "Enough of the jesting. Stay in the capital. I am quite bored as well. You often visit the palace. We can chat over tea. If you truly cannot remain idle, you may visit Baoding. The distance is not far, making travel convenient." Li Qing chuckled. "Wanqing wishes for me to reside in Jinling, while you desire my presence in the capital. I am at a loss as to which to choose. Naturally, I must prioritize my own wishes. After all, how many years do I have left?" Zhu Youzhang asserted, "That is only right." Li Qing sighed, "However, your son has tasked me with yet another obligation. He wishes for me to join the cabinet. You should speak to him about it. The Ming dynasty is exploring a new path, and I cannot remain in the court. It would stifle my potential." Zhu Youzhang nodded, "Leave that to me." At that moment, Zhu Youzhang awoke, crying loudly, though it was uncertain whether he was wet, soiled, or simply hungry. Zhu Youzhang, no longer calm, became flustered, calling out for assistance. The infant is so small and truly unappealing. Only knowing how to cry, Li Qing muttered, feeling exasperated by the noise and turning to leave. As he exited the palace, it was still early morning. Li Qing altered his course to Kaishiku, purchasing some meat and vegetables, as well as prepared food and wine, intending to indulge in a hearty meal and then enjoy a long slumber. The day's exertions had indeed worn him out. Upon arriving home and tidying up, he set the table with the food and was just about to feast when a knock echoed at the door. "What the devil?" he exclaimed, raising his voice. "Who is it?" A joyous voice responded from outside. "It is indeed you, mister. It is I, Xiaoyan." Chapter 91. Illness Xiaoyan? Li Qing was momentarily taken aback. His impatience dissipated in an instant. He opened the door, revealing Wang Shoren before him. After a considerable time apart, he appeared more mature and composed. No longer the impetuous youth he once was, yet he had not completely altered his nature. "Come, let us speak inside." Li Qing welcomed him into the courtyard and secured the door once more. They entered the parlor, where they took their seats. Wang Shoren observed the spread of food and drink on the table and cheerfully remarked, "I have arrived at the perfect moment." "Indeed. Wait here. I will fetch another wine cup." Li Qing went to the eastern kitchen to retrieve a cup. "When did you return?" Wang Shoren accepted the cup, uncorked the wine, and poured. "I just arrived yesterday afternoon. I thought I would take a chance and visit, not expecting to find you here." He paused and added, "Sir, I have a son now." "Oh, congratulations." Li Qing raised his cup in celebration. "For this, we must drink a toast. Much gratitude is owed to you." Wang Shoren raised his cup as well, clinked it against Li Qing's, and drank it all in one go. Wiping his mouth, he tore off a chicken leg and began to eat, completely at ease as if he were among family. Li Qing, accustomed to this familiarity, paid it no mind. "How could I return at such a time? The biting cold is tormenting the child as well. Alas, my father insisted I come back," expressing his longing for his son and grandson. Wang Shoren smiled wryly. "What could I do when a father yearns for his son and grandson?" Li Qing nodded. "Was your journey tolerable?" "It was manageable, though the child fussed a bit. Thankfully, he was not left chilled or frozen." Wang Shoren nodded. "However, my wife has caught a slight chill. Since you have returned, could you kindly prescribe some medicine? I do not trust other physicians. You must bring her." "One cannot prescribe medicine without seeing the patient," replied Li Qing. "Very well," Wang Shoren acquiesced, lifting a wine jar to pour. "I have heard from my father that the emperor has a successor now, and you have played a significant role in this. I trust the Emperor has rewarded you handsomely. I have only just returned. You visited yesterday and missed me. Li Qing sighed. He does intend to reward me, but I must confess, I have grown weary of serving in court. The matters there are endlessly vexing. Such words are insincere. If you found it burdensome, we would not find ourselves reunited today. Wang Shoren chuckled. Are you attempting to flatter me? Li Qing laughed heartily before adopting a serious tone. However, to be candid, I find I can better express myself in the wild. Pausing, he continued, you participated in last year's provincial examination, did you not? Indeed. How did it fare? By sheer luck, I passed, Wang Shoren replied with self-deprecation. My father has begun to show me kindness. With your talent, if you apply yourself, passing the imperial examination is a certainty, Li Qing encouraged. That is uncertain. The Ming dynasty is filled with remarkable individuals. My luck in passing this time does not guarantee success in the next, Wang Shoren remarked. While it may be difficult to say for others, I believe in you. Even if you fail the first time, you will surely succeed the second. I have faith in your abilities, Li Qing reassured him. Haha, others may find shame in failing. I find it embarrassing to feel regret for not succeeding, Wang Shoren replied calmly. Li Qing observed, at times, this fellow behaves with the capriciousness of a child. Yet at other times, he exhibits a wisdom that belies his years, resembling a philosopher. I find it impossible to counter his reasoning. Let us drink, Wang Shoren suggested. Oh, indeed. As midday approached, Wang Shoren took his leave, stating he needed rest after his return and would visit again the following day. Li Qing, feeling quite exhausted, ate well and soon fell asleep. When he awoke, it was already the next morning. In Changlu Palace, Zhu Youzhang rose early. Upon opening his eyes, he hurried to the side hall to find his eldest grandson. Just as he exited the inner chamber, he encountered the now Xiao Guifei. Little Xiao, why are you up so early? Zhu Youzhang inquired, somewhat surprised, then added with a mischievous smile, do not leave tonight. Xiao Guifei blushed slightly and nodded, yes. After a moment, she said, Your Majesty, I have something I wish to discuss with you. Speak freely. There is no need for hesitation, Zhu Youzhang said patiently. Feeling a mix of affection and guilt towards Xiao Guifei, thus his tolerance was considerably high. Your grandson, Yu Jian, has grown quite a bit. I believe it may be time for him to take a wife, Xiao Guifei suggested. Indeed, it is indeed time for Yu Jian to consider marriage, Zhu Youzhang agreed. Not rushing to see his grandson. What are your thoughts on this? What thoughts could I possibly have? Xiao Guifei replied cautiously. Being in the depths of the palace, I am unaware of many matters. It is best for your Majesty to take the lead. Oh, there is no need for such trepidation. Feel free to express your thoughts. Zhu Youzhang remarked. As the mother of Yu Jian, you possess the right to select a suitable bride for him. The concubine Xiao felt a stir of excitement, but remained somewhat hesitant, replying, Is it really appropriate? There's nothing inappropriate about it, Zhu Youzhang reassured her. I will speak with Youzhang about it, and you may oversee the process as well. Although we are past the busy season, after the new year, we shall commence preparations for Youzhang's marriage. Ah, thank you, Your Majesty, concubine Xiao exclaimed, her joy apparent. Zhu Youzhang chuckled, what is there to thank? As Youzhang's father, it is merely my duty, even in a common household, to ensure my son finds a bride. Rest assured, I shall not neglect Youzhang's needs. Indeed, she nodded. Then I shall remain here tonight. Very well, Zhu Youzhang replied with a smile, yet inwardly mused. Li Qing's concoction should be refined. My old back is becoming increasingly weary, and my strength is waning. Li Qing, having lingered in bed until the late morning, washed his face with cold water, instantly revitalizing his spirit. Presently, there were no pressing matters on hand. Baoding Prefecture was not far. If he desired, he could reach it in a day. However, having just returned from Jiaoji and with the new year approaching, he wished to take a break. He had delegated all necessary tasks and established the requisite guidelines. The foundational framework was firmly in place. He had provided all guiding opinions, and any subsequent visits would primarily serve an oversight purpose. Today was a splendid sunny day. Li Qing leaned against the eaves, his chair positioned against the wall, basking in the warmth of the sunlight. While purchasing wine and meat the previous day, he had also picked up 2 sets of storybooks, only to discover that the illustrations were of an erotic nature, filled with lascivious verses. In this era, the novel industry was thriving, having become a pillar of entertainment. There were no censorships, one could write freely. It was all about daring to write and daring to read. The court did not impose any legal restrictions on this matter. Many literati privately penned such works for their own amusement. The prevalence of illiteracy was significant, and purely textual narratives were ineffective. Nearly all included illustrations, catering to audiences of all ages. Indeed, erotic literature had existed long before, not a unique product of the Ming dynasty, and had never been prohibited throughout history. In this age, the allure of courtesans could be openly discussed. In truth, Li Qing was not particularly fond of such content, but having purchased it, discarding it would be wasteful, so he decided to read it. The quality of the storybook was commendable. Although it belonged to the erotic genre, it was not vulgar and was rich in narrative depth, quite distinct from the imperial literature of later times. As he continued to read, an idea suddenly sparked in Li Qing's mind. Why not transform this storybook into a pictorial book to sell overseas? The brilliance of Han culture is undeniably advanced. While disseminating written words is challenging, illustrations differ. As long as they are vivid and tell a story, even those who are illiterate or not of Han descent can comprehend them clearly. Even in later times, during an era of flourishing entertainment industries, comics had a significant market. How much more so in this period? Ding ding ding. Sir, it's me, Wang Shoren's voice called out. Li Qing was taken aback. Pulling himself from his reverie, hastily stowing away the storybook in the chamber before making his way to the door to open it. Wang Shoren, the Zhu family, and Wang Hua all arrived, accompanied by 2 servants from the Wang household, who bore an abundance of gifts. Is this a tribute for me? Wang Hua humbly remarked. Thanks to the miraculous skills of Dr. Li, I have been blessed with a grandson ahead of time. Now that my son has returned, it is only natural for us to express our gratitude with a small token of appreciation. If that is the case, then I shall not stand on ceremony. Li Qing replied with a smile, inviting them in. Wang Hua epitomized the ideal gentleman, possessing a strong moral compass yet exhibiting a certain rigidity. To be candid, interacting with such a person was not particularly enjoyable, as one had to maintain a decorum that was absent when engaging with Wang Shoren. It was not that Wang Hua was pretentious. Rather, it was a reflection of the conventions upheld by scholars of this era, especially when in high spirits. He might compose a poem or two, which left Li Qing feeling somewhat overwhelmed. In this age, emulating the verses of Tang and Song was no easy feat, and Li Qing found himself well-intentioned, yet powerless. Fortunately, the Zhu family had a minor ailment, providing Li Qing with an excuse to avoid any embarrassing moments. After an engaging conversation, Wang Hua finally took his leave around noon. As Li Qing watched him depart, he let out a long sigh, feeling more exhausted than if he had traveled under the stars. At last, he is gone. Let us hope he doesn't return. Following his previous sentiments about Wang Shoren, Li Qing began to harbor similar feelings of inadequacy toward Wang Hua, even experiencing a twinge of fear. Upon closing the door, Li Qing resolved to prepare a few delightful dishes to soothe his weary spirit. However, just as he finished chopping the vegetables, there came a knock at the door. A wave of dismay washed over him. What now? Is this never-ending? Upon opening the door, he found a young eunuch standing there, which alleviated his distress somewhat. Is His Majesty seeking me, or is it the retired emperor? Both, the eunuch replied urgently. Dr. Li, you must come to the palace at once. The crown prince is ill. Ill? Li Qing was taken aback, anxiety swiftly overtaking him as he hurried off. In this era, the infant mortality rate was alarmingly high. They were as fragile as flowers in a greenhouse, and a moment's carelessness could lead to tragedy. Even the royal family was not exempt from this harsh reality. Having finally welcomed a crown prince, should anything happen, it would not only carry significant political ramifications, but would also deeply sadden Zhu Youzhang, possibly affecting his health. Li Qing could not afford to delay. He rushed into the palace of Chang'e. Inside, Zhu Youzhang, Zhu Youzhang, the Zhou family, the Ji family, the Wang family, and Zhang family, along with a multitude of unfamiliar faces, crowded the inner palace to the point of suffocation, as if the sky had fallen. Seeing this scene, Li Qing's face turned pale. Please, let me through, he shouted, and to his relief, the crowd parted momentarily. He advanced, feeling a surge of relief upon discovering the infant was still alive. Zhu Youzhang, anxious, urged, Sir, please take a look at the crown prince. He seems to be suffering from a febrile illness and is burning up. It is not merely a suspicion. He has a fever, Li Qing stated, placing his hand on the infant's forehead. Everyone, step back and extinguish the sandalwood incense. It is harmful for the baby. Quickly extinguish it, Zhu Youzhang commanded, and soon chaos ensued. The number of dignitaries in the sleeping quarters was overwhelming, leaving the servants unable to maneuver. Li Qing, feeling helpless, remarked, "Your Majesty, it is exceedingly noisy here. I require tranquility. Everyone may withdraw, leaving only Youzhang." Zhu Jianshan promptly dismissed the attendants, sparing even the Zhou family. After a considerable time, the inner chamber finally fell silent. Li Qing untied the tightly wrapped swaddling, visible steam rising from it, and exclaimed in irritation, "Is it not a concern to smother him so? A warm illness merely requires some perspiration, does it not?" Zhu Jianshan, perplexed, countered, "In the depths of winter, can one afford to leave him uncovered?" Li Qing retorted with annoyance, "Though the outside is frigid, the inner chamber is not at all cold. Moreover, this swaddling is excessively thick, an infant's body temperature is already elevated. Quickly, bring some strong liquor." Zhu Youzhang stammered, "Can the infant consume alcohol? Why so many questions? Just do as instructed." Zhu Jianshan's anger surged. "Had it not been for you, would the infant have fallen ill?" Zhu Youzhang, equally frustrated yet resigned, recognized his father's authority and turned to leave, instructing a servant to fetch the liquor. Li Qing contemplated channeling some vital energy to the infant, but hesitated, fearing the child might not withstand it due to his small size, and ultimately refrained. How could he fall ill so suddenly? Li Qing speculated it might be an infectious disease. If so, he feared for his own health. Should it spread further, it would spell disaster. Fortunately, Zhu Jianshan's subsequent words allayed his concerns. "Everything was well until that rascal snatched him away when I was unprepared." Zhu Jianshan's face flushed with anger. "And then? Then I brought him back," Zhu Jianshan replied. Li Qing exclaimed, "You truly are remarkable. The temperature difference between inside and outside the palace is no less than 20 degrees. With such back and forth, it is no wonder the child has a fever." No one dared to hold the crown prince. Thus, it must have been the father and son who took turns holding him, possibly pinching his cheeks and showering him with affection. How much warmth could such a little one endure? A gust of cold wind swept through, dissipating it all. Zhu Youzhang hurriedly entered, retorting, "Father, you share in this responsibility. Had you not brought him back, he might not have been so unruly. Do you think it justifiable to take my grandson?" Zhu Jianshan, furiously agitated, protested, "What kind of talk is this? This is my son. How can I be accused of theft?" Zhu Youzhang's face reddened, yet he dared not argue further, suppressing his anger. Coincidentally, Li Qing interjected, "Your Majesty, given the frail state of the Grand Emperor, should you not temper your ire? Indeed, you shall drive me to my end." Zhu Jianshan gasped, his eyes ablaze with fury. Zhu Youzhang barely restrained himself. "What of my son?" he inquired anxiously. Upon hearing this, Zhu Jianshan's anger dissipated, and he too regarded Li Qing with concern. "It is merely a mild warmth induced by the cold. For an ordinary person, it would suffice with a dose of medicine. However, the crown prince is still quite young, thus we must proceed with caution," Li Qing pondered. "To be safe, I shall monitor him through the night. Infants are delicate creatures, especially in this era, where many succumb to fevers from mere colds." Li Qing could not afford to be careless. Zhu Jianshan was more than agreeable, and Zhu Youzhang, deeply worried for his son's well-being, felt no objection. "Dr. Li, you must ensure the recovery of my son," Zhu Youzhang stated solemnly. "I shall exert every effort," Li Qing assured him. Zhu Jianshan remarked, "You may attend to your official duties, with Dr. Li present. The esteemed Emperor Zhao shall undoubtedly be safe. Do not linger here, as your presence vexes me. A sovereign of the realm stooping to such petty behavior. Father Emperor, what? Are you unwilling to accept this?" With a solemn expression, Zhu Jianshan began to roll up his sleeves. Zhu Youzhang felt as if his lungs might burst, his plump face resembling that of a pig's head. He turned to leave, fearing that if he remained any longer, he might commit an act of filial impiety. The young rascal, Zhu Jianshan, remained irate. Li Qing chuckled, "Enough already. It is not easy for someone to have a son, and you cannot blame him entirely. What sort of talk is that? Without me, how could he exist?" Zhu Jianshan scoffed, then grew anxious again. "Is my eldest grandson all right?" Li Qing nodded. "The infant is frail. You must exercise caution in the future and refrain from such behavior." Zhu Jianshan sighed. "I only wish to ensure he could manage state affairs without worry." Spare me the pretense," Li Qing replied. "Are you truly vexed with me?" Li Qing furrowed his brow. "What? Do you wish to assert your authority over me, as if I am the retired emperor?" When the wine arrived, Li Qing gently dabbed it on Zhu Zhao's palms and soles. However, The potent alcohol of this era could not compare to the medicinal spirits of later times. After much contemplation, Li Qing decided to employ a measure of his vital energy. Fortunately, Zhu Youzhang's illness had been detected swiftly. Soon, his temperature began to drop, and his little face was no longer flushed. Zhu Youzhang exhaled a long sigh of relief and said, "You should stay the night. Otherwise, with the palace gates locked and the hour late, should Zhao Zhao fall ill again, it would be troublesome." "Very well," Li Qing agreed without hesitation, observing the slumbering Zhu Youzhang. He sighed softly, his thoughts wandering. By evening, the little one was essentially well. Upon awakening, he cried with vigor. After feeding, he appeared lively, his round eyes darting about, as if assessing his familial surroundings. After a thorough examination, he seemed quite satisfied, letting out a few chuckles. His pupils were like black buttons, and the whites of his eyes were devoid of any impurities, pure and flawless. Though still not fully developed, and with his fetal hair yet to fall, he was undeniably endearing. Li Qing held the belief that infants, as long as they do not wail, are truly charming. However, he promptly added a condition: as long as they do not soil themselves. As Zhu Youzhang personally tended to his grandson's diaper change, he grumbled, "Look at your disdainful demeanor. It hardly smells at all. Then why not act promptly?" Zhu Youzhang retorted, "I am furious. If I were not afraid of startling my grandson, I would certainly teach you a lesson." Li Qing chuckled, "If I were to strike you, it would be best to consider it as if I had not spoken at all. A single blow would necessitate begging for mercy and exerting effort to revive him, which was hardly worth it." As dusk fell and the little one was lulled to sleep, Zhu Youzhang instructed for wine and a meal to be prepared. The two enjoyed a small drink and engaged in conversation. "What is the current situation in the northern desert?" Zhu Youzhang inquired. "It remains much the same. Internal strife persists," Li Qing replied, as he savored a piece of duck and took a sip of wine. "However, unification is the overarching trend. In the end, one faction will undoubtedly dominate, which is unavoidable." After a brief pause, he added, "Following this, the strategies of internal division and external pressure have lost their efficacy. Only two options remain, either to fight or to open the gates to mutual commerce." Li Qing nodded. "Which do you believe is preferable?" "The benefits of warfare and trade are distinct. I believe Zhu Youzhang has pondered this matter for quite some time, engaging in both conflict and commerce." Zhu Youzhang articulates his perspective. "A singular focus on warfare depletes financial resources, while an exclusive reliance on trade could empower nomadic tribes. Thus, engaging in conflict is undoubtedly necessary to control their population, yet trade must also be balanced. Otherwise, if pushed to desperation, the borders will be rendered unstable." This reasoning is sound, yet whether it can be executed as envisioned remains uncertain. Li Qing muses, "Let us wait and observe. At present, they are in disarray, and the Ming dynasty should refrain from intervening until they stabilize, then devise a strategy based on the circumstances." "Your approach sounds promising, but it may not be feasible." Zhu Youzhang nods with a smile, stating, "Regardless, I shall not witness these events. With you overseeing, I harbor no concerns. By the way, could you do me a favor?" "What is it?" "Your medicinal formula requires refinement. After consuming it, I find myself lacking the vigor I once had." Zhu Youzhang remarks, "A man must possess a robust stature. Do you not agree?" Li Qing, visibly exasperated, responds, "Can you not refrain? You are a man yourself. Imagine if your woman wishes to be intimate, yet you feel weak and powerless. What would that feel like?" Zhu Youzhang counters, "You have bested me." Li Qing, resigned, replies, "Are you not aware that with your condition, indulging in romantic pursuits may shorten your lifespan?" "I am aware." Zhu Youzhang replies nonchalantly, "But if one cannot engage in such pleasures, what is the point of living?" Quickly upgrade the formula. "You wouldn't want me to live without vigor, would you?" Zhu Youzhang embraces life as clarity, with Li Qing by his side. He worries not for what lies ahead, unafraid of death. When one fears not death, naturally, one seeks to live joyfully. The following morning, Li Qing awoke to sounds outside and opened his eyes. Rising to the outer hall, he noticed a vaguely familiar figure. After a moment's pause, he recalled who it was. Li Qing greeted, "Your Highness, Prince Qing." Zhu Youzhang recognized Li Qing as well. He recalled the lively banquet from years prior when he received his title, a vivid memory that remained fresh. No need for formalities. It has been years, yet Dr. Li still possesses such grace. Zhu Youzhang smiled and nodded, inquiring about the well-being of his dear nephew. The term nephew caused Li Qing's face to twitch slightly, prompting him to observe Zhu Youzhang more closely. Zhu Youzhang appeared composed, exuding an air of scholarly elegance, resembling someone devoid of ambition. Zhu Youzhang chuckled. You've awakened just in time. No need to rush off. Join us for a meal. Is that appropriate? Though Li Qing voiced his hesitation, he took a seat. The breakfast of the retired emperor far surpassed street fare, and he would not be polite. Zhu Youzhang remarked, Your Highness seems to have ample leisure today. Influenced by the term nephew, Li Qing interjected. Zhu Youzhang explained, I invited him. Youzhang has reached the age for marriage, and we are discussing this matter. By the way, you must come and celebrate the wedding. So it is about a marriage proposal. Li Qing no longer harbored doubts. When will this occur? With the new year approaching, it must happen before the festivities conclude. Zhu Youzhang chuckled, asking, What? Are you so eager? Li Qing chuckled, If the main character is not anxious, why should I be? Zhu Youzhang touched his nose, feeling both embarrassed and somewhat astonished. It was not merely the impudence of this esteemed healer, but also the demeanor of his father that took him by surprise. The two bore no resemblance to a retired emperor and a commoner. Rather, they seemed like longtime friends discussing the matrimonial affairs of the younger generation. Zhu Youzhang could not fathom why it was so, yet he prudently refrained from inquiring further. How delightful it would be to be a comfortable vassal prince. He had no intention of meddling, especially as his own wedding approached, and the best course was to maintain silence and be obedient. Youzhang, have you not greeted Dr. Li, whom you have met before? Zhu Youzhang retorted. What greeting should a prince extend to him? After a few years apart, he noted that Li Qing appeared remarkably well-preserved, almost unchanged from their last encounter. I wonder if he possesses any secret remedies? Zhu Youzhang casually remarked. Zhu Youzhang instantly grew tense. Virtue, Li Qing shot him a warning glance. Maintaining his composure, read more books, exercise regularly, and keep a proper schedule. These can delay the onset of aging. Ah, indeed. Zhu Youzhang chimed in. Zhu Youzhang scratched his head, opting for silence as he delicately sipped his porridge, maintaining an admirable demeanor. In stark contrast, Li Qing's manner of eating was utterly unbecoming, at least in Zhu Youzhang's eyes. It was unacceptable to eat with rolled-up sleeves and smacking lips. Recalling Li Qing's previous behavior at the banquet, he felt somewhat reassured. This time was indeed an improvement. After a while, Zhu Youzhang paused, retrieved a silk handkerchief to dab at the corners of his mouth, and expressed his gratitude to his father for the hospitality, stating, I am quite full, thank you. After a brief pause, he continued, Regarding the matter of marriage, it is traditionally decided by one's parents. However, I cannot bear to burden you, father. Perhaps it would be more prudent to entrust this to my elder brother. After all, an elder brother is like a father, and he is both benevolent and filial, surely unwilling to cause you any distress. What do you think? Zhu Youzhang, his eyes filled with thoughts of his grandson, readily agreed. That sounds good. Indeed, your father's energy is not what it once was. Rest assured, I will advise your elder brother to select a beautiful and virtuous bride for you. Zhu Youzhang felt a twinge of embarrassment and nodded gently. Thank you, father. I shall visit the palace to pay my respects to my elder brother. If you have no further instructions, I shall take my leave. The bond between the brothers was strong, and given the significance of this lifelong commitment, he could not afford to be indifferent. He wanted to ensure everything was in order. Naturally, his discomfort with Li Qing's uncouth manner of eating was also a contributing factor. Very well, go. Zhu Youzhang nodded before suddenly remembering something and adding, Come early on New Year's Eve. It has been quite some time since we last conversed. With his son soon to be a vassal prince, each day counted, and he wished to rekindle their familial bond. Among his many sons, he favored this one the most. He was sensible, obedient, and bore a striking resemblance to him, albeit with a fairer complexion, lacking some ruggedness. Zhu Youzhang conveniently disregarded descriptions like handsome as a jade crown or with red lips and white teeth. In truth, Zhu Youzhang was far more attractive than he. Li Qing wiped his mouth, declaring, I am full, I must take my leave. Wait. The prescription. Zhu Youzhang snapped back to reality, hastily stopping him. Are you leaving without paying? How bold of you to scold me. No, what I meant was, you cannot leave without compensating for your breakfast. We had an agreement. Zhu Youzhang sighed, expressing his frustration. You are unaware of it, but the other night. Xiao feigned joy, and it struck me hard. It is evident that his pride has been wounded. Li Qing, both speechless and somewhat amused, contemplated for a moment before deciding to concoct a remedy. In life, the paramount importance lies in happiness. Zhu Youzhang has done all that he ought to. And he has done it splendidly. Perhaps we should indulge him a little. However, one should not be overly indulgent. If he wishes to savor the joys of family life, he must exercise restraint in matters of intimacy, Li Qing advised. Indeed, understood, Zhu Youzhang replied, planting a kiss on the prescription with a cheerful demeanor as he tucked it away. After the new year, there will be the 100-day banquet for the crown prince and the marriage celebration for the Qing Wang. We cannot afford to miss them. Li Qing recognized that he wished for his presence and smiled, assuring, rest assured, I shall not spare any effort to attend. However, prior to that, he needed to visit Baoding to check on Shunjin and ascertain whether he was behaving. In the small courtyard, Li Qing sat beneath the eaves, basking in the sun while perusing a novel. As noon approached and he prepared to cook, Wang Shoren arrived punctually, carrying ingredients. Are you here to mooch again? Li Qing jested. That is not quite accurate. I come bearing meat and wine, Wang Shoren retorted, lifting the beef he had brought, freshly sourced from a cow that had perished that morning. Knowing that although Li Qing was a Taoist, he had no aversion to beef, unlike donkey meat, Wang Shoren declared. This is a hefty 3.5 pounds, enough for our feast. Without treating himself as an outsider, he proceeded to the eastern kitchen, stating, I will tend to the fire. You handle the cooking. Li Qing chuckled. What do you wish to prepare? It was clear to him that Wang Shoren feared he would spend the new year in solitude, prompting his frequent visits. You are in charge of the cooking. I leave it to your discretion. How about potato stew with beef? Excellent. A generous bowl was filled, and with wine set before them, the two dined and conversed. Sir, you seem unoccupied now? Li Qing inquired, surprised. How did you come to know this? Wang Shoren replied, Yesterday, I overheard my father discussing merchants, and I was curious enough to inquire, discovering that there is a colossal entity in Baoding, which I presume is your doing. With a smile, Wang Shoren added, once one has achieved such magnitude, there is naturally less busyness. Li Qing chuckled. Your intellect is indeed remarkable. The expansion of the Shun family was no secret, and after such an extended period of development, nearly everyone was aware of it. Wang Hua, knowing Li Qing well, was not surprised. After a pause, he asked, by the way, what is your father's perspective on this matter? Ah, he is a man who seldom speaks ill of his father. Wang Shoren pondered his words carefully. He is rather conservative and does not hold a favorable view, expressing considerable concern. Li Qing took a sip of wine and encouraged, feel free to elaborate on your father's worries. His impression of Wang Hua was positive. He was a gentleman, cultured and refined, with a moral compass of the highest caliber. Regardless of ability, such a heart is undoubtedly sincere, and Li Qing was eager to hear a differing opinion. After a moment of contemplation, Wang Shoren articulated, in my father's view, the hierarchy of professions places merchants at the bottom for a reason, not due to their cunning nature, but because they do not produce. Farmers cultivate crops. Workers create clothing and furniture, whereas merchants engage in buying and selling for profit. Wang Shoren sighed, acknowledging that his father's concerns were not without merit. Ever since he had listened to the scholar's discourse on the population of the Ming dynasty and his views on climate, he too had developed similar apprehensions. With solemnity, Wang Shoren remarked, the people regard food as paramount. Their desires are modest, merely to be well-fed and warmly clothed. Yet, if everyone turns to commerce, who shall engage in production? After a brief pause, he added, moreover, the rampant growth of commerce harbors another peril. Li Qing nodded in agreement. Please, elaborate. A relentless support for commerce can severely undermine civic virtue, not only fostering a culture of extravagance, but also engendering greed and lethargy, Wang Shoren articulated. Furthermore, it may lead to excessive mobility among the populace, breeding factors of unrest. He continued, since the reign of Taizong, the court has increasingly relaxed restrictions on population movement. To this day, travel permits have become mere formalities. My father believes this poses a threat to the state. Has he submitted a memorial on this matter? Li Qing inquired. Indeed, but the opposition is more vocal, including the esteemed scholar Li, whom my father respects, yet he does not align with his perspective. Wang Shoren chuckled bitterly. In fact, he has privately debated with scholar Li, yet neither could sway the other. Li Qing chuckled lightly. Your father's views are not entirely erroneous. They simply do not align with the current state of the Ming. Could you elaborate? Wang Shoren asked with keen interest. My father seldom discusses matters of state with me, and I can only glean fragments from his words. You have spent many years in the court. Surely you possess profound insights. Li Qing teased. You are not a court official. Why should I divulge such matters to you? Not presently, but certainly in the future. Wang Shouren replied playfully. My father is rigid. Yet you two seem quite so. Li Qing rapped the table lightly. Wang Shouren promptly poured him a drink, eagerly adopting a listening posture. In the era of the founding emperor, a household registration system was established, strictly prohibiting the common folk from wandering. This was aimed at swiftly restoring production and securing the people's hearts, thereby minimizing unrest, Li Qing pondered. It is essential to remember that at that time, the Yuan court had merely been driven out, not obliterated. Even during the Hongwu period, some scholars remained loyal to the previous dynasty, though few. They demonstrated the lingering influence of the Yuan. Each era is distinct. Since the reign of Taizong, the legitimacy of the Ming has deeply resonated with the populace. Thus, the mobility of the people is less of a concern, Li Qing remarked with a smile. Over the years, I have yet to hear of any unrest caused by the movement of the populace. What about Tangser? Wang Shouren interjected. Tangser does not count. That incident was a political struggle, Li Qing clarified. In truth, the movement of the populace has numerous benefits, as it can enhance productivity. Li Qing explained, whether farmers, tenants, or artisans, not every individual has work year-round. Earning some extra income during their downtime is surely more advantageous. Li Qing raised his cup, taking a sip to clear his throat before continuing. Moreover, the common people possess a strong sense of nostalgia for their hometowns. Even amidst movement, the vast majority remain within their prefectures, let alone leave the province. It is not as severe as you might imagine. Wang Shouren slowly nodded, reflecting, to be honest, the current Ming bears little resemblance to previous dynasties. In many respects, the degree of freedom is excessively great. Indeed, Li Qing concurred. Li Qing smiled and nodded, his eyes gleaming with delight. It has indeed changed immensely. In contrast to Li Qing's optimism, Wang Shouren appeared somewhat troubled. He was astute and unconfined by convention, yet ultimately could not escape the limitations imposed by his era. Sir, the path that the Ming dynasty currently treads lacks historical precedent. If calamity were to befall us, I fear we would be at a loss as to how to remedy the situation. Li Qing chuckled softly. In truth, this world has always been in a state of upward spiral. To actively transcend epochs is entirely distinct from being propelled by the tides of time. Wang Shouren, pouring wine for Li Qing, asked, could you elucidate your thoughts further, sir? Li Qing inquired, as a scholar yourself, having perused countless historical texts, do you grasp the fundamental cause of a dynasty's decline? Wang Shouren replied, water can carry a boat, but it can also capsize it. Throughout history, when old dynasties were overthrown, it was invariably due to the excesses of the elite and the hardships endured by the common folk, which ultimately incited rebellion. That is indeed accurate, yet it misses the crux of the matter, Li Qing remarked. To put it simply, there are too many enjoyers and not enough producers to sustain them. In essence, humanity is inherently composed of enjoyers, reveling in nature's bounties. After taking a sip of wine, Li Qing continued, when nature's gifts become insufficient for human consumption, chaos, warfare, and even the downfall of dynasties ensue. Pausing for a moment, he added, for countless years, the land beneath our feet has undergone several reforms. However, since the Han and Tang dynasties, there has been little significant advancement. Wang Shouren scratched his head in confusion. What reforms are you referring to? The first reform was the transition from hunting to agriculture, Li Qing explained. The enhancement of productivity not only nourished more individuals, but also fostered the emergence of new governing systems. Once society shifted to agriculture, the number of producers increased. And even those lacking strength, not limited to men alone, could engage in production. Thus, the era of small tribes governed by brute force gave way to a yearning for structure, for it is through such structure that a greater number of individuals could experience fairness. Yet this so-called fairness did not endure, for absolute fairness is a myth. In pursuit of equity, power was entrusted to the ruling class, but with the exploitation by this elite, internal discord inevitably arose. At this juncture, the ruling class was compelled to divert tensions outward, expanding their reach and plundering resources to quell internal strife. These resources were not limited to land and food, but included people as well. Wang Shouren paused, astonished. Slaves? Indeed, Li Qing affirmed. In the relentless cycle of plunder and being plundered, states gradually emerged. The strong devoured the weak until only a single fish remained. It was then that a reformation of the system became imperative. Hence, the unification under the first emperor and the abolition of slavery, Wang Shoren surmised. Li Qing nodded in agreement. The Qin dynasty's brief existence prevented the complete eradication of slavery. Fortunately, the Han dynasty inherited the Qin system, with outstanding leaders such as Liu Bang, Empress Liu, Emperor Wan, and Emperor Jing, followed by Emperor Wu, who elevated Confucianism, thereby laying a solid foundation for the Central Plains dynasties. During the Tang dynasty, the flourishing of both civil and military prowess, coupled with a more lenient system and an open societal atmosphere, ushered in a grand era. Yet, thereafter, there was little progress, at least in terms of governance. It seemed as if Li Qing sighed. Since the Tang, not only has there been no advancement, but a regression has occurred, including at the outset of our Ming dynasty. Sir, your boldness is commendable. Wang Shoren swallowed hard. To slander the founding emperor is certainly worthy of familial extermination. He dared not delve deeper into this matter and instead asked, do you believe that the current path of the Ming dynasty is indeed an upward trajectory? To be precise, it has yet to embark on that journey. What? Wang Shoren exclaimed in astonishment. With such a degree of freedom, cannot this be considered innovation? Certainly not, Li Qing chuckled. It merely signifies the tacit abolition of travel permits and household registration, a slight flourishing of commerce, and a more rational tax system, none of which can be deemed groundbreaking innovation. Wang Shoren, intrigued, inquired, then what do you define as innovation? Capital. The concept of capital eluded Wang Shoren, who gazed at Li Qing in bewilderment. Li Qing elucidated. Capital enhances production efficiency, stimulates economic circulation, and enables a greater number of individuals to reap benefits. Can I interpret this as allowing merchants to expand their enterprises? That interpretation is not incorrect, Li Qing nodded. Wang Shoren furrowed his brow. I have a question. Speak. It is evident that merchants are driven by profit. They find greater gain in commerce than in agriculture. When everyone rushes to trade, who will tend to the fields? That question is moot, Li Qing countered, shaking his head. Wang Shoren, perplexed, asked, why is that? Because the big fish devour the small, Li Qing stated. 99% of people lack the qualifications to enter the fray. Those who force their way in will find themselves utterly consumed. After a pause, he added, moreover, a thriving commerce not only boosts production efficiency, but also enhances the enthusiasm for production. It is not merely harmless to production. It is profoundly beneficial. Wang Shoren was taken aback, lost in contemplation. After a long internal deliberation, he slowly nodded in agreement with Li Qing's perspective. But is capital inherently virtuous? He pondered aloud. It is not that I harbor prejudice against merchants. The pursuit of profit is their nature, indeed, human nature. Once they wield significant power, how can we be certain they will not exploit the laborers? Your concerns are valid. Such occurrences are almost inevitable, Li Qing acknowledged, then added with a wry smile. Yet, this is the gentlest approach available. No matter how unscrupulous merchants may be, at the very least, they must pay their workers. Wang Shoren was momentarily speechless, unable to refute this point. Li Qing sighed. Thus, it is also to enhance the populace's ability to withstand risks, providing them with an additional means of survival. In this realm, the land belongs to the emperor. With a mere decree, he can raise taxes, extracting from the people without any cost. In contrast, capital can never achieve such a feat indeed. Wang Shoren conceded with a nod, then posed another question. But have you considered that as the people's resilience increases, future rulers may become emboldened, leading to even harsher measures? Li Qing was taken aback, then fell silent. After a considerable pause, he finally replied, if that is truly the case, then I shall no longer hold back. What do you intend to do? Wang Shoren asked, his face a mask of shock. Though it was a question, he already had an inkling of the answer. Li Qing did not respond directly, instead stating, this is the utmost I can conceive and accomplish. At least for a very long time, there is no possibility of further advancement, nor do the conditions permit it. If the emperor of the Ming dynasty proves to be so incompetent, I cannot allow my efforts to go to waste. Nor can I stand idly by while the people suffer in dire straits. Wang Shoren opened his mouth as if to speak, yet found himself at a loss for words. In the end, he remarked, I merely speak out of concern. Dear sir, there is no need for you to fret. The Ming dynasty has witnessed the reign of 98 emperors, all of whom have been competent rulers. Even if the successors may not measure up to their ancestors, It is unlikely that they would fall to such extremes. Wang Shouren feared that Li Qing might commit an act of treason that would lead to his demise and the destruction of his clan. Yet, he could not betray his conscience. His loyalty to the emperor was genuine, though not foolishly blind. Should the emperor truly be a hopeless case, to remain loyally devoted would be a grave injustice. However, Wang Shouren, heavily influenced by Confucian ideals, wished to avoid this weighty topic. Instead, he smiled and said, "The court largely holds a favorable opinion of your proposals, and it is foreseeable that the future of the Ming will be bright." Li Qing smiled wryly. "You are mistaken. Their endorsement of my proposals stems from their own vested interests, not from any actual benefit to the Ming or its people. Their affirmation may be the conclusion, but it does not serve as the rationale." Wang Shouren fell silent. This conversation weighed heavily upon him, leaving him somewhat breathless. "Oh, to hear your words is worth more than a decade of study. Your deep understanding of history surpasses mine tenfold." Li Qing, taking the initiative, poured him a drink and said, "Xiao Yun, you possess a compassionate heart, along with talent and wisdom. In the future, I hope you ascend to the higher echelons of the civil service, using your abilities to effect change, even if just to a degree, within the bureaucratic atmosphere. Such an endeavor would be of immense significance." Wang Shouren replied awkwardly, "Dear sir, actually Li Qing raised his hand and arched an eyebrow. "Do you aspire to be a sage?" Wang Shouren felt a strong premonition that if he nodded, that hand would surely strike him. He settled for a lesser ambition and declared, "I wish to become a general." Li Qing, gritting his teeth, exclaimed, "So after all this time spent discussing and dissecting the intricacies, you are telling me it was all in vain?" Li Qing held great optimism for Wang Shouren, wishing for him to rise to the top of the civil service and take his place. In such a scenario, with Wang Shouren in the court and he himself in the wild, they could collaborate to enact beneficial policies for the nation and its people. Unexpectedly, he threatened, "Do you believe I wouldn't strike you?" Li Qing maintained a serious demeanor, as he found it impossible to identify a better candidate than Wang Shouren. Whether in wisdom, intellectual depth, or moral integrity, Wang Shouren epitomized his ideals. At just over 20 years of age, Wang's future was boundless. Why pursue the abstract notion of becoming a sage? Was there any difference from seeking immortality? In Li Qing's view, it was merely a waste of time, a squandering of precious years. Li Qing inhaled deeply, glaring at him. "Think again." Wang Shouren protested, "I'm merely having a meal. Why are you threatening me?" He lamented inwardly, "Can't I serve the nation and its people as a general or a sage? Forcing a fruit to ripen yields nothing sweet." Wang Shouren was not one to stubbornly resist. With that hand hovering before him, any refusal would likely lead to a swift slap. Perhaps I should contemplate further." Wang Shouren stammered, "You must grant me a bit of time, right?" Li Qing's expression shifted from cloudy to sunny as he retracted his hand and chuckled. "I have always been reasonable, so I shall grant you time. Come, let us drink." "Haha, let us drink." Wang Shouren laughed uneasily. With a glass of wine downed, Li Qing poured another for him, gently saying, "Once you succeed and embark on your official career, I shall assist you." "Not yet, my dear sir, do not be anxious." Wang Shouren replied with a sheepish smile. He was well aware of Li Qing's secrets, had witnessed his assertiveness, and understood his temperament. For someone who could be so brusque even toward the emperor, he treated Wang with such courtesy. Indeed, it was not without reason. Should he ever displease Li Qing, he would undoubtedly face a swift and harsh rebuke, possibly resulting in a severe beating that would leave him bedridden. Alas, Wang Shouren lamented inwardly. A forcibly plucked fruit is truly unpalatable. Chapter 95. Do you trust me? In the realm of emotions, some rejoiced while others despaired. Li Qing was content, devouring 3 large bowls of potato stew with beef, consuming 2.5 pounds of meat. In contrast, Wang Shouren barely managed to eat half a pound, though he drank copiously. Had he known this would unfold, he would have refrained from attending. It felt like an exercise in self-inflicted misery. Wang Shouren found himself oscillating between ideals and reality, tangled in a web of conflict. This year, compared to previous ones, the weather was notably pleasant, primarily due to the lack of snow. Since the snowfall on the 20th of the 12th month, there had been no more, and each day was marked by clear skies. Reading stories and basking in the sunlight, Li Qing enjoyed an enviable leisure. Perhaps buoyed by his spirits, he did not feel the solitude of spending the new year alone. On the 2nd day of the new year in the 5th year of Hongji, Li Qing visited Changlu Palace to conduct another examination for Zhu Youzhang before proceeding to the Qianqing Palace in Baoding. The two brothers sat across from one another. Zhu Youzhang remarked with a smile, "I have instructed the Ministry of Rites to prepare. In a few days, we shall formally commence the selection process for the princess. By the way, what sort of woman do you desire? As the elder brother is like a father, I shall defer to your judgment. I have no particular preferences." Zhu Youzhang replied with modesty. "That simply will not do. This is a lifelong commitment and must align with your heart's desire. We cannot be careless," Zhu Youzhang chuckled. "Otherwise, you would surely harbor grievances against me. How could I dare? My elder brother speaks too heavily." Zhu Youzhang quickly waved his hand, then hesitated before adding, "My requests are modest. I seek a woman who is both beautiful and wise." Zhu Youzhang teased, "Is that all? A woman who is both beautiful and wise is a modest desire?" Their brotherly bond was strong, while Zhu Youzhang adhered to decorum. He was not overly constrained in the presence of his elder brother. Hearing this, Zhu Youzhang smiled. "I cannot bear to burden our father, so I must trouble you. My elder brother." "Ha ha, it is my duty," Zhu Youzhang assured him. "Rest assured, I will certainly find you a princess who embodies both beauty and wisdom." After a pause, he added, "Our father has mentioned that your mother should also have a say in this matter. We will ensure to select a suitable match." "Very well," Zhu Youzhang replied bashfully. "I shall not impose on your busy schedule any longer." Zhu Youzhang smiled. "There is no rush. Today is not hectic. Let us share a couple of cups together. Then I shall not stand on ceremony," Zhu Youzhang responded. Zhu Youzhang took a keen interest in his younger brother's significant life decisions, and the standards for selecting the princess were quite high, attracting daughters from esteemed families throughout the capital. In the spring of February, when Li Qing returned from Baoding, the selection had just concluded. The banquet for the 100 days celebration of the eldest grandson of the Ming dynasty was also about to commence. Li Qing, a connoisseur of feasts, is indeed fortunate. Having savored the banquet of the imperial crown prince, and now attending the grand wedding of the Prince of Qing, calculating the days, he will not miss the full moon celebration of his great-grandson. Truly, he is devoted to the indulgence of banquets. At the centenary feast, the illustrious crown prince of the Ming dynasty made a grand entrance, a diminutive figure clad in a resplendent yellow robe, adorned with a ceremonial cap. Having shed the soft down of infancy, he appeared increasingly playful and charming. This delightful crown prince not only brought joy to the imperial family, but also to the officials, who were overjoyed at the return of a legitimate heir after many years since the reign of Emperor Qianzong. This return provided psychological solace to the literati, who placed great importance on propriety and ritual. In a strict sense, Zhu Qizhan's lineage cannot be deemed entirely legitimate, nor can Zhu Qiu's. As for Zhu Jianxin, he was undeniably a son of lesser status, with a mother who was not favored. Zhu Youzhang had been sidelined for many years. As a side note, historically, Zhu Jianxin was fully aware of his son Zhu Youzhang's existence, as recorded in the Ming Shilu, thus dispelling any notion that he was unaware of his offspring. It can be asserted that following Zhu Zhangji, Zhu Hozhao is the most legitimately born prince. Based on this fact, Zhu Hozhao's position as heir is unassailable. Traditionally, the establishment of the legitimate heir is a fundamental principle, as clearly articulated in the ancestral teachings of the Ming dynasty, which alleviates any concerns among the ministers. Historically, subjects have exhibited an almost obsessive fervor for the early establishment of an heir, as the benefits of doing so often outweigh the drawbacks. Although underlying motives may exist to prolong their own political lifespans, with an heir in place, ministers have a clear focus for their service, preventing them from feeling lost. However, astute emperors often resist such inclinations, for the emergence of a crown prince can encroach upon their authority. Zhu Di, in his own time, was similarly hesitant about naming an heir, displaying a reluctance akin to that of a bashful bride. The more ambitious and cunning the emperor, the more they tend to postpone the designation of a crown prince, and even once established, they may regard the prince with suspicion. Should the heir pose a threat to their throne, drastic measures, including disinheritance or even execution, have been known to occur. Rulers of Zhu Youzhang's caliber are few and far between, truly a rarity. Yet, the current emperor does not fall into this category. The ministers appreciate Hongji, recognizing him as a ruler of moderate abilities, unlikely to engage in disputes over the establishment of an heir. Li Qing also perceives Zhu Youzhang as a ruler of limited capability. However, this term is not pejorative. The term mediocre is neutral, signifying a lack of exceptional ability rather than foolishness. Nevertheless, Zhu Youzhang's emergence at this juncture is, in Li Qing's view, a fortuitous occurrence. Regardless of historical context, in the present situation, had a more ambitious and capable ruler taken the throne, their primary objective would have been to consolidate power and sideline the retired emperor. Yet, Zhu Youzhang does not pursue such ambitions. He is dutiful and, furthermore, is not averse to policies that benefit the populace, even if they may impact the imperial authority. Displaying a kind disposition, had Zhu Di or Zhu Zhangji been in his place, they would have unhesitatingly dismissed such notions, regardless of how eloquently Li Qing might extol them. If Wang Zhen'er were still alive, Zhu Jianxin would be in high spirits, yet he would not permit him to act. In this regard, Zhu Youzhang is not without merit. Though his abilities are average, he possesses certain advantages. For instance, he is not disruptive, which is a significant improvement over Chongzhen. Mediocrity is not frightening. What is truly alarming is a mediocre person who is oblivious to their own limitations yet works diligently, ultimately leading to a dismal fate. While it elicits pity, it fails to endear one to them. Following the 100 Days feast, the grand wedding of the Prince of Qing commenced. With the support of paternal and fraternal bonds, the wedding was celebrated with great pomp, nearly rivaling the emperor's birthday festivities. Li Qing had little interest in the prince. He was merely there to partake in the revelry. Whether the princess of Qing was virtuous or beautiful mattered not to him. It was only mentioned in passing by Zhu Jianxin, who noted her surname was Jiang and that she hailed from a military family. After enjoying the wedding banquet, Li Qing prepared to return to Jinling. Shenjin from Baoding Prefecture was obedient and had not overstepped his bounds. He was already on the right track, and thus Li Qing saw no reason to remain at Baoding Prefecture constantly. After such a long period of busyness and a distant journey, he longed to rest and spend time with his son, niece, grandson, and the soon-to-arrive great-grandson. He wished to savor the joys of family, much like Zhu Jianxin, indulging in the delights of grandparenthood. In Chonglu Palace, watching Zhu Jianxin play with his grandson intensified Li Qing's yearning. "I must take my leave," he declared. "Must you depart so heartlessly after consuming everything?" Zhu Jianxin replied with a frown. Li Qing chuckled. "Must you speak so melodramatically, as if I have wronged and abandoned you?" Zhu Jianxin seethed with anger. "You have gone too far." Li Qing articulated on his behalf. Zhu Jianxin replied, "Enough of the jesting. I truly must depart." Li Qing suppressed his amusement and stated earnestly, "The Yongqing Marquisate is welcoming a new addition. How can I, as the ancestor, not return? Has Xiaohao married?" Zhu Jianxin inquired in surprise. "I forgot to mention it. He wed last spring." Li Qing responded with a smile. "As an uncle, shouldn't you contribute something?" "Of course. But I fear you might take advantage of me." Zhu Jianxin expressed unease. Li Qing, feeling affronted, retorted, "Would I be so lacking in refinement?" "Huh. You must be aware of your own reputation," Zhu Jianxin scoffed. "Do you truly believe in your own integrity? You have gone too far." Zhu Jianxin countered, reclaiming a point. Li Qing, incensed and ready to explode, found Zhu Jianxin thrusting his face forward, challenging, "Come on, strike me if you dare." Li Qing, exasperated, realized he had no recourse against this fellow. "Enough banter. I am off." "Wait a moment. What now?" "Bring along a gift of money." "I cannot send an imperial envoy empty-handed," Zhu Jianxin murmured. "Just don't actually take advantage of me." "Rest assured," Li Qing replied. Zhu Jianxin called for a servant, instructing them to fetch money from the treasury, before asking, "When will you return?" "After Jinling. I must make a trip back," Li Qing explained. Zhu Jianxin frowned. "Where are you returning to?" "Wudong Mountain. To resume your role as a Taoist?" "Not to return as a Taoist, but you know what I mean." Zhu Jianxin paused, then irritably remarked, "It seems it is not yet time for that, is it? Do not think that upon my demise you can seize power like Wang Mang." Li Qing, with a cold demeanor, remarked, "If I had such intentions, I wouldn't let you know. Besides, your father was captured during the Northern Expedition." "Indeed, it was the Northern Expedition." Zhu Jianxin corrected him. "Fine, the Northern Expedition," Li Qing scoffed. "When your father was on that campaign, wouldn't my actions of usurpation be favored by both time and circumstance?" Zhu Jianxin scratched his head, still feeling uneasy. "Can we refrain from this charade? If we don't put on a show, how will you oversee it? You can't even manage yourself." Li Qing delivered a ruthless blow. Zhu Jianxin had no retort and sighed. "Just don't let it spiral out of control. We're merely pre-selecting candidates." "I have no immediate plans for that," Li Qing clarified. You're quite right. At this stage, it's unnecessary. However, we must begin selecting candidates. We can't assemble a team at the last minute, can we? You're planning a rebellion, aren't you? Zhu Youzhang couldn't help but curse. To be honest, it would be disingenuous to say he wasn't concerned. Who knows if Li Qing might become a tyrant? Yet, Zhu Youzhang understood that he could not impede Li Qing. Moreover, the Ming dynasty still needed him. This path was Li Qing's vision, and should any issues arise in the future, only he could rectify them. Even though Zhu Youzhang had the capability, he couldn't act against Li Qing. Li Qing comprehended Zhu Youzhang's feelings, but couldn't help harboring resentment, asking, I have but one question. Do you trust me? Silence ensued, a long, heavy silence. Zhu Youzhang finally sighed deeply and nodded, I do. Chapter 96. Old brothers in a small courtyard. Li Qing and Wang Shoren sat facing each other. Have you made up your mind? Not yet, Wang Shoren replied awkwardly. Such a significant matter requires deep contemplation. Li Qing frowned. It's been quite a while. You still haven't decided? Yes, that's true, Wang Shoren replied with a stiff resolve. Please grant me a little more time. As you know, becoming a sage has been my long-held aspiration. Very well, Li Qing nodded sternly. Don't blame me for being unreasonable. When I return next time, you must provide me with a definite answer. Are you leaving, sir? Are you pleased? No, not at all. Wang Shoren hastily suppressed a smile. Where are you going this time? For how long? Li Qing replied lazily. Back to Jinling. The duration is uncertain. I see. Wang Shoren felt a mix of joy and disappointment. Aren't you too busy? Li Qing chuckled bitterly. As long as there's a desire to work, there will always be endless tasks. With that, he stood up and departed. In such haste? Wang Shoren rose as well. Why not have a drink before you leave? No. It's not as if we won't see each other again. We'll drink together next time, Li Qing said. When you pass the imperial examination, I will personally cook to celebrate. Focus on your studies. Okay, Wang Shoren nodded, a hint of bitterness in his expression. In truth, I still prefer to be a sage. If not, becoming a general would suffice. Watching Li Qing leave, he sighed deeply, wearing a face full of helplessness. In the March of spring, in Jinling, the scenery of Jiangnan was delightful. The willows, trimmed by the spring breeze, became increasingly enchanting, vibrant greenery all around, teeming with life. The Yongqing Marquis's residence was lush and colorful, with bees and butterflies flitting about, a feast for the eyes, refreshing to the spirit. With the addition of a new family member, joy filled the air, further enhancing the vitality of the household. Li Hong, now unoccupied and residing in Jiangnan, naturally returned to see his newborn grandchild. At the age of knowing one's fate, welcoming a grandchild may seem somewhat late, yet it is not beyond the realm of possibility. Given my physical condition, I should be able to live until my grandchild's wedding. With a stroke of good fortune, perhaps I may even witness 5 generations under one roof. Li Hong sat beneath the eaves, indulging in his thoughts. Just then, a servant approached, announcing, My lord, there is a young gentleman outside, claiming to have come to offer a congratulatory gift. A congratulatory gift? The full moon banquet has yet to be held. What is there to celebrate? Li Hong, midway through his words, suddenly realized, hastily rising to head towards the entrance. Please invite him in, he commanded, dismissing the nearby servant, instructing the kitchen to prepare fine food and drink. Upon reaching the guest hall and taking a seat, Li Hong waited for the servant to present tea before inquiring jovially. Godfather, have matters in the north been resolved? For now, there is no immediate urgency, Li Qing replied with a nod. That is splendid news. Li Hong exclaimed. You won't be leaving again, will you? I shall stay for a while, but I will indeed depart eventually. Li Qing smiled. What of Wanqing and Xiaohao? Li Hong asked, a hint of disappointment in his tone. They are occupied with business matters. As you know, I cannot involve myself in family affairs. Li Qing nodded slightly, understanding that Zhu Wanqing was beginning to assert herself. In the Navy? Li Hong sighed. It remains as it has always been, in addition to routine drills. We are combating smuggling operations. In essence, we are not busy, yet we are not idle either. Do not rush. There will be ample work in the future. At the latest within 5 years, Li Qing mused, then inquired, is smuggling rampant? It is manageable. Primarily, the smuggling trade is directed towards Japan. While other nations are relatively open, and local gentry do not find it necessary to resort to smuggling, Li Hong explained. However, the situation is not dire. At least in the south, control is commendable. The court has monopolized trade with Japan, leading to inflated prices due to the absence of competitive pressure, which inevitably tempts some to take risks. There will always be those who value money over life. Eradicating this entirely is nearly impossible. Li Qing did not dwell on this, but asked, "What is the current combat capability of the Navy?" One could say we have no rivals, under conditions of equal numbers. The Ming Navy holds overwhelming superiority. To be precise, when numbers are comparable, the enemy has virtually no chance. Li Hong elucidated. Naval warfare differs from land combat. Close combat is rare, as the vast majority of encounters are ranged engagements. The enemy employs bows, while we wield firearms. How can they compete? It is not solely firearms. We also possess warships. Li Hong chuckled. Our Ming warships are tall and grand, allowing our soldiers to fight from an elevated position while the enemy can only attack from below. Even if both sides used bows, we would still have the advantage. Have there been instances of close combat? Li Qing inquired. There have been, though such occurrences are rare. Over the years, I have encountered it only 3 times, 2 of which resulted in our ships sinking the enemy vessels before they even boarded, Li Hong recounted. The sole instance of hand-to-hand combat was a complete rout against those Japanese. It is not that they are particularly weak, but merely boarding our ships depleted 70% of their strength. Pausing, he continued, however, it must be said, although the combat prowess of those Japanese is not on par with the northern tribes, their fighting spirit is unyielding, and they are quite daring. Li Qing nodded slightly, reflecting. In these past couple of years, have there been more or fewer pirates? Fewer, yet more as well. What do you mean? The genuine pirates have diminished, yet those masquerading as pirates have increased. Li Hong lamented that if the scale of smuggling were significant, it would implicate family members, whereas disguising oneself as a pirate alleviated such concerns. He offered a wry smile, stating, "It is exceedingly difficult to discern the truth. In the interest of efficiency, inspections have ceased. Regardless of whether one is a pirate, anyone operating under that guise is treated as such." He paused, adding, however, "The naval forces still exert a formidable deterrent, and at this stage, their activities have considerably diminished." Li Qing furrowed his brow and remarked, "In the face of such substantial profits, the strength of the naval forces may not be sufficient to quell their relentless pursuit of gain, would it?" "Indeed, wise godfather." Li Hong nodded. "I suspect they have shifted their focus northward. Have we submitted a memorial to the emperor?" "I have mentioned it. Yet it appears the emperor is rather indifferent. Perhaps there are factions within the court undermining our efforts." Li Hong's expression tightened, revealing his awareness that many of the merchant groups masquerading as pirates were, in fact, backed by influential families. However, I surmise they are not directly involved. Their operations are conducted in the shadows. Li Qing slowly nodded. "It seems I must make a journey to Liaodong. Even if not for the Jurchens, a visit is necessary." Li Hong smiled wryly. "Godfather, you have just returned, and yet you're already preparing to depart?" "There is no urgency, since I am back. I intend to stay for a while," Li Qing replied cheerfully. "After all, we must celebrate the little one's full moon feast, right?" Li Hong remarked. The food and drink are ready, as the two conversed over their meal. Shortly thereafter, Li Hao returned, joining in on the discussion, which shifted from naval matters to maritime trade. The Li family was undergoing a transformation, transitioning from production to processing, redistributing a portion of their industry to others while focusing on cultivating the Yongqing brand and pursuing a high-end market. Li Hao, possessing considerable acumen in commerce, left Li Hong, the father, unable to interject. Observing the lively exchange between his son and his godfather, Li Hong embraced a profound paternal affection. Li Hao, taken aback, stammered, "Wait, father, why are you hitting me? My hand itched, is that a problem?" Li Hong replied. Li Hao retorted, "If you continue this way, what will become of you? I might grow concerned for your hand." Li Hong, with an expression of disapproval, responded, "Such a disappointing child." Li Hao, irritated, shot back, "What? Must I engage in a brawl with you to prove my worth?" Li Hong laughed. "Well then, come at me. Even if I could win, I wouldn't dare lay a finger on you." Li Hao mumbled, "The weather is pleasant today. Why not bring your eldest grandson here?" Upon hearing this, Li Hong's mood brightened immediately. "Yes, go fetch him." The little one, not yet a month old, basked in the sunlight, his soft skin radiating a milky fragrance, appearing utterly adorable and soothing. Perhaps this is the inherent charm of infants. Li Qing cradled the serene child, feeling a sense of tranquility wash over him. "Uncle Li, let us name the child," Li Hong suggested, noting that the little one had yet to receive a name. Li Hao protested. Why should that be? This is my son, not his. Oh, are you seeking a fight? Li Hong retorted. All right, let little Hao choose the name. Li Qing interjected with a smile. He is the child's father. After all, Li Hao beamed. See how considerate Lord Qing is. However, Li Qing's smile faded, and Li Hong's irritation flared. Li Hao covered his face with both hands, exclaiming in exasperation, Return my son to me. Li Shuer, ha ha ha, do you believe I would strike you? In the late hours of the night, at the northern slope of Purple Gold Mountain, lies the tomb of Li Jinglong. Li Qing sits before the gravestone, pouring a cup, spilling a little. It's been a long time since I last visited you. The Li family is flourishing, and the lineage of Duke Chao is doing exceptionally well. On my side, young Li Hong has also welcomed grandchildren. After a lengthy monologue, Li Qing rises and proceeds to the tomb of Lan Yu. Another prolonged discourse ensues. This site is not merely a royal mausoleum, but also a collective resting place for the founding heroes of the Ming dynasty, including Su De, Chang Yuchen, and Li Wenzhong. All esteemed generals interred here. Lan Yu, who joined the army in his youth, led a life of valiant campaigns, his achievements shining brightly. And though Zhu Di initially held grievances against him, his contributions to the Ming dynasty are undeniable. Thus he was laid to rest in this hallowed ground. It is, in fact, a testament to Li Jinglong's elevated status to be buried here. Many held reservations in their hearts at the time, yet with Li Qing's open support and an air of finality in his speech, none dared to voice their dissent openly. Regardless, the fates of these two individuals turned out rather well. The tomb of Li Jinglong is adjacent to that of Li Wenzhong, while Lan Yu's rests beside Chang Yuchen, suggesting that in the afterlife, they are not alone. After conversing with these two, Li Qing offers a toast to Su De, Li Wenzhong, and the yet unmet Chang Yuchen, acknowledging their contributions. The predecessors planted trees for future generations to enjoy. Without these figures, there would be no Ming dynasty. They ended a chaotic era and established a new dynasty. And though Li Qing may not have had dealings with many of them, it is only fitting to raise a glass in their honor. Chapter 97. The Ambition of Zhu Wanqing. The moonlight is radiant, and the night breeze gently rustles Li Qing's dark attire, bringing a slight chill. After standing for a while, he decides to leave, promising to return when time permits. Descending from Purple Gold Mountain, Li Qing does not head home, but instead makes his way to Qian Mountain. In the past, he always ascended with the setting sun, but today, facing the wind and dew is equally refreshing. The mingling of moisture and the fragrance of flora, accompanied by the sounds of insects and birds, brings a sense of tranquility. There are no offerings, yet there is wine and stories. In the past 2 years, Li Qing has been bustling about, leading a busy yet fulfilling life. And as the pace suddenly slows, memories rush back like a tide. After all these years, he feels no sorrow or sadness, only a touch of wistfulness. Watching the sunrise and sunset, when the tales are shared and the wine is consumed, Li Qing descends the mountain, content. At the Yongqing Marquis' residence, a full moon banquet is held. Under the initiative of Zhu Wanqing, the Li family does not engage in grand festivities, inviting only relatives from the Duke Chao lineage and the maternal family of daughter-in-law Song. Due to the familial ties of Li Hong's parents, Li Qing finds himself somewhat detached, setting a separate table in another courtyard. However, it remains lively, with sons, nieces, grandsons, and granddaughters-in-law all present. Particularly, Zhu Wanqing takes it upon herself to remain by Li Qing's side, disregarding her in-laws and the Duke Chao relatives. In her words, those individuals do not hold the same affection as Uncle Li. During the banquet, the uncle and niece discuss the current state of affairs and the future development of the Li family's enterprises. Uncle Li, you once mentioned that you would only earn money overseas for 10 years, but I feel that a decade is far too brief. Zhu Wanqing mused. It is not that I am insatiable, but rather that building a brand is an exceedingly time-consuming endeavor. After 10 years, just as the Yongqing brand begins to resonate with the public, we would have to relinquish it. How unwise that would be. Just 10 years. Li Qing remained steadfast in his decision, asserting that otherwise, the Yongqing Ho residence would become too conspicuous. In a decade, substantial profits could be amassed, enough to indulge the Yongqing family for generations to come. Zhu Wanqing, with a bitter smile, responded, Uncle Li, it is not the money that troubles me. I fear for the decline of the Yongqing brand. Li Qing chuckled. I am indifferent. Why should you be concerned? Of course I care. Zhu Wanqing retorted. You, who are so detached, cannot fathom my sentiment. This brand is as dear to me as my own child. Li Qing fell silent. Zhu Yuanqing tentatively proposed, "Uncle Li, I have an idea. Would you care to hear it?" "Speak," he replied. "In 10 years, we could shift our focus back to the Ming dynasty, relinquishing our overseas ventures. But not entirely. We could act as suppliers." "You mean, akin to the relationship between the Shun and Li families, selling surplus through other maritime merchants?" "Not exactly," Zhu Yuanqing clarified. "It is not surplus, but rather a vigorous production, relinquishing sales rights." She continued, "I have deliberated extensively. After a decade of fermentation, the Yongqing brand will undoubtedly be fervently sought after by foreign nations, and we need not worry about sales." Li Qing was taken aback. "Are you suggesting we expand our network of franchisees?" "What is a franchisee?" Zhu Yuanqing was initially perplexed by the term, but after Li Qing's explanation, she nodded. "Precisely. Uncle, we need not shy away from financial gain. The more we earn, the more beneficial it is for the Ming dynasty, is it not?" "That is true. But with you around, even if the emperor's gaze falls upon the Li family, you would find a way to navigate it, would you not?" Li Qing mused. Zhu Yuanqing earnestly interjected, "Uncle, you once stated that the essence of maritime commerce is plunder. After 10 years, if our family has grown into a formidable force, why would we willingly diminish our own strength? Even if we squander the wealth we acquire, it will ultimately benefit the common people, will it not?" "Goodness, your ambition is quite formidable," Li Qing remarked, astonished. "Are you plotting a rebellion?" Zhu Yuanqing maintained her composure. "It is all thanks to your excellent guidance, uncle. Do spare me this charade. When have I ever taught you such things?" Li Qing replied with a serious demeanor. "You have, though perhaps in a more subtle manner." Zhu Yuanqing countered. "In truth, you too agree with your niece's perspective. Only in this way can we truly embody the essence of plunder, correct?" Li Qing shook his head. "What I desire is a flourishing of all, not a solo performance by the Li family." Zhu Yuanqing laughed lightly. "The Li family has already relinquished much. How can it be a solo act? Given the current trajectory, it is inevitable that we will witness the rise of super-wealthy merchants, those who are truly wealthy enough to rival nations. You cannot deny that this is an inevitability." Her eyes sparkled with wisdom. "This is the very essence of capital, uncle. Your advocacy for the Shun family's expansion aligns with this very goal, does it not?" Li Qing replied somberly. "Being too clever may shorten one's lifespan." "I do not believe that, uncle. You are so astute, yet you continue to thrive." "Ouch!" Zhu Yuanqing exclaimed. "I am already a grandmother, and yet you still strike me?" She lamented, grateful that no one was around to witness the exchange. Li Qing hummed in response. "Who provoked you?" "What do you mean I provoked you?" "I was merely speaking the truth," Zhu Yuanqing replied, exasperated. With a sigh, she continued, "I understand your intentions, Uncle Li. You wish to shield the Li family from turmoil and ensure their peaceful prosperity. However, have you considered that if a commercial behemoth is destined to emerge in the future, why shouldn't it be the Li family?" Zhu Yuanqing spoke earnestly. "You often quote, 'When one is impoverished, one focuses solely on self-cultivation. When one thrives, one aids the world.' This has been your motivation for years, perhaps even an excuse for your relentless struggle. Have you pondered that it may be beyond my control as well?" Zhu Yuanqing countered. "Even when dining, one can choke. Should we refrain from eating altogether?" Li Qing was left speechless. Zhu Yuanqing pressed on. "The path of capital is your strategy for national salvation, and I firmly believe the Li family can embody a conscientious capital, even if future generations produce unfilial descendants. You possess the capability to rein them in. This should be a trivial task for you." "Enough of this. Allow me to contemplate," Li Qing said, feeling somewhat overwhelmed. He had not anticipated Zhu Yuanqing's ambitious perspective. Yet, it could not solely be deemed ambition. Her intentions were genuine. However, he had recently boasted to Li Jinglong that the lineage of Shao Li Hong would forever bask in peace and prosperity. Now, with Zhu Yuanqing's intervention, tranquility for the Li family appeared elusive. Nevertheless, her arguments were not without merit. On the contrary, they were exceedingly rational and feasible. The capitalist trajectory of the Ming dynasty, which he had ardently championed, would inevitably lead to the emergence of top-tier commercial giants amid fierce competition. As Zhu Yuanqing posited, if a giant is destined to rise, why couldn't it be the Li family? Yet, inherent risks loomed. Li Qing could not guarantee absolute safety. When power reaches a certain magnitude, it transforms into authority. Can an emperor remain a passive observer? It is a jest. Even fathers and sons, brothers can turn against one another, let alone distant relatives. Should an emperor genuinely decide to strike against the Li family, How could even a formidable Li Qing contend with the might of the Ming's million-strong army? Would they resort to a scheme of kidnapping the emperor? If such a scenario unfolded, chaos would ensue in the Ming dynasty. Yet, Zhu Youzhang's proposition was undeniably enticing. For a moment, Li Qing found himself in a quandary. After a lengthy pause, he exhaled deeply and inquired, "Have you discussed this matter with Hongya? He's quite the simpleton." Speaking to him would be akin to playing music to a cow. Zhu Youzhang rolled her eyes. Li Qing retorted, "This matter is extraordinary and must be approached with caution." He spoke earnestly, "Do not act unilaterally, otherwise I shall skin you alive. I would never act without your consent. This is precisely why I am consulting you." Zhu Youzhang replied with a playful smile, "You are the head of the Li family. Naturally, the decision rests with you." As she poured wine for both herself and Li Qing, she cheerfully declared, "I have articulated all that needs to be said. How you choose to proceed is up to you, Uncle Li. Allow me to toast to you." With a relaxed demeanor and a sly smile reminiscent of a cunning fox, she seemed to have Li Qing entirely under her influence. In truth, Li Qing was indeed ensnared. He found himself conflicted, and the joy of the banquet had dissipated entirely. The arrival of a new family member is indeed a joyous occasion. "Uncle Li, why aren't you celebrating with a drink?" Zhu Youzhang teased. "You bear the weight of the Ming dynasty on your shoulders. What harm is there in adding another member to the Li family?" Li Qing, with a dark expression, retorted, "I truly wish to splash a drink in your face. Look at you, why so harsh?" Zhu Youzhang feigned injury, her eyes glistening with mock tears. "Enough of your theatrics." Li Qing scoffed. "You still think of yourself as a young girl, shedding tears to elicit sympathy? Huh, I was never moved by your tears back then." "Very well. Uncle Li, you are indeed something," Zhu Youzhang replied, her emotions quickly tempered. She downed her drink in one gulp, rising gracefully. "I have spoken my piece. Whether you agree or disagree is entirely up to you." With that, she departed with an air of elegance. Were it not for today's celebration, Li Qing would have relished the opportunity to confront her and deliver a reprimand, for her antics were truly exasperating. At that moment, Li Hao approached. His face flushed from drink, staggering as he walked. He embraced Li Qing's neck with a brotherly familiarity. "Today marks my son's full moon celebration. In this gathering, no matter the age, we are all brothers. The debts of the mother are to be repaid by the child, and you are the one." Li Qing chuckled sinisterly, twisting his hands. When Li Hao regained consciousness, it was already the next morning. "Brother, you are awake." "Ugh," Li Hao groaned, attempting to sit up but finding himself powerless. Every movement sent sharp pains coursing through his body, as if he had been disassembled. His vision was a blur, and he could only manage to open his eyes a fraction. "Sister, my face hurts terribly." Li Hao grimaced, the expression only intensifying his discomfort. "What happened to me?" Suppressing her laughter, Li Shuai replied, "Eldest brother, you drank too much and took a fall." "Is that so?" Li Hao, having consumed copious amounts of liquor, had no recollection of the latter part of the evening. "Did I fall from the roof?" "Yes, indeed." Li Shuai burst into uncontrollable laughter, tears streaming down her cheeks. "What are you laughing at?" "Forgive me, I simply cannot help it." After regaining her composure, Li Shuai continued, "Eldest brother, you must rise. There is an important matter to discuss." "What matter?" For the first time feeling a sense of respect, Li Hao found it surreal, momentarily forgetting his pain. He asked with excitement, "Is it that I am indispensable?" "Well, somewhat," Li Shuai replied, shaking her head. "I am but a girl. I cannot meddle in family affairs." She then praised him. "You are the heir to the future Yongqing Marquis. Of course, we cannot do without you." "Huh. Oh no. Could it be that I was beaten by that scoundrel Li Chongqing?" Li Hao's lips twitched, suspecting it was indeed the case. Nevertheless, the sensation of being respected and praised was delightful, and Li Hao set aside his irritation. Struggling to sit up, he donned his boots, draped a robe over his shoulders, and after a moment's thought, grabbed a folding fan, unfurling it with a flourish while gently fanning himself as he made his way out. In the courtyard, within the main hall, he exclaimed, "Oh, everyone is here." As spring was drawing to a close, nearing the onset of summer, his entrance was not out of place. He took a seat beside his mother, curious about the significant matter that required his presence, wondering what it could be that rendered him indispensable. Zhu Youzhang shot him a glare but, unusually, refrained from reprimanding him, nor did she utter a word. Li Hong merely grunted in acknowledgement. Upon witnessing the scene, Li Hao felt an unrestrained delight. Indeed, after ascending to the role of a father, his status had significantly elevated. As everyone gathered, they commenced the discussion. Li Qing set down his teacup and said, "Wanqing, please share your thoughts with Xiaohao." Zhu Wanqing nodded and recounted yesterday's conversation. After listening, Li Hao's frivolous demeanor vanished entirely, replaced by a rare expression of maturity that surpassed his years. The last time he exhibited such seriousness was during a collaboration discussion with the head of the Xun family in Baoding Prefecture. The room fell into a profound silence. Once Zhu Wanqing finished her narration, she lapsed into quietude, and neither Li Qing nor Li Hong spoke, as if the gravity of the matter rendered only Li Hao capable of making a decision. Li Hao found himself in a state of bewilderment. Isn't this a bit too much respect for me? He comprehended that this decision would significantly influence the trajectory of the Li family, a weighty responsibility he did not take lightly. However, he also did not wish to lose face. After all, it was the first time he had experienced such respect. Leaning back, he slowly crossed his legs, fanning himself gently. "I would like to hear your opinions first," he stated. "I am in favor." Zhu Wanqing was the first to respond. Li Qing interjected, "I am opposed." Li Hong added, "No, I want to hear your views, not simply your positions." Li Hao, feeling frustrated, pressed, "Father, what are your thoughts?" Li Hong remained silent. "Father, please do not remain silent." Li Hong's face flushed with embarrassment as he reluctantly replied, "I abstain." "No, this is rather lackluster." "Father, who are you?" "You are the Duke of Yongqing and the Grand Admiral of the Navy." Li Hao exclaimed, exasperated. "You are my father, my husband. Why do you hesitate to voice your opinions to my mother? Why do you fear her so?" Zhu Wanqing, in a fit of anger, raised her hand as if to reprimand her son, but reconsidered, realizing that perhaps she had been too domineering. "Hongge, if you have thoughts, feel free to express them. I am not unreasonable." Li Hao added, "Support is support, opposition is opposition. What does abstaining even mean?" Li Hong replied, his frustration palpable. "What you are discussing is beyond my comprehension, utterly incomprehensible. Is that clear?" Li Qing turned to Li Hao, stating, "Today, you are truly the protagonist." Being the protagonist is no easy task. Li Hao grumbled as he cast aside his fan, sinking into contemplation. The room once again fell silent. After a prolonged pause, Li Hao sighed and stated, "Logically, I oppose this venture as it entails risk, yet emotionally, I yearn to make a mark in business and elevate the Yongqing brand to the pinnacle of international acclaim." Zhu Wanqing inquired, "What if the risks are controllable? How can they be controlled?" Li Hao replied with a bitter smile, "Mother, do you truly believe that relying on your status as the esteemed princess of the Ming dynasty will shield us from adversity?" He added, "I do not mean to undermine you, but that alone is insufficient. Of course, I am not saying my uncle is inadequate, but how much longer can he sustain this?" He continued, "Even if the current emperor is benevolent and loyal, your status remains precarious. Furthermore, what of the next emperor? The one after that? To speak a word of utmost filial piety, even if you were to live for a century, what then?" Zhu Wanqing laughed, "Surely, the issues you perceive are not beyond my understanding. I am not suggesting otherwise. My father, too, is insufficient. We may be lacking, but what of him?" She gestured towards Li Qing. Li Hao chuckled, "Just based on him?" Li Qing furrowed his brow and said, "Wanqing, you have overstepped. Uncle Li, he must know sooner or later. It is better to be aware in advance than to realize it only after he has achieved greatness. The sense of disparity would be far too overwhelming," Zhu Wanqing retorted. Li Qing hesitated, then fell silent. Observing this, Zhu Wanqing continued, "Xiaohao, do you know who he is?" "He is Li Chongqing, minus the Chong character." Li Hao looked confused, asking, "What difference does it make if you remove Chong?" Zhu Wanqing replied, "Uncle Li, this boy occasionally follows Hongge. You should explain it to him." Li Hong interjected, "Wait, I haven't even said anything. How can you blame me?" After a moment of silence, Li Qing stated, "I am called Li Qing." And then, Li Hao was perplexed, his expression shifting suddenly before returning to normal. "There are many called Li Qing. Specifically, the Li Qing you think of first," Li Qing added. Li Hong then clarified, "He is the Yongqing Marquis, my godfather, your great-grandfather. The Yongqing Marquis house and the Li family estate all belong to him. Do you understand?" Li Hao was taken aback. "Dad, are you joking with me? He is so young." Zhu Wanqing calmly remarked, "I am uncertain of his age, but he is older than Li Jinglong." "Wanqing, you have gone too far. How could you directly call out great-grandfather's name?" Li Hong glared at his wife. "This clarifies things conveniently. Just be mindful next time." Zhu Wanqing chuckled awkwardly, then turned serious. Xiao Hao, now you understand which branch he belongs to, right? To be precise, our family is of his lineage. Zhu Wanqing explained. Even ordinary families have adopted sons, typically. After adoption, the adopted becomes the true father, while the biological father becomes a stranger. Yet, your Qing Yi is kind-hearted. Otherwise, your grandfather would not be your grandfather. Do you comprehend? I need a moment. This is overwhelming. Li Hao stammered, slapping his own face in disbelief, crying out in pain. What should I do? This cannot be real. Li Hao felt despair creeping in. He was the most handsome and affluent young man in Jinling, with a title to inherit. How could this be happening? He refused to accept it. Mother, you are lying to me, right? Zhu Wanqing replied, follow me. Mother, why are you bringing me to the library? Zhu Wanqing did not answer, walking to a feng shui painting, removing it to reveal a hidden compartment. She retrieved a keyring and selected a key from among many, unlocking a small door to take out an object. Look at this, she said. Li Hao rubbed his eyes and leaned closer. Is this the Dan Shu Tai Quan? Or the death exemption decree issued by the Hongwu Emperor? And this? Zhu Wanqing produced another item. Is it from the Taizong era? Is this sufficient? There is more, Zhu Wanqing continued, producing yet another item. And more, she added. Li Hao's worldview shattered. After a long silence, he murmured, Mother, is Qing Yi truly the Yongqing Marquis? The Yongqing Marquis from the era of the Taizu? What else could it be? Zhu Wanqing replied, exasperated. Do you think all of this is fabricated? But, take a look at this. Zhu Wanqing pulled out a painting from the hidden compartment. Li Hao took it, unfolding it. The artist's skill was exceptional. The figure in the painting resembled a living person, with a jade-like face and a tall, elegant stature, the very Qing Yi he recognized, in comparison to a living being. The figure depicted in the painting possesses an ethereal quality, lacking the essence of the mundane. Observing the inscription, one finds Xuanda, attributed to Zhu Youzhang, accompanied by a crimson seal at the bottom. Suddenly, Li Hao staggered backward, colliding with a bookshelf and landing unceremoniously on the floor. Several volumes of the Yongle de Dian fell and struck him on the head, yet he seemed oblivious to it all. You reckless fool. This is the original text of the Yongle de Dian. If you damage it, I shall have words with you, he heard Zhu Wanqing exclaim as she hurriedly gathered the books, carefully brushing off their covers and placing them back, murmuring, this is the culmination of Taizong's efforts. Li Hao turned in astonishment, gazing up at the bookshelf with a look of bewilderment. After a long pause, he suddenly burst into laughter. I must be dreaming. I surely drank too much yesterday and have yet to sober up. Confidently, Li Hao turned his back, sneering, it is time to unveil my trump card. Li Hao, are you out of your mind? Zhu Wanqing shouted in fury. If you dare to relieve yourself here, I shall strip your skin from your bones. Li Hao stood tall, sighing. Mother, I never imagined you would be so irritable in my dreams. However, this is my domain. After a brief pause, he bellowed, awaken me. With a thud, Li Hao's vision went dark, and he fell into a deep slumber. Sunlight poured through the paper windows, casting a warm glow upon the floor, the tea table, the bed, and his face. Li Hao's eyelashes fluttered a few times before he slowly opened his eyes. Hastily, he reached beneath his clothing to investigate. It was damp. Bringing his hand to his nose, he confirmed, I have indeed soiled myself. Relieved, Li Hao exhaled deeply, a look of gratitude for having survived the ordeal gracing his features. At last, I have awakened. At last, I have awakened, echoed a synchronized voice. Li Hao was taken aback, abruptly turning his head, wincing in pain. Does it hurt? It should, Li Qing chuckled. How are you feeling? I ache all over. My face hurts, my head hurts, everything hurts, Li Hao replied, bewildered. Qing Yi, I had the most bizarre dream. Li Hao continued, in this dream, you all sought me for counsel. You treated me with utmost respect, and I incited my father against my mother. Guess what? My mother did not strike me. After a moment's pause, he added, I even dreamt that you were not called Li Changqing, but Li Qing, the eternal Qing Marquis, 2 generations of eternal Qing Marquis. And I dreamt that. Li Hao rambled on about the original volumes of the Yongle de Dian and his family, exclaiming, isn't that impressive? Li Qing listened quietly before asking, Xiao Hao, are you afraid that this might be real? It was merely a dream, albeit a rather peculiar one. There's no need for fear, Li Hao chuckled, then grew irritated. You hit me, didn't you? Li Qing did not respond directly but remarked, money, fame, and power, none of these matter to me. If I valued them, I would not have forsaken them. If I desired, I could place myself above all, perhaps even ascend further. There is no need for you to be overly concerned about gain or loss. What do you mean? Li Hao asked, puzzled. Li Qing smiled. Are you suggesting that it was not a dream, that everything is indeed real? Li Hao was taken aback. What if it is? Li Qing inquired. Is it difficult to accept? Of course, it is hard to accept. How could there be anyone immortal in this world? Li Hao responded. Indeed. There should be no immortals in this world. Li Qing smiled bitterly, then placed his hand on Li Hao's wrist, urging him not to move. A warm, gentle stream flowed through his body, soothing and languid, melting away pain like snow meeting fire. After a quarter of an hour, Li Qing withdrew his hand and inquired about his feelings. Li Hao sat up, feeling unprecedentedly well. Not only had the pain vanished, but he also sensed a vibrant energy within him, a boundless vigor coursing through his being. Qingyi, are you truly Li Qing, the eternal Qing Marquis? Li Hao asked. Li Qing replied softly. Do you wish for me to be so? I. Li Hao hesitated, then sighed. Qingyi, am I a ingrate? Li Qing chuckled. Why do you say that? Without you, there would be no father I have today, nor mother, and thus neither would I nor my little sister exist, Li Hao lamented. His spirits dampened. I have been born with a silver spoon, raised in a honeyed embrace, living a life of luxury. Yet, upon learning the truth, I felt fear that it was all indeed real. Perhaps rather than call it fear, it is more accurate to label it as selfishness. Li Qing, unfazed, remarked. It is only natural for a person to have desires and attachments. It is not shameful. Shameful, indeed, very shameful. Li Hao mocked himself. Not only shameful, but foolish. After a moment of contemplation, Li Qing offered, if you desire, everything shall be yours. I can be muddled for a time, but not for a lifetime. Li Hao replied with a smile. Qingyi, you underestimate me. What does it matter who is the worker, or what is mine or not? Such distinctions are nonsensical. Li Hao sighed, asserting, everything in the residence belongs to you. Qingyi, and everything in the residence is also mine. We are family. Why must we delineate so clearly? A glimmer of gratitude flickered in Li Qing's eyes as he pressed further. But what if we truly had to divide? Divide what? Li Hao retorted. When have you ever lacked money? Even if you did, how much could you possibly spend alone? Li Hao chuckled and shook his head. Even if you were to reclaim everything, we have still enjoyed it as a family, have we not? With a sigh, he lamented, I was so foolish. Nearly trapped in my own thoughts. Truly foolish. Alas, even my father sees through it all, and here I am, unable to comprehend. Suddenly, the door was kicked open, and Li Hong, flushed and panting, strode in, his neck stiffened with anger. You little rascal, do you think so little of me? He snarled. Following him, Zhu Youzhang entered as well. What? Have you two been eavesdropping? Li Hao immediately grew anxious. Enough of your nonsense. What were you implying? Li Hong fumed. Rolling up his sleeves, ready to take action. Zhu Youzhang watched coldly, making no effort to intervene. Qingyi, look at my father, Li Hao exclaimed, clinging to Li Qing's leg. Let him calm down. He just got drunk yesterday and has faced quite a shock today. Li Qing interjected, stopping Li Hong. To strike him would be foolish. He has nowhere to weep. Godfather, you were merciless when you struck me yesterday. Forget I said anything. Li Hong shot a fierce glance at his son. Mind your words next time. Understood, Li Hao nodded sheepishly. Zhu Youzhang remarked. Since you have come to terms with things and spoken openly, you surely know how to choose. Li Hao chuckled heartily, proclaiming, I concur. Truly he is my son, born after 10 months of anticipation, and he indeed bears my traits. Zhu Youzhang beamed with delight but remarked, however, this indirect inheritance of your father's traits requires some correction. Li Hong, who had initially stepped out, returned upon hearing their exchange, indignantly questioning, what do you mean, Youzhang? What are you two implying? Hongge, you haven't left? How audacious. I have indulged you long enough. Today I shall reassert my authority as a husband. With that, Li Hong seized Zhu Youzhang and stormed outside. Li Hao, feeling anxious, urged, Qingyi, you must intervene. My father rarely loses his temper, but if he does, it could be catastrophic. What do you understand? Li Qing retorted with irritation before adopting a serious demeanor. To be candid, my reason for proposing the vote, aside from honoring your grandfather and your mother's efforts, is also due to a slight inclination towards the matter. Nonetheless, I remain steadfast in my initial belief that monopolization must be avoided. This is something you must always remember. Li Qing held a degree of trust in Zhu Youzhang, knowing her to be discerning and capable of maintaining balance. In contrast, he did not feel the same confidence in Li Hao. Perhaps due to the influence of his adoptive son, Li Hao fell short when compared to his mother. It was said that the genes of the Li family could not rival those of the Zhu family, as evidenced by Li Jinglong's lack of intelligence. Rest assured, Qing Yi, I comprehend your intentions as well as my mother's, Li Hao affirmed. While pursuing wealth, one must not obstruct the pathways of others. Moreover, earning abroad and spending in the Ming dynasty benefits the populace. The essence remains. To be wealthy is to be benevolent. Yet, the vast majority of the affluent lack benevolence. My mother acts in alignment with your original intent. Qing Yi, Li Hao continued. We cannot guarantee that others will act virtuously, but we can ensure our own integrity. Can we not? Li Qing felt reassured and nodded, saying, Your mother speaks wisely. You may exhibit some of your father's traits, but overall, you are still quite astute. Thereafter, he stood tall, adjusting his attire, and proclaimed, Grandson Li Hao pays his respects to you, grandfather. Rise. Once Li Hao stood, Li Qing stated with gravity, Remember, I consent only to the perpetual operation of the Yongqing brand overseas. This does not authorize you to amass wealth indiscriminately. Furthermore, the ironclad exemption is a safeguard, not a crutch. Do you understand? Grandson understands, Li Hao nodded. You need not worry, Qing Yi. When wealth accumulates to a certain extent, it becomes merely a figure. With our family's current fortune, it is impossible to exhaust it. Earning has ceased to be my primary pursuit. I merely wish to expand and strengthen the Yongqing brand, not to seek exorbitant profits. Li Qing nodded gently, replying, May you remain true to your original aspirations. Otherwise, I shall strip you of your skin. And I do not mean that figuratively. Qing Yi, while I would never go to such extremes, your words are rather harsh, Li Hao lamented. Li Qing chuckled derisively and turned to exit. Little sister, are you aware of what transpired today? I do not know, but it must be significant. Li Shuer pondered and then said, Elder brother, our parents and grandfatherly likely wish to keep this from me. It is best that you refrain from discussing it. I merely sought to ascertain whether you were aware of the details. Li Hao replied sheepishly, curiosity getting the better of him. Do you not wish to know even a little? They are all family, and they do not wish for me to know the truth, certainly for their own reasons. Moreover, the more I know, the more I must worry, and as a young lady, why should I burden myself with such concerns? Li Shuer pouted, curiosity naturally piqued. Yet I do not wish to provoke their displeasure. Li Hao, astonished, remarked, Well, Li Shuer, you certainly keep your secrets well. Elder brother, your words are rather harsh. Li Shuer retorted, I consider myself understanding and empathetic, if you please. Haha, indeed. Li Hao laughed, my apologies. I had thought you rather simple-minded. Yet it appears you possess a surprising cleverness. Do you know what this is called? What? Indirectly taking after our mother. Li Shuer was perplexed. What do you mean by that? Li Hao burst into laughter and departed, having playfully teased his younger sister, leaving his spirits lifted as his tumultuous thoughts finally settled. The volume of information he had received today was overwhelming, even leading him to question his very existence, nearly straying from his path. Thankfully, he had awakened in time. What is yours and what is mine? It is utterly indistinguishable, nor is there a need to delineate. From the moment their father recognized his godfather and Qing Yi acknowledged his godson, their fates became irrevocably intertwined, forever inseparable. After dinner, Li Hao went to the next room in the library to seek out Li Qing. Oh, Qing Yi, you truly love to study, even reading at night. Are you aspiring to become a scholar? Speak plainly, Li Qing replied, turning a page of the great tome without lifting his eyelids. If you've come to inquire about longevity, spare your breath, for I cannot teach you. Li Hao chuckled awkwardly, I understand that. If you could impart such knowledge, it would not fall to me. After a pause, he continued, Qing Yi, I wish to learn your remarkable techniques. Are you referring to true energy? That is genuine true energy. Li Hao's eyes widened in realization as he nodded emphatically. Yes, I wish to learn. Can you teach me? If I were to teach you, that previous tome would suffice, though you may not possess the talent to cultivate it. Most people lack that aptitude. Li Qing stretched lazily. If you truly wish to learn and are not afraid of hardship, prepare yourself for a journey with me. Where to? Wudong Mountain. Qing Yi, are you going to Wudong Mountain? Li Qing nodded. Do you wish to go? Li Hao pondered for a moment and replied, At this stage, my mother is managing the family business. Whether I am present or not makes little difference. However, as a new father, I truly do not wish to leave my son. Yet, If I can attain skills akin to yours, it would all be worthwhile. Enduring some hardship now would yield benefits for a lifetime. With this thought, Li Hao no longer hesitated. I wish to go. Very well. Wait for my call when I am ready to depart, Li Qing said, returning his focus to his book. His intention in taking Li Hao to Wudong Mountain was not merely to cultivate true energy, but rather to allow him to endure some trials, thereby tempering his spirit. Li Hao, being more like his mother, wise and capable, required little instruction, yet needed proper guidance. The present clarity does not signify the future. When Sun Wukong sought to learn from his master, he was equally insightful, managing to coexist peacefully with all, embodying humility and kindness, possessing a remarkable aptitude for wisdom. With just 3 taps on his head from the patriarch Bodhi, he grasped profound truths. Yet, after acquiring formidable skills, he lost his original intent, only to be constrained by the tightening circlet. Li Qing, however, did not wish to impose such restrictions on Li Hao. If he could proactively implement preventive measures, why subject him to torment? Allowing him to attain a state of clarity was unnecessary suffering. As for the cultivation of true energy, what purpose did it serve? With his presence, Li Hao had no need for such pursuits. Of course, it was highly probable that Li Hao lacked the potential, and even if he did, could he endure the trials of abstinence? Unbeknownst to Li Hao, who remained absorbed in the marvels of his abilities, he mused, if I could master this, how splendid would it be to showcase my prowess before others? Master Qing, when shall we depart? Is there a need for such haste? Not in a rush. Merely preparing in advance, Li Hao replied with a forced smile. I have my family's business to attend to. I cannot just leave at a whim. After some contemplation, Li Qing inquired, can it be wrapped up in half a month? Absolutely, very much so, Li Hao asserted. The specifics are managed by my subordinates. I merely need to ensure proper arrangements. Besides, my mother can also handle things. It should only take a few days. Noticing that Master Qing had ceased to engage, he prudently decided not to intrude further, saying, then I shall not disturb you any longer. Please continue. Upon exiting the library, Li Hao could no longer restrain himself. The youthful dreams of martial arts, envisioning a life of adventure with a sword in hand. Though he was a father now, he was merely 18, and his youthful spirit remained unquenched. On this early summer morning, the air was thick with humidity, flowers and grasses adorned with dew, the atmosphere fresh and invigorating, bringing joy to the heart. Li Qing had risen early. By the flower garden, Zhu Youzhang and Li Shui, clad in simple attire, appeared as mother and daughter. Separated by more than 20 years, yet showing little disparity in appearance, evoking the impression of elder sister and younger sister. Li Hao sat leisurely on a nearby chair, fanning himself, exuding a sense of contentment, even tinged with a hint of disdain. You mere mortals. I am soon to accompany Master Qing to Wudong Mountain to acquire true skills, Li Hao thought to himself, shaking his head quietly and letting out a sigh. This feeling of being the only one sober amidst a drunken crowd was not particularly enjoyable. He yearned to boast, yet feared inciting Master Qing's displeasure, which might result in him being left behind. Yet, bottling up his emotions was equally distressing, leaving him to merely shake his head and sigh. Li Shui, slightly perspiring with a rosy complexion, exclaimed, Big brother, you're up. Let us practice in the morning together. Initially, she had no fondness for morning exercises, but after her mother insisted on perseverance for a while, she grew to love them, finding that even half an hour of activity invigorated her for the entire day, allowing her to experience a sense of vitality within her body. This pleasant sensation, though not overwhelming, was enduring, rich, and constantly present. This is a practice for women. I shall refrain, Li Hao thought. I am accustomed to fine delicacies, and this plain fare is not to my liking. Zhu Youzhang wiped the fine beads of sweat from her forehead, sighed, and said, Morning practice knows no gender. You must join me, lest I be compelled to fan you. Once Xiao Song is in good health, he must practice as well. Mother, I shall be leaving with Master Qing in a few days. I need to take care of my health, Li Hao remarked. You have no idea how demanding Master Qing can be on the road. I must rest well. Zhu Youzhang was momentarily taken aback and exclaimed, Uncle Li is taking you out? Where to? With a chuckle, she added, the secrets of destiny cannot be revealed. Zhu Youzhang furrowed her brow and queried, Are you feeling mischievous again? Li Hao, feeling quite exasperated, replied, Mother, I am now a married man. Could you not grant me a modicum of dignity? Zhu Youzhang laughed lightly. If I were to grant you a touch of color, you would open a dye shop. I can offer you none. Just then, Li Qing approached. Li Hao, seeing a glimmer of hope, quickly said, Master Qing, my mother is subjecting me to intense interrogation. Please intervene. Zhu Youzhang shot a fierce glare at her son, stepped forward, and inquired, Uncle Li, are you indeed taking young Hao out? Yes. This child has not endured much hardship. It is time for him to undergo some training. Zhu Youzhang nodded in agreement. Very well. A bit of training would be beneficial. Lest he vex me all day. Uncle Li did not elaborate further, and she refrained from asking more. With her son accompanying Uncle Li, she felt entirely at ease. Though she couldn't help but ponder how long it might be. How long will it be, Uncle Li? Approximately 6 months, Li Qing replied, and I shall personally return him. Ah, splendid, Zhu Youzhang sighed in relief. Li Hao, however, was somewhat astonished, contemplating, only 6 months? Could it be that I am 1 in a million, a martial genius? With this thought, he eagerly rubbed his hands together. Master Qing, I have finished my tasks. Shall we depart tomorrow? That is not out of the question. Li Qing nodded gently, adding, Youzhang, please send a letter to Hong'er to inform him. After the banquet for the full moon of his grandson, Li Hong returned to his duties after a brief respite. Although the naval forces were not particularly busy, as the chief commander, he still needed to maintain vigilant oversight, often having to attend to affairs in both Haining and Ningbo. Despite the current lack of conflict, the responsibilities were far from light. Even the naval forces in Fujian fell under his jurisdiction, making it a relentless endeavor year-round. Fortunately, there were no pressing matters at the moment. Zhu Youzhang, out of concern for his brother-in-law, alleviated much of his burden, otherwise Li Hong would have found no respite. Zhu Youzhang nodded in agreement, testing the waters. Uncle Li, since you endorse the voting results, I shall take action. Be discreet, she added with a smile. I certainly would not act recklessly. Our family does not engage in actions that jeopardize others' livelihoods. I merely wish for the Yongqing brand to flourish for years to come. So do I, Li Hao echoed. Li Qing shot him a sidelong glance. You better, or else. Or else what? Skin me alive? Good that you understand, Li Qing huffed. Then turned his attention to a young girl, Shuer. Grandfather Li Shuer called as she rushed over. Li Qing produced a small box. This is for you. What is it? Open it and see. Zhu Youzhang took the brocade box and opened it, exclaiming in surprise, Ah, what exquisite pearl bracelets. Indeed, they are of the finest quality. This is one of Zhu Youzhang's gifts, originally bestowed during the reign of Taizong, a tribute from various nations. Each pearl is lustrous and plump, representing a significant portion of the gift. Such treasures cannot simply be purchased with wealth. The girls of this era were indeed at a disadvantage. Li Qing, not particularly affectionate towards his granddaughter, decided to bestow the pearls upon Li Shuer as a small token of compensation. If Zhu Youzhang were to discover Li Qing's generosity at his expense, he would surely exclaim, You have gone too far. However, it is worth noting that this is also Zhu Jianshan's niece, Li Qing, and she does not require a dowry. A niece is still a niece. Thank you, Grandpa Li Shuer is quite fond of it. As long as she is pleased. Li Qing smiled and turned to Li Hao, urging him not to linger, reminding him to accompany his wife and child early the next morning. For this departure would last half a year. Yes, understood. Li Hao rose with a smile. Mother, little sister, don't forget to see me off tomorrow. Li Qing also stepped outside, preparing to visit the pear garden for another performance. As they watched Uncle Li depart, Zhu Youzhang turned to Li Shuer and smiled. Is your mother good to you? Mother is exceptionally kind to her daughter, Li Shuer replied, snatching the brocade box and adding. Mother's gifts to her daughter are always given freely, never asking for anything in return. Zhu Youzhang's expression stiffened as she chuckled awkwardly. Then do you not wish to repay her? Of course, I must repay. Li Shuer nodded, declaring that she had decided not to marry, instead choosing to find a son-in-law who would allow her to always serve her mother in the Marquis's residence. Seeing her daughter so stubborn, Zhu Youzhang decided to lay her cards on the table. You are still young. Your mother will keep it safe for you, lest you mishandle it later. How could a child not cherish what their elders have bestowed? Li Shuer assured her. Zhu Youzhang sighed, clutching her chest. What a waste, raising this daughter for nothing. Perhaps we can split it equally? Li Shuer suggested. That sounds more reasonable. Zhu Youzhang smiled again, assuring, Do not worry, your mother will not take advantage of you. I shall gift you a butterfly-shaped agate hairpin and a phoenix-shaped jade hairpin, along with a dragonfly amber hair ornament for your chest. And one more? Agreed. The next morning, at the gate of the Marquis's residence, Li Hao donned a short outfit, his fitted short sleeves and trousers complemented by leg bindings and layered-soled boots. He wore a sword at his waist and, surprisingly, had left his folding fan behind. This attire accentuated his heroic demeanor, lending him an air of valor while diminishing the frivolity usually associated with a wealthy young master. Mimicking the heroes from Water Margin, Li Hao clasped his fists and declared, "Mother, little sister, I am off." "Go on, go on." The mother and daughter exchanged glances, somewhat embarrassed. Yet Li Hao, feeling quite pleased with himself, laughed heartily, mounted his horse, and waved his whip, "Giddy up," completely oblivious that Qing Yi had yet to move. Zhu Youzhang chuckled wryly. Little Hao is exceptionally intelligent and possesses a great talent for commerce, but his temperament is rather unruly. "Uncle Li, if you are not pressed for time, it would be best to train him a bit more." Li Qing chuckled lightly. "Fear not, I have plenty of methods. All right, I must take my leave. Safe travels. Uncle Li. Safe journey, Grandpa Li. Qing Yi, will Wudong Mountain accept me? Rest assured, I hold some standing at Wudong Mountain. As long as you are prepared for hardship, you will be accepted." Chapter 101. Strengthening the mind and body. The sweltering heat of summer gradually made its presence known. Continuous travel left Li Hao utterly fatigued. Nevertheless, he remained full of spirit and anticipation. "Qing Yi, are you certain Wudong Mountain will accept me?" Li Hao asked, somewhat anxious. "Should I offer some incense money or something?" "No need for that. With me around, Wudong Mountain will certainly accept you. Just be prepared for the challenges of the path." Li Hao set his heart at ease and smiled proudly. "Isn't it just enduring hardship? I can bear any suffering." Back then, running between the capital and Baoding, while learning the operation of the Shun family's enterprises and discussing business collaborations, I never complained. "Haha, the truth is, you shout louder than anyone," Li Qing retorted quietly, rolling his eyes. "Cultivating is even more arduous. Once you ascend the mountain, you must commit for at least 6 months. During that time, should you wish to turn back, there will be no opportunity. You must be resolute." "You underestimate me too much," Li Hao replied, somewhat disgruntled. "I am not a pampered noble. As long as they accept me, everything else is secondary. Rest assured, I will not bring you shame." Li Qing nodded in agreement. "In that case, I shall not grant you any special favors. Please, do not do that. It would only hinder my progress. I want to be treated like everyone else," Li Hao declared, clenching his fist. "For the next 6 months, I will not slacken my efforts. I will strive with unwavering diligence. Enduring hardship for half a year in exchange for a lifetime of prestige. What a profitable deal." Taking a deep breath, Li Hao said, "Master Qing, let us continue our journey." "Very well." A few days later, they arrived at Wudong Mountain. Both men tightened their reins, and the horses neighed, raising their front hooves before coming to a halt. In their eyes, there was a hint of relief. Li Qing dismounted and instructed, "Let us tether the horses here. I will have my junior brother take care of them shortly." "All right." Li Hao exhaled and followed Li Qing to a tree where they tied the horses. He then gazed up at the verdant mountains and the architectural complexes above, marveling, "What a magnificent sight." "Let us proceed," Li Qing urged, leading the way up the mountain. "Master Qing, wait for me." Li Hao hurried to catch up. Halfway up the mountain, they encountered a group of Taoists descending for supplies. The leader exclaimed in astonishment, "Senior brother?" As he spoke, the others crowded around. "Senior brother, is it truly you?" "It is I," Li Qing replied with a smile. "Are you all descending for supplies?" "Indeed. The harvest on the mountain is insufficient for consumption. We must descend twice a month," a middle-aged Taoist said sheepishly. "With the month ending, we'll improve our lives tomorrow." Li Qing nodded with a smile. "Go ahead. By the way, there are 2 horses at the foot of the mountain. You might have them assist you on your return." "Yes, senior brother." Too bad the horses cannot speak. Otherwise, Li Qing's 9 clans would surely face ridicule, Li Hao thought, pulling his gaze back from the group of descending Taoists. "Master Qing, you truly hold some status at Wudong Mountain. When have I ever boasted?" Li Qing rolled his eyes and continued, "Let us ascend. I will introduce you to the sect leader." "Do you really have a rapport with the sect leader?" "Indeed," Li Qing replied curtly. "Let me state this clearly. Once we ascend the mountain, there will be no turning back. The path of cultivation is arduous. And should you wish to reconsider, now is your chance." "Haha, what a joke. I, Li Hao, am not someone who shies away from hardship." Li Hao stood tall, a look of disdain on his face. Li Qing chuckled. You have spirit. Senior brother, you have returned." "Senior brother, greetings." As they neared the summit, they encountered more Taoists, quickly becoming the center of attention. though Li Hao remained merely a supporting character. The junior brothers were warm and respectful. Yet this enthusiasm slowed their ascent. Li Hao couldn't help but feel astonished. How could Qing Yi possess such an admirable rapport with others? Having spent considerable time with Qing Yi, he understood his temperament deeply and had assumed that someone like him would not be well received anywhere. To his surprise, Qing Yi, you truly have remarkable skills. At that moment, Yu Xian hurried over, and upon recognizing Li Qing, he was overwhelmed with joy and excitement. Master brother, is it really you? Li Hao, noticing the extraordinary nature of this individual, inquired. Qing Yi, who is this? Yu Xian paused for a moment, then turned to Li Hao, his gaze filled with curiosity. This is not the appropriate place for conversation. Let us proceed to the quiet room in the back mountain. Ah, yes, master brother, please. Yu Xian gestured invitingly. This way, esteemed guest. In the quiet room, the three of them took their seats. Li Qing asked, where is Zhu Youzhang? The master brother is currently in seclusion. Yu Xian sighed. He is now of advanced age, and his health has been declining. At present, I manage the affairs of Wudong Mountain. After a moment of contemplation, Li Qing responded, take me to see him later. Of course, Yu Xian nodded. Then turned to Li Hao, master brother, who is this? Li Hao felt somewhat dazed. The second in command of Wudong, soon to assume the role of master, addressed Qing Yi as master brother, and he even lacked a formal title. Did that imply that Qing Yi was of a higher standing than the master of Wudong? Is this what you call having some status? He is a distant relative of mine, of a lineage beyond the 9th generation, Li Qing explained. He has a keen interest in cultivation, so I brought him along. Please treat him as a newcomer and ensure he receives no special privileges. Li Hao added, I came to the mountain to endure hardships. You may arrange as you see fit. I see. Yu Xian nodded gently. You've had a long journey. Take a couple of days to rest. I will make arrangements for you afterward. After a pause, he asked, you truly are not afraid of hardship? Li Hao smiled and replied, I ascended the mountain precisely to cultivate. If I were afraid of hardship, why would I come here? Although he lacked understanding of the Taoist path, he recognized that attaining the heights of someone like Qing Yi in merely 6 months would not be an easy feat. Hard work was imperative. Increase the difficulty for me, he added, fearing any leniency. Yu Xian hesitated, glancing at Li Qing. Proceed as he wishes, Li Qing affirmed. This child has nothing but diligence and resilience. He is not afraid of hardship. Master brother, are you serious? Yu Xian asked with concern. Li Qing nodded solemnly, stating, we must fulfill his desire for challenges. By the way, in terms of lineage, he is my grandson. Do not get that mixed up. Understood, master brother, Yu Xian nodded. Please, master brother, take a moment while I ensure the proper arrangements for this esteemed disciple. Li Qing acknowledged, then turned to Li Hao, warning. If you use my name to bully others on the mountain, I will hold you accountable. Understood, Li Hao said glumly, muttering, couldn't you give me a little face? Li Hao stiffened, quickly smiling and saying, I appreciate your guidance, master uncle. Haha, being the second in command of Wudong is not without its perks, at the very least. I am a second-generation disciple, right? However, he noted that there were quite a few first-generation disciples on the mountain, including those he had just encountered, all of whom shared the same rank as Qing Yi. Li Hao quietly contemplated his position in this hierarchy. Haha, esteemed disciple, you are too modest. Follow me, master uncle. Oh, master uncle, please. Li Hao rose to his feet and addressed Qing Yi. I shall take my leave now. Li Qing nodded in acknowledgement. In the communal dormitory, there were blankets, mats, and 2 sets of brand new coarse cotton robes. While these provisions met basic needs, they were exceedingly simple. However, for Li Hao, who yearned for a life of cultivation, this was not insufferable. After all, what did it matter if his attire was humble and his sleeping arrangements modest? This hardship he could endure. Yet, he soon discovered that not only were his garments inadequate and his rest lacking, but his meals were also meager. For lunch, he had a bowl of rice topped with vegetables, and for dinner, a thin porridge accompanied by pickled vegetables, completely devoid of any meat. To make matters worse, the rice was brown and of inferior quality, leaving much to be desired. Wasn't it said that the Taoists of Wudong Mountain abstained from meat? How could such a grand mountain serve only this? Li Hao found this difficult to accept. He barely took a few bites and offered the remainder to his fellow disciples. As he lay on his side in bed, he listened to the chorus of snoring from the room full of senior disciples, feeling far from sleepy. His stomach grumbled audibly. Just as he felt himself drifting off, he was jolted awake by a nudge from a senior disciple beside him. What is it? He mumbled, bleary-eyed. Disciple. It is time to rise and practice. Li Hao raked a hand through his hair and glanced out the window. The sky had yet to brighten. It's still early. Let me sleep a bit longer, he pleaded. However, the middle-aged Taoist was unyielding, insisting he get up for morning exercises. The master has instructed that you, the only disciple of Wudong Mountain, must endure hardships to temper your will and strengthen your body. Li Hao, struggling to keep his head up, protested. But I stayed up too late last night. Could you please excuse me? That is not permissible. If you wish to request a leave, you must do so yourself. Now, rise. Reluctantly pulled to the square in front of the main temple. Li Hao found his drowsiness somewhat alleviated as he gazed upon the throng of over 1,000 practitioners engaged in morning exercises. So many people. He marveled. Speak less, disciple. The middle-aged Taoist whispered. Follow your uncle's movements closely. As a newcomer, you have only 7 days of trial. Should you fail to meet the standards, you will be sent down the mountain. What? Li Hao was taken aback, stammering. I have connections. Surely I want TB. This is an ironclad rule of Wudong Mountain. No exceptions can be made, not even for the eldest disciple, the middle-aged Taoist added. Upon hearing this, Li Hao dared not slack off any longer, and his fatigue dissipated significantly. The half-hour morning exercise left him breathless, and although breakfast remained unappetizing, he refrained from being picky this time. A steamed bun, a bowl of porridge, and a plate of pickled vegetables. He consumed them all, wiping his mouth. He felt a surprising sense of satisfaction from simply not being hungry. After finishing his meal and clearing the dishes, he was expected to study scriptures. With a watchful senior disciple ensuring he could not slack off, Li Hao felt the weight of his predicament. He had never approached his studies with such seriousness before. After a morning of sitting upright, his back ached, and the remnants of breakfast churned in his stomach, causing it to rumble incessantly. Fortunately, lunch finally offered some meat, 2 spoonfuls of fatty pork, a chicken leg, 2 pieces of fish, 2 spoonfuls of tofu, and a bowl of white rice. Li Hao traded 2 spoonfuls of fatty pork, 2 spoonfuls of tofu, and 2 pieces of fish for a chicken leg, pairing it with rice. And he ate until he was nearly satisfied. However, it soon dawned on him just how foolish his actions had been. Are you feeling better? Li Qing inquired. Retracting her hand, Youzhang gently nodded, still feeling quite weak, yet her complexion had improved significantly. She sighed. Elder brother, I am already 72. Perhaps I have but a couple of years left. Li Qing sighed softly in response, offering reassurance. Do not dwell on it too much. He. As a disciple who has dedicated his life to the Tao, if one cannot come to terms with life and death, would that not be a waste of precious time? Youzhang smiled with a carefree demeanor. Elder brother, I truly can no longer manage the affairs of the mountain. Would you take over? Li Qing sighed with regret. Youzhang, it is not that I do not want to, but it is simply impossible. I have matters I must attend to. I apologize. Youzhang paused, then laughed lightly and shook her head. There is no need for such formality, elder brother. Since you have your own burdens, how could I impose upon you? Perhaps let Yuxuan take charge? Very well, Li Qing nodded. Yuxuan was no longer as impetuous as in his youth. He had matured and stabilized, and his qualifications were sufficient to bear this heavy responsibility. Yet, with a sigh, Youzhang lamented, Yuxuan is no longer young himself. He is already 60 this year. How long can he serve as the leader in his twilight years? After a moment of silence, Li Qing assured her, rest assured, I will not neglect Wudong Mountain. Wudong flourished under his stewardship, yet Youzhang had long been diligently nurturing it before him. In terms of passion for Wudong, Youzhang harbored no lesser feelings than he. With your words, elder brother, I am at ease. Youzhang retrieved a list from her bosom, as per elder brother's request. This was the roster of outstanding disciples from Wudong over the past 2 years, all of whom met elder brother's criteria, totaling 20 individuals. After a pause, she noted that 9 of them had already cultivated true energy, the eldest being 42 and the youngest 28. Li Qing accepted the list, which Youzhang had detailed meticulously, with names, personalities, strengths, weaknesses, and combat capabilities clearly outlined. You have worked hard, he remarked. It took some effort, but it cannot be called hardship. Youzhang replied with a smile. Do you wish to utilize them now, elder brother? Yes, let us first put them to the test. Li Qing inquired. You did not mention anything to them, did you? Youzhang shook her head. As per your instructions, how could I dare to disclose anything? They are unaware that they are on this list. Hearing this, Li Qing felt reassured, saying, in due time, when you are feeling better, I shall take them with me. In the vegetable garden, Li Hao had a long strip of cloth stuffed up his nose, his face reflecting indignation. What sort of cultivation is this? This is abuse. Abuse. Nephew, cease your wailing and get to work, came the response. Work? What nonsense? Li Hao retorted angrily. Do you know who your elder brother is to me? The 7-day trial period has long passed. You have qualified, thus you can no longer descend the mountain, the middle-aged Taoist said flatly. I shall reiterate, before noon. If you do not fertilize this small patch of garden, you shall have no food. You are outrageous. Li Hao fumed. Where is Qing? I demand to see him. Your Qing is not here, came the reply. Li Hao, in a fit of rage, shouted, Call your elder brother to me. I am afraid he is not someone you can summon at will. The middle-aged Taoist shook his head. Where is he? I shall go find him. No information will be provided. Unable to contain himself any longer, Li Hao scooped up a ladle of manure soup and hurled it at the middle-aged Taoist. The Taoist, having anticipated such a move, swiftly dodged to the side while saying, Nephew, this is not the proper conduct. You still need to practice. This is infuriating. Li Hao pounded his chest in despair, exclaiming, You, Li, are nothing but a scoundrel, even deceiving your own grandson. At this moment, he finally comprehended that Li Qing had deliberately led him astray. All the talk of true energy and cultivation was mere deception. Could one truly extract genuine energy from muck? With a resounding crash, he hurled the excrement ladle into the bucket, splattering filth everywhere, and soon enough, he was drenched in it. Driven to the brink of madness, he shouted, I quit. Disciple, it is not that your master is targeting you. Every novice who ascends the mountain must endure these tasks. You are not an exception. The middle-aged Taoist said earnestly. With a cold smirk, Li Hao retorted, I never imagined that the esteemed Wudong mountain could be so dark. What a shame for those who claim to be cultivators. You are mistaken, disciple, the middle-aged Taoist replied. This is not bullying, it is a test of resolve. More precisely, it is meant to deter those whose hearts are not steadfast in the path. Otherwise, Wudong Mountain would be overwhelmed with aspirants. Even if you surpass this hurdle, it does not guarantee your stay. There will be a series of assessments, both overt and covert, that follow. Rest assured, Wudong Mountain is not as heartless as you suggest. Those who are eliminated will receive compensation for their labor during their time here, and their expenses will not be accounted for. The middle-aged Taoist continued, Our senior brothers, including the headmaster, do not desire too many to become Taoists, not only to avoid suspicion, but also because, as our senior brother puts it, if everyone were to become a Taoist, the nation would fall into chaos. Most Taoists at Wudong are those who are genuinely devoted to the path and lack a stable foundation. He explained, among the brothers on the mountain, 70% are orphans who have endured the same trials you are facing, hence there is no need for such fury. Li Hao's expression softened slightly, yet he remained disgruntled, snorting, by Wudong Mountain standards, I should be eliminated, right? Indeed. Then expedite my elimination, provide me with my wages, and let me leave. Li Hao could no longer bear to stay. I'm afraid you have taken the back door to ascend the mountain, the middle-aged Taoist said. Li Hao was momentarily taken aback, then erupted in anger. Back door? Is that what you call this? Have you ever seen someone suffer as I have through a back door? Disciple, please exercise some rationality. I've been shoveling dung. How can I be rational? Li Hao was at his wit's end. The middle-aged Taoist, feeling helpless, asked, Do you know what day it is today? What? The 15th. What about the 15th? The 15th brings a feast, the middle-aged Taoist replied, with succulent pork, fish, chicken legs, and fragrant white rice. Gulp. Li Hao unwittingly swallowed hard. In the past, he would not have given it a second glance, but now, just the thought stirred his appetite. There was no avoiding it. The usual meals lacked any meat, and he was constantly burdened with endless tasks. He was often left feeling unsatisfied, not that he was starving, but rather that there was a persistent sense of hunger due to the absence of richness in his meals. This is my last day as a Taoist, Li Hao declared, squatting down and picking up the ladle to continue his work. How delightful. Li Hao savored a mouthful of rice accompanied by generous slices of fatty meat, relishing the greasy flavors. The foolishness of trading large cuts of pork for chicken legs was now a distant memory. Such rich meat, which once nauseated him, now tasted utterly divine. The fish fillets, chicken legs, and tofu were all delicious. Li Hao wasted not a single grain of rice. He even filled his oily bowl with hot water, savoring the fragrant oil that floated atop. With a satisfied burp, Li Hao's hunger dissipated, replaced by a blissful smile. In this moment, he felt truly happy, immensely so. The thought of 2 boiled eggs and a chicken leg awaiting him for dinner filled him with even greater joy. Without needing prompting, he instinctively washed the dishes and then lay down for an afternoon nap. On the summer days at Wudong Mountain, one could rest for an hour post-lunch. After a day of labor and a hearty meal, Li Hao's happiness reached its zenith. He didn't mind the hardness of the bed. Lying flat, he fully relaxed, relishing this rare tranquility. The evening promised more delightful sustenance. He would eat first and confront Qing Yi the next day. Li Hao mused to himself, a sweet smile gracing his lips. Upon waking from his nap, Li Hao was once again tasked with chopping firewood, yet this time he bore no complaints. Firstly, chopping wood was infinitely preferable to shoveling dung for fertilization. Secondly, with the confrontation with Qing Yi looming the following day, he felt indifferent. It was only after his hands had developed several large blisters and his arms and shoulders ached that he began to think that perhaps shoveling dung was less arduous. That evening, he enjoyed another hearty meal, sleeping soundly thereafter. The next day, before the moon had fully set, Li Hao awoke early, tiptoeing out of his room and into the moonlight, making his way to the back mountain. Where could Qing Yi be residing? Li Hao glanced left and right, resembling a thief, hesitating for a moment before choosing the quiet room on the right. Who is it? A voice startled him. It was the acting leader, causing Li Hao's heart to tighten in fear. He swiftly retreated, cursing inwardly. This old man's hearing is remarkably sharp. Is it a trait of cultivators to be so peculiar? Yu Xian quickly exited, recognizing Li Hao's silhouette in the moonlight. He smiled gently before retreating back inside. Thank goodness I ran fast. Li Hao leaned against the door, breathing heavily, still shaken. Who? The voice from within called out again. Li Hao was startled anew, instinctively ready to flee, but suddenly remembered this was his own room. Master Uncle, it's me. I just need to relieve myself. As soon as he spoke, the middle-aged Taoist stepped out, dressed neatly. Li Hao was momentarily taken aback. Master Uncle, it's still a while until dawn. What are you doing? Are you not doing the same? The middle-aged man retorted. Oh, I'm just going to sleep a bit longer. Li Hao laughed awkwardly, hastening back inside. The middle-aged man seemed to grasp something and, with a sly smile, headed towards the back mountain. In the quiet room, counting Li Qing, there were 10 in total. Indeed, Li Qing had only chosen 9 who had cultivated true energy. The strength of an army lies not in its numbers, but in its prowess. The mission Li Qing was undertaking was not meant for grand displays. Naturally, he required fewer individuals, those capable of standing tenfold against their foes. Everyone is here, let us depart. Yes, senior brother. The 9 responded in unison, their faces radiant with anticipation. In truth, they were unaware of their specific purpose. They only knew they were to follow their senior brother down the mountain for training, oblivious to where they would go or what they would train in. However, such details seemed inconsequential. In their eyes, the opportunity to accompany the senior brother on his journey was a rare and precious chance. Finally, the time to rise at dawn approached. For the first time, Li Hao found himself eagerly anticipating the early morning. Even if you give me a resounding slap, I must go. Not even the King of Heaven can stop me, Li Hao resolved. At that moment, Li Qing was descending the mountain. Chapter 103. The Trial in the World of Martial Arts. One must adopt a pseudonym. Li Qing set the tone, declaring that from now on, they would not use their original names or titles. Instead, they would be designated by their ages, numbered from 1 to 9, all beginning with the character Dao. The 9 looked at each other in puzzlement. Did this mean that their descent from the mountain involved something clandestine? The youngest disciple inquired, Senior brother, should I be Dao 1 or Dao 9? Dao 9, came the reply. Oh, then I shall be Dao 8. I am Dao 6. Before long, all 9 had acquired their new titles. Li Qing's arrangement was indeed intended to protect their identities, but it also served the practical purpose of making it easier to remember their names. This way, if they were to add more members in the future, it would be more convenient to coordinate. Thus, it simplified matters considerably. Otherwise, recalling each individual's name and title would be quite a challenging task. Dao 1, Senior brother. Where are we headed? Since you ascended the mountain, apart from the occasional descent for purchases, you have not ventured down. Even those forays were nearby, Li Qing explained. To avoid the trials of the mundane world is not a viable path. You are all distinguished disciples of Wudong Mountain, and my purpose here is to temper your resolve. As for where we go, do not dwell on that. Simply savor the journey beneath your feet and strive to remain true to your original intentions. Even after experiencing a myriad of trials, Yes, senior brother. The nine nodded, their hearts filled with anticipation. Transitioning from simplicity to luxury is easy, but the reverse is challenging. Along the way, Qing did not indulge in lavish feasts. In fact, their meals were scarcely different from those on the mountain, and their accommodations were unpretentious. Sometimes even camping in the wilderness. The nine disciples had no complaints. They were accustomed to a modest lifestyle and viewed this as part of their training. Steadfast in their original aspirations. In early June, in Jinling, Qing passed his home without entering, instead taking them to the bustling city center to expose them to the clamor of the mundane world. During this exposure to new experiences, he subtly guided them to reinforce the beliefs they had once held dear. The allure of the secular world was immense. Resisting it solely through willpower would be exceedingly difficult. These nine were fine specimens with great potential, and Qing was unwilling to take risks. This exposure was intended to fortify their resolve, not merely to allow them to revel in the superficiality of the world, and certainly not to let them succumb to its temptations. Qing carefully calibrated their experiences, gradually enhancing their ability to resist allure. After more than 10 days, the group set out once again. During the Mid-Autumn Festival, in the capital, the journey from Jinling to the capital took nearly 2 months. Compared to Qing's usual pace, this was markedly slower. However, they had not ridden horses, taken carriages, or traveled by boat. They had relied solely on their own legs, which, in that regard, was not slow at all. On the road, Qing simultaneously showcased both prosperity and suffering while imparting his valuable experiences in cultivating true energy. Throughout the journey, they reaped significant benefits. Rather than heading to Lianjiaten, Qing opted to rent a residence in the outskirts, where he settled down and commenced his alchemical endeavors. His primary objective was to rigorously test them. Once they met his psychological expectations, he would formally employ them. Despite the fact that they were his own disciples, directly utilizing them from the outset felt rather perilous. For the tasks ahead were anything but ordinary. Qing refrained from undertaking any endeavors in which he lacked confidence. At Changle Palace, during the hour of the dog, the young Zhu Youzhang called out for his grandfather. Zhu Jianshan, holding a plush toy, playfully engaged his eldest grandson. The little one, still under a year old, could emit certain syllables but lacked the ability to articulate names. He stretched out his tiny arms, opening and closing his mouth, yet failed to call out for his grandfather. Grandfather, grandfather, Zhu Jianshan enunciated each word with care. However, the effort proved futile. Zhu Youzhang, reaching out with his arms, babbled away, displaying signs of frustration. Zhu Jianshan made one last attempt. After a prolonged struggle, Zhu Youzhang finally managed to produce a sound, which only deepened Zhu Jianshan's frown. "You little rascal," Zhu Jianshan lamented. Feeling a mix of frustration and amusement, he chuckled at himself, remarking on how he could even get annoyed with his own grandson. He pinched the chubby cheeks of the little one and said with a wry smile, "Though you are audacious, it is remarkable that you can utter a clear word. Here, take this and play." The little one continued to call out, each utterance becoming increasingly distinct, perhaps associating the sound with the plush toy. This prompted Zhu Jianshan to burst into laughter. "Indeed, you are my grandson, so clever." At that moment, a little eunuch entered with tiny steps. "Your Majesty, the Empress Dowager and concubine shall request an audience." At this hour, the reason for their visit was clear to Zhu Jianshan. However, he found himself genuinely powerless, as Qing's formulae had ceased to be effective. "When will that fellow return to refine them for me?" Zhu Jianshan grumbled inwardly, then said, "It is rather late. The emperor and the crown prince need to rest. Let her come another day." "Yes," the little eunuch replied and retreated. Sighing, Zhu Youzhang echoed his grandfather's lament. "What are you sighing about?" Zhu Jianshan chuckled, shaking his head. "Ignorance is bliss." After saying this, he planted a kiss on the little one's face, laid back, and placed his grandson on his belly, gazing at the child's innocent visage with a gentle smile. As night deepened, both grandfather and grandson fell into a peaceful slumber. A shadow glided silently into the palace, striding confidently forward. Qing approached the bedside, observing for a moment before bending down to cover Zhu Jianshan's mouth and nose with his hand. Startled, Zhu Jianshan awoke, his face a mask of astonishment. "Do not shout. It is I," Qing whispered, leaning in for him to recognize his face. Zhu Jianshan stared blankly at Qing, the shock in his expression gradually fading, only to be replaced by anger. "Is this not an affront to me?" Qing lowered his voice. "Let us speak elsewhere to avoid waking your grandson." Zhu Jianshan, feeling exasperated, nodded in agreement, rising to don his shoes before following Li Qing to the tea table. You are becoming increasingly audacious. Do you still regard me as the emperor? I have brought you the elixirs. Take them. Oh, why didn't you say so earlier? Lower your voice. All right. Zhu Jianshan eagerly took the wooden box, pouring a pellet from one of the porcelain vials into his mouth, chewing it a couple of times before washing it down with tea. Smacking his lips, he requested, prescribe me a potent kidney tonic. You are in no condition for that. Li Qing responded earnestly. Are you not aware of your own health? I don't care. You must prescribe it for me, Zhu Jianshan retorted. Otherwise, life feels utterly dull. Li Qing, speechless, pointed to the slumbering Zhu Youzhang. You already have a grandson. How can life be dull? Well, prescribe it then. A few more days or fewer days makes no difference, Zhu Jianshan sighed. I estimate I have only a year or two left. While I can still move, I wish to savor life a little longer. Afterward, your prescriptions will hold no meaning for me. What if I refuse to prescribe? Li Qing countered. I shall have to raise my voice. Zhu Jianshan threatened. Do you think your speed with words surpasses my speed with hands? Sir, please, I preferred your earlier furious demeanor. Zhu Jianshan added. In light of my dedication to the Ming dynasty, indulge me this once. Li Qing, somewhat exasperated, replied, Are you attempting to claim credit? You are the emperor of the Ming, while I am merely a servant. And have I not indulged you enough already? Zhu Jianshan feigned innocence. Sir, I am nearing the end of my chapter. Is it possible that I have already turned the page? Feel free to be angry with me. It is your prerogative. Zhu Jianshan fumed, akin to a child denied a beloved toy, ready to throw a tantrum. Li Qing, exasperated, chuckled. Is the allure of women truly so captivating? I cannot compare to you. You have transcended such mundane pleasures while I remain an ordinary man. Zhu Jianshan chuckled awkwardly. Just prescribe it, will you? With no other choice. Li Qing relented. Suit yourself. There will come a time of regret. Zhu Jianshan responded nonchalantly. There is nothing to regret. I have done all I could. And with no concerns for what lies ahead, having a grandson makes my life quite complete. When I meet my ancestors in the afterlife, I shall hold my head high. This was indeed the truth. Zhu Jianshan's achievements were remarkable, and unlike Zhu Di, he bore no significant blame, facing life with admirable courage. Ultimately, Li Qing acquiesced and wrote a prescription, cautioning, You must conserve your strength. I shall soon be busy myself. I have come specifically to deliver this medicine. It was evident that otherwise, he would not have visited under the cover of night. Discontent, Zhu Jianshan grumbled, You must keep this to yourself. If you dare emulate Wang Mang when the time comes. He paused, then cursed. I refuse to believe you can evade death indefinitely. Li Qing, for once, refrained from cursing Zhu Jianshan, recognizing that his behavior was indeed reckless. It was only natural for an emperor to be concerned. Rest assured, I act for the good of the Ming. If I were motivated by fame and fortune, we would not be conversing in such circumstances. That is more acceptable, Zhu Jianshan murmured. If you are busy, simply find a moment to deliver the medicine. There is no need to squander too much energy on me. I have played my part and hold no regrets. After a pause, he inquired, Where are you headed next? To Liaodong, Li Qing replied. Surely not for the Jianzhou Jurchens? Zhu Jianshan was taken aback. He was well aware of Li Qing's profound animosity towards the Jurchens of Jianzhou. Li Qing shook his head, stating, The Jurchens are but one aspect. The greater concern lies with the smuggling in the north. Zhu Jianshan furrowed his brow, asking, Can you truly stand against them alone? Have you brought others? Li Qing replied, In truth, I alone suffice. Sighing, Zhu Jianshan smiled wryly. Regardless, I cannot restrain you. Just keep an eye on things, I reiterate. Do not let it slip out of your control. He added, One must possess the ability to tolerate imperfections. Otherwise, even if you exhaust yourself, your desires shall remain unfulfilled. And such an approach may not yield success. Li Qing chuckled softly and remarked, Am I not aware of this? Human nature is such that darkness inevitably exists. Rest assured, I am more cognizant of it than you think. Chapter 104. The current state of the Jurchens of Jianzhou after that night. They lingered for another fortnight. It was only then that Li Qing led them towards Liaodong, this time having procured horses. Unfortunately, his disciples were not adept at riding. Thus, despite their haste, they arrived in Liaodong by late September. In the deep autumn, the chill in Liaodong was palpable. Fortunately, all were individuals imbued with true energy, and none experienced discomfort or succumbed to the cold, thereby sparing them many minor troubles. Senior brother, What brings us here? Dao Yi inquired. Let us take a stroll and observe, Li Qing replied with a smile. As Taoists, we must possess a chivalrous heart, do we not? The 9 disciples nodded in agreement. Dao Jiu eagerly interjected. Indeed, it is not just us from Wudong. Our comrades from Longhu, Xuanzhen, and all Taoist sects, if their hearts are righteous, will assist whenever they encounter injustice. Senior brother, is our descent from the mountain this time not aimed at upholding righteousness? Upon hearing this, the other 8 gazed at Li Qing. Having previously walked, this time they were mounted on horses, resembling a hurried journey rather than a trial. Li Qing did not deny it. He merely smiled, saying, if there are injustices, they must be rectified. If none exist, we shall treat it as cultivation and maintain a tranquil mindset. He paused. Liaodong is a melting pot, inhabited by Jurchens, Mongols, and Han people. The government's control here is relatively lax. I anticipate many injustices, which is why I brought you here. Wudong, though rooted in martial teachings, also imparts lessons on leading others towards goodness and nurturing a chivalrous spirit among Taoists. This is not exclusive to Wudong. Nearly all Taoist traditions espouse these teachings. And Buddhism, as well, primarily advocates compassion and kindness. It can be said that all teachings are inherently good. However, there are those who misinterpret them. After all, those who study the classics are not always possessed of noble hearts. Reflecting upon the era of the 100 schools of thought, which one did not strive to make the world a better place. Yet, it seems that misinterpretation has become the norm. Initially, when Li Qing ascended Wudong Mountain, he established a rule. There are no second or third generation disciples. From the headmaster to the newest initiates, all refer to one another as brothers. This was to minimize the emergence of class conflicts. As he journeyed along, time flowed unnoticed, and Li Qing drew ever closer to the realm of the Jianzhou Jurchens. However, what perplexed him was the revelation that, according to his inquiries, there were hardly any Jianzhou Jurchens to be found in the area. This struck Li Qing as odd. Logically, one would expect to encounter the Jianzhou Jurchens. The imperial court had indeed launched several vigorous campaigns against them, yet the casualties had been relatively minimal. The total number of executions paled in comparison to even a fifth of those who had ventured northward in earlier expeditions. Surely, even if the Jianzhou Jurchens were diminished, they should not have vanished entirely. Unwilling to accept this situation, Li Qing delved deeper into his investigation. His perseverance bore fruit when he stumbled upon a remote village, which housed a few dozen Jianzhou Jurchen families, totaling fewer than 300 souls, predominantly the elderly and infirm. Nestled against the mountains, the village resembled a primitive stronghold. Disguised as Taoist priests, Li Qing and his companions ascended the mountain, significantly alleviating the villagers' wariness. After considerable effort, they finally found someone who could communicate in Mandarin, allowing Li Qing to gain insight into the current plight of the Jianzhou Jurchens. It appeared that following several brutal crackdowns, the Jianzhou Jurchens had been thoroughly intimidated, leading many to either seek refuge with the Haishi Jurchens or the Wild Jurchens, while others retreated to isolated hilltops, cutting off contact with the outside world. This particular group of Jianzhou Jurchens belonged to the latter category. With this knowledge, Li Qing felt a sense of relief and introspection. The Ming dynasty was no longer the formidable power it once was, so why should he fear the Jianzhou Jurchens? He realized that he had been overly concerned. And rather than pursuing a relentless extermination of the Jianzhou Jurchens, efforts should be made to foster their integration, reminiscent of the earlier Han-Mongolian amalgamation. The Ming dynasty should aspire to a grander vision. However, the heavy-handed tactics of the Chenghua era had engendered deep-seated animosity among the Jianzhou Jurchens towards the Han people. Despite their guise as Taoist priests, many villagers harbored significant distrust. Had it not been for the village chief's admiration for Han culture and his unwavering belief in Taoist practices, Li Qing and his companions might not have been welcomed at all. Ultimately, at the village chief's urging, Li Qing led a prayer for the Jianzhou Jurchens, beseeching that the Ming dynasty would refrain from further brutalities against them. Little did the chief know that the current plight of the Jianzhou Jurchens was largely a consequence of Li Qing's own actions. One could only wonder what his reaction would be if he were to discover this truth. Having descended the mountain, Li Qing felt a burden lifted from his heart. The tide of history was immutable, yet it had shifted significantly from what it once was. The Jianzhou Jurchen's overthrow of the Ming dynasty was no longer a prevailing inevitability, nor was it likely to occur. In Li Qing's estimation, even if the Ming were to fall, it would do so without tumult, quietly passing into history. Of course, Achieving this outcome would require considerable effort and time. Snow began to fall. The snow in Liaodong was as fierce as that in Shuntian, if not more so, accompanied by an unrelenting chill. The biting north wind felt like a blade, and even the 9 Taoist disciples found it somewhat unbearable during such weather. One could scarcely manage even the simplest of tasks without a stick for support. Li Qing had brought these 9 young disciples to Liaodong not for grand endeavors, but rather as a trial to ascertain their potential for greater responsibilities. Fortunately, under his guidance and scrutiny, the disciples did not disappoint him. Thus, he felt prepared to formally initiate his plans moving forward. He had long contemplated organizing a covert force, particularly after advocating for a path of capitalistic reform, a notion that had grown increasingly fervent within him. In the future of the Ming dynasty, relying solely on the intrigues of the court is highly unlikely to prove effective. However, this does not imply that the court holds no significance. On the contrary, it remains of paramount importance. The court possesses a degree of replaceability, whereas in the wild, there exists no alternative to oneself. Alas, one cannot ascertain how Xiaoyun is contemplating this matter. Li Qing sighed softly, then coldly smiled, thinking to himself that if he were to disagree, he would simply compel him to comply, regardless of whether it was agreeable or not. At present, he found no better candidate than Wang Shoren. With winter already upon them, the cold would only intensify. Li Qing resolved, "Let us return for now and come back after the new year." Come back? The junior disciples exhibited some reluctance. But upon reflecting on their progress in cultivating their vital energy over the past 6 months, they reconsidered. Wudong Mountain. The half-year period had elapsed. "Qingyi, my dear grandfather, why do you not return?" Li Hao bellowed towards the heavens, overwhelmed by impotent rage. "Ah, is that not Li Shizizi?" A middle-aged Taoist passed by. "What brings you here?" I miss your esteemed senior brother," Li Hao replied, his eyes glistening with unshed tears, his voice tinged with sorrow. "I miss him dearly." The middle-aged Taoist chuckled. "Do not worry, my dear nephew. With your senior brother's prowess, venturing into the world poses no danger whatsoever. I am well aware." Li Hao gritted his teeth. "Uncle, you may continue with your affairs. I wish to be alone. Do not dwell on solitude." The middle-aged Taoist laughed. "Mealtime approaches. And today is the 15th, time for a culinary treat." Li Hao paused, momentarily forgetting his anger, and with a swift motion, he dashed away. "Oh, my young nephew has made significant progress over the past 6 months, the Taoist mused. Li Hao set down his impeccably clean bowl, a look of contentment on his face. The bowl brimming with sumptuous pork displayed no grease, as he had already consumed 2 bowls of hot water. Feeling somewhat rejuvenated after a hearty meal, Li Hao's spirits lifted slightly. Yet, as the new year drew ever closer, the absence of Qing Yi weighed heavily on his heart, igniting feelings of resentment. With each festive occasion, his longing for family intensified, and compared to the last time, his yearning had multiplied with 2 additional figures in his heart, his wife and child. They had agreed upon a 6-month interval, and yet here he was, well beyond that timeline. Li Hao felt tears welling up, verging on madness. Ever since following Qing Yi, he had not experienced a single day of comfort, only enduring hardship. The days crept by, bland and flavorless. The only solace came from the laba porridge, which he relished in 3 large bowls, even feigning despair to secure 2 additional eggs. The 15th day of the 12th month, the 20th, and finally, New Year's Eve. His beloved Qing Yi was still nowhere to be seen, and despair enveloped him. He felt forgotten, as if Qing Yi had abandoned him. Being someone who had gained entry to the mountain through less than orthodox means, he had no claim to any labor rewards. According to his uncles, he should be grateful to his senior brother. With no money to his name, what could he possibly do? His despair deepened. Fortunately, the New Year's Eve feast offered some comfort to his wounded soul. On the first day of the 6th year of Hongji, Li Hao awoke early. Having lived on the mountain for so long, his routine was exceptionally disciplined, making his bed, washing up, and practicing in the morning. Perhaps it was habit or perhaps numbness. But on this New Year's Day, he found no complaint in joining his uncles for morning exercises, obediently following their lead. After half a year of living as a Taoist, his demeanor underwent a transformation. He became more disciplined and reserved. Although he occasionally exhibited childishness, he had improved significantly compared to his former self. His skin had darkened considerably, and a beard had begun to grow beneath his chin, giving him a resolute and mature appearance. Indeed, this change was a reflection of the influence of his surroundings. Engaging in morning exercises and labor, and immersing himself in the study of Taoist texts, Li Hao's heart grew increasingly steady. In the past, he would have found it unbearable to be deceived by Li Qing, but now he could merely grumble a few complaints. Although it was still difficult, he could persevere without succumbing to despair or reckless abandon. After finishing his morning exercises, Li Hao joined his masters in the dining hall for breakfast. He ate heartily yet cautiously, savoring the soft steamed buns and slurping the meat porridge while being particularly careful not to spill any on the floor. "Here are 2 eggs for you," a voice called out, and 2 eggs were handed to him. Li Hao was delighted and quickly expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Uncle Master. You are truly kind." Li Qing, with a look of satisfaction, remarked, "It has been half a year since we last met. You have grown significantly." "As I have heard from you, qian." Li Hao opened his mouth, overwhelmed with mixed emotions, feeling as if a lump were lodged in his throat. He wanted to vent, but feared wasting food. Having spent such a long time on the mountain, he found it difficult to curse. Yet, the pent-up frustration weighed heavily on his heart. "Let us eat first," Li Qing said, understanding his feelings, and smiled gently. "Even if we have accounts to settle, we should at least have a full meal, right?" Li Hao nodded sullenly, snatching the eggs and shooting him a resentful glance before continuing to eat. After breakfast, the 2 of them found a secluded spot. Li Qing gazed into the distance and asked, "Xiao Hao, if you could choose again, would you still come to Wudong Mountain with me?" Li Hao fell silent. After experiencing personal growth, looking back at the past often brought about a sense of childishness. To start over again would be too arduous. However, he could not bear the thought of reverting to his former self. The journey up the mountain was indeed challenging, yet the view from the summit was breathtaking. After a long pause, Li Hao finally said, "We've endured so much. What significance is there in discussing this now? Do you find this journey meaningful?" Li Qing inquired. Li Hao remained silent once more. He did not wish to compromise, at least not in his demeanor. After being so thoroughly deceived, how could he remain calm? Yet, he found it difficult to voice insincere words. "Let us not dwell on useless matters. Let us head back," he said quietly. Li Qing nodded with a smile. "Very well, I will escort you back." The 2 horses remained the same as before. After spending over half a year on the mountain, they appeared robust and vigorous. Li Hao thought to himself, "Even the horses have fared better than I have." Filled with resentment, as he mounted the horse, he glanced back at his masters and the distant Wudong Mountain. For some reason, he felt a twinge of reluctance. Sighing softly, Li Hao clasped his fists and said, "Dear masters, may our green hills remain unchanged, and the waters flow forever, until we meet again." His masters nodded with smiles and bowed to Li Qing, saying, "Safe travels, senior brother." Li Qing chuckled, "Everyone, return home. Today is the first day of the new year. Let us all celebrate well. During the festive season, who does not indulge in enjoyment?" Unlike me, Li Hao cast a fleeting glance at him, then waved to his masters before turning around to follow Lord Qing. After spending over half a year on the mountain, Li Hao engaged in a plethora of laborious tasks, which not only transformed his mindset, but also sculpted his physique. Although he had not cultivated true energy, his body was far more robust than before. Despite having lost considerable weight compared to his arrival, he did not appear frail. Rather, he emanated a refined aura, his demeanor no longer ostentatious, and his eyes sparkled with vitality. For Li Hao, the past 6 months were characterized by relentless asceticism, rendering time almost unbearably slow. He scarcely realized how he had endured, yet the fruits of his labor were indeed substantial. On the 15th day of the first lunar month, in the capital of Jinling, at the residence of the Yongqing Marquis, Li Hao stood before his own door, his heart brimming with excitement, though tempered compared to his previous exuberance. He dismounted and approached to knock on the door. Clang, clang, clang. Moments later, the door swung open. "Who are you?" inquired a young servant, his eyes filled with curiosity. "I am the son of the Yongqing Marquis, returned from my travels," Li Hao replied, glancing back at Li Qing, finally comprehending why the household staff had changed so frequently. Nevertheless, he felt it unnecessary for such caution. After all, a change every few years was perfectly reasonable. Otherwise, he would have to explain himself upon every return, which was quite troublesome. Noting the servant's skepticism, Li Hao reassured him, "Please, go inform them. Please wait." The servant nodded and turned to deliver the message. Before long, Li Shuer appeared gracefully. For a moment, she nearly failed to recognize her elder brother. Thankfully, Li Qing remained unchanged. "Grandfatherly, brother, you have finally returned. Please, come inside, she urged, leading the two into the estate. To the servant, she instructed, notify the kitchen to prepare a lavish feast. Understood, Mississippi. The three settled in the guest hall. Li Hao inquired, where's our mother? Mother went to attend to matters on the 5th day, and father has gone to Haining. I doubt father will return. But mother is in Jinling, and she will come back for the Lantern Festival today, Li Shuer explained, her face a mix of surprise and concern. Brother, you have changed remarkably. If it weren't for grandfather Li standing beside you, I might not have recognized you. In less than a year, how have you become so tanned? And with such a long beard, you seem almost like a man nearing 30, having lost weight as well. Li Hao chuckled and asked, am I handsome now? Or was I handsome before? You are more manly now, Li Shuer giggled. Sister-in-law misses you quite a bit. Please sit with grandfather Li. I will go fetch her. Song, gentle and demure, hardly touched her food at the table, while Li Shuer was lively, toasting and enjoying her meal with exuberance. Appearing almost too refined compared to Li Hao. Delicious, truly exquisite, Li Hao exclaimed as he savored the food, alternating between meat and wine. Nearly moved to tears by the delectable feast. Although the mountain had improved its provisions, nothing could compare to the life at the Marquis's residence. Furthermore, while the Taoists of Wudong Mountain could partake in meat, they were prohibited from consuming alcohol. Li Qing had lifted the restrictions on meat, but had not permitted the drinking of wine. For him, abstaining from meat was untenable, yet refraining from alcohol bore little consequence. In Li Qing's view, how could a person devoted to asceticism indulge in wine? Wine and meat pass through the bowels, yet the Buddha resides in the heart. If the world were to emulate me, they would tread the path of darkness. Zhang Lada indulged in wine, and so did Li Qing. But that does not imply that everyone is afforded the same luxury. It is not solely Li Qing's selfishness that leads to this conclusion. As the saying goes, a full stomach breeds desire, and another adage states, a brief separation enhances the joy of reunion. After satisfying his hunger, Li Hao seemed restless. As if grass had sprouted beneath him, he could no longer remain seated. After fidgeting for a while, he seized the opportunity to check on his son and took his wife along. Li Qing, having recently enjoyed a hearty meal after a prolonged journey of over 10 days, reclined comfortably in his chair, sipping tea while engaging in light-hearted conversation with his granddaughter. Isn't Xiaoxue 17 this year? He inquired. Li Shuer, blushing, nodded and clarified. Although I was born late in the year, I am only just over 16. In this era, there is no concept of age as we know it. One is considered 1 year old at birth, and if born in the last month of the lunar calendar, one might be deemed 2 years old after the new year. Thus, Li Shuer is, in fact, just a little over 15 in traditional terms. Li Qing nodded thoughtfully. In common households, daughters are often married off as early as 14, primarily due to financial constraints. In slightly more affluent families, the norm is to wait until after 16. However, from a grandfather's perspective, it is still a bit early. A woman marrying at 20 is most appropriate. Li Shuer, feeling a bit embarrassed, replied, but wouldn't that make me an old maid? Oh haha. Are you in such a hurry, Xiaoxue? Li Qing teased. Not at all. Grandfather is just fond of joking, she retorted, her cheeks flushed. Then, with sincerity, she asked, Grandfather, is it possible for me to choose my own suitor? Li Qing chuckled. Didn't your parents already agree? Do you concur as well? She inquired. Does my opinion even matter? He responded with a question. It does, very much so, Li Shuer insisted. My parents hold you in high regard. Your opinion would carry significant weight. Li Qing, taken aback, regarded her with renewed interest. I agree. Then, could you perhaps speak to my mother about it? I wish to make my own choice, she explained, adding that matters of such importance cannot be treated lightly, and what her parents select may not align with her preferences. Goodness, you really are your mother's daughter, aren't you? Li Qing remarked, amused. They will surely honor your wishes. No, what I mean is that I want to observe privately, Li Shuer clarified. Isn't one encounter insufficient? It is prudent to know more about the person, wouldn't you agree? Li Qing pondered for a moment before nodding. Very well, when your mother returns. I shall discuss it with her, though I cannot guarantee her agreement. Li Shuer's approach to choosing a husband is rather avant-garde for this era, akin to the concept of free love. However, it is something Li Qing can fully accept. Xiaoxue, are you so confident that your choice will be the best? He asked. I have faith in my judgment, she replied with a smile. At the very least, I will choose someone I like, won't I? Li Qing chuckled and nodded, feeling a sense of pride. You truly take after your mother. You have been clever since childhood, yet you are far more endearing. Was my mother particularly mischievous as a child? She asked. How would I know? Li Qing rolled his eyes. This little girl is indeed her mother's daughter. At that moment, Zhu Youzhang approached with brisk steps. Upon witnessing Li Qing leisurely savoring his tea, I immediately felt a wave of relaxation wash over me. I chuckled, Uncle Li. You have returned a tad late this time. I had hoped we could celebrate the new year together. Oh, it is merely to provide a bit more training for Xiao Hao, Li Qing replied with a smile. Have you been particularly busy of late? Zhu Youzhang inquired as she settled herself before Li Qing. I am currently expanding our brand. The Yongqing brand of silk scarves has officially commenced production. Zhu Youzhang accepted the tea offered by her daughter, took a sip to soothe her throat, and continued, since the clothing is selling so well, the accessories should surely be well received as well. Besides, the production costs are minimal. The primary expense lies in the embroidery of the name Yongqing. However, we can reduce the size of the embroidery, thereby significantly lowering costs while maintaining both volume and brand integrity. Li Qing absent-mindedly touched his nose, recalling the extravagant hairpins from later times, which were even more exorbitant. The focus is on brand premium, he remarked. Ahem, Li Shuer discreetly coughed into her hand. Zhu Youzhang ceased her enthusiastic discourse and inquired with concern, Shuer, have you caught a chill? Should we have your grandfather check your pulse? Oh, no need. It's just that my throat feels a bit uncomfortable, Li Shuer replied, casting a glance at Li Qing. Grandfather, mother, please continue your discussion. I shall not intrude. With that, she swiftly departed. Zhu Youzhang was left somewhat bewildered, pondering what had transpired. It concerns her suitor, Li Qing relayed, articulating his granddaughter's wishes. That seems inappropriate, Zhu Youzhang frowned. It is unbecoming for a young lady to openly seek a husband. However, it is not as if she is being brazen about it. If she does not state it outright, who would know? Li Qing chuckled. The girl is no less capable than her peers. This is a matter of her lifetime, and allowing her some freedom may not be detrimental. After a moment of contemplation, Zhu Youzhang replied, I suppose she may have a try, but I will ultimately oversee the situation. I cannot let her have complete autonomy. Li Qing chose to refrain from further comment. In this era, marriage for daughters is a matter of considerable gravitas. Even a princess of the Ming dynasty could not escape societal norms. Zhu Youzhang, as a mother, held no fault in her cautious approach. There is no rush regarding her suitor. Xiao Shuer is still quite young. Zhu Youzhang shifted the topic, saying, Uncle Li, since you have returned, let us take a moment to inspect our family's enterprises. Very well, Li Qing nodded. Though he was merely a figurehead, it was indeed prudent to familiarize himself with the affairs. At the very least, one should be aware of the situation. Chapter 106. A flourishing scene at noon. Zhu Youzhang finally encountered her son. After a long separation, he appeared darker and thinner, complete with a scruffy beard, making him seem a decade older. The sight tugged at her heartstrings. This time, her son's absence had been shorter than before, yet the changes were strikingly profound. Mother, Li Hao exclaimed, lifting his arms and kneeling to bow his head to her. Most of the masters on the mountain were without parents. In comparison, he felt immensely fortunate. Previously, he had not grasped its significance, but now he perceived its preciousness. Zhu Youzhang's face glowed with pride, tears welling in her eyes. For the first time, she felt her son had truly matured, capable of standing on his own. Rise, she said, assisting him to his feet. You are still quite young. Why sport a beard at your tender age? It makes you look aged. Li Hao forced a smile, saying he would heed his mother's advice and tidy things up shortly. While he was lost in thoughts of joy, he remained unaware that he had already caused distress to the young song. Let me share with you where I went and what I experienced, he said. Zhu Youzhang pulled her son to the pavilion, her face radiating warmth. Li Hao began recounting his tales, and upon hearing them, Zhu Youzhang chuckled. Though it was indeed challenging, it was all worthwhile. Your Uncle Qing's actions were for your own good. Do not harbor resentment towards him. Resentment, perhaps not, but his behavior was truly excessive, Li Hao admitted, still holding a grudge against Li Qing. This journey to Wudong Mountain felt like a ruse. Enduring hardships was one thing, but being abandoned for over half a year was another. Who wouldn't be incensed? Zhu Youzhang laughed. He has been relatively kind to you. Your mother was subjected to his beatings since a young age. Li Hao exclaimed in astonishment. He was so harsh even to a little girl. What do you think? Zhu Youzhang recalled the past, a hint of resentment surfacing. His strikes were merciless. My hands have suffered countless whippings from willow branches. Even now, he threatens to beat me. Li Hao felt a surge of anger, exclaiming, "That is utterly uncouth." After a moment, he added in disbelief, "But my maternal grandfather is the legitimate emperor. How could he dare to strike you?" He had no real memory of his grandfather, but from his mother's words, he knew he was the best father in the world. Undoubtedly a doting father to his daughter. Zhu Youzhang sighed with a bittersweet smile. "In truth, your grandfather had it even worse." "Is my grandfather not the legitimate emperor?" Li Hao inquired. "Yes, but, alas, the past is best left unspoken. A son should not speak ill of his father," Zhu Youzhang replied. "You only need to know that your mother, a princess of the Ming dynasty, was once beaten by your grandfather and even stabbed with a knife. You truly have no reason to feel aggrieved." Li Hao stared in shock for a moment, which ultimately morphed into a bitter smile. This man was truly beyond reason. Zhu Youzhang continued, "Therefore, being disciplined by him is not something to be ashamed of." Li Hao felt all remnants of resentment dissipate. At least he had not suffered severe injuries or been stabbed. In comparison, he considered himself fortunate. Uncle Qing is simply inhumane. As evening fell, the family gathered to enjoy tangyuan. Li Hao savored every bite, finishing his bowl of soup with great satisfaction. After spending so long on the mountain, he had developed a habit of wasting no food. This was a stark contrast to his former self. Zhu Youzhang observed with delight and said, "Tomorrow, your Uncle Qing and I will visit our family estate. You should join us. Your mother is now 40, and it's time you start taking on the family business. Merely offering strategies will not suffice." "All right," Li Hao agreed, finding business far less burdensome than the labor of the fields, and he was genuinely interested in it. As the only son, it was his duty to shoulder the family's responsibilities, a task Li Hao accepted without hesitation. Little Song felt joy in her heart. As the legitimate wife, she naturally wished for her husband to assume power sooner rather than later. It was not uncommon for families of moderate wealth to squabble over inheritance. And with the Yongqing Marquisate, despite the couple having only one son, who could say they wouldn't wish for another child someday? His mother had mentioned more than once about wanting to have a little one again. Nanjing, a prosperous region, was particularly lively during the Lantern Festival. A family ventured out to admire the lanterns, and Li Qing was forcibly pulled out by Zhu Youzhang. The bustling marketplace was even more vibrant than during the New Year celebrations. Street performers, vendors, and food sellers filled the streets, creating a throng of activity. The authorities were surprisingly lenient, with no constables looking for trouble. Though the darker aspects of this era were widespread, the warmth of human connection was palpable. During festivals, even corrupt officials would extend conveniences to the common folk. Jinling, being directly governed, enjoyed the benefits of a well-established infrastructure, and despite not being the capital, its orderliness was commendable. The streets were alive with young women and wives, even outnumbering men. The air was filled with the sounds of cheers and vendors calling out, creating an extraordinary atmosphere of prosperity and vibrancy. Such a scene in this feudal dynasty was indeed rare and precious. The picturesque along the river during the Qing Ming festival could hardly rival this reality. However, Jinling in the Ming dynasty was not like Bianjing, where the state solely supported the city. Moreover, Suzhou and Hangzhou were equally prosperous, and many other regions in the Ming were thriving, though perhaps not as prominently. Indeed, there were more impoverished areas, but the basic needs of the populace were generally met. While Li Qing reveled in the spectacle, he also became more resolute in pursuing a path of capitalism. Though it had its flaws, it was the most moderate form of reform, suitable for contemporary Ming. The next morning, Li Hao rose early, heading to the adjacent room of the library, shouting boisterously, "Master Qing, wake up! We're going to inspect the properties." Li Qing, feeling disgruntled, protested, "It's not even dawn yet. Let me sleep a little longer. When I was a Taoist, I would have been in morning practice by now." Li Hao continued to knock on the door, intentionally riling him up. "Huh, look at you now." After a relentless bout of knocking, Li Qing finally emerged. Fearing a reprimand, Li Hao quickly masked his pleasure and said with feigned humility, "Master Qing, breakfast is ready, just waiting for you." Li Qing shot him a sidelong glance and scolded, "You've only been back a day and already reverted to your old ways. The hardships of the past 6 months seem wasted. You should accompany me to Wudong for 3 years of rigorous training." "Master Qing, you know well whether I have grown." Li Hao replied earnestly, "The family business is increasingly busy. I cannot afford to pursue the Tao any longer." "Look at you, so frightened of going to Wudong?" Li Qing teased. Li Hao awkwardly replied, "If I had the leisure, I wouldn't mind going. To be honest, I've grown accustomed to life on the mountain. In that case, you might as well consider the present akin to life on the mountain, Li Qing yawned. Life is, after all, a journey of cultivation. As the saying goes, success lies in perseverance. The difficulty is in maintaining that perseverance. The essence is in consistency. If you slack off upon returning, you will ultimately revert to your former self, and the gains from this journey to Wudong will be entirely lost. Li Hao paused, nodding in agreement. What you say makes sense, Master Qing. I will remain steadfast, nurture my beliefs, and maintain a tranquil heart. Well said. I do not regret my efforts in nurturing you. Li Hao, speechless, retorted. What have you truly nurtured in me? You took me to the mountain and abandoned me. How can you say such things? Have you forgotten who facilitated your entry through the back door? Let us not dwell on that, Li Hao said darkly. Every time it's mentioned, it shatters my resolve. Well, that only means you still have more to practice. Li Hao glanced around, but could not find the dung scoop. The silk workshop was alive with the sound of thousands of looms working in unison, producing a cacophony reminiscent of a grand symphony. Li Qing inquired loudly. How long does it take for a loom to weave a bolt of silk? With the advancements in loom technology and the cooperation of the workers, it now takes about 7 to 8 days to complete a bolt, Zhu Youzhang replied. And how long from the raw silk to the finished product? Li Qing asked. Once we are in full operation, it will take approximately the same amount of time, Zhu Youzhang explained. Noting that the dozens of processes are carried out in a synchronized manner, the spinners focus solely on spinning, while the dyers concentrate on dyeing, which initially takes longer. At present, we have just begun the year and have not yet entered full production. These are all stocks left over from last year, so the efficiency is still somewhat slow. After a pause, she continued, currently, with the Shun family supplying silk, there are only 2 workshops left in our Li family. The other large workshops have all been transferred. Li Qing cheerfully remarked, let us keep these 2 for our occasional needs. He could distinctly feel that the current efficiency of textile production had improved significantly compared to when he managed the weaving bureau. It was as if he had stepped into a production workshop. They then visited the dyeing workshop, where vibrant silks of every hue were hung on bamboo poles, creating a dazzling maze that left one awestruck. Before long, it was already noon. After a simple meal, the 3 of them proceeded to the cap workshop. There was an extensive array of silk scarves, from the simplest handkerchiefs to the intricate and exquisite designs reminiscent of zhuge, featuring both male and female styles, all meticulously tailored and crafted. Zhu Youzhang smiled and said, when it comes to attire, one should also consider headwear. Even if the response is not favorable, it will not be a loss, as we can still sell it within the Ming Empire, albeit at a reduced profit. That is true, Li Qing replied. By the way, do we still raise pigs at home? We stopped long ago. It is mainly Duke Chao who manages that now, Zhu Youzhang chuckled. Given our relationship with Honggu, we are all family and need not compete for business. Li Qing paused, recalling that it was his suggestion for Li Jinglong to take up pig farming. He speculated that the young man had likely profited significantly, otherwise he would not have continued the pig farming venture. Pigs, unlike cattle or sheep, have a shorter market cycle and yield a higher quantity of meat, making them a staple in the later generations. In a city as populous as Jinling, with high consumer demand, the number of cattle for meat sales is limited, and relying solely on sheep would be insufficient. Without pork, the happiness index of the common people would plummet. Li Qing queried, what is the scale of his pig farming operation? It's quite substantial. Occupying more arable land than even Shaosong's farm, Li Hao interjected. Duke Chao is practically a professional pig farmer. It has almost become his main business. Li Qing. Oh. Chapter 107. Smugglers of Liaodong. The Furniture Workshop, Rouge Workshop, and Spice Workshop. The Li family's industrial reach is extensive, aside from animal husbandry. They have ventured into almost every sector. This extensive inspection took nearly a month. In the Ofu, the guest hall, Li Qing remarked, you have truly worked hard. It's good that you understand, Zhu Youzhang replied, with a hint of playful pride. It was indeed chaotic at first when I took over, but I have since grown accustomed to it. After a moment of contemplation, Li Qing remarked, the Li family's enterprises have diversified extensively. Although there is no intention of monopolization, there exists a semblance of it. We should consider relinquishing some of our holdings. Zhu Youzhang nodded in agreement. I share similar intentions and am contemplating divesting from the furniture industry. However, I have yet to find a suitable successor. Li Hao, puzzled, responded, Mother, There are numerous individuals eager to take over our enterprises. Many may be interested, but handing over to them would merely facilitate their monopolistic ambitions. Zhu Youzhang retorted with an eye roll. In that case, it would be better to retain control ourselves. Li Hao awkwardly nodded, then queried, "Yet, isn't it true that by supporting the Shun family in Baoding, Qing is also engaging in monopolization?" Li Qing shook his head. "That is not the same. Assisting the Shin family is merely to illuminate a path for others to follow, not to provide substantial support. If development occurs too rapidly, it could lead to complications that would be difficult to rectify. Supporting the Shin family serves merely as a catalyst, nothing more." He continued, "Furthermore, the Shin family is not far from the capital, allowing the court to closely monitor their movements, and they lack representation in the court." Understanding dawned on Li Hao, who exclaimed, "Qing, your considerations are remarkably thorough." "Well, of course," Li Qing replied with a chuckle. Li Hao then asked, "So ultimately, we still aim for a monopolistic path, but we wish to proceed at a more gradual and stable pace, correct?" Li Qing nodded. "Indeed, you are teachable." Scratching his head, Li Hao expressed confusion. "Qing, I do not understand. If the outcome is inevitably so, why can't it be our family that benefits? Why trust outsiders over our own?" Li Qing shot him a glare, huffing, "I have no qualms about undermining outsiders. Is that reason sufficient?" Yes, it is," Li Hao replied, suddenly solemn, realizing he should not press further. After spending considerable time together, he was well aware of this particular temperament. Zhu Youzhang pondered aloud, "Uncle Li, while we can forego many ventures, there are 3 industries we must retain: ready-made garments, spices, and cosmetics. These 3 are prime candidates for brand development, being low-asset ventures that can maximize profits through superior brand management. The Yongqing brand sachets and the Yongqing brand rouge are 2 major categories that have yet to be developed, but I hold great confidence in them." Li Qing nodded in agreement. Indeed, these 3 products are the most suitable for brand premium pricing. Upon hearing this, Zhu Youzhang relaxed and smiled. "I'm glad you concur, Uncle Li. To be honest, relying solely on finished clothing to establish a brand is somewhat tenuous. A multifaceted approach is essential for mutual success and enduring prosperity. Rest assured, we are pursuing a high-end boutique strategy that will not impact other merchants for the foreseeable future. When the time comes for influence, I will adapt our strategy as previously discussed." "What was that term again?" Li Qing, noticing her struggle, interjected, "Franchisees." "Yes. At that point we will profit from franchise fees, production, and supply, ensuring that our family will always allocate a portion of profits to others," Zhu Youzhang stated earnestly. She understood the stakes involved and refrained from making reckless financial decisions. She also recognized the value of an ironclad guarantee. Yet she was acutely aware that utilizing it would inevitably expose Uncle Li's identity. The iron certificates issued by our ancestors are all recorded. Once used, their authenticity is revealed. As Li Shu remarked, the certificate of exemption from death serves merely as insurance, not as a reliance. Li Qing chuckled lightly, expressing his trust in Li Hao, while assuring that he, too, could be at ease. Li Hao responded with solemnity, affirming that he would naturally adhere to the established tone. Li Qing nodded in agreement, noting that there was little else to discuss and that he had his own matters to attend to. "What are you so busy with, Sir Qing?" Li Hao inquired with curiosity. "Are you an emperor or something?" Li Qing teased, reminding him of the pressing tasks his mother was engaged in. Suggesting another trip to Wudong Mountain was unwarranted. Li Hao, with a scowl, preferred not to delve into unpleasant duties. Zhu Youzhang asked, "Uncle Li, are you leaving now?" "Indeed. I've been here for over a month and need to stretch my legs," Li Qing replied. Zhu Youzhang offered a wry smile, accustomed to his departures. "When will you leave?" "Right now," he stated. At Wudong Mountain, Li Qing harnessed his true energy to refine his essence before leading the 9 disciples to Liaodong. Having undergone prior trials, this time, Li Qing was transparent about his intentions, declaring it was for the greater good of the nation. Upon hearing this, the 9 accepted with equanimity and anticipation. In March's spring, their return to Liaodong was notably more comfortable than the previous bitter cold. "Master brother, what exactly shall we do?" De Jiu asked. "We shall strike against the smuggling caravans." Li Qing replied candidly. De Yi pondered. "Does that mean we must kill?" "Strive to avoid direct confrontation," Li Qing instructed. "Wudong relies on its principles, not brute force. We shall not take lives unless absolutely necessary." His approach was to counter violence with violence. Yet he wished for his younger disciples to retain their inherent goodness. Even if the need arose for drastic measures, he would undertake them himself. Having lived for so long, his convictions and moral compass remained steadfast, impervious to external influences. However, the same could not be said for his younger disciples, leading them down a path of violence. Even for a righteous cause, could risk their descent into darkness. As the saying goes, it takes 3 years to learn virtue, but only 3 days to learn vice. They were merely aids. Li Qing was the true enforcer, wielding the power of life and death with great caution, unless circumstances dictated otherwise. In the desolate outskirts of Liaodong, the land was barren and uninhabited, yet bore signs of life, tracks, hoof prints, and footprints of humans. In truth, this area was beyond the borders of the Ming dynasty. They journeyed to the coastline, where Japan lay almost within reach, under a clear sky, allowing visibility across the waters. Smuggling to Japan was indeed convenient from this location. However, the costs of long-distance overland transport could exceed 5 times that of maritime routes. The profits from avoiding taxes might not sufficiently offset the additional expenses. Suggesting that trade with Japan could yield substantial returns, Li Qing mused. They had arrived too late, as the smuggling caravans had already set sail. Judging from the remnants left behind, it was likely they were currently engaged in sales. Yet, the proximity to Japan rendered seasonal winds negligible. It was anticipated that the merchant vessels would return shortly. Indeed, merely half a month later, a continuous stream of merchant vessels began to navigate from the Sea of Japan, docking at the shore. While these ships were not particularly large, their sheer number was overwhelming, adorned with an array of lanterns, each inscribed with distinctive markings. This, however, was not the entirety of the spectacle. In the distant horizon, more merchant ships were steadily approaching. Li Qing gazed at this scene from afar, utterly astonished. He had not anticipated the scale of the smuggling fleet to be so immense. "Master brother, what shall we do?" Dao Yi inquired, a hint of anxiety in his voice. A sentiment echoed by the other 8 companions. The multitude of vessels and their crew was daunting. While audacity often accompanies skill, there are limits to recklessness. In light of the current situation, the prospect was indeed overwhelming. After a moment of contemplation, Li Qing advised, "Let us not rush. I will first investigate the circumstances tonight, and upon my return, we shall decide our course of action. Rest assured, I will not undertake ventures without sufficient assurance." The 9 of them nodded slowly. Their expressions filled with concern, not out of cowardice, but rather due to the formidable presence of their adversaries. As night fell, Li Qing donned a cloak for nocturnal endeavors and stealthily approached the merchant ships. There were Japanese, Han Chinese, and even women aboard. Some vessels indulged in lavish excess, their revelry resounding into the night, while others maintained a tranquil ambience. After traversing a dozen ships, Li Qing gathered a comprehensive understanding. The smuggling operations were a collaborative effort among commercial pirates and both Han and Japanese merchants, while some were solely owned by Han traders, with even the Jurchens participating, albeit in a subordinate capacity, serving primarily as bodyguards engaged in the arduous labor of smuggling. The return of these individuals was marked by ample provisions, allowing for carefree indulgence aboard the ships, with some reveling in pleasure throughout the day. The presence of no fewer than 30 geishas underscored the significant profits reaped from smuggling to Japan. Even in anticipation of the arrival of contraband, they indulged in their pleasures. Li Qing couldn't help but smirk at their audacity in establishing a new trade route as he stealthily made his way back to their hideout. With the merchant ships now docked, it was reasonable to assume that the smuggled goods would soon arrive. Time was of the essence. Swift action was imperative. That night, Dao and the other 9 donned their dark attire, mirroring Li Qing's stealthy preparation. It was their first venture into a clandestine operation. Even with the knowledge of their noble intentions, a sense of trepidation lingered in their hearts. "Master brother, we will simply puncture the ships, without engaging in anything else, correct?" Dao Jiao, the youngest and most anxious among them, asked. Li Qing nodded reassuringly. "Fear not. Observe the sentinels. They have succumbed to their inebriation. As long as we maintain a low profile, we shall be fine." Dao Yi hesitated. "But there are hundreds of merchant vessels, and it is already late in the night. Will we manage? If we cannot finish tonight, we shall return tomorrow," Li Qing replied with a smile. "Will there still be an opportunity tomorrow?" Dao Jiao questioned. Li Qing laughed. "You all possess true energy within you. There is no cause for alarm. Although they may be numerous, if we cannot overpower them, we can certainly outpace them." Li Qing devised a strategy. Should they be discovered, they would retreat, allowing the adversaries to relax before resuming their efforts to sink the ships, thus thwarting the smuggling operations. Targeting the merchant vessels was a straightforward yet effective approach, with his younger disciples being martial arts experts. They were particularly suited for this nimble guerrilla tactic. The smuggling convoy, no matter how skilled, finds itself at a loss without merchant ships. Despite the proximity to Japan, crossing the sea remains an unavoidable necessity. Let us go. Let us take the boat. Chapter 108. Your potential exceeds your imagination. Clang, clang, clang. Targeting the merchant vessels was a strategy that Qing had long established, and they had made ample preparations for this endeavor. However, Qing was overly optimistic. Despite choosing the late hours for their operation and targeting the smugglers, who were indulged in pleasure and slumbering like dead pigs without a hint of vigilance, the commotion of their sinking ship and the inflow of water awakened them far more swiftly than Qing had anticipated. After sinking over 30 merchant ships, Qing and his group were exposed. Run! Qing shouted. The 9 members of the Taoist group, not daring to delay, immediately swam towards the shore. Once they reached land, they sprinted away with remarkable speed. They ran tirelessly for over 10 miles until they finally paused at their resting place, panting heavily, their hearts still racing with anxiety. It felt as if they were guilty of misdeeds, and indeed, they were. The echoes of furious shouts and curses still haunted their ears, sending chills down their spines. Master, do you think they will chase us? Dao Ju swallowed hard, his concern evident. Qing, smiling, reassured him, do not worry. When we reached the shore, they were still aboard their ships. They cannot pursue us so swiftly. The night obscures our sight, and we are clad in dark attire. By morning, our traces will vanish, and all will be well. Qing understood the young disciple's unease. It was his first experience with such an endeavor, and it was natural to be tense. Anyone undertaking something for the first time would feel this way, even those on the path of cultivation. As he comforted Dao Jiu, he provided psychological support, stating, a Taoist should possess a chivalrous heart. This is a noble act for the benefit of the nation and its people, and it is a way to accumulate virtue and do good. There is no need for psychological burdens. The following night, Qing and his young disciple resumed their previous activities, sinking over 40 more ships. However, this was merely a quarter of the smuggling fleet. The task ahead was still monumental. Having been attacked twice, the smuggling convoy became more vigilant. Yet, there was good news. The vessels they had sunk belonged to the Japanese pirates, who were not the type to suffer silently. Witnessing the loss of their means of sustenance, they could not remain passive. For them, vengeance was inevitable, but more importantly, they needed to safeguard their remaining assets. Thus, they began to seize other merchant ships. However, others were not to be trifled with. They had bodyguards and hired help, and they would not allow their ships to be taken without a fight, leading to chaos. Seizing the opportunity amidst their internal strife, Qing and his group launched another attack. After 3 such encounters, more than half of the smuggling fleet had been decimated, and the scene grew increasingly chaotic. The surviving merchants had to defend against both the ship-sinking thieves and rival groups attempting to commandeer their vessels, leaving them overwhelmed and in disarray. Qing thrived in the turmoil, employing strategies from the art of war, diverting attention and luring the enemy away, executing covert maneuvers. Destruction is far easier than construction. It is efficient to sink ships, yet raising them and restoring them is an arduous challenge, one that is not easily overcome. These merchant ships rely on sheer numbers to triumph, yet their quality is severely lacking, and many have sunk, effectively declaring them obsolete. The situation is perilous, and the pursuit is futile. These individuals are on the brink of madness. Blocking one's path to wealth is akin to taking a parent's life. With everyone stripped of their merchant ships, the internal strife ceases to exist. Hundreds of merchant vessels, comprising over 3,000 people, embark on a thorough search. Their eyes ablaze with determination, they grit their teeth, vowing to consume their flesh and wear their skins. Master brother, trouble is upon us. The lookout, Dao Wu, rushed in, his face drenched in sweat and pale with fear. Qing, unfazed, inquired how many. At least 100, Dao Jiu replied, panic evident in his voice. They've spotted me. His alarm spread to the others, who were eager to flee at once. However, Qing remained calm and cheerful, saying, a mere 100 men, what is there to fear? My dear junior brothers, today, your elder brother will lead you into battle. Master brother, are you serious? The 9 Taoists exclaimed in disbelief. Of course, Li Qing replied earnestly. This place is desolate, with no signs of life for hundreds of miles. We cannot guarantee they won't venture deeper into Liaodong seeking revenge. Although the likelihood is slim, it exists nonetheless. We cannot allow them to suffer this unwarranted misfortune on our behalf, can we? The 9 exchanged glances, hesitating for a moment, until Dao Yi spoke hesitantly. Master brother, we cannot defeat them. Even if we handle the 100 before us, there are still no fewer than 3,000 more to contend with. Fight if we can. Flee if we must, Li Qing laughed. They won't be able to catch us. He added, this will also serve as a test of your resolve and a part of your training. The 9 hesitated, yet found no justifiable reason to oppose him. Each person must bear their own responsibilities. Dragging others down is not the way of the Wudong disciples. They accepted their master brother's command, nodding in agreement. They armed themselves with their staffs, awaiting the enemy's arrival, their faces taut with tension. In less than a quarter of an hour, the 100 foes approached. Master brother. They are here, Dao Yi said solemnly, striving to maintain his composure, though his legs trembled slightly. The other 8 were in even worse shape, especially Dao Jiao, who was nearly in tears. Li Qing was at a loss for words. Come on, you all possess true energy, for goodness sake. Your potential exceeds your imagination. Even if my junior brother's combat prowess alone could suffice, without my intervention, they have never faced such situations and are instinctively fearful. They possess great skills, but lack the experience to wield them. Thus, Li Qing knew he had to help them cultivate their courage. Otherwise, the true energy of his junior brothers would be meaningless. It would have been better not to bring them along at all. Don't be cowardly, go strike them, Li Qing encouraged. Is that feasible? The 9 Taoists felt disheartened, contemplating escape, but it was already too late. The smugglers, harboring a deep-seated hatred for them, charged without a word, brandishing their weapons directly at their vital points. With no avenue for evasion, they had no choice but to engage in battle. Bang! Dao Yi was the first to act, swinging his staff and landing a blow on the first of the attackers, a man dressed like a Japanese ruffian. Ouch! The man cried, his body propelled backward, crashing into 2 companions before he landed heavily on the ground, bouncing once before finally coming to a halt. He spat blood, his gums stained crimson, his visage twisted in a fearsome grimace, a mixture of terror and, more predominantly, rage. Kill him. I beg your pardon. The 2 spoke almost in unison. Oh, he speaks Mandarin, a thought flickered in his mind, only to be abruptly interrupted by the onslaught of smugglers rushing towards him. He dared not allow his focus to waver, nor could he afford to dwell on guilt, as he swung his baton relentlessly. In a heartbeat, just as he made his move, the other younger disciples joined the fray. Indeed, in their perception, this was merely a brawl, a struggle for self-preservation. Murder was beyond their courage, and even their thoughts. Their actions were solely aimed at avoiding harm. Oh dear, I apologize, I lost control of my strength. Sorry, I struck a bit too hard. The younger disciples, inexperienced in actual combat, had only engaged in friendly sparring among peers, where the disparity in abilities was negligible. Now, faced with the life and death stakes, their excitement and anxiety drove them to exert themselves far more than intended. Though they bore no murderous intent, their actions were still significantly damaging. Yet the insult was even greater. The smugglers, already seething with pent-up frustration, were infuriated, wishing nothing less than to devour them alive. However, fury could not alter the reality of their situation. They were simply outmatched. They believed themselves fierce, yet in the eyes of the 9 disciples, they appeared weak and clumsy. Akin to feeble swine or bumbling oxen, a target too easy to dispatch. Realizing this sentiment might be overly harsh, the disciples adopted a more serious demeanor. After gauging the opponent's capabilities, they moderated their strength, ensuring that the assailants were left incapacitated on the ground without inflicting permanent harm. In less than 15 minutes, over 100 foes lay defeated. At that moment, more individuals rushed to the scene. Senior brother, we must flee, Dao Jiao exclaimed, alarmed. We cannot finish this. There will only be more. Li Qing responded. Let us depart. The group of 10 sprinted away, a cloud of dust rising behind them, leaving the bloodthirsty assailants unable to keep pace, their frustration mounting. Panting heavily, Dao Jiao glanced back, reassured to see no one in pursuit. He relaxed slightly and said, Senior brother, we have damaged their ship. It is time to leave this perilous place, is it not? Approaching 30 years of age, he felt like a child who had stirred up trouble, overwhelmed with anxiety. It was not his immaturity, Having spent years in seclusion on the mountain, he had little exposure to the outside world. Faced with such a large group pursuing them, how could he remain calm? Even Dao Yi, the eldest among them, shared his apprehension. Senior brother, Xiao Jiu has a point. Perhaps we should return? Li Qing smiled gently. Reassuringly, do not panic. With the senior brother here, the game has only just begun. We cannot allow it to end so soon. But we have achieved our goals. Dao Yi replied, puzzled. Li Qing shook his head. Our objective is to halt the smugglers' operations. We have not succeeded yet. Their merchant ships are sunk, true. But if repurposed wisely, they could still piece together a significant number of vessels. He added, a single act of sabotage will not suffice to deter them from smuggling in this area. The 9 disciples fell silent, lacking any retort. Li Qing spoke earnestly. Our objective is to compel them to abandon smuggling entirely. At the very least, this path is impassable. He then softened his tone, adding, fear not, for I am with you. This endeavor is not only a form of cultivation but also a means of personal refinement, as well as the accumulation of virtuous deeds, which constitutes a significant path of merit. After a brief pause, he continued, of course, should you wish to withdraw, I can escort you back to Wudong right now. The 9 individuals exchanged glances, reluctant to depart. As disciples descending the mountain with noble intentions, how could they bear to retreat at the very beginning? They remembered the envious looks they received from fellow disciples when they first left with the eldest brother. Dao Jiu bashfully inquired, eldest brother, do we truly stand a chance against them? Naturally, Li Qing replied with a smile, your potential exceeds your imagination. He then turned to Dao Yi and the others, asserting, you two are similarly endowed. Chapter 109. This path is impassable. He chased, he fled. Under the tactics of retreating when the enemy advanced and striking when they retreated, the smuggling convoy was driven nearly to madness. They had spent 10 days repairing their merchant ships. Yet Li Qing and his companions could dismantle them in less than a day. Smuggled goods continued to arrive, but could not be transported across the sea, driving them to the brink of insanity. However, anger would not resolve their predicament. Despite their numbers, their hearts were divided. And the individual prowess of Li Qing's group was exceptionally high. They were exceedingly stealthy and missed no opportunity to strike. The one time they faltered, Li Qing, embodying the grace of a celestial being, salvaged the situation. The tolerance for error within the chivalrous squad was remarkably high. Nonetheless, Li Qing too had his miscalculations. For instance, he underestimated the tenacity of their smuggling resolve. The tug-of-war between both sides persisted through spring, summer, and autumn, finally coming to a halt with the arrival of winter. It was not that the smuggling convoy surrendered. Rather, they had lost the conditions necessary for smuggling. It had grown too cold. Seizing the opportunity, Li Qing returned to the capital with his junior disciple, preparing elixirs for Zhu Jianshan for an entire year, half of which were advanced versions. Zhu Jianshan's health was in decline, a clear indication of his waning vitality, though he was not in immediate danger for a year or two. After preparing the medicines for Zhu Jianshan, Li Qing did not return to Wudong with his junior disciple. Instead, he imparted techniques for cultivating true energy. After nearly a year of their protracted struggle, their mastery of true energy had significantly advanced, and their combat capabilities soared to extraordinary heights. After a period of recuperation and extensive preparations, in the 7th year of Hongji, at the end of the lunar month, they once again set forth to combat the smuggling merchants. In March, during the spring, the two sides clashed once more. However, this time it would not be easy. They were not just up against smugglers, but also the Japanese merchants on the receiving end, nearly 1,000 Japanese warriors, of whom nearly 300 were 9th-grade samurai. This class had previously been used by Li Qing to disrupt Japan's hierarchical system, which had now taken deep root and flourished in Japan, becoming an uncontrollable force. At this stage, in Japan, becoming a samurai was not only a symbol of strength, but also a mark of status. Similarly, under this system, the level of internal strife in Japan had escalated several notches compared to the time when Li Qing had not yet arrived. The imperial lineage has been irrevocably severed, and the shogunate has been entirely dismantled. Presently, the state of Japan is akin to a realm of nobility and power, where none are of noble birth. Bolstered by nearly 1,000 samurai, the morale of the smugglers surged. However, it mattered little, for Li Qing would intervene. With the divine might of Li Qing descending upon them, these warriors met their demise regardless. Yet, the sheer number of adversaries proved overwhelming, and some slipped through the cracks. Fortunately, The smuggling operations were minuscule, with cargo amounting to merely a fraction of what was deemed normal. Such a scale of smuggling incurred exorbitant transportation costs, rendering profit unattainable and resulting in substantial losses. Year after year passed. In the spring of the 9th year of Hongji, Li Qing's small team returned, only to find no trace of the smugglers. After waiting for over 2 months, the absence of smuggling vessels became evident. The smugglers had abandoned their endeavors. Nonetheless, Li Qing was acutely aware that they had merely forsaken this particular route, not the act of smuggling itself. With this passage rendered impassable, Li Qing was disinclined to squander any more time. Firstly, his junior disciples had not returned in years, and secondly, Zhu Youzhang was approaching the twilight of his life. Reluctantly, he resumed the role of the chief physician. At their parting, Li Qing admonished his junior disciples, instructing them to reveal no details of their righteous exploits upon their return, but rather to state that they had been diligently honing their skills over the past 2 years. He wished to avoid inciting the Wudong disciples to pursue heroism. His juniors were too naive and susceptible to manipulation by those with ulterior motives. The 9 disciples of the Tao dared not defy such instructions and were not inclined towards boasting. Their journey of cultivation had yielded immense rewards, which sufficed for them. They were practitioners of the Tao, seasoned in their discipline, unlike the impulsive youth Li Hao. In the sweltering summer, in the capital, Li Qing returned to the small courtyard of the Lian family. Previously, for the sake of confidentiality, he had refrained from visiting this abode during his stays in the capital. It had been a long time since his last visit, yet the courtyard remained as it once was, devoid of weeds, and the interior bore only a thin layer of dust. Even the bedding was neatly folded in the cabinet, indicating that someone had been maintaining the place regularly. Beneath the shade of the trees, Li Qing reclined in a chair, dappled sunlight casting fleeting patterns upon his face, marking the passage of time. A bittersweet smile crept upon his lips as he reflected that soon no one would come to tend to this place. With a soft chuckle to himself, he mused that it mattered little. He had grown accustomed to solitude. Accompanied by the chirping of cicadas, Li Qing indulged in a brief afternoon slumber. In the late afternoon, he awoke, refreshed himself with a cool bath, donned fresh attire, and made his way to the imperial palace. Having been away for quite some time, the imperial guards recognized him immediately, sparing him unnecessary pleasantries. A mere display of his insignia granted him passage. Li Qing entered the palace with ease, though the astonished expressions of the guards and the murmurs about how, after all these years, the esteemed physician had changed little aside from his longer beard weighed heavily on his steps. Indeed, it had been quite a while. With a soft sigh, Li Qing acknowledged that the identity of the esteemed physician would not endure much longer. In the hall of eternal joy, before the throne, Zhu Youzhang, with his sleeves rolled up, flushed, and glistening with sweat, was still a diminutive figure, yet brimming with energy. Despite his small stature, he deftly controlled a football, displaying a surprising level of skill in his movements. As Li Qing entered, he was immediately taken aback by the scene before him. Oh no, they truly enjoy playing. However, he quickly chastised himself for being overly sensitive. After all, what could one expect from a mere 5-year-old? Engaging in kuju, a form of ancient football, is certainly a delightful pastime that offers physical benefits, far superior to games like hide-and-seek. Who are you? Zhu Youzhang paused, his childish voice filled with curiosity, his large eyes wide with wonder. It was his first encounter with a bearded man at his grandfather's side. Li Shini, please bow to His Highness the Crown Prince, reminded the leading Jinui, performing a respectful salute. I pay my respects to your highness. There's no need for formalities, Zhu Youzhang replied dismissively, nodding his chin. And you? Li Qing smiled and returned the gesture, saying, this humble citizen also pays his respects to your highness. No need for formalities, Zhu Youzhang replied, turning his attention elsewhere. Zhang Yong, kick the ball over here. The eunuch named Zhang Yong, however, dared not kick it, hastily bending down to retrieve the kuju ball, jogging over and placing it respectfully at Zhu Youzhang's feet. Your Highness, please. Zhu Youzhang grinned with delight and resumed kicking the ball. Li Qing then requested the accompanying Jinui to inform others, while he observed Zhu Youzhang's play. It must be said that, at such a young age, the child's skill was indeed remarkable. Had he lived in later times, he would undoubtedly become a football star. Before long, the Jinui emerged from the hall, accompanied by Zhu Youzhang himself. However, he now required a cane to assist him. Youzhang, do not indulge in play too long. Take a rest. Zhu Jinshan called out to his eldest grandson before adopting the demeanor of the Grand Emperor. Ah, Li Shini, please come in. Zhu Youzhang pouted slightly, displeased but unwilling to disobey his grandfather. He tilted his head and instructed, Zhang Yong, put the kuju ball away. Yes, Your Highness, Zhang Yong replied, cradling the ball and wiping it with his sleeve before bowing respectfully as he stepped back. Li Qing cast another glance at Zhu Youzhang and moved forward to join Zhu Jinshan. Yet, after taking just a few steps, he was halted by the child's voice. Hey, do you not understand the rules? You should walk behind this crown prince. The little one seemed somewhat dissatisfied, though it did not appear to stem from anger, rather a playful tease. Zhu Jinshan paused, turning to glare sternly at his eldest grandson. Li Shini is your grandfather's physician. Show him the proper respect. If not for his physical condition, he would have swiftly scooped up his grandson in a hug. For Li Qing was no one to be trifled with when it came to respect for elders and affection for the young. However, he felt somewhat unjust towards Li Qing, for he was not so petty in nature. The young prince, feeling slightly miffed, declared, Grandfather, I am going to find father. Go on, go on. Zhu Jinshan waved his hand, appearing to say, hurry along, and watch out for him, he might scold you. In the sleeping quarters, Zhu Jinshan dismissed the servants and invited Li Qing to take a seat. Have you resolved the issue with the smuggling merchants? It has been temporarily resolved. However, whether they will return remains uncertain, Li Qing replied after sipping his tea. I will return to check on them in the future. Zhu Jinshan nodded gently, then sighed, Sir, my health is failing fast. Li Qing paused momentarily before responding. I have returned this time specifically to treat you. I will not leave. Alas, if you do not stay this year, my little grandson. Zhu Jinshan's face fell. Then he bitterly smiled and shook his head. Alas, you may not be able to save him either. Li Qing felt a slight tremor. The second prince had passed away. Indeed, he succumbed to a sudden illness. Zhu Jinshan exhaled deeply, his tone laced with bitterness, stating that he fell ill in the evening and was gone by the next afternoon. Li Qing found himself momentarily at a loss for words, and after a long pause, he uttered, Please accept my condolences. Zhu Jinshan sighed again, took a sip of tea to steady his emotions, and then remarked, Do not forget the promise you made to me. I have returned, and you need not be so eager to deliver your last words, Li Qing replied. Zhu Jinshan managed a faint smile, saying, I am well aware of my own condition. And besides, you are no deity. In any case, you must not go back on your word. Li Qing nodded. Give me your hand. After a considerable time, Li Qing withdrew his hand, yet his brow remained furrowed. Let us proceed with acupuncture first. Very well. Zhu Jinshan removed his garments and lay down on the bed, resting his chin on his arms, and mused aloud. To be honest, at this moment, I do feel somewhat reluctant. As Li Qing inserted the silver needle into the acupoint and gently twisted it, he queried, Is it the eldest grandson you are reluctant to leave? Indeed. He is so endearing. I wish I could spend more time with him, Zhu Jinshan expressed with a hint of regret. Sir, how much longer do I have? I cannot say. Just give me an estimate. I do not know. After a moment of silence, Li Qing composed himself and asked, And what of the crown prince? Are you referring to my eldest grandson? Zhu Jinshan's face lit up with pride as he chuckled. He is far more intelligent and courageous than his father. For example, there are numerous instances, Zhu Jinshan replied. To give a straightforward example, this spring he began learning to recognize characters, and within just a few months, he has mastered over 100 words and can even write his name, albeit clumsily. Yet, this is remarkable. Not only has he excelled in literacy, but he also possesses a keen understanding of music theory. Zhu Jinshan continued to extol his grandson's virtues, seemingly convinced that no child in the world could rival him. While praising his grandson, he could not resist taking a subtle jab at his son, affirming the age-old truth that affection often runs deeper between grandparents and grandchildren. Li Qing, somewhat exasperated, remarked, I meant for you to discuss his character, not to engage in self-promotion. All of this is true, Zhu Jinshan insisted. Does he have no flaws? His flaw is his intelligence. I worry that excessive wisdom might lead to an early demise, Zhu Jinshan replied, furrowing his brow with concern. Li Qing touched his nose and scoffed. He is no longer an infant. He is lively and active. I observed him just now, and his little body is robust, showing no signs of an early demise. Really? Why would I deceive you? That is reassuring. Zhu Jinshan felt a sense of relief and then inquired, Will my health hold until the new year? Li Qing paused before responding. Yes, it will. In that case, I shall have you qian you buy. And you being come to the capital early to celebrate a reunion for the new year, Zhu Youzhang stated. As father and son, we shall bid farewell. During his reign as emperor, he had not given this matter much thought, but now, especially after becoming a grandparent, he had begun to value familial connections more deeply. As he approached the twilight of his life, his yearning for family ties grew ever stronger. Li Qing expressed astonishment. Are there now 3 princes established as feudal lords? Indeed. Zhu Youzhang replied with a smile. You have been away from the capital, so you are unaware of these developments. Li Qing frowned and asked, what about the other princes? Should they be summoned to the capital? In these tumultuous times, with the realm seemingly stabilized and the emperor's foundation robust, the arrival of numerous princes in the capital should not incite turmoil. However, the sheer number of princes entering the city imposes a considerable financial burden on the court. The expenses incurred during their travels, as well as the costs associated with celebrating the new year in the capital, are to be borne by the state. Each prince's retinue alone comprises hundreds, and should all the princes convene, the expenditure would easily surpass 1,000,000 taels. In an era where disasters frequently occur, such funds could alleviate the suffering of countless distressed citizens. Li Qing genuinely perceives this as wasteful. Rest assured, my invitation for them to come to the capital is purely out of paternal affection. It has nothing to do with the other princes, Zhu Youzhang remarked with a smile. With just those 3, it won't cost much. Upon hearing this, Li Qing refrained from further protest. As long as you are content. After disinfecting the silver needles and returning them to their case, he advised, the summer heat is oppressive, yet you are not like ordinary folk. You must refrain from chilled fruit wines and consume fruits at room temperature. Remember that. Understood, Zhu Youzhang muttered. Since your return, I find myself unable to eat this or drink that. It would have been better had you not come back. Shall I take my leave then? Never mind. Who asked you to be a doctor? Zhu Youzhang sighed. In your leisure time, you might visit Wan Yang's grave and plan a route. Li Qing responded, the small courtyard. Since this visit is prolonged, it would be wise to tidy it up. He filled a basin with water and cleaned the tables, chairs, and wardrobe. The following morning, he ventured to the market to procure some vegetables, awaiting a fateful encounter. As anticipated, Wang Shoren arrived by noon. Li Qing had foreseen his visit, yet was taken aback by the speed of his arrival. Did you know I was back? Wang Shoren nodded and replied. The former emperor's health has been a topic of concern for quite some time. The imperial hospital has been overwhelmed, and officials in court are closely monitoring the situation. Your entry into the palace is hardly a secret, so it is no surprise that I am aware. By the way, you have been away for quite a long while. Wang Shoren chuckled. Do you have any vegetables at home? Indeed, not only vegetables, but also wine, Li Qing replied. However, before we indulge, you must answer my question. What question? Stop with the pleasantries. It has been years, and you still haven't resolved this? Li Qing rolled up his sleeves, determined to extract a satisfactory answer from Wang Shoren. Wang Shoren, slightly embarrassed, stammered. Well, there has been a slight mishap. What sort of mishap? I did not pass the exam. You must be jesting. Li Qing exclaimed in anger. When we discussed this matter, the imperial examinations were imminent, and another round is upon us this spring. You have failed twice? Wang Shoren laughed awkwardly. Indeed. Are you seeking punishment? Li Qing fumed. How can you not pass? Without entering the officialdom, how could you know of my palace visit to attend to the former emperor? I heard it from my father, Wang Shoren hastily clarified. I truly did not pass. If you do not believe me, feel free to inquire. This is no fabrication. Li Qing paused, then seethed with renewed anger. Are you intentionally provoking me? Not at all. I may desire it, but I lack the courage. Wang Shoren sighed. Setting aside your circumstances, even my father's expectations are a hurdle I cannot surmount. Li Qing, exasperated, retorted, if you were earnest in your studies, how could you fail? Wang Shoren was left speechless. I assure you, I have been diligent in my studies. Sir, please refrain from making unfounded remarks. I have approached my studies with utmost seriousness, akin to the provincial examinations of your. This has been my unwavering approach for several years. Yet, why do I fail to succeed? I must concede. Perhaps I am simply less fortunate. If you consider yourself unfortunate, then truly, there are no wise individuals in this realm. Li Qing, incensed, retorted, you are intentionally provoking me. Are you not? Not at all. Do you dare to argue back? Well, one must adhere to reason. Oh, come now. Wang Shoren exclaimed, bouncing about. Are you truly going to strike me? Easy now, easy. Next time, I promise. Li Qing was genuinely exasperated. Witnessing Wang's nonchalant demeanor only fueled his ire further. Do you possess even a modicum of shame? Your father was the top scholar. And look at you. Do you honor your father's legacy? Is it truly that dire? Wang Shoren replied, grimacing. It's merely a failure to pass. Many have faced this plight, yet how few actually succeed. Failure is the norm. He then recited his previous argument. While you view failure as a disgrace, I consider it shameful to not feel regret over my own shortcomings. Li Qing felt both anger and helplessness. This fellow was as stubborn as they come, and he found himself at a loss for how to handle him. Their relationship was one of close friendship, not one of elder and junior. Thus he lacked the justification to reprimand him severely. Moreover, there was Wang Hua to consider. If he were to give Wang Shoren a sound thrashing, surely the father would come seeking retribution. Contemplating Wang Hua's vast knowledge, Li Qing felt a wave of frustration. Despite his anger, he had no choice but to retract his hand. Should you fail again, I shall not hesitate to confront your father, ensuring you remain bedridden for 3 months. Li Qing spoke with a stern countenance. Remember, I am not jesting. Alas, I understand. Wang Shoren nodded, aware that Li Qing could follow through on his words. It appeared that he must strive for improvement. I shall certainly pass next time. You had better do so. Li Qing replied with a cold smile. Therefore, are there any refreshments? As the dishes and wine were served, the two sat across from one another, partaking in the meal and drink. Sir, have you completed all your pressing matters? Wang Shoren inquired. Li Qing shook his head. Actually, there remains an urgent task at hand. I presume it is to attend to the health of the retired emperor. No, it pertains to my journey to Jiaoji. The 5-year period has come to an end. After a pause, he added, however, the health of the retired emperor takes precedence. I shall extend my stay for the time being. Previously, he had departed nearly a year early. This time, he would delay by a year, which he deemed inconsequential. Furthermore, providing supplies for the Ming merchant vessels was indeed a mutually beneficial endeavor, albeit late. Zhu Youzhang had no reason to escalate the matter. Should he dare? Li Qing would certainly teach him a lesson. How splendid it is to stay longer. Wang Shoren remarked. Now, at last, I shall not be bored. Oh, has your true nature been revealed? Li Qing retorted with a cold smile. If you channeled your thoughts into your studies, would you truly find yourself bored? Wang Shoren fell silent. My esteemed teacher, surely you cannot expect me to study every single day of the year? Everyone deserves a moment of respite. Seeing Li Qing's grim expression, he hastily added, with 2 failures behind me, I cannot claim my next success is guaranteed, but I am confident it is highly likely. Now, let us drink. Li Qing found himself without ire. He always held a certain fondness for this fellow. Wang Shoren was not as easily swayed as Li Hao. Taking a deep breath, Li Qing asked, if you succeed next time, what will you say? Of course, I shall heed the court's arrangements. Do you then agree? Li Qing's expression softened. As a successful candidate in the imperial examination, it was only natural that he would secure a position in the civil service. Wang Shoren pondered, Sir, I have no affinity for the intrigues of the court. To me, they are nothing but internal strife. It is far more commendable to serve the nation in a tangible way. One must stand high to see far, Li Qing remarked. Can one truly compare the diligent work of a county magistrate to that of a minister? Wang Shoren replied with a bitter smile, You overestimate my worth. The ministerial position is far beyond my reach. I believe in you, said Li Qing. When the time is right, I shall assist you. Wang Shoren responded, I still wish to rely on my own abilities. With a sense of resignation, he added, Sir, I feel that achieving great accomplishments without becoming a minister is far more fulfilling. Li Qing replied indifferently, Your feelings are irrelevant. A forced situation yields little satisfaction. They agreed to enjoy good wine and food, sealing their pact. Wang Shoren consented to embark on his political career, charging forward into the upper echelons of civil service. The condition was clear. He would rise through merit alone, with Li Qing refraining from facilitating any backdoor dealings. And he would not compromise his conscience for the sake of promotion. Li Qing agreed, having known Wang Shoren for long enough to recognize his capabilities. Believing that even without his intervention, Wang Shoren could carve out his own path, provided he maintained a proper attitude. A gentleman's word is his bond, Li Qing stated earnestly. When you succeed, you must also benefit the world. With your abilities, you must lead by example. Wang Shoren nodded, Rest assured, sir. To provide for my family and bring honor to my lineage is a pursuit shared by many, and I am no exception. Li Qing smiled, feeling a sense of relaxation. Chapter 111. The the young sovereign Zhu Youzhang grandfather, are you going to die? The little one asked in a sweet voice, his big eyes brimming with innocence. Zhu Jinshan was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled. Where did you hear such words? The grandson had seen his grandmother wiping her tears. Zhu Youzhang pouted. Grandfather, you aren't really going to die, are you? Having read a few books and learned some characters, he understood the meaning of death. Zhu Jinshan paused, then smiled again, saying, everyone will die, it is inevitable. Will I? The child's attention was evidently diverted, his small face filled with fear. Zhu Jinshan couldn't help but laugh, playfully chiding. Look at your little courage. His grandson certainly did not wish to die. Zhu Youzhang scrunched his brows. I don't want to be buried in the ground. As he spoke, tears began to flow. Grandfather, will you be buried? Zhu Jinshan was momentarily speechless, reaching out to pat his grandson's head and saying, come, let us go outside and play ball. Okay. Zhu Youzhang wiped his tears and tugged at his grandfather's sleeve, leading him outside. Children's emotions shift swiftly. Once the ball was kicked, he immediately forgot his sorrow. Zhu Jinshan sat on a chair, hands resting on his cane, smiling warmly at the scene before him. A contented smile gracing his face, filled with affection. My grandson is growing up. Grandfather, catch the ball. Zhu Youzhang kicked the ball with all his might, sending it rolling straight towards Zhu Jinshan. His previously stooped posture straightened as he rose with the aid of his cane to catch it. Having not exercised in a long while, he struggled to control the force and angle. The ball soared high into the air, veering off course. Zhu Youzhang's face tightened with concern, his eyes fixated on the ball as he ran backward, predicting its landing. Bang! Oh dear! Zhu Youzhang collided with Li Qing, who had just entered, nearly losing his balance. Li Qing steadied him, chuckling. Do you not pay attention to those around you? The ball bounced a few times on the floor before rolling away, and Zhu Youzhang, failing to catch it, pouted, had it not been for you, I would have certainly caught it. All right, Youzhang, Zhu Jinshan interrupted his grandson's impudent behavior with a smile. What brings you here so early today? I came because I had nothing to do, Li Qing replied, releasing Zhu Youzhang and stepping forward. Let us proceed to the inner chamber for acupuncture. The treatment will commence shortly. Zhu Jinshan, chuckling, settled down and said to his eldest grandson, you carry on with your play. I shall engage in conversation with Dr. Li. Oh, very well. Zhu Youzhang scrunched his nose at Li Qing, still displaying his displeasure, before resuming his play. Zhu Jinshan's gaze was filled with affection for his eldest grandson as he chatted with Li Qing, their conversation consisting of trivialities. Perhaps, in such moments of life, one finds solace in the mundane. Li Qing did not interrupt nor contradict him. He endeavored to accommodate Zhu Jinshan, as he always exhibited remarkable patience towards him. After a considerable time, Zhu Youzhang finally tired of playing. He trotted over, recalling his grandfather's ailment. You can cure grandfather's illness, can't you? He asked. Rest assured, Your Highness. I will exert every effort, Li Qing assured him. Zhu Youzhang furrowed his brow in dissatisfaction, retorting, previously, the imperial physician claimed the same, yet grandfather's health remains unchanged. What I inquire is whether you can indeed heal him. Enough, Youzhang, you have played enough. It is time for your studies, Zhu Jinshan instructed, sending his grandson away. Zhang Yong, wipe his highness's sweat. Once it dries, he may go to the hall to study. Yes, I shall obey, Zhang Yong replied promptly, carefully using a handkerchief to wipe Zhu Youzhang's brow, then softly urged, Your Highness, it is time to attend to your studies. Zhu Youzhang nodded reluctantly. Goodbye, grandfather. Off you go, Zhu Jinshan responded with a smile. Zhu Youzhang took a couple of steps with Zhang Yong before stopping suddenly, turning back with a serious expression and threatening. If you cannot cure grandfather, I shall have father execute you. Go on, Zhu Jinshan hurriedly dismissed the boy. Children are like this, do not take offense. Zhu Jinshan rose. Let us proceed to the inner chamber. After a session of acupuncture, Zhu Jinshan's complexion improved slightly as he leaned back against the headboard, his expression serene. They conversed for a while when Ji Shi arrived, followed by Zhu Youzhang, who had finished his governmental duties. Upon seeing Li Qing, he vented his frustration, saying, You refuse to take an official position, yet you wander about aimlessly? You left without a word. Do you still regard your sovereign? He held a grudge against Li Qing for his sudden departure. Li Qing suppressed a smirk, yet replied, I am guilty. Please punish me, Your Majesty. Zhu Youzhang, with a huff, waved his wide sleeves. You shall not escape this time. It was a jest, for Li Qing was now his father's primary physician. Reproaching Li Qing could jeopardize his father's treatment. Though Zhu Youzhang was angry, he had to endure. Has the medicine for the Grand Emperor been prepared? Not yet. I am still considering it. We shall first regulate his health, Li Qing replied. Medicine can be harmful. It must be used with caution. As he spoke, a thought struck him, and he inquired, Your Majesty, have you managed your sugar intake over the years? Zhu Youzhang felt a flush of heat on his chubby face and huffed. It is of utmost importance to attend to the Grand Emperor's health. Do not be distracted. Upon hearing this, Li Qing understood that Zhu was indulging himself once more and replied nonchalantly, The Grand Emperor has stated, if one cannot control their own tongue, they shall achieve nothing. You. Zhu Youzhang seethed with rage, yet dared not retort, for these words came from his father, leaving him no ground for rebuttal. The Li family is exceedingly audacious, he thought, suppressing his anger and choosing instead to inquire about his father's health. In the Qing palace, in a side chamber, Zhu Youzhang rested his chin on his hand, chewing on the end of a brush, ignoring the flood of words from the lecturing official. Like his father before him, the crown prince did not reside in the Eastern Palace, but rather in a side chamber of Qing Palace. Despite receiving similar treatment, the circumstances were vastly different. Zhu Youzhang lived there because Zhu Jinshan was reluctant to part with his grandson, just as Zhu Youzhang could not bear to be away from his son. Often, Zhu Youzhang slept alongside his parents, with his father and mother on either side, and he in the center. This was the romance of the Hongji era. Yang Tingyi let out a sigh and inquired, Your Highness, do you comprehend the meaning of these last few lines? The crown prince, startled, replied, What? Which lines? Yang Tingyi repeated, Su Daijin Zhong, Pai Huaijian Tao, Gulogawan, Yu Mengdeng Chao, Wei Yer Zhuzhe, Yan Zai Huyet. Do you understand, Your Highness? Zhu Youzhang shook his head, I do not. We just discussed this yesterday. Please ponder it again, Your Highness, Yang Tingyi said sternly, his countenance darkening. If even the emperor could face scrutiny, how could the crown prince be exempt? Yang Tingyi was justified in his criticism. As a teacher, he had the authority to address Zhu Youzhang without regard for their differing statuses of subject and heir apparent during lessons. However, physical punishment was out of the question. Criticism was permissible, yet violence was not. Unfazed by Yang Tingyi's admonishment, Zhu Youzhang retorted, Teacher Yang, that is not correct. Is it not? Yang Tingyi replied with a chuckle. Pray, enlighten me, Your Highness. Zhu Youzhang shook his head and proclaimed, Confucius said, To know is to know, not to know is to not know. That is knowledge, the Analect states. Eager and fond of learning, one should not be ashamed to ask. Thus, if I do not know, how can I dare to feign knowledge? He sighed like a young adult. I fear I may know less than I think. He then countered, Is it not so, teacher? Yang Tingyi was momentarily taken aback and begrudgingly conceded, Indeed, it is not correct. Such a crown prince, capable of eliciting both affection and exasperation, possessed keen intellect and agile thought. If he were to apply himself diligently to his studies, he would excel and even adeptly employ his knowledge. Alas, he was somewhat playful and occasionally unfocused. Yang Tingyi sighed and remarked, I shall explain it once more. Your Highness must listen attentively. Very well, Zhu Youzhang nodded earnestly, his small face serious. Seeing this, Yang Tingyi's wounded heart was significantly healed. Although the crown prince could be frivolous at times, he was still reasonable and, for the most part, quite agreeable. Yang Tingyi cleared his throat and said, A gentleman must wear his clothes neatly and gracefully. He should conduct himself with composure and possess foresight. These are truths that the uninformed cannot comprehend. Zhu Youzhang nodded repeatedly, and once Yang had finished, he remarked, Teacher Yang, after all you've said, the essence boils down to 4 words, to bind with dignity. Is that not so? Yang Tingyi nodded with satisfaction. Your Highness is indeed perceptive. As the heir apparent, you must pay attention to your demeanor. The prince, drenched in sweat and disheveled, did not embody the poise expected of a successor in Yang's eyes. His primary concern was to admonish Zhu Youzhang against indulgence and frivolities. Zhu Youzhang sighed, Teacher Yang, I am still but a child. Yang Tingyi smiled wryly, Your Highness, you are the heir, representing the future of the Ming dynasty. Zhu Youzhang continued to gnaw on his pen, seemingly deaf to the admonition. The tug-of-war between teacher and student persisted for nearly a quarter of an hour, ultimately concluding with Yang Tingyi's defeat. The clever little fellow adeptly leveraged his youthful advantages, leaving Yang Tingyi, a man of considerable learning and experience, at a loss. Reflecting on his own achievements, having excelled at the age of 12, passed the imperial examination at 19, and appointed as a Hamlin scholar, with a deft command of poetry and historical texts, Yang Tingyi felt a pang of bitterness. Could it be that I am not cut out to be a teacher? As the lesson concluded, Zhu Youzhang dashed out of the lecture hall at breakneck speed, leaving Yang Tingyi with a face full of existential doubt. The prince's prodigious talents were a blessing for the Ming dynasty. It would be a tragic waste if squandered. With a sigh, Yang Tingyi rose and exited the lecture hall into the courtyard. Li Qing, in a moment of desperation, frantically flipped through medical texts while adjusting the strings of his zither. His proficiency in medicine was modest at best, relying on acupuncture, music, herbal remedies, and vital energy. Beyond this, he found himself lacking in creativity. Should I go to Jinling and fetch Wanqing? He pondered. Chapter 112. No regrets. Li Qing was conflicted. Bringing Zhu Wanqing here now seemed premature, as there were numerous matters still to attend to in Jinling. Yet, if Zhu Jianshan were to fall gravely ill, it would be difficult to bring her later. Of course, sending a letter was an option, but the long distance posed risks of complications. And if Zhu Wanqing were to come, she would require attendants and guards, which would be time-consuming and too conspicuous. This would make it challenging to grant her a new identity and facilitate her entrance into the palace discreetly. After much contemplation, Li Qing resolved to return to Jinling. Some opportunities, once missed, could haunt one for a lifetime. Moreover, with the smuggling routes in Liaodong being obstructed, it was essential to alert Li Hong about seeking alternatives. The following day at Changle Palace, Li Qing shared his thoughts with Zhu Jianshan. Zhu Jianshan agreed, saying, I understand Wanqing is busy and did not wish to trouble her. But since she has this intention, let her come. My health can endure for now. I will prepare the prescription. Take the medicine twice daily, morning and evening. Do not fret or overthink, Li Qing reassured him. Zhu Jianshan chuckled and quipped, I am no longer a child. It is you who is prone to overthinking. After a brief pause, you are not unfamiliar with this situation, so why are you still so anxious? Li Qing fell silent for a moment and replied, Indeed. This is not the first time, yet I find it difficult to acclimatize. Oh, Zhu Jianshan replied cheerfully. It seems I hold quite a significant place in your heart. Less banter, Li Qing shot him a glare and admonished, Take your medicine on time, maintain a calm demeanor, and await my return. Zhu Jianshan nodded with a smile. Yes, in Jinling, at the Yongqing Marquis residence. What? My uncle is on the brink of death? Li Hao exclaimed in shock and sorrow. I must go to the capital. There's no place for you. Only you and your mother can go, Li Qing said with a serious expression. Stop wasting time. Quickly summon your mother back. I am in a hurry. Li Hao pleaded. Qingyi, please take me with you. Take you? What will happen to the family business? Li Qing retorted impatiently. If there's anything to discuss, just tell me, and I will relay it later. All right, Li Hao conceded regretfully. Knowing that the Li family was indeed quite busy and that one person must remain to handle matters. Li Qing inquired, Are you certain you can manage? Yes. Li Hao nodded. I have not been idle these past few years, and my mother intends for me to take over early. I am well versed in every aspect of procurement, production, and sales across various industries. That's good to hear. Li Qing felt relieved. There is one more matter. He briefly mentioned the smuggling operations in Liaodong, saying, before long, the smuggling caravans will return to Jiangnan, so ensure your father remains vigilant. Also, keep an eye on Fujian. This is crucial. Try to inform him in person. Li Hao nodded. My father is in Jiangnan. After your training, I can travel quite swiftly now. It will be a bit of a journey, but I shall manage. By the way, Qingyi, how did you manage to redirect them? And why did you not inform my father through the court? There are matters that cannot be disclosed to the court, Li Qing replied calmly, and some that cannot be shared with you. Li Hao looked hurt. Really? You would keep secrets from your own people? Less chatter. Hurry and inform your mother to return. Your uncle is awaiting me. Li Qing threatened to strike him. On my way. Li Hao, startled, hurried off. In the evening, Zhu Wanqing returned. Li Hao was not back, so he took over his mother's duties, continuing the transformation and operation of the Li family's enterprises. The uncle and nephew bypassed pleasantries and got straight to the point. Uncle Li, I have heard from Xiao Hao about the situation. I will pack tonight, and we shall depart tomorrow. Zhu Wanqing's urgency matched that of Li Qing. At that moment, Li Shuer walked in, curious. Grandfather Li, where are you and my mother going? Zhu Wanqing replied, Children should not pry into adult matters. I am already 20. How am I still a child? Li Shuer grumbled. So you are aware that you are 20? Zhu Wanqing retorted angrily. You are already an old maid, and still unmarried. What are you thinking? I simply have yet to find a satisfactory match. Li Shui's voice grew softer. Then she recalled something and hurriedly said, Grandfather Li said that one should choose a husband at 20. I am not late. Besides, I was born late in the year. Though I am 20, in reality, I am still. You dare to argue. Zhu Youzhang raised her hand to strike, but suddenly turned to Uncle Li. What did you say? I said nothing. Li Qing turned his head away, refusing to acknowledge it. Huh, Li Shui responded. She hastily shifted the topic. Mother, could you take me along? Perhaps in a different place. I might find a suitable match. What an absurd thought. Zhu Youzhang retorted angrily. With this diversion, her mood to lecture her daughter dissipated, and she huffed, When I return. If you still haven't found a husband, you might as well become a nun. Mother, leave. Li Shui protested with a pained expression, casting a resentful glare at Li Qing before reluctantly departing. Zhu Youzhang sighed, managing a bitter smile. My niece has lost her composure. The hearts of parents are indeed pitiable. I understand. Li Qing took a sip of tea and remarked, She just glared at me. It was truly outrageous. Next time, I shall retaliate. And count my share as well. Zhu Youzhang, lacking the inclination for jest, inquired, Uncle Li, is it true that my elder brother's illness has reached an incurable stage? What a thing to say. If it were truly incurable, what purpose would I have in returning? Li Qing scoffed. We're not at that juncture yet. But a cure is impossible. I can only strive to prolong his time as much as feasible. How long can you extend it? Pack your things. Why are you suddenly so anxious? Zhu Youzhang was taken aback and mumbled, All right, I shall do so. The following day, Li Qing embarked on the journey back to the capital. Zhu Youzhang, unlike Li Hao, was in her 40s, healthy yet not comparable to the youth. While channeling true energy to her, Li Qing also tried to maintain their speed. At the end of summer, the two finally arrived at Lianjiaten. Having not visited for a long time, she noted the lack of change in the area, yet felt a tinge of regret for the absence of the initial small courtyard. Li Qing sighed. Since your elder brother's departure, no one has come here regularly to clean. It will surely fall into disrepair. You must be exhausted from the long journey. Go rest. I will head to the palace to see your elder brother first. Very well, Zhu Youzhang replied. Uncle Li, you go ahead. I am fine. Watching Li Qing walk away, she wearily returned to the chamber she once inhabited, tidied the bedding, and lay down, yet sleep eluded her. In Changlu Palace. Upon seeing Zhu Jianshan, she noted his deteriorating health, though fortunately, he had not yet reached the point of utter exhaustion. He sat beneath the eaves of the grand hall, leaning on his cane, observing his lively eldest grandson with a cheerful demeanor. Where have you been these past few days? Zhu Youzhang, upon seeing Li Qing, abandoned his game and approached with a tone of accusation. Li Qing responded candidly. I have been seeking medicine for the emperor. You lie? Zhu Youzhang exclaimed, clearly skeptical. Li Qing, surprised, chuckled. If you don't believe me, ask your grandfather. Indeed, it is true, Zhu Jianshan interjected. Dr. Li has been tirelessly working for the emperor. Youzhang must not be disrespectful. Zhu Youzhang remained unconvinced and was somewhat envious, having noticed that whenever Dr. Li was mentioned, his grandfather no longer favored him. You have 1 month to cure the emperor, or else I shall have your head. Were it not for the fact that Zhu Youzhang was merely a child and they were in a public setting, Li Qing would have surely reprimanded him for such audacity. How outrageous! Zhu Jianshan, noticing Li Qing's displeasure, quickly dismissed the children. You have played enough. Go study. All right then, Zhu Youzhang sulkily nodded, adding, just 1 month, okay? Hurry up. Zhu Jianshan's expression darkened. Li Qing was not one to adhere to propriety. He genuinely feared that this fellow might sneak into the palace in the dead of night and give his grandson a sound thrashing. After all, Li Qing possessed the strength to carry out such a disgraceful act. You may enter, said Zhu Jianshan, rising unsteadily, assisted by the eunuch as he made his way to the inner palace. Once he lay down on the bed, Zhu Jianshan waved away the servants and turned onto his side, resting his head on his arm, relishing the acupuncture treatment. Initially, he had been somewhat averse to acupuncture, but as his health declined, he found it rather agreeable. Enduring a few needles proved quite pleasant. Wanqing has arrived? Yes. I will bring her into the palace to see you tomorrow. Li Qing adjusted the silver needles and spoke softly. Take good care of yourself. We shall remain here and not depart. This will not hinder matters in Jiangnan, will it? Not at all. Your nephew is now capable of handling things independently. Li Qing replied. He wished to visit you as well, but circumstances did not permit. He entrusted me with a letter for you. Li Qing retrieved the letter and placed it by his pillow, continuing with the acupuncture while transmitting his vital energy. Xiao Hao is quite an exceptional child, albeit a bit mischievous and disinterested in a career in public service. Zhu Jianshan sighed, then shifted the conversation, expressing his contentment. It is commendable that he has such intentions. He is a dutiful child. After a pause, he said, Master, I ask that you exert extra effort these next few days to ensure I am in better condition. I need to make a trip outside the palace. Is it to Wan Yang's grave? Not entirely. Zhu Jianshan shook his head. While I am still able to move, I wish to visit the imperial tombs to pay my respects to my ancestors. Very well. Li Qing nodded in agreement. I can manage that. Upon hearing this, Zhu Jianshan relaxed and inquired, By the way, what status do you intend to assign Wan Qing? My assistant, Li Qing replied. As a divine physician, having an assistant is quite reasonable, wouldn't you agree? Indeed, Zhu Jianshan chuckled. Such a status would allow her appropriate access to the palace. In that case, bring her along. I imagine she longs for her father and mother. Zhu Jianshan sighed softly. She has endured much. Allowing her to truly pay respects to her parents would alleviate her regrets and bring her some sweetness. Chapter 113, Infuriating the Ant. In the small courtyard, Li Qing entered and secured the door latch. As he turned around, Zhu Wanqing approached him. Why aren't you resting? I couldn't sleep. Zhu Wanqing forced a smile and laid down on the bed, her mind racing, lost in thought, and she was unsure what she was contemplating. You were thinking of your parents, weren't you? Li Qing asked. Zhu Wanqing fell silent for a moment before nodding. Yes, I was thinking of them. I am sorry for them. Li Qing was at a loss for words. When Empress Qian passed away, she had not been able to serve her in her final moments. Although Zhu Qizhan had been by her side afterward, she could not pay her respects at the tomb. To this day, she had never visited the imperial tombs to honor her parents, and the sorrow in her heart was palpable. Alas, Li Qing sighed. Your elder brother will be visiting the imperial tombs to honor our ancestors in a couple of days. You should accompany him. Zhu Wanqing was initially taken aback. Then filled with joy, can I really go? You may join him, but the formal rites may not be permitted, Li Qing clarified. Tomorrow, you will enter the palace with me as my assistant. The specifics can be discussed between you siblings. Perhaps arrangements can be made. All right, Zhu Wanqing nodded earnestly. Uncle Li, will it be acceptable for me to serve as your assistant? Should I learn some medical skills or something? Li Qing was at a loss for words. Is medical skill something that can be mastered overnight? You need not worry about being exposed. The physicians of the Imperial Medical Institute would rather keep their distance than test your abilities. What then shall I do? Zhu Wanqing inquired. After a moment's contemplation, Li Qing replied, assist in preparing the medicine. Very well. Zhu Wanqing's eyes brimmed with tears. Uncle Li, thank you. Thank me for what? Li Qing chuckled. It was your elder brother who suggested you accompany me to the royal tomb. If you wish to express gratitude, direct it towards him. Now, cease your tears and rest. With tears streaming down her face, Zhu Wanqing earnestly added, Uncle Li deserves thanks as well. If it weren't for you. Enough, Li Qing interjected, raising a hand. If you truly wish to express gratitude, can you do so adequately? Let us not engage in such formalities. Zhu Wanqing wiped away her tears and nodded firmly. Early the next morning, as Li Qing emerged from his quarters, Zhu Wanqing had already finished her morning routines and prepared water for him to wash his face. Uncle, hurry and wash up. We must head to the palace. Indeed. Li Qing quickly refreshed himself and accompanied her outside. Do not be anxious. Your brother has not yet arrived at that juncture. He paused and added, this year will surely be a good one. Upon hearing his words, Zhu Wanqing felt considerably relieved. Thank you for your efforts, uncle. Again, Zhu Wanqing sighed, feeling at a loss for words. I am somewhat flustered. Li Qing smiled reassuringly. Come now, let us go. You have been to the palace before. There is no need for alarm. Sighing, they arrived at the Longle Palace, entering the courtyard. Zhu Jianshan was engrossed in his painting, while Zhu Hozhao was perched at the desk, his large eyes focused intently. Ji Shi and Xiao Shi were also present, creating a harmonious atmosphere. Commoners pay their respects to the retired emperor, Li Qing announced loudly as he walked in, intending to spare Zhu Wanqing from the formalities. The commoner pays her respects to the retired emperor, Zhu Wanqing hurriedly mimicked. Formalities waived. Zhu Jianshan's timely voice echoed, thus sparing Zhu Wanqing from kneeling. Zhu Jianshan, in high spirits, did not pause his work upon their arrival. After a quarter of an hour, he set aside his brush and remarked proudly, what do you think? This painting is exquisite, came the reply. Truly remarkable. The retired emperor's skills in painting have greatly improved. Ji Shi and Xiao Shi readily applauded. Zhu Youzhang inspected the painting from left to right, and finally remarked, round and plump, it is quite beautiful. Ha ha ha. Zhu Jinshan laughed heartily, then winked at Li Qing, offering a way out. Is this esteemed physician accompanied by an apprentice? Indeed, the retired emperor is astute, Li Qing replied with a respectful gesture. This young lady is my disciple. The commoner pays her respects to the retired emperor and to both esteemed ladies. Zhu Wanqing performed another bow. Before her knees could bend, Zhu Jinshan interjected, I have already stated that formalities are waived. There is no need for further bows. Zhu Youzhang looked at Zhu Wanqing and, somewhat displeased, remarked, Did you not see this prince? Zhu Wanqing was left speechless, exasperated. Xiao Xiao, take Youzhang outside. I require treatment now, Zhu Jinshan announced, stretching leisurely. The esteemed physician shall administer the acupuncture, and it is best that no one disturbs him. Yes, I shall obey your command. The two wore somber expressions as Ji Shi led her grandson outside. As they passed by Zhu Wanqing, Zhu Youzhang suddenly asked, Are you his apprentice? Yes, your highness. She replied, You are already capable of being a mother. How can you still call him your master? Zhu Youzhang questioned, his face filled with confusion. Zhu Wanqing, Zhu Jiashan, please remain calm. Zhu Jiashan, bursting with potential, hurriedly obstructed Li Qing and turned around, saying, Quickly take the little one outside. The Ji family, the Xiao family, Zhu Youzhang, and several eunuchs in the courtyard all wore expressions of disbelief, struggling to comprehend the situation. What was going on with this divine physician Li? Did he just attempt to strike the crown prince? Was it merely an illusion? In the inner palace, aside from the three of them, there was no one else present. Zhu Jiashan complained, Sir, what was that just now? It almost spiraled out of control, did you know? Li Qing, with a cold smirk, replied, Well, that was indeed my fault. All right, I shall discuss it with him next time, Zhu Jiashan said helplessly. Children speak without restraint. There is no need to take offense. Wanqing, what do you think? Zhu Wanqing offered an awkward smile, choosing not to express her opinion. Elder brother, how are you? As soon as the words left her mouth, she felt they were superfluous. If he were well, Uncle Li wouldn't have brought her all this way. Yet, she truly didn't know what else to say. Zhu Jiashan nodded with a smile. I am well enough, able to eat and drink, though I am somewhat weakened. Zhu Wanqing's eyes reddened, falling into silence. Well, with Li Qing here, I can't possibly perish, Zhu Jiashan said with a smile. In a few days, once I have recuperated, I shall take you to pay respects to our ancestors. Pausing, he added, At that time, I will find an excuse to take you to Yuling. Zhu Wanqing felt a mix of joy and sorrow. Thank you, elder brother. We are family. There is no need for such formalities, Zhu Jiashan chuckled. Is everyone at home well? Very well. Xiao Hao has 2 sons and a daughter now, Zhu Wanqing replied. The eldest is about the same age as the crown prince, and the youngest can walk now. Alas, with them around, one cannot afford to age. Indeed, with the young ones urging you on, how can the old not grow old? Zhu Jiashan agreed, suddenly realizing that Li Qing was still present, and thus they shifted the conversation to other matters. The siblings had not spent much time together. If one were to count, it was only during their time in Jinling that they had spent a substantial period together. However, devoid of any conflicts over interests, their familial bond remained intact. As the hour grew late, seeing her elder brother show signs of fatigue, Zhu Wanqing suggested, Elder brother, I shall go to the outer hall to prepare the medicine. Let Uncle Li give you acupuncture. Such matters can be handled by the servants, Zhu Jiashan chuckled. There is no need for you to work. Simply keep me company. Since I have the leisure, I wish to contribute, Zhu Wanqing replied. Let her come, otherwise. The identity of this assistant may raise suspicions, Li Qing interjected, rising to his feet. I will go and brief her on the details. You should rest in bed until I return. As summer waned, the weather remained sweltering. Zhu Wanqing gently fanned herself with a palm leaf, completely engrossed in her task. Her face flushed and beads of sweat adorned her forehead, yet she remained oblivious to her discomfort. She rarely focused so intently on a single endeavor. Timing it just right. Zhu Wanqing lifted the pot lid with a towel, confirming that it met Uncle Li's requirements. She swiftly ladled half a scoop of spring water and poured it into the furnace. In an instant, smoke billowed up. Cough, cough, Zhu Wanqing choked, tears streaming from her eyes. Just then, Li Qing approached. Is the medicine ready? Cough, cough, Yes, it's ready. Zhu Wanqing hurried to fetch the medicine pot, but forgot to use the towel for insulation. With a yelp, more tears flowed. At your age, still so careless. Li Qing remarked, taking the medicine pot and pouring it into a jade bowl. The medicine has been well prepared. That's good, Zhu Wanqing replied, relieved. Zhu Wanqing smiled awkwardly and withdrew her scalded hand into her sleeve. Master, please hurry and prepare medicine for the Grand Emperor. It was essential to have someone supervise the preparation of the medicine for the Grand Emperor, and Zhu Wanqing dared not call her elder brother. Li Qing glanced at her sleeve but said nothing, carrying the medicine into the inner chamber. The medicine brewed by my sister is truly exceptional. It's not as bitter. Zhu Youzhang chuckled, setting down the medicine bowl. This new formula is quite good. It warms the stomach and feels very comfortable. He swayed slightly, adding, I estimate that in 2 or 3 days, I should be able to pay respects to my ancestors. Li Qing inquired, will you be bringing the civil and military officials to the ancestral rites? It would be impossible not to. Such an important matter cannot be conducted without the court officials. Zhu Youzhang sighed. However, I do not wish to make it too grand. Just a few officials from the Ministry of Rites, along with some from the 6 ministries and a few grand scholars from the cabinet, no more than 20 people. Li Qing nodded. Let us leave it at that for today. I will return tomorrow. The effects of the medicine will set in soon. If you feel tired, do take a rest. In the afternoon, you can play cards with your descendants and consorts, engage in light conversation, as long as you avoid any strenuous activities. Given Zhu Youzhang's limited time, it was only natural to reserve moments for him to spend with his family. As for Zhu Wanqing, the time spent diagnosing was sufficient. For Zhu Youzhang had more than just Li Qing and his sister. All right. At the entrance of Lianjiaten, Wang Shouren was spotted pacing back and forth, holding half a leg of lamb. Zhu Wanqing found him familiar but could not recall at that moment, exclaiming, Uncle Li, who is that person? That young man from Jinling, chased by the monk. Is it him? Zhu Wanqing suddenly remembered. Uncle Li, does he know my secret? Perhaps, Li Qing replied with a smile. It doesn't matter. He has a rather capricious personality, but his character is trustworthy. Even if he suspects, he wouldn't speak indiscriminately. Zhu Wanqing felt a bit more at ease. At that moment, Wang Shouren noticed the two and quickly approached, saying, Sir, given the situation with the Grand Emperor, why are you still out here? He then draped the lamb over his shoulder and bowed to Zhu Wanqing. Madam Li, I pay my respects. Zhu Wanqing smiled faintly and returned the gesture politely. Wang Shouren asked, Sir, is it convenient? Yes, come inside. I happen to have something I wish to discuss with you. Chapter 114. The Crown Prince's companion in the kitchen, surrounded by swirling smoke. Wang Shouren tended the fire while Li Qing managed the cooking. Zhu Wanqing intended to assist, but was shooed away by Li Qing, who told her to simply wait for the meal. Sir, what is it that you wish to discuss with me? Xiaoyan, you will surely pass next time, won't you? Li Qing asked. While I cannot guarantee a perfect score, I am quite confident. Wang Shouren nodded. Rest assured, Shouren is a man of his word. I will not go back on my promise. After a moment of contemplation, Li Qing remarked, in that case, why not waive the examination and allow for direct entry into officialdom? Wang Shouren was taken aback, but shook his head. Sir, I believe you can achieve this, but I do not desire it. Li Qing was not surprised. Anyone with ambition would not choose this path. You are a qian, qualified for official duties, he encouraged. There is nothing wrong with entering officialdom early. In the court of the Ming dynasty, only those who are jinshe can truly integrate into the circles. Being a qian is not sufficient. Wang Shouren sighed, lamenting that it was not his worldly nature, but rather the ways of the world that were inescapable. Li Qing remarked, Xiaoyan, I acknowledge that my actions towards you may be somewhat unjust. Yet time waits for no one. I do not comprehend. Wang Shouren furrowed his brow. I cannot ascertain what the future holds, but at least for a considerable duration. The Ming dynasty is unlikely to experience significant turmoil. The next imperial examination will be in the 12th year of Hongji, and that is merely 3 years away. Is there truly not enough time? It is not the political situation I am concerned about. Li Qing shook his head. I worry for the Crown Prince. Wang Shouren was even more perplexed. The Crown Prince is still quite young. What is there to fear? It is precisely because of his youth that education should be prioritized. Li Qing was filled with anxiety. Wang Shouren, astonished, exclaimed, Surely you do not expect me to take on the role of the Crown Prince's tutor? Indeed. That is precisely my intention. Would you be willing? Li Qing's eyes sparkled with hope. This is not a matter of willingness. It is simply impossible, Wang Shouren responded, speechless. The Ming dynasty boasts an abundance of talented individuals, not to mention the reserves of talent within the Imperial Academy and the Hanlin Academy, even in the officialdom. Take my father, for example. He is a bona fide top scholar, yet even he has not been able to serve as the Crown Prince's teacher. You cannot seriously expect me to. Wang Shouren chuckled bitterly. Are you jesting? Setting aside the question of feasibility, I merely ask if you would be willing. He pressed. If you give a nod, I shall handle the rest, Li Qing asserted solemnly. Wang Shouren replied without hesitation, I am not willing. Think it over. Li Qing urged. The smoke from the cooking rose, and Li Qing's expression shifted between joy and dismay. Goodness, is this a banquet of hongmen? Wang Shouren felt a mix of frustration and amusement. Sir, let us discuss this matter reasonably. I have always been one to disregard reason, Li Qing interrupted with a smirk. Who could possibly outwit you? Wang Shouren retorted. How can one live without a sense of reason? Curiously enough, I do just that, Li Qing responded defiantly. I shall not partake any longer. With that, Wang Shouren stood up to leave, muttering, Let the lamb be my gift to you, truly. I should have checked the calendar before venturing out today. Do not be hasty, Li Qing interjected, blocking the doorway with a grin. In business, if the deal falls through, let us maintain our camaraderie. Let us enjoy a drink together. Ah, you intend to intoxicate me and lead me into a trap? Wang Shouren saw through the ruse. Li Qing replied, This fellow is not easily fooled. He has little choice but to resort to cunning. With lamb accompanied by wine, the more we drink, the merrier it becomes, Li Qing chuckled. Do you not wish to savor the flavor of this scallion lamb? Wang Shouren swallowed hard and replied, somewhat resigned. The meat is consumable, the wine is drinkable. However, I cannot guarantee my agreement. The lamb was brought by him, the fire was lit by him, and to leave without tasting even a morsel would be indeed a great loss. At worst, he would endure a beating. He was determined to enjoy the scallion lamb. Li Qing smiled and continued to stoke the fire. The scallion lamb, human lamb, and a bowl of lamb soup, all were used without reservation, utilizing nearly half a lamb leg. The portions were exceedingly generous. Li Qing uncorked the wine, grinning. Today, with no pressing matters, let us indulge in a few more cups. Zhu Youzhang hurriedly took the wine jar, saying, How can I allow Uncle Li to pour the wine? She poured for Li Qing and Wang Shouren, and after a moment, filled her own bowl to the brim. The wine from the north was considerably stronger than that from the southern Jiangnan region. After downing a bowl, Zhu Youzhang's face flushed and her eyes glimmered with a hint of redness as she chuckled. This wine has quite the kick. Li Qing cast a glance at her, but said nothing. Wang Shouren remarked, Madame Li possesses an impressive capacity for alcohol. However, you cannot compare yourself to the gentleman. It would be wise to drink more slowly, lest you find yourself inebriated far too early. This modest amount of wine cannot possibly intoxicate me, retorted Zhu Youzhang. Her pride ignited. Wang Shouren sighed lightly. Have you not heard that drowning one's sorrows in wine only deepens the sorrow? As the Buddha teaches, all conditioned phenomena are like dreams, illusions, bubbles, and shadows, like dew and lightning. We ought to contemplate them thus. Zhu Youzhang was momentarily taken aback, her eyes widening in astonishment. He truly knows. This young man is almost eerily intelligent. For the first time, save for Uncle Li, she felt a sense of trepidation towards another. Wang Shouren smiled. I share a deep friendship with the gentleman. There is no need for you to fret. Separation is inevitable. And whether one clings to it or lets it go, the outcome remains unchanged. If this is the case, why not choose to let go? Zhu Youzhang chuckled lightly. Do you have some knowledge of Zen Buddhism, sir? She then remembered the earlier unpleasant encounter he had with a monk and laughed again. Li Qing interjected. Xiao Yun makes a valid point. Many matters in this world are beyond our control, yet our mindset is something we can govern. It is wise to adopt a more open perspective. Zhu Youzhang nodded slowly, casting a profound glance at Wang Shouren, and a malicious thought began to form in her mind. Li Qing, sensing her emotional shift, advised, focus on your meal and refrain from dwelling on the inconsequential. Zhu Youzhang hesitated, then recalled Uncle Li's earlier assessments of Wang Shouren. Gradually suppressing her thoughts. Is it truly the case? You two, uncle and nephew, are quite the duo, one coercing me, the other seemingly intent on my demise. Truly, this is a banquet of treachery. Wang Shouren, irritated, declared, if this meal is to be so unpalatable, I shall forego it. Sir, I just remembered some matters I must attend to. Please excuse me, he thought, feeling an urgent need to depart. This Madame Li is truly formidable, if she remains. I shall never return. He was fully aware of Zhu Wanqing's identity and recognized that she possessed the capability to cause him considerable trouble. Xiaoyun, do you not trust me? You are playing the emotional card. Wang Shoren was at a loss for words. Sir, I will speak plainly. I am unwilling. Zhu Wanqing, now cognizant of her earlier indiscretion, awkwardly attempted to amend her behavior. Well, Xiaoyun, it is inappropriate for me to refer to you as such. Given my friendship with your Uncle Li, Wang Shoren interrupted, it is best you continue to address me as sir. I admit I was in the wrong. How about a drink as a penalty? Zhu Wanqing filled her cup to the brim and downed it in one gulp. Subsequently, as if turning a page, she appeared entirely unembarrassed and sought to establish a closer rapport. Xiaoyun, what has Uncle Li shared with you? What a pair of shameless relatives, Wang Shoren mused. He understood that Li Qing acted out of a sense of national duty. However, he could not muster any fondness for Zhu Wanqing's earlier demeanor. How foolish of him to consider helping her with her emotional turmoil. Had it not been for the favor owed to Li Hong and his connection with Li Qing, he would have surely walked away. Sir wishes for me to enter the officialdom as a scholar and become the teacher of the crown prince. Zhu Wanqing was momentarily stunned. Turning to Li Qing, Uncle Li, are you serious? Indeed, I am not jesting. Zhu Wanqing slowly nodded, contemplatively saying, in this case, it is indeed unfair to Xiaoyun. While I understand your concerns, Uncle Li, such burdens cannot be imposed on others. Wang Shoren was taken aback and teased, Madame Li, do you not fear that your Uncle Li may reprimand you for such words? With a playful smile, Zhu Wanqing remarked, you both are too stubborn. Have you not heard? A step back allows for vast horizons. He retreats. They echoed in unison. Zhu Wanqing chuckled. What if each took a step back and still achieved their respective goals? What do you mean? To serve as the crown prince's companion in study, Zhu Wanqing proposed, by informing the emperor in advance. It would not hinder Xiaoyun's path to the imperial examinations, while also guiding the crown prince. Would that not be a win-win situation? She continued, this matter for you, Uncle Li, is merely a matter of a few words. After a pause, she added, Xiaoyun's father is a top scholar. As the son of a hero, it is entirely acceptable for him to be a companion to the crown prince, is it not? Li Qing pondered for a moment and asked, Xiaoyun, would this be agreeable to you? Wang Shoren contemplated and nodded. Studying anywhere is the same. It merely requires a bit more effort, which is not a problem. So, you agree? Li Qing inquired with delight. He always felt somewhat uneasy about Zhu Youzhang, yet he was stretched thin. If Xiaoyun were to keep an eye on things, he would feel reassured. Indeed, I agree, Wang Shoren replied with dissatisfaction. Now, can we enjoy our meals and drinks as usual? What you say? Even if you didn't agree, would I not allow you to eat? Li Qing laughed heartily. Come, let us drink. After a hearty meal, Li Qing escorted Wang Shoren to the door. Xiaoyun, I apologize for today's events. Oh, we are friends, it's nothing. I did not take it to heart. Wang Shoren waved dismissively. He recalled the warm hospitality of Madame Li at the Yongqing Marquis' residence, and how General Li generously shared his military knowledge, from which he learned much. After a moment, he conceded, I was a bit upset earlier, but upon reflection, I can understand. After all, I know too much. From her perspective, I am like a ticking bomb that could explode at any moment. In any case, I still apologize, Li Qing sighed. She has her reasons. Yet wrong is wrong. Well then, must we make it so formal? Are we not friends anymore? Wang Shoren teased, then laughed. I shall return tomorrow. Li Qing replied with a smile. Then I shall rise early. Uncle Li, I am sorry. My niece was extreme in her actions. Feel free to reprimand her without restraint. Zhu Wanqing said meekly, standing ready to receive her punishment. Li Qing, ultimately, could only smile wryly as he gave her a gentle tap on the head, sighing, let this be a lesson. Understood. Zhu Wanqing felt her tension gradually ease as she extended her hand. Are you going to strike my palm? Strike what palm? Is your hand not burned? Uncle Li interjected. Chapter 115, Wang Hua. Oh no, my son is bound to lead the crown prince astray. Zhu Wanqing felt a surge of guilt, tears streaming down her face. Uncle Li, I am sorry, it is my fault. You are certainly at fault. Li Qing scolded. Not only are you at fault, but you are also foolish. Why did you assume he would not know? He spoke those words to enlighten you. Did he not realize that by saying those words, you would understand he knew? Li Qing exclaimed in anger. He was fully aware that you would realize he knew. Yet he still chose to speak. He is sincere and kind-hearted, while you let malice take root. What logic is that? Zhu Youzhang protested. He is simply too clever. Nearly rivaling you, Uncle Li. His intelligence is quite frightening. Li Qing poked her forehead with her finger, causing Zhu Youzhang to retreat repeatedly. You. I have always regarded you as an intelligent person. Come on, we are all grown-ups here, yet you still cry like a child. What a disgrace. Ultimately, Li Qing's heart softened. Go back to your room. Oh, fine. Zhu Youzhang wiped her tears. Uncle Li, you should rest too. The next day at Changlu Palace, Zhu Jinshan exclaimed, What? You want that boy to be my grandson's study companion? This is unacceptable. Zhu Jinshan was anxious. You know how unreliable that boy is. If he becomes the companion to my grandson, he will surely lead him astray. Absolutely not. Li Qing retorted, Listen to yourself. It sounds as if your grandson is some paragon of reliability. I don't care about that. He is simply unsuitable, Zhu Jinshan huffed. That boy has a lively temperament. While he possesses talent, he is not suited to be a study companion. Do you think I would harm your grandson? Zhu Jinshan replied sheepishly, Well, I certainly don't believe you would mean any harm. But that Wang Shoren, he even got into a fight with a monk. How reliable can he be? They didn't actually fight, Li Qing countered. Is there a difference? Zhu Jinshan scoffed. If we need to find a companion for the crown prince, there are countless candidates from the Hanlin Academy, and if that fails, there's always the National Academy. What advantages does Wang Shoren possess? His father is Wang Hua, a man of exceptional talent and character, Li Qing declared, weaving grandiloquent praise. However, Wang Shoren had yet to prove himself in any substantial way, relying solely on his father's reputation. The notion that a tiger does not father a dog has always held some weight. Nevertheless, Zhu Jinshan had interacted with Wang Shoren over a considerable period and regarded him as a person of talent. Yet, he believed his disposition was ill-suited for the role of the crown prince's study companion. He feared that Wang Shoren would lead his grandson astray. Li Qing spoke earnestly. Do you think I haven't considered what you have? Do you believe my judgment is inferior to yours? Do you think I would make light of the education of the crown prince? Zhu Jinshan replied dejectedly. I understand your good intentions, but he is suitable. Li Qing asserted. At least at this stage, I cannot find anyone better or more fitting. Zhu Jinshan fell silent for a long time before sighing. Then let us give it a try. I will speak with Youzhang shortly. Li Qing smiled lightly and nodded. Make sure to prepare. It's time for acupuncture. What? The crown prince's study companion? Wang Hua rose from the ground, his face a mask of disbelief, as if caught in a dream. Your Excellency. Is there an error in this imperial decree? The imperial will is as such. Congratulations, Master Wang, the imperial envoy said, rubbing his thumb against his forefinger. His smile overtly ingratiating. Wang Hua, a modest gentleman, was aware of the unspoken rules and hurriedly presented a silver ingot, confirming once more, Your Excellency. Is the Emperor truly appointing my son as the Crown Prince's study companion? The decree is in your son's hands. If Master Wang does not believe it, he may examine it for himself. After receiving the silver, the envoy's demeanor became even more amiable, offering customary auspicious remarks, praising the talents of Wang Hua's son, predicting he would surely achieve greatness like his father one day. Wang Hua laughed awkwardly, as his son had failed the imperial examination twice. He would be content even with a third-class distinction, let alone first. After sending off the envoy, Wang Hua remained in a daze until he reviewed the content of the decree, confirming its authenticity. At that moment, his expression suddenly changed, and the joy vanished entirely. Father, what is wrong? Wang Hua paid him no heed, as if his posterior were ablaze, leaping 3 feet high and striking his thigh in frustration. Alas, how could this scoundrel possibly serve as the Crown Prince's companion in study? Wang Shoren's face darkened. Father, your words wound me deeply. Where are you going? Wang Hua seemed oblivious, striding towards the door with an urgency that rendered him unrecognizable from his usual self, shedding any semblance of decorum. By the time Wang Shoren pursued him outside, Wang Hua had already vanished into the alleyway. In the Qian Palace, Zhu Youzhang found himself enjoying a rare moment of leisure. He sat before the imperial desk, guiding his son's hand and practicing calligraphy with utmost seriousness. At that moment, a eunuch from the outer hall approached with quick, measured steps, respectfully announcing, Your Majesty, Minister Wang Hua requests an audience. Zhu Youzhang paused, causing a smudge of ink on the paper, which elicited a frown from the little one. Father, look what you've done. We shall simply rewrite it later. Zhu Youzhang chuckled, ruffling his son's hair. Now step down. Your father must meet with his minister. Okay, Zhu Youzhang exclaimed, bouncing down from his father's lap. Father, may I go play? Play, you say? Not a chance. Zhu Youzhang replied sternly. We shall continue our studies shortly. After a brief pause, he nodded to the young eunuch, signaling to let Wang Hua in. Moments later, Wang Hua entered, lifting his robe slightly. Your humble minister greets your majesty and the crown prince. Be at ease, Zhu Youzhang smiled, inquiring, Minister Wang. Have you come regarding the matter of your son as a companion to the crown prince? Your majesty is indeed astute. Wang Hua, having just risen, quickly bowed again. Your majesty, my son's temperament is unruly and unrestrained. He is ill-suited to serve as the crown prince's companion, for I fear he might lead the crown prince astray. But father, a companion to study with me? Zhu Youzhang interjected. Wang Hua had no choice but to pause. Zhu Youzhang nodded with a smile. Do you wish for a companion, my son? Yes, indeed. I desire it greatly, Zhu Youzhang replied excitedly, shaking his father's hand. Having a companion would make studying so much less tedious. Would that be agreeable? Very well, Zhu Youzhang chuckled, his face glowing with paternal affection. However, sensing the inappropriateness of such indulgence in front of his minister, he cleared his throat and said, Now, let us not be frivolous. Turning to Wang Hua, he spoke gently. The choice of the crown prince's companion was determined by the late emperor. A tiger's offspring cannot be a dog. You, minister, hail from a distinguished scholarly lineage and possess profound knowledge. I have confidence in your son. Your majesty, Wang Hua interjected, I understand your concerns. You fear it may bring trouble. Zhu Youzhang raised his hand to calm him. Though the crown prince may be a bit mischievous, he is capable of discernment. There is no need for fear. After all, it is merely a change in venue for his studies. It will not impact his imperial examinations. You worry too much. This crown prince is quite amicable. Zhu Youzhang puffed out his chest, raising his chin. Rest assured, I shall not bully him. Wang Hua's heart sank, and he sighed. Your majesty, crown prince, you are unaware. My son's unruliness would not only fail to benefit the crown prince's studies, but would indeed hinder his academic pursuits. A father knows his son well. I am all too aware of his character. To place my son as the crown prince's companion would surely lead the crown prince astray. Wang Hua bowed once more. My words are sincere. I implore your majesty to reconsider. Zhu Youzhang was displeased. Was the crown prince someone who could be easily swayed? Wang Hua found himself at a loss, awkwardly responding, of course not. Then it is settled, Zhu Youzhang huffed, turning to his father to plead. Father, it is rather dull for me to study alone. May I have this Wang scholar's son as my study companion? Very well, Zhu Youzhang replied with a smile. When the Son of Heaven speaks, his words are law, and there is no turning back. Your Majesty, enough, Zhu Youzhang interrupted, in 2 days. The Grand Emperor will conduct ancestral rites. I shall ensure Wang Iqing's name is included. Your Majesty, you may retire. Zhu Youzhang waved his hand, his expression less than pleased. Observing this, Wang Hua dared not refuse any longer. This humble subject takes his leave. Once outside the palace gates, he gazed skyward, burdened with sorrow. Oh, my child, why have you caught the Grand Emperor's attention? After 2 days of rigorous recuperation, Zhu Jiaxin appeared markedly invigorated. At the hour of the rabbit, the ceremonial procession departed from the Meridian Gate, grand and imposing, with Zhu Wanqing among them. She closely followed Li Qing, her face betraying her nervousness and excitement. Calm yourself, Li Qing whispered. Indeed, Zhu Wanqing nodded, quietly asking, will we return by sundown? Certainly, Li Qing chuckled. By the time we arrive, it will be afternoon. And with the lengthy yet essential ceremonies, we may only reach Chongling today. Oh, Zhu Wanqing counted on her fingers. It will take several days to reach my father's Yuling. Will he manage? I am here with you, so it should not be an issue. Li Qing reassured her with a smile. Do not appear so distracted. Others might think our medical skills lack merit. Though Li Qing jested, Zhu Wanqing felt no levity. As anticipated, they arrived at the royal tomb in the afternoon. With their status as physicians to the Grand Emperor, Li Qing and Zhu Jiaxin were accommodated in the imperial palace. After a long journey, Zhu Jiaxin felt fatigued. Let us conclude for today, Li Qing suggested. We can commence the ancestral rites tomorrow. There is no need to rush. Zhu Jiaxin sighed, refraining from showing off his endurance. After some acupuncture and herbal medicine, fatigue overcame him, and he fell into a deep slumber. Once he was sound asleep, the uncle and nephew exited the chamber to catch their breath. As night fell, a cool autumn breeze refreshed them, but the surroundings were filled with the solemn presence of the imperial guards and soldiers, creating an oppressive atmosphere. Once they had distanced themselves, they began to converse. "Uncle Li, do you think I can offer my respects at the tomb? Your elder brother has already consented, so there should be no issue. Moreover, there are few officials present on this occasion. It is not as difficult as you might think." Li Qing patted her shoulder. "Do not dwell on such matters. Get a good night's rest, for there will be much to do tomorrow." Chapter 116, Ancestral Rites. Zhu Yuanqing found it impossible to sleep. Ultimately, it was Li Qing who helped her drift into slumber. Early the next morning, while Li Qing was in deep sleep, Zhu Yuanqing roused her. "Uncle Li, they are already bustling outside. You must rise. You go prepare the medicine." Li Qing yawned. "I shall sleep a little longer. The medicine is ready. Come on. Let us get it to elder brother quickly." Zhu Yuanqing tugged at Li Qing's arm, preventing her from lying back down. "You have worn me out. It is not yet dawn. Can your elder brother even be awake?" Li Qing retorted, though she understood Zhu Yuanqing's anxiousness. Li Qing donned his boots and robe, quickly freshening up before leading Zhu Yuanqing towards the chambers of Zhu Jianshan. Zhu Jianshan was awake. He had retired early the previous night and had already perused half a volume of tales by the time the two entered. He dismissed the attendants with a smile, saying, "There's no need to rise so early. A little more sleep would do no harm." Li Qing rolled his eyes, replying, "I would gladly sleep longer. But someone is growing impatient." Zhu Yuanqing, slightly embarrassed, hastily remarked, "Elder brother, the medicine is just the right temperature. The eunuch has tested it." "Oh, you make it sound so formal. Do you think I doubt you and the physician?" Zhu Jianshan chuckled as he took the medicine bowl and drained it in one gulp. Savoring the taste, he sat up in bed. Zhu Yuanqing quickly retrieved the dragon robe from the hanger, assisting him in dressing, then handed him a mirror and meticulously arranged the collar, just as a palace maid would. Zhu Jianshan stroked his beard, gazing at his reflection, and sighed, "Alas, I am growing old." "Not at all. You still possess great vigor, elder brother," Zhu Yuanqing replied. "Huh, I am already in my destined years, even without illness. One cannot claim to be in their prime." Zhu Jianshan laughed heartily. Stretching his limbs, he remarked, "The outside world must be similar now. Let us be off." They journeyed to Chongling, the primary tomb of the northern emperor, Zhu Di, where they would first pay their respects to their ancestors. Following the divine path northward for an hour, they finally reached Zhu Di's mausoleum. This arduous trek had thoroughly exhausted the esteemed officials of the 6 ministries and 9 ministers. Although the path was smooth, they found themselves far more fatigued than the previous day's journey. In this sacred royal burial ground, no hint of negligence could be tolerated. They maintained their composure throughout, refraining from food and drink to stave off the urge to relieve themselves. Their stomachs empty save for a slice of mountain ginseng held in their mouths, trembling with fatigue upon arrival at the tomb. Even the youthful Wang Hua felt the strain in his waist and legs. Zhu Jianshan, however, having taken medicine and receiving a significant infusion of vital energy from Li Qing, appeared remarkably vigorous, displaying no signs of fatigue as he strode along, seemingly unaffected. Without allowing his ministers a moment's respite, he gestured for the lengthy ancestral rites to commence. Offerings of cattle, sheep, pigs, deer, rabbits, chickens, fish, seasonal vegetables, and fruits were meticulously arranged. Li Qing, disliking such occasions, stood at a distance, lost in memories of yesteryears. He recalled the first time he met the 4th brother during old Zhu's birthday celebration. At that time, Zhu Di was indeed in his prime. A man in his early 20s, robust and resolute, commanding Beiping and standing against the Mongols with an audacious spirit. In those days, Zhu Di was young and lacked any ambition for the throne, merely a rugged man with a certain charm, even playfully teasing his younger brother. When surrendering Nuerwali, he had once taken offense and held a grudge against Zhu Di for a long while. Later, with Zhu Biao's passing and subsequently old Zhu's demise, the situation escalated as Jiang Wen sought to diminish the power of the princes. This rough-hewn man, who had no desire for rebellion, found himself compelled by circumstance to embark on the journey of the Ming restoration. In the end, he ascended to the throne. However, this reign felt precarious for him, overshadowed by Jiang Wen's legacy, and even more so by his own insecurities. Despite the grandeur of his position, the world knew well how he came to power, a truth he could not conceal, leaving him with the burden of proof. He exerted himself diligently, dedicating the latter half of his life to relentless efforts. He spent money as though it were water, and throughout his life, he engaged in both grand ambitions and noble endeavors for his country and its people. Yet, the driving force behind it all was his desire to prove himself, to demonstrate that he was worthy and capable of being the emperor of the Ming dynasty. In his earlier years, he defended the nation's borders, and in the latter half, he devoted himself to the stability of the Ming Empire. Having scarcely enjoyed any blessings throughout his life, Li Qing muttered to himself, acknowledging that while criticism would surely persist, there was more solace in the situation. It was about it, not him. As the ancestral rites concluded, he returned to the palace. Zhu Youzhang instructed everyone to rest, promising to continue the next day. The Longling tomb was unlike any other. It had to showcase its superiority as the source of this lineage. The Prince of Yan's ancestral rites were the most solemn and time-consuming of all. In the sleeping quarters, Li Qing transmitted his vital energy to Zhu Youzhang and performed acupuncture. After a flurry of activity, Zhu Youzhang felt somewhat comforted. "Exhausted, are we?" Li Qing inquired. "Not too bad," Zhu Youzhang replied with a wry smile. "Next time, I shall come lying down." "That jest lacks humor," Li Qing remarked. Zhu Youzhang chuckled and then asked, "Sir, how do you perceive my reign as emperor?" "Quite well," Li Qing responded. "How well?" "Only second to the founding emperors, Taizu and Taizong." "Such high praise?" Zhu Youzhang was taken aback. "Better than Renzong and Xuanzong?" "Renzong's merits were more evident during his regency, and while Xuanzong was commendable, you surpass him by a margin," Li Qing said. "In my estimation, from the perspective of an emperor, you rank third." Zhu Youzhang looked skeptical. "You wouldn't be merely comforting me with such words, would you?" "Such is my honest opinion." Li Qing laughed. "However, you are also the most impolite towards me since Taizu and Taizong." Zhu Youzhang retorted, "Am I impolite to you? It is you who often takes liberties with me. Aside from Taizu, I have been quite courteous to you," Li Qing replied with a smirk. "Your grandfather always greeted me with a smile, addressing me as Qing Bo, unlike you, who casually calls me Li Qing." Zhu Youzhang pouted, teasing. "So you do tailor your demeanor according to those around you. I assumed you were fearless, yet it seems you too have your fears." That was youthful naivete. Easily swayed by him, Li Qing rolled his eyes. "Besides, he is just an old man. What is there to fear? He cannot catch up to me." Zhu Youzhang continued. "What of personal sentiments, apart from being emperor?" Li Qing pondered before stating, "You rank second." "Remarkable. I am not only holding my ground, but advancing?" Zhu Youzhang exclaimed in surprise. "Taizu treated me harshly. Taizong was no saint. Xuanzong was a treacherous wolf in sheep's clothing, and we shall not even mention your father. Your uncle is rather conventional, but you, young one, align with my ideals," Li Qing explained. "To think I hold some significance in your eyes," Zhu Youzhang said, laughing. He had read Li Qing's diary and knew who held the first position. He felt content with second place. "Ha ha ha." Zhu Youzhang playfully called out Li Qing's full name. "Do you truly wish to meet Taizu sooner?" "Ha ha ha. Look at you, just making a jest." Zhu Youzhang replied, chuckling. "There are no outsiders here. If you feel slighted, simply call me by my full name." Li Qing retorted coldly. "What is your status compared to mine? Do you think you are worthy? You bully me too much." Li Qing voiced for him. "Aside from that, what else can you say?" Zhu Youzhang complained. "You can just vex me. The one who tires from it will be you. Perhaps you should rest for a while," Li Qing suggested. Li Qing, with a cold expression, stood up and said, "I'll return in the evening." Tonight," was the reply. The three of them, uncle and nephews, were alone. Li Qing administered acupuncture while Zhu Youzhang endured the needles, and Zhu Wanqing prepared the medicine. The night was tranquil, save for the sporadic chirping of crickets. "Elder brother, the medicine is ready," Zhu Wanqing said, her face haggard. In such a short time, she had lost considerable weight, and the fine lines on her face had deepened. "It's hot. Should we let it cool for a while?" Just place it here. I'll drink it later," Zhu Youzhang replied. "Wanqing, if you're tired, take a rest. Don't wear yourself out." "I'm fine," she insisted. "You are already a grandmother. There's no need to be so stubborn." Zhu Youzhang sighed. "We're approaching the age of understanding fate. Do not overestimate your resilience." "I understand." Zhu Wanqing smiled and asked, "Elder brother, may I accompany you to pay respects at Yuling?" "Certainly," Zhu Youzhang replied. "Yuling is scheduled for last. After the proceedings, I will instruct them to prepare the return procession, and I will take you in." "Is that permissible?" Li Qing interjected. "There is nothing wrong with it. Given your father's reputation, he almost obliterated the civil officials back then. They would not eagerly force a tribute. Moreover, they are exhausted by the sheer number of tributes. Your brother's plan is entirely feasible. Zhu Youzhang's face darkened. Uncle Li, could you refrain from speaking so harshly? It is acceptable for him, but not for me. Li Qing chuckled. I have been quite lenient, haven't I? Zhu Jinshan, what do you say? You have been lenient. Zhu Jinshan replied, diverting the topic. Let us not linger on this. I cannot endure the delay any longer. Beginning tomorrow, we shall hasten the ancestral rites. Concluding by the latest the following morning. Wan Qing, be prepared. He still needed to visit Wan Yang's grave to converse with his sister Zhiner. All right, she agreed. After chatting for a while longer, Zhu Jinshan succumbed to the effects of the medicine and fell into a deep slumber, prompting the other two to return to their temporary lodgings. Get some rest, Li Qing said, leaving the room. Uncle Li, where are you going? I'm feeling stifled. I need some fresh air. Without looking back, Li Qing added, don't mind me. Sleep well, for there is much to do tomorrow. Are you heading to Renzong's place? Zhu Youzhang inquired. Li Qing did not respond and walked out. At Xianling, compared to Chongling, this tomb was modest, even small. Li Qing carried offerings of wine and had pilfered a roast chicken. He cleared a patch of ground, seated himself upon it, and tore off 2 chicken legs. Here, have a chicken leg. It had been many years since they last met, and he found himself missing the other. Li Qing took a deep swig of wine, pouring some out onto the ground, and spoke softly, Little fatty, are you doing well over there? I'm doing well here. Sighing, he continued. It's not that I'm nostalgic. I actually did not wish to come, to dredge up old memories, but circumstances led me here. Rambling on, he was unaware of what he was saying. It had been years since he last visited Little Fatty. It was not that he had forgotten, but rather that he did not know what to say, just as he felt now. The royal tomb was guarded by soldiers, but to Li Qing, it was of little concern. After all, he had managed to inter a simpleton here. As the night breeze gently blew, Li Qing drank alone, conversing with himself as the moonlight cast shadows, forming 3 figures. The sky turned pale blue, the stars faded, leaving only a few scattered remnants flickering. A hazy mist dampened his sleeves. Li Qing's expression turned frosty as he slowly rose to his feet and departed, whispering, I am well. There remained some leftover wine, which Li Qing presented to Han Han. Zhu Gaoziu did not possess a tombstone, nor was he an emperor. He was an illegal occupant of the royal mausoleum, naturally left without any offerings. However, it can be imagined that he would not suffer too greatly in the afterlife, with a loving elder brother, a father who genuinely cherished him, and a mother whose harsh words belied a tender heart. In the absence of imperial disputes in the netherworld, their familial bonds would surely flourish in harmony. Li Qing smiled, the frost upon his countenance melting away. The following day, at the Xianling, Jingling, and Sholing mausoleums, Zhu Jinshan exerted himself fully, conducting 3 ancestral rites in a single day, which proved excruciating for the 6 ministries and 9 ministers, to the extent that even Wang Hua could barely stand. Accompanying the ancestral worship was never a pleasurable task. The officials willingly endured it due to its profound political implications. Just imagine, what could be more affirming than the emperor's homage to his ancestors, accompanied by his own presence? One ought not to dismiss the retired emperor as inconsequential. Furthermore, the methods of the Changhua emperor were not to be underestimated, and with the current emperor's utmost benevolence and filial piety, they were naturally eager to participate. Yet, the process was undeniably arduous. By evening, as they exited the Sholing, many elderly officials found themselves nearly incapacitated, some teetering on the brink of fainting, barely clinging to life. Zhu Jinshan himself was utterly exhausted, but after acupuncture, medicinal concoctions, and the infusion of genuine energy, he managed to persevere. In the palace quarters, Zhu Jinshan instructed the accompanying eunuchs to convey a decree. The following morning, the ceremonial troops would be organized, and at the end of the Qian hour, they would commence their return journey, with officials no longer required to conduct further rites. Just one imperial mausoleum remained, and it was customary to see it through to completion. However, our Orthodox emperor had garnered no goodwill from either virtuous or malicious ministers alike. Zhu Qizhan certainly possessed some flair. Of course, the lack of physical stamina was a primary factor. Since the retired emperor had offered a way out, they would not seek to create their own discomfort. Early the next morning, before dawn, Li Qing was awoken by a commotion. He initially felt a surge of irritation, but upon seeing Zhu Youzhang's reddened eyes, clearly a result of a sleepless night, his ire transformed into a sense of resignation. Upon returning from your elder brother's side last night, he had assumed you were asleep and did not assist you in putting on your boots. nor did he even wash up. Well, today we shall rectify your regrets. Let us depart. Zhu Youzhang nodded, her expression a mixture of sadness and anticipation. At the Yuling, Zhu Jianshan gently lifted the arm of the eunuch assisting him and said calmly, "You all wait here. Li Shani, I am feeling somewhat unwell. Please bring your assistant with me inside." "Yes, this humble servant obeys." Zhu Youzhang nodded excitedly. Li Qing shot her a glance. "Look at your eagerness. It is fortunate that those cunning individuals did not accompany us, lest they draw unwarranted conclusions." Observing the few eunuchs who had followed, their faces were filled with worry, fearing any misstep regarding the retired emperor, oblivious to Zhu Youzhang's unusual behavior. The servant obeyed the command. The accompanying eunuchs halted. As eunuchs, they could not proceed further, and could only pray for the ancestral rites to unfold smoothly without incident. In the shrine, Zhu Youzhang gazed at the spirit tablet on the offering platform, her eyes misting over, and in an instant, tears streamed down her face. Zhu Jianshan patted her shoulder and said, "Light the incense." Zhu Youzhang wiped away her tears and stepped forward to offer incense for her parents. Kneeling down, she lamented, "Father, mother, your daughter has been unfilial." After 3 bows and 9 prostrations, she wept inconsolably, her cries echoing with heart-wrenching sorrow. When her mother passed, she was unable to serve by her bedside. When her father departed, she lacked the privilege to keep vigil. Perhaps this moment serves as a semblance of atonement. Zhu Youzhang possessed the essence of a princess, yet bore no title. However, this princess without a title was far luckier than many other princesses of the Ming dynasty. The joy of possession is mirrored by the depth of sorrow and loss. Raised with a silver spoon, cherished by her father and loved by her mother, she had the blissful existence of a happy family of 3, one that even a prince, or perhaps the crown prince himself, could scarcely rival, such as Zhu Jianshan. In the solemn act of honoring their parents, the siblings displayed starkly contrasting emotions. Zhu Jianshan was far less sorrowful than Zhu Youzhang. Li Qing felt little sadness himself, but a mixture of emotions stirred within him. He had once harbored great hopes for Zhu Youzhang, and for a substantial period, their collaboration had flourished. Abolishing the recommendations and replacing the civil officials with eunuchs in military command, toppling Yang Shiqi, it appeared that things were progressing positively. Yet Zhu Youzhang's personal expedition led to the devastating loss of hard-won advantages. Although, thanks to the efforts of Li Qing, Yu Qian, Zhang Fu, Shi Hong, and Shi Biao, the damage was mitigated, and the losses to the Ming dynasty were not overwhelming. The inevitable repercussions hindered its development. Fortunately, he had a steady younger brother and a promising son. Otherwise, the Ming would not enjoy its current state. Reflecting on these events, Li Qing could not shake a sense of trepidation. Thus his fondness for Zhu Youzhang had waned. As the siblings paid their respects, he felt stifled and chose to step outside, taking in the scenery of the royal tombs at dawn. Zhu Jianshan emerged from the hall, calling out to the aimlessly wandering Li Qing, "Sir, come quickly. Wanqing has fainted from crying." Reluctantly, Li Qing returned. After administering vital energy and pressing her acupoints, Zhu Wanqing finally regained consciousness. "Uncle Li, it has been a while. It is time to let go," he said, helping her to her feet. "This is their eternal resting place. Do not disturb their peace. You have paid your respects and shed your tears. Let us return." Zhu Jianshan echoed the sentiment. "What the sir says is true. If our father and mother were to witness your state, they would surely worry for you in the afterlife." With swollen, tear-filled eyes, Zhu Wanqing gazed once more at the ancestral tablets, reluctantly stating, "Father, mother, your daughter is well. Please do not worry." The long-buried sorrow poured forth after her cathartic release, leaving her feeling significantly lighter, devoid of the tension that had plagued her in recent days. The ceremonial procession was ready, and with Zhu Jianshan's return, a collective sigh of relief resonated among the gathered. However, in the next moment, their expressions shifted again. Zhu Jianshan announced, "We shall proceed to Wan Yang's grave." The officials of the 6 ministries and 9 ministers were perturbed, not from exhaustion, as Wan Yang's grave lay within the royal tomb's vicinity and required no lengthy detour, but because Wan Zhener, despite being the first recognized imperial consort, was merely a concubine, and they felt it unnecessary for these ministers to make a special pilgrimage in her honor. Wan Zhener was met with considerable disdain, largely due to her age. She was a full 17 years older than the emperor, contemporaneous with the emperor's own mother. To the well-read officials, this was nothing short of an inappropriate liaison. They were convinced that it was Wang Zhin'er who had beguiled the Changhua emperor. Even the various actions of the Changhua emperor were attributed to her alleged machinations. The retired emperor found this reasoning untenable. Some ministers opposed the notion of holding a separate ceremony at Wan's tomb, fearing it would elevate her to the status of the ancestral graves. Indeed, it was an affront to propriety. Zhu Youzhang chuckled, remarking that no one had suggested they worship her. He merely intended to pay a visit. If they found it tiresome, they were free to return. Upon hearing this, the assembled dignitaries looked somewhat embarrassed and had little else to say. At the foot of Su Mountain lay Wan's tomb. Zhu Youzhang did not bring any ministers, servants, or even his sister, but was accompanied solely by Li Qing. The grandeur of Wan's tomb surpassed that of the concubines in the imperial harem, and by rights. As she was not an empress, she should not have been interred within the royal mausoleum, but rather in the outskirts at Jingshan, the designated resting place for the imperial consorts. However, her favor with the emperor granted her this exception. Zhu Youzhang, unwilling to distribute his affections evenly, took it upon himself to make an exception for Wang Zhin'er. In the Hall of Honor, Zhu Youzhang whispered sweet nothings to Wang Zhin'er, while Li Qing listened in. Though indifferent towards her, he bore no ill will. She had not meddled in state affairs nor harmed the heirs to the throne, merely indulged in a bit of favor and arrogance. These were private matters for Zhu Youzhang, not warranting public scrutiny. In truth, he felt somewhat guilty towards Wang Zhin'er. Had it not been for him, she would not have endured additional hardship. After all, beauty is in the eye of the beholder, and as long as Zhu Youzhang was pleased, the opinions of others were irrelevant. Zhin'er, it won't be long before we meet again, Zhu Youzhang said with a light laugh. Li Qing has already agreed. We'll dig a tunnel, and we can see each other whenever we wish. A quarter of an hour, 2 quarters, an hour passed, and Li Qing, who could be considered an unwelcome third party, found himself quite bored. Nevertheless, he remained patient and did not rush them. Following this occasion, Zhu Youzhang would not have the opportunity to venture out again, so he allowed himself this indulgence. In the late afternoon, as the hour drew to a close, the group finally began their journey home. The procession calculated their timing to ensure they returned before the palace gates opened for the morning court, proceeding directly into the palace. The elderly officials, without a moment to catch their breath, quickly resumed their duties. Li Qing escorted Zhu Wanqing back to the small courtyard. Get a good night's sleep, he urged. Yes, Zhu Wanqing replied, her face weary, her tense spirit finally relaxing, and she was eager for a deep slumber. Without even washing up, she headed straight for her chamber. Li Qing, feeling fatigued as well, reclined in a chair beneath a tree, swaying gently as he gradually fell asleep. At some point, he sensed someone approaching and opened his eyes to find Wang Hua about to leave. When did you arrive, Lord Wang? I just came in, Wang Hua replied apologetically, clasping his hands. Noticing the door ajar, he had entered. It was presumptuous of me. Not at all, Li Qing said, sitting up and inviting him to sit at the stone table. I just returned and fell asleep, so I haven't even brewed any tea. Not at all. It was my impudence, Wang Hua reassured him. Wang Hua repeatedly waved his hand, hesitatingly stating that he had a query he wished to consult with the gentleman, and requested an honest response. Li Qing vaguely understood what he was hinting at and remarked, is it concerning the matter of the crown prince's companion for study? Indeed. Wang Hua pondered. May I inquire if it was you who suggested that my son serve as the crown prince's companion? Li Qing's initial thought was, this little rascal has betrayed me. However, upon further reflection, if Wang Shoren had disclosed the truth, Wang Hua would not be questioning, but rather seeking to hold him accountable. After all, he had not sought Wang Hua's consent. Gaining confidence, Li Qing smiled faintly. No. Really? Wang Hua asked, suspicion evident in his tone. Of course. Li Qing's ability to respond so readily was honed through countless trials. His composure and lack of breathlessness led Wang Hua to believe he might have erred. This modest gentleman had no inkling of the depths of Li Qing's cunning. Li Qing continued with a smile. When the current emperor ascended to the throne, the retired emperor embarked on a journey to admire the splendid landscapes. Your son happened to cross paths with him and accompanied him for the duration. During that time, the retired emperor held him in high regard. Now that the crown prince is gradually maturing and entering the stage of learning, the retired emperor recalled little Yun. After a pause, he added, this is what I gathered during my consultations with the retired emperor. Aware that he could not easily concede to Wang Hua, he maintained his stance. After all these years, the retired emperor still remembers? Wang Hua furrowed his brow, aware of the facts yet still perplexed. How could the retired emperor still recall after such a long time? Especially considering his son had yet to enter the official ranks? Li Qing discerned his confusion and chuckled. At that time, little Yun left a profound impression on the retired emperor. What? Does being chased by monks count? Li Qing scratched his nose, sheepishly admitting, I can't recall clearly. If you wish to know, perhaps you should ask the retired emperor. Wang Hua could only smile wryly, shaking his head, and sighed, Mr. Li. You are well acquainted with my son, you know his character. He possesses no extraordinary talent. He is unrestrained and has failed the imperial examinations twice. How could such a person possibly serve as the crown prince's companion? Wang Hua's face was etched with bitterness. The crown prince is the foundation of the nation, and such a matter that significantly impacts the future of the Ming dynasty cannot be treated with any levity. He revealed his true intentions, sincerely stating, a physician of high esteem treats the state, a mid-level physician treats individuals, and a lower-level physician treats ailments. This is the essence of the medical path. You, sir, are indeed a healer. I consider myself discerning, and although you are not a court official, you possess a heart for the nation. In such a significant matter, I implore you to persuade the retired emperor. By the end of his plea, Wang Hua felt embarrassed. This was indeed the first time he sought assistance from another. Li Qing, however, merely shook his head with a smile. You overestimate me, Lord Wang. I am but a wandering physician. The concerns of the state are not my responsibility. If one is not in a position of authority, they should not meddle in governance. The rise and fall of the nation is the responsibility of every individual. How can you think otherwise? Wang Hua, with urgency, insisted, today is the deadline. If we cannot persuade the retired emperor to retract his decree, once the matter is set in stone, it may be irretrievable. Li Qing reiterated his stance. I apologize, but I am merely a wandering physician and cannot involve myself in this matter. Please take your leave, Lord Wang. Wang Hua wished to urge him further, but Li Qing had already risen. Lord Wang, please. Alas, I have troubled you. I shall manage without further escort, Mr. Li. Wang Hua forced a smile, acknowledging the situation. Li Qing finally managed to navigate through the situation with ease, yet as he gazed upon Wang Hua's heavy silhouette, a pang of guilt stirred within him. He recognized that his actions had been somewhat unprincipled. While he empathized with Lao Wang's sentiments, he held greater faith in Xiao Wang's capabilities. Not long after Lao Wang departed, Xiao Wang made his entrance. Today he donned a fitted, plain white robe with narrow sleeves, a silk cap atop his head, and a folding fan in hand. Exuding an air of flamboyance reminiscent of the dandy Li Hao, Li Qing, taken aback, chuckled. What brings about this transformation today? Wang Shoren's shoulders sagged as he reverted to his usual demeanor, his face etched with worry. The time allotted by the emperor has come to an end. Tomorrow, I shall enter the palace to serve as the crown prince's tutor. To be honest, I am quite anxious. He inquired, Sir, do you think my appearance is acceptable? There's no need for such pretentiousness. Just be yourself as you always are, Li Qing replied with a smile. You aren't going on a blind date, and besides, the crown prince is merely a child. There's no need for anxiety. That may be easy for you to say, but he is the crown prince, the heir to the Ming dynasty, the future sovereign. Wang Shoren retorted, how could I not feel pressure? I haven't slept well these past few days. The crown prince is still human, just adorned with an extra layer of prestige, Li Qing said, bemused. If you lack confidence in guiding a mere child, how do you expect to become a sage? I understand the logic, Wang Shoren replied, but he is still the crown prince, and children can be unpredictable. I fear that if I provoke him, it might bring trouble to my father. Doesn't he, the emperor, understand his own son's nature? Li Qing chuckled. The current emperor is benevolent and holds your father in high regard. Serving as the crown prince's tutor has always been a pathway for promotion. I've never heard of anyone suffering misfortune in this role. You are worrying unnecessarily. Let us hope so, Wang Shoren sighed. Sir, I will simply accompany the crown prince in his studies. There's nothing else I need to manage, correct? How could you not manage? Being the crown prince's tutor means guiding him appropriately, Li Qing replied with a roll of his eyes. Certainly, you should first familiarize yourself with him. And once you understand his temperament, you can provide targeted guidance. Pausing for a moment, he added, the crown prince is still a child at heart. Do not be too forceful. Gentle coaxing will yield better results. Very well, Wang Shoren nodded, then asked, is there anything I should change about my appearance? Li Qing laughed. You can forego the fan. It's not hot enough for that this season. Anything else? Well, your complexion is rather dark. So a different color than plain white would be more suitable, Li Qing suggested. That stings, Wang Shuren muttered. Is there anything else? None at all, Li Qing reassured him. You're not the one lecturing. What is there to be anxious about while merely listening? True, but you're not in my position. Wang Shuren replied with a wry smile. It's pointless to dwell on what has already been decided. Now, this is the Wang Shuren I know, Li Qing said with a smile. Let us prepare a couple of dishes and enjoy a drink. Agreed. We are old friends. After all, no need for formality. Just a meat and vegetable dish will suffice. And soon they were indulging in their drinks. Sir, after the Grand Emperor's matters, you will head to Jiaoji, correct? Yes. I must make that journey, Li Qing affirmed. And afterward? I haven't thought it through completely, but I will likely focus on commercial development, he contemplated briefly. I may also venture overseas. I've long wished to learn about the nations beyond our shores. Wang Shuren nodded with a soft sigh. If that is the case, I fear it may be a long time before we can gather again. Ah, you are still young. The future is filled with time, Li Qing remarked with a smile. These past years have kept me quite occupied. After returning from Jiaoji, I won't be so hurried. I wish to take a moment to relax and unwind. You must come to the capital then, Wang Shuren replied. Currently, I am tethered here and cannot join you in leisure. Certainly, Li Qing nodded with a grin. Let me forewarn you. Should you fail in your next examination, I shall truly give you a sound thrashing. As if you have not before, Wang Shuren muttered sullenly. Rest assured, this time I shall exert my utmost effort. If I cannot even attain the degree of Jinshe, how can I aspire to be a sage? Wang Shuren, though spirited, was not oblivious to worldly matters. Attaining the Jinshe degree was imperative, not only for his father's sake, but also to fulfill his promise to Li Qing and, most importantly, for his own aspirations. After finishing their meal and enjoying their drink, Wang Shuren lightened his mood with a jest. I have yet to step foot into the imperial palace. What is it like inside? Just some palaces and a few people. Nothing extraordinary, Li Qing replied lazily. You will discover it for yourself when you go. Wang Shuren inquired. When did you last enter the palace to attend to the Grand Emperor? It's hard to say. I will go when I am summoned, Li Qing teased. You are not a child on your first day of school. Do you need someone to accompany you? Besides, your father will be there. Right now, he finds me bothersome. I dare not accompany him. Wang Shuren shook his head and added, if you have time tomorrow, please visit and help me maintain order. Not a problem, Li Qing assured him. After all, he was the crown prince, the future emperor, and Wang Shuren's apprehension was entirely understandable. As evening descended, Zhu Youzhang finally awakened. Having slept for nearly 6 hours. After washing her face, she felt rejuvenated. Uncle Li, is there anything to eat? Are you hungry? Indeed, I could devour a whole ox. Zhu Youzhang replied, her appetite rekindled. Li Qing suggested, let us dine out. At the tavern, Zhu Youzhang feasted heartily, her mouth glistening with grease, occasionally sipping wine. Resembling a famished wolf, utterly devoid of any semblance of the Li family's matriarch. Look at you. No one is competing for your food, Li Qing teased. His face alight with affection. Zhu Youzhang had finally emerged from her emotional turmoil and no longer felt regret. As an elder, he was pleased. He had many regrets himself, but wished for his juniors to avoid the same. This trip to the capital had yielded unexpected rewards, prompting a contented smile from Li Qing. The following day, in the side hall of Qingqing Palace, Zhu Youzhang arrived early at the temporary school, eagerly awaiting the arrival of Wang Shuren. He did not have to wait long. Soon, Wang Shuren entered, guided by an attendant. Wang Shuren bows to His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. Please, no need for formalities. Zhu Youzhang waved his small hand. Come, sit with me. Thank you, Your Highness. Wang Shuren, seeing the Crown Prince's demeanor, felt his tension ease as he approached and sat beside him. Zhu Youzhang studied him intently, tapping his chin. Wang Shuren, such a peculiar name. Do you know what I am called? Of course, Wang Shuren replied, playing along. Pray, enlighten me, Your Highness. Zhu Youzhang. The young prince puffed out his chest. How about that? Is it not more melodious than yours? Naturally, Wang Shuren chuckled awkwardly, inwardly thinking, setting aside your royal status, your name is far stranger than mine. Zhu Youzhang placed his small hand upon Wang Shuren's shoulder, exuding an air of bravado as he declared, you need not feel inferior. I, the Crown Prince, shall bestow upon you a name most melodious. Wang Shuren's countenance turned pale. I have borne this name for 20 years. How can you simply suggest a change? He hastily diverted the conversation, inquiring, Your Highness, when shall we commence our lessons? Soon, Zhu Youzhang replied, suddenly struck by a playful thought, exclaiming, Wang Shoren. Shall we have some fun at the expense of Teacher Yang? Wang Shoren, taken aback, responded cautiously, what intentions does His Highness harbor? Zhu Youzhang chuckled mischievously. This Teacher Yang delights in showcasing his knowledge. I am but a novice in learning and cannot rival him presently. You must assist me in diminishing his arrogance. Wang Shoren retorted, what jest is this? I have learned of this Teacher Yang. He was a scholar by the age of 12 and a successful candidate by 19. What remarkable talent! To confound such a prodigy is no trivial matter. Even if we were to succeed, it would yield no benefit to us. My apologies, Your Highness. But my education does not permit such actions, Wang Shoren stated earnestly. You must prioritize your studies. Surely not. Zhu Youzhang replied with a look of disinterest. Are you afraid? Not fear, Wang Shoren clarified. What then? Zhu Youzhang pressed. Do you believe yourself to be lesser in knowledge? Perhaps that is a fair assessment, Wang Shoren conceded. Zhu Youzhang furrowed his brow. Is not your father Wang Zhuangyuan? Wang Shoren chuckled awkwardly. As you have stated, my father is indeed a Zhuangyuan, yet I am not. I must confess, I have failed the examinations twice. Seeing Zhu Youzhang was no longer being obstinate or childish, Wang Shoren relaxed, speaking with greater ease. Twice failed. Yet you still serve as the Crown Prince's companion, Zhu Youzhang remarked, his eyes filled with skepticism. You didn't take some clandestine path, did you? Wang Shoren's face flushed with embarrassment. You have a keen eye? At that moment, Yang Tingyi timely intervened. As usual, he entered with teaching materials and stood at the lectern. Resembling modern educators, save for the absence of spectacles, Yang Tingyi then noticed Wang Shoren. Wang Shoren stood and introduced himself. I am Wang Shoren, serving as the Crown Prince's companion in accordance with imperial decree. Are you not the son of Lord Wang Hua? Indeed, Zhu Youzhang interjected. His father is a Zhuangyuan, a man of great learning. Wang Shoren furrowed his brow slightly, sensing an ominous premonition. In the next moment, his fears materialized. Zhu Youzhang remarked, Wang, the companion, does not hold much regard for your knowledge and wishes to test you. Wang Shoren thought, had this been a child from an ordinary family, he would have received a sound reprimand. However, this was the Crown Prince. Not only was it inappropriate to chastise him, but also to even criticize him would be unthinkable. He was merely a companion, not the instructor of the prince. Ha, Your Highness, you jest, Yang Tingyi chuckled. Who jested? Zhu Youzhang countered, feigning innocence. Did you not just propose to challenge him with couplets? I never. You did. Zhu Youzhang pointed to the eunuch at the door. Zhang Yong. Did he say so? He did, Zhang Yong quickly affirmed. I heard it clearly, without doubt. I knew it. Children are the most unpredictable, Wang Shoren sighed in resignation. Yang Tingyi chuckled. Very well. Let us commence the lesson. It is evident that this is merely a self-directed performance by the young prince, aimed at enticing him into a contest with Wang Shoren, allowing the prince to indulge in idleness. Observing Yang Tingyi's reluctance to be deceived, Zhu Youzhang, with a glint in his eye, inquired, Teacher Yang, do you not wish to witness the talents of the son of the top scholar? Wang Shoren, quick to downplay his abilities, responded, Your Highness jests. The depth of Master Yang's scholarship is far beyond my own. It would be better not to make a spectacle of myself. This exchange left Yang Tingyi feeling somewhat embarrassed, prompting him to humbly smile and suggest, perhaps we should engage in a pair of couplets? He turned to Zhu Youzhang and added, Your Highness, after our exchange, it would be prudent to attend to your studies. With a sense of anticipation, Zhu Youzhang assumed the role of an eager onlooker, his face alight with joy as he awaited the unfolding drama, reminding Wang Shoren, Teacher Yang's knowledge is profound. You must present a challenging response, lest it be deemed unworthy. Yang Tingyi, with a calm smile and unwavering confidence, replied, Young Master Wang, feel free to proceed. Encouraged by his assurance, Wang Shoren set aside his modesty and declared, a tin teapot, floating on West Lake. The teapot falls into West Lake. Alas, the teapot. Yang Tingyi was momentarily taken aback, his expression darkening. You truly hold nothing back, do you? Wang Shoren, sensing his displeasure, felt a twinge of guilt. This couplet had been around for ages. Yet few could respond adequately, and even fewer could capture its essence. For instance, Li Qing's study of physics. Zhu Youzhang, however, was delighted, having never before seen Yang Tingyi at a loss for words. Mischievously fanning the flames, he teased, Surely, Teacher Yang, you can't be stumped? After a prolonged pause, Yang Tingyi suddenly recalled his beloved son, his confidence restored. He stroked his beard and articulated, in the occurrence of the jiazi, a son is added. When the son encounters Jiazi, the graceful son is born. Zhu Youzhang turned to Wang Shouren, hesitantly asking, did he respond correctly? Indeed, Wang Shouren affirmed with a nod. Bowing respectfully, Master Yang's talents are extraordinary, and his knowledge vast. I am in awe. You are too kind, young Master Wang, Yang Tingyi replied, his pride evident as he smiled. Laughter erupted as they acknowledged the clever exchange. Just then, Zhu Jianshan, supported by Li Qing and leaning on a cane, entered. I pay my respects to the Grand Emperor, he announced. No need for formalities, Zhu Jianshan responded with a cheerful wave, turning to Li Qing, Dr. Li. How does Yang Qing's couplet compare to that study of physics? Li Qing's lips twitched in annoyance as he replied, it is somewhat better. Just somewhat? Zhu Jianshan pressed. Li Qing, with a scowling face, consoled himself. Let him have his moment. Zhu Jianshan, in high spirits, declared, it appears that Yang Qing's son must indeed be exceptional. His literary talents remarkable. You flatter me, Grand Emperor, Yang Tingyi replied with a modest smile. A child prodigy in youth does not guarantee greatness in adulthood. After a moment's contemplation, Zhu Jianshan pronounced, father prodigy, son prodigy. A prodigy begets a prodigy, an extraordinary prodigy. How splendid, how marvelous. Yang Tingyi, Wang Shouren, and Zhu Youzhang all applauded. Even Zhang Yong outside the door offered his sycophantic praise. The Grand Emperor is truly formidable. Zhu Youzhang gazed at him with admiration. Grandfather, perhaps you should teach me instead? Zhu Jianshan gently pinched his grandson's cheek, playfully scolding. Are you hoping for me to teach you? It seems you wish to take the easy route. Not at all, Zhu Youzhang replied earnestly. I simply believe that Grandpa possesses greater wisdom. Zhu Jianshan, in search of theoretical backing, turned to teacher Yang, asking, what do you think? The Grand Emperor is indeed sagacious, and so is His Highness the Crown Prince. Yang Ting he responded with a respectful bow, emphasizing the necessity of a clear political stance. Zhu Jianshan merely smiled, stroking Zhu Youzhang's small head and saying, I came to see if you have been bullying Wang Tongshui. How could I possibly bully my classmates? Zhu Youzhang laughed awkwardly, glancing at Wang Shouren for confirmation. Yes, indeed, Wang Shouren nodded, casting a resigned glance at Li Qing. Li Qing turned away, pretending not to notice. Well, I am here, and I've even enlisted the Grand Emperor to lend you support. I've done my utmost. As for the young Crown Prince, it's up to you to manage, he encouraged. I have faith in you. You didn't even glance my way. Yet you have the audacity to speak of Wang Shouren's inner thoughts. After sharing a light-hearted moment, Zhu Jianshan presented Yang Tingyi and Wang Shouren each with a large pancake, contentedly departing with Li Qing. In the imperial garden, the two sat on the stone steps of a retaining wall, idly chatting. Sir, do you truly believe Wang Shouren is capable? Absolutely, Li Qing replied with a smile. Please trust my judgment. Zhu Jianshan sighed, nodding gently. As for specifics, I cannot foresee them, but you must keep a close watch. If he proves competent, he may continue as a companion reader. If not, a timely replacement is necessary. The officials often say, the heir apparent is the foundation of the nation. This sentiment holds truth. The education of the Crown Prince is of utmost importance, allowing for no negligence. Rest assured, I am well aware, Li Qing nodded. Zhu Jianshan inquired, by the way, when do you plan to commence the engineering project after my departure? Within a year, Li Qing stated, I need to make a trip to Jiaoji first. And once I return, we will proceed. Very well, I am not in a hurry, Zhu Jianshan responded, stretching his arms and legs. Do you think I will make it to the new year? It's still before the Mid-Autumn Festival, and I increasingly feel my strength waning. It is not solely due to my illness. This year's ancestor worship activities have been excessively taxing. Which of the 6 ministries and 9 ministers has not nearly lost half their lives? Do not worry, Li Qing reassured. I cannot guarantee how much longer you will live, but I can assure you that you will celebrate a reunion during the new year. Zhu Jianshan chuckled lightly. Well then, I am grateful for that. Why speak of gratitude between us? Li Qing laughed. Now, let us return to Changlu Palace for you to rest. Wan Qing has also recovered, and I will bring her tomorrow. She is much better since returning, isn't she? Zhu Jianshan asked. Li Qing nodded with a smile, much improved. Haha, that is good to hear. With Li Qing's assistance, Zhu Jianshan rose and walked towards Changlu Palace. By the way, speaking of prodigies, I am reminded of the talented individual I encountered during my travels in Jiangnan. What was his name? Tang, was it? Tang Yin, styled Bo Hu, Li Qing replied. Yes, Tang Bo Hu, Zhu Jianshan laughed. We had made a wager back then. You bet on Wang Shouren, and I on Tang Bohu. Now that we know Wang Shouren did not top the examinations, should I have the leisure to visit Jiangnan in the future, I believe I could win. Li Qing chuckled. If you truly wish to know, simply send someone to inquire. Why go through all this? That's not the same, Zhu Jianshan retorted. How is it not the same? Wouldn't it be better to know in advance? By the time I have leisure. You will. Li Qing shook his head with a wry smile. Zhu Jianshan chuckled lightly and remarked, in this case, it will allow you to remember me longer. When the time comes, I shall evoke nostalgia. How could you bear it? He snorted, seeking to avenge the wrongs done to him. Do you see that? Li Qing suddenly pointed towards the horizon. What is it? Zhu Jianshan gazed, yet discerned nothing. Did you not see the Emperor Taizu waving at you? Zhu Jianshan, in high spirits, returned to the Chonglu Palace, summoning the Zhou, Ji, and Xiao families. The mothers and daughters-in-law engaged in the joyful preparation of countless dumplings. The entire family reveled in happiness, while Li Qing, finding it dull, opted to return home. Chapter 120. Fighting poison with poison at the hour of shun. Wang Shouren trudged in, dejected. Upon entering, he clamored for Li Qing to prepare a meal, lamenting how weary he was and expressing the need for a hearty feast. Li Qing, unusually agreeable, responded, All right, let us head to the eastern kitchen. As Wang Shouren stoked the fire, he continued to grumble. The crown prince is exceptionally mischievous. Not only is he playful, but he is also quite troublesome. Li Qing quietly listened to his complaints while sautéing the vegetables, remaining unfazed by Zhu Youzhang's various outrageous antics. It was only when the dishes were served and the wine poured that he spoke up, inquiring, What are your plans? What plans could I possibly have? Wang Shouren replied, taking a swig of wine. I can only strive to establish a relationship. The crown prince is intelligent and perceptive, but he is still merely a child. For children, whims and fancies are paramount. If a child dislikes someone, no matter how eloquent that person may be, it is of no consequence. Indeed, your reasoning is quite sound. Keep up the effort. Li Qing nodded with a smile, encouraging him. Do you not intend to offer any assistance? Assist with what? Li Qing asked. His expression, one of bewilderment. You are his companion, not I. You wouldn't dare say that I am being too much, would you? Wang Shouren, exasperated, replied. To be honest, I am under immense pressure. Guiding the crown prince is no simple task. Please, offer me some advice. Li Qing shook his head. I do not know much about the crown prince either. I only know he is playful and unruly, disliking the constraints of society. In that regard, he bears some resemblance to you, which is precisely why I recommended you. After a moment's thought, he added, Here is a suggestion. Consider yourself as an adversary and approach him with the same tactics one would use against an enemy. What do you mean by that? Fight poison with poison. That is excessive. Wang Shouren retorted, irate. Are you suggesting that I am toxic? It is merely a metaphor. Do you truly take it to heart? Your analogy is rather vexing. Wang Shouren rolled his eyes. To be a companion is akin to navigating a vast sea, uncertain of when one shall reach the shore. It is one thing for you, the instigator, to offer no assistance, but to propose such misguided advice is truly unacceptable. No, my suggestion is quite sincere. Li Qing asserted earnestly. You should genuinely consider it. It might yield unexpected results. Pausing, he inquired, What of that teacher surnamed Yang? Are you referring to Yang Tingyi? He is extraordinary. My father mentioned that he passed the imperial examination at the age of 12 and became a jinshi at 19. He is not only well-versed in literature, but also adept in social interactions. His future is boundless, and his son is equally promising. Able to articulate with eloquence and compose poetry at such a young age. Wang Shouren marveled. Today, the retired emperor spoke of child prodigies. And it is indeed without a hint of exaggeration. Li Qing was astonished. You are even acquainted with his son? It is impossible not to be aware. My father speaks of him incessantly. It would be hard to forget, considering he is the pride of another family. Wang Shouren smiled wryly and remarked, To be honest, my understanding of his son surpasses that of him. Li Qing, intrigued, inquired, What is his son's name? How old is he? He is 3 years older than the crown prince, and his name is Yang Shun, replied Wang Shouren. Upon learning that he was merely a young lad, Li Qing's interest waned. He then shifted the topic, saying, Yang Tingyi is the crown prince's tutor, and you are the crown prince's companion, if you could work together. The collaboration is not seamless. Wang Shouren shook his head. Why is that? Yang Tingyi's intellect is undoubtedly commendable. However, His teaching methods are not conducive to the crown prince's acceptance. Wang Shoren sighed. It is not that his instruction is poor, but rather unsuitable for the crown prince. Li Qing pondered. Yet, he flaunts his knowledge and his lectures are rather complex. Does the crown prince not find them challenging? Oh. Yang Tingyi possesses a high level of teaching ability. Though he may be somewhat arrogant, he is pragmatic, and his lessons are straightforward and comprehensible. The crown prince is exceptionally intelligent, so he does not struggle in his studies, Wang Shoren clarified. The issue lies in Yang Tingyi treating the crown prince as an exemplary student, while the crown prince is not that type. He is often preoccupied with thoughts of play rather than study. Wang Shoren reflected, Yang Tingyi's greatest flaw is not the quality of his teaching, but his lack of guidance. Pausing for a moment, he continued, in truth, the crown prince is exceptionally gifted. If he were to commit to his studies, even at a lackadaisical pace, he would still excel beyond his peers. This is a fact, not flattery. Li Qing sipped his wine, contemplating, if the teacher is competent and the student is not foolish. Indeed, both should be without fault. Wang Shoren grumbled, if they are without fault, then it is I who has the problem. Ah ha ha. You are the crown prince's companion. Naturally, guiding him is your responsibility, Li Qing chuckled, filling his cup. You were chosen as the crown prince's companion for precisely this reason. Such an easy thing to say, Wang Shoren mumbled, downing his drink and requesting another. Ah ha ha. I shall pour it myself, Li Qing replied, his demeanor brightening. In truth, you need not feel overly pressured. The crown prince is still young, highly malleable, and has ample time for subtle guidance. Your approach is sound. First, establish a good rapport with him. It is best to befriend him so that you may communicate more effectively. I understand the reasoning. Yet our crown prince is quite difficult to manage, Wang Shoren lamented. He is a child, true, but not a diligent or studious one, nor is he particularly obedient. I am aware. Otherwise, you would not be entrusted with guiding such a sage-like individual. Li Qing chuckled. At that moment, Zhu Youzhang, well-rested, approached, her chopsticks in hand. Oh, Xiaoyan has arrived, she exclaimed. Just call me by my name, Wang Shoren responded. How can I simply call you by your name? Zhu Youzhang replied, slightly embarrassed. If you dislike that, then shall I call you by your courtesy name instead? That will suffice. What is your courtesy name? Bowen, Wang Shoren answered. Zhu Youzhang nodded with a smile. Little brother Bowen, do come often. Next time, I shall cook. Wang Shoren thought to himself, I am of a higher generation than you. You know? However, given that Lady Li was nearing the age of understanding fate, being of her generation did not seem disadvantageous. Though it felt somewhat excessive to be called uncle. Wang Shoren sighed, realizing, we must each adhere to our own titles. Zhu Youzhang naturally took a seat and began to eat and drink with her chopsticks. In recent days, she indulged in eating and sleeping, finally alleviating the exhaustion from her journey under the starry sky to pay respects to her ancestors. Especially after compensating for her regrets, her appetite flourished. A large platter of scallion lamb was nearly devoured by her in mere moments, even though they had only taken a few bites. You should have a drink, Li Qing suggested. In unison, Wang Shoren and Li Qing responded. What are you doing while we drink here? Zhu Youzhang awkwardly set down her chopsticks and smiled, inquiring. Brother Bowen, how does it feel to be a companion reader to the prince? Not much, Wang Shoren replied with a hint of resentment. Children can be mischievous. One simply needs to get used to it. Zhu Youzhang chuckled and raised her glass, saying, Come now, I toast you, dear sister. You haven't mentioned the last incident. And yet you're already trying to get close again? I'm impressed. Your audacity must have been honed alongside Li Qing. Wang Shoren smiled wryly as he lifted his cup, bemused by the antics of this uncle-nephew pair. Wang Shoren did not linger long. As the hour approached the end of the third watch, he rose to take his leave, citing the need to prepare for lessons. Though not a teacher, he needed to prepare guiding lessons. Li Qing accompanied him to the door, promising, Tomorrow, I will speak with the retired emperor. You must not work without reward. The court should provide you with a salary. In that case, thank you, sir, Wang Shoren finally smiled, for his family was impoverished. In his youth, he had been unaware of his own limitations, and that boast of having some wealth still brought him shame whenever he recalled it. Upon closing the door, Li Qing turned and asked, Have you rested well? Yes, Zhu Youzhang nodded. What does uncle need me to do? Starting tomorrow, you will accompany me into the palace. Li Qing instructed. Though it is not yet mid-autumn and the new year is still far off, finding ease during this time will not be simple. You must diligently fulfill your role as my assistant. Understood. Zhu Youzhang nodded earnestly. The following day, the uncle and niece entered the palace, officially embarking on a thorough regimen of recovery. Acupuncture, herbal medicine, vital energy cultivation, and even the quintessence of his past expertise, the five-string zither, was employed. The difference was that he was no longer the same man from the 15th year of Hangwu. His control over vital energy was now effortless, greatly reducing discomfort for outsiders. And the sound of the zither no longer traveled as far. Zhu Youzhang was also busy, assisting with various tasks. During the Mid-Autumn Festival, Zhu Youzhang specially invited the two to enjoy the moon and partake of mooncakes in the palace. In the side hall of Chonglu Palace, Zhu Youzhang had already prepared 2 chambers for their stay, also to accommodate his worsening condition for Li Qing's treatment. He was quite accepting of his fate and unafraid of death. However, he did not wish to depart a day earlier than necessary. He wanted to spend more time with his grandchildren, little Ji, little Xiao, and several sons of the princes. After finishing the mooncakes, Zhu Youzhang ordered his attendants to send imperial edicts to his sons in their fiefdoms, summoning them to the capital for the new year. Although months remained until the celebration, travel would take considerable time, and he feared he might not endure until then. He wanted his sons by his side when it was time for him to leave. Days passed, and Zhu Youzhang actively embraced treatment, acupuncture, herbal medicine, music, and vital energy, accepting all with an optimistic mindset. Yet, his body inevitably grew weaker with each passing day. As the weather turned cooler and then cold, he wore several layers more than the average person, and everyone sensed the impending approach of the retired emperor's end. Before the snow fell, a solemn atmosphere enveloped the palace. In the early days of winter, Prince Zhu Youzhang and his consort arrived first. In the Longlu Palace, Zhu Youzhang summoned the imperial kitchen to prepare a sumptuous feast for his son, welcoming him home. He also specifically invited the Xiao family, encouraging a conversation between mother and son. "Mother, you seem to have aged," Zhu Youzhang remarked, his eyes glistening with emotion. "How have you been these past few years?" "I am well, very well indeed," Xiao replied with a smile. "But you, my dear son, why have you not blessed me with a grandchild?" "Oh, I am trying my best," Zhu Youzhang said, chuckling awkwardly. Meanwhile, Princess Jiang felt a twinge of anxiety, fearing her mother-in-law might seize the opportunity to criticize. In truth, she had been quite comfortable as a daughter-in-law, with her mother-in-law residing far away in the capital, and they had not clashed in years. "Mother, my husband and I will surely bring you a healthy grandson," Jiang weakly assured. Zhu Youzhang, who was savoring tea nearby, interjected, "One is hardly enough. It's not as if we cannot afford it. Let us have 5. Chapter 121. The discontent of Prince Yang. The morning was dreary, and as the uncle and nephew made their way, snowflakes began to drift down, swirling chaotically in the wind. The biting cold felt sharp against their skin. Zhu Youzhang tightened her fox fur cloak and sought to initiate a conversation. "Uncle Li, it is indeed cold today." "Well, it is winter. When is it not cold?" Li Qing replied, noticing little difference from previous winters. Upon reflection, it made sense. If every year were drastically different, humanity would not endure for long. It seemed that even if harsh winters were inevitable, they would not be excessively severe, or else humanity would face extinction. Contemplating the climate of Jiaoji alleviated much of Li Qing's concern regarding the weather. The granaries of the Ming dynasty were not confined to its own territory. Of course, this was contingent upon the complete rise of industry and commerce, overshadowing agriculture. Given the current trajectory, it was merely a matter of time before commerce became the preeminent force in the Ming dynasty. Although Hongji was not particularly remarkable, he managed to maintain a reasonable course under the influence of Zhu Youzhang and his own modest beginnings. Such prudence was, in fact, commendable. The only worry for Li Qing was who would succeed the throne in the Ming dynasty. However, with Wang Shuren in the picture, things should not turn catastrophic. Currently, the Ming dynasty thrived in prosperity and affluence. The requirements for the emperor's character were not excessively demanding. As long as the emperor refrained from reckless actions and adhered to established protocols, the dynasty would continue its ascent. The path of capital had just begun, and a lengthy period of growth lay ahead. Even without the emperor's intervention, the Ming dynasty would still progress. After so long of planning and the efforts of several generations of emperors, the momentum for development in the Ming dynasty was formidable. It would glide forward, provided there was no deliberate attempt to apply the brakes. "Give me your hand." "No need, Uncle Li, conserve your strength. You will need it to attend to my elder brother later. I am not yet at the point of being unable to endure." Zhu Youzhang smiled, then sighed. As we head north, it will likely become even colder. I truly wonder how the common folk survive the winter. Uncle Li, how do the people in Liaodong manage? They prepare their supplies in advance and stay indoors during winter, Li Qing lamented. Yet even those who remain indoors sometimes cannot endure, especially the elderly. Winter can be fatal. Zhu Youzhang fell silent for a moment and replied, Uncle Li, such is the way of the world. It has always been so. She sighed softly and recited, the charcoal seller, chopping wood and burning charcoal in the southern mountains. His face covered in dust, the smoke marking his features. His hair gray and his fingers blackened. What does he earn from selling charcoal? Just enough for clothing and food. Pity that his garments are so scant. His heart troubled by the low price of charcoal, wishing for the cold weather to return. Zhu Youzhang gently remarked, it is not that people are weak, but that they are impoverished. Were it not for their poverty, why would they endure the cold? Sensing the weight of the conversation, she changed the subject with a smile. But in truth, it is not so dire. Isn't the Ming dynasty progressing positively? In the future, as commerce and industry flourish and the populace grows affluent, production costs will surely decrease, and I believe that the circumstances mentioned by Uncle Li will significantly improve. Li Qing nodded lightly. Indeed, but to reach that point, a long journey lies ahead. There is hope, is there not? Yes, there is hope. Li Qing smiled, a smile imbued with joy, anticipation, and a hint of bitterness. In the hall of eternal joy, the uncle and nephew lingered in the outer chamber until the chill had dissipated before proceeding to the inner palace. Zhu Youzhang skillfully opened the cabinet beside the dragon bed, retrieving a 5-string zither, testing the strings before taking out the needle box for sterilization. Preparing for Li Qing's treatment, Li Qing settled by the bed, performing the customary checks. Zhu Youzhang, however, remained rather at ease, responding only to essential inquiries as if he were a lord. After a considerable time, thoroughly familiar with the pathology, Li Qing began the treatment. Zhu Youzhang had reached a critical stage and required utmost caution. Merely checking and analyzing the pathology took a quarter of an hour, all for the sake of precise treatment. Gently manipulating the silver needles, Li Qing, while stimulating the acupoints with his vital energy, inquired, is there any discomfort during the acupuncture? None, Zhu Youzhang replied, resting his chin on a soft pillow, and softly asked, with less than 2 months until the new year, will we be able to celebrate properly? Of course. Li Qing affirmed decisively, we will certainly celebrate well. Have the princes arrived? Prince Qing has arrived, while Princes Qi and Yi are still on their way. Calculating the days, they should arrive within a fortnight, Zhu Youzhang replied with a smile. Li Qing returned the smile. Then this new year will surely be lively. Yes. You both should stay together, Zhu Youzhang suggested. You can stay in the palace. Accommodations have been prepared for you, so why not take advantage of it? Li Qing replied. As a man, it is rather inappropriate for me to reside in the palace for too long. If you find it inappropriate, perhaps you should endure a little pain? Zhu Youzhang teased. Li Qing's expression darkened. Do you dare challenge me? Or I might just pierce you with a needle. Ha ha. Zhu Youzhang erupted into laughter, but soon coughed violently before calming down, self-deprecatingly stating, with my frail constitution, you need not exert yourself. A mere oversight could cost me my life. Then perhaps you should behave yourself, Li Qing chided, before continuing with the acupuncture. Brother, it is time for your medicine, Zhu Youzhang announced as she entered with the medication. Li Qing carefully removed the silver needles, placing them back into the brocade box, and made space for Zhu Youzhang. She helped her brother sit up, scooping the medicine with a spoon until it was cool enough to administer. With a harmonious twang, Li Qing began to play the zither, producing the 5 notes, gong, shang, jiao, ji, and yu, flowing like a gentle stream, bringing tranquility to the mind. After a while, the music ceased, and Zhu Youzhang's pale face regained a hint of color. His spirit rejuvenated. At this moment, the young eunuch approached with light steps, reporting to the Grand Emperor that Prince Qing had been waiting outside the hall for quite some time. Announce him, the eunuch respectfully complied, and soon after, Prince Zhu Youzhang entered. Your son pays his respects to father, he said. Rise, Zhu Youzhang replied warmly. Come, sit. Zhu Youzhang moved forward and sat by the bedside, expressing concern. Father, are you feeling any better? Not much hope left, Zhu Youzhang sighed. I summoned you from afar for one last gathering. Father, do not speak like that. Dr. Li is exceptionally skilled. He will surely restore you to health. Zhu Youzhang comforted, turning to Li Qing. Isn't that right, Dr. Li? Li Qing remained silent, pondering. Are you using my presence as a shield for your flattery? Noticing the lack of respect from Li Qing, Zhu Youzhang felt a twinge of dissatisfaction but refrained from expressing it, forcing a smile. Father, do not worry. You will recover. Zhu Jinshan, choosing not to dwell on the topic, inquired instead, Are you settling in well at the Ten Princes Manor? I am accustomed to it. I have not been a vassal for long, so how could I not adjust? Zhu Youzhang nodded. Yesterday, I heard from my royal brother that Prince Qi and Prince Yi will be arriving soon. Father, take good care of yourself. We shall enjoy a drink together then. Indeed. That is a must. Zhu Jinshan replied with a smile. The father and son engaged in lively conversation, making their two companions feel somewhat superfluous, prompting them to withdraw. As they stepped outside, they encountered a throng of women, including the Zhou, Ji, and Shao families, along with vassal princes and princesses, totaling no fewer than 20 individuals. Li Qing hastily quickened his pace. Encountering such a multitude would require a considerable amount of time merely for formalities. In the Qianqing Palace's side hall, during a break, Zhu Youzhang wielded a long whip, striking a wooden top. He was warmly dressed, his cheeks flushed, showing no fear of the cold, while Zhang Yong cheered him on enthusiastically. Beneath the eaves, Yang Tingyi and Wang Shoren stood side by the red-painted wooden pillar. One bore a look of concern, while the other was at ease. After a while, Yang Tingyi spoke. Young Master Wang, as the Crown Prince's companion, you should guide him to focus on his studies. His words, though polite, carried an undertone of reproach. Wang Shoren replied with a smile, He is just a child. It's natural for him to be playful. Rigidly enforcing study is unwise, as it would stifle his inherent nature. Moreover, the Crown Prince is the heir apparent. Overly strict discipline may hinder his independent judgment. I cannot concur with you. Young Master Wang, Yang Tingyi interjected. Precisely because the Crown Prince is the future emperor, he must diligently study to bring prosperity to the people of the Ming. Had he been born into a common family, your argument would hold water, but as he is the heir, he cannot be treated as an ordinary child. Wang Shoren shrugged. But he is still a child. He is not an ordinary child. He cannot be educated in the same manner as one, Yang Tingyi stated solemnly. Ah, indeed. Wang Shoren conceded, choosing not to argue further. Your reasoning is sound, Minister Yang. Upon hearing this, Yang Tingyi's expression softened. So what? Yang Tingyi's lips twitched, retorting, so? Does young Master Wang agree with my suggestion? Wang Shoren looked puzzled, remarking, Minister Yang, you are the Crown Prince's teacher. It seems inappropriate for a student to intervene in educational matters. After all, he spread his hands. I am merely a student. You, Yang Tingyi, feeling a surge of indignation, queried, Young Master Wang, what is the Emperor's intent in appointing you as the Crown Prince's companion for study? The imperial decree did not elucidate this matter. It merely stated that I was to fulfill the role of companion, leaving the reasons unspecified. Wang Shoren, with a smile, suggested, if you wish to comprehend the Emperor's reasoning, perhaps you should inquire directly with him. Yang Tingyi's temper flared. The Crown Prince's mischievousness, coupled with Wang's apparent lack of responsibility, was indeed exasperating. He inhaled deeply and reiterated, I hope, young Master Wang, that you will cooperate with me. Oh, Yang Tingyi replied grimly, feeling a sense of futility akin to striking a fist against cotton. He huffed. If you cannot fulfill your duties as a companion, I shall have the right to report this to the Emperor. Wang Shoren nodded, acknowledging the validity of Yang's statement. Yang Tingyi, in a fit of frustration, dramatically waved his sleeve and proclaimed, Your Highness, the time has come to resume our lessons. Zhu Youzhang loosened his collar and inquired, Zhang Yong, is it indeed time? I am not certain. Zhang Yong replied, bewildered, sensing that the prince had yet to indulge fully. Yang Tingyi erupted, Zhang Yong. How dare you? Zhang Yong recoiled, hastily stammering, Your Highness, it appears that the time has indeed arrived. What ill intentions could a mere eunuch possess? I merely wish to see the Crown Prince in good spirits. Despite harboring resentment, Zhang Yong dared not show it, for he was but a eunuch. Chapter 122. What is there to object? At the end of winter, the kings of Qi and Yi arrived in the capital to pay their respects. Zhu Jinshan was delighted. Summoning all the princes and princesses of the 10 royal houses, along with a host of consorts. In a fit of unrestrained revelry, they indulged in excessive feasting, ultimately resulting in a regrettable bout of vomiting, nearly costing them their lives. This spectacle alarmed the onlookers, but fortunately, the renowned physician Li had the skill to revive them. Are you seeking death? I have warned you repeatedly against overindulgence, yet you seem to disregard my words. Li Qing scolded vehemently. Sir, please lower your voice. Do not let others overhear, Zhu Jinshan replied sheepishly. What? Now you feel shame? I am, after all, the retired emperor. Could you not afford me a modicum of respect? Humph, you seek respect? You drank to excess without a thought for me. Do you truly believe I am a miracle worker? Li Qing retorted, frustration lingering. Consider yourself fortunate this time. Continue this way, and none shall enjoy the new year. Very well, it shall not happen again, Zhu Jinshan hastily assured him. Li Qing's expression softened slightly. Your current condition does not permit further indulgence in wine. If you find yourself in desperate need, limit it to a glass or two. Any more, and even a deity could not save you. Understood, Zhu Jinshan nodded, observing that Li Qing's ire had diminished. Sir, I do not feel well at all. Is that not obvious? After wandering through the halls of the underworld, how could you feel well? Li Qing glared. Engage in conversation, savor some tea. Why must you insist on drinking? Do consider your own limitations. After a lengthy admonition, Li Qing concluded, your time is short, spend it with your family. Do not debase your health for mere pleasures. Enjoy a joyful reunion, for the people deserve a happy new year as well. Zhu Jinshan was no ordinary man. As the retired emperor of the Ming dynasty, should he pass before the new year, none would find joy in the celebrations. Understood. Zhu Jinshan understood this principle and pondered. Sir, I am currently feeling quite unwell. You should remain in Changle Palace. I fear that should anything happen, I would not have the chance to see you one last time. Very well, Li Qing replied softly. Do not dwell on such futile thoughts. Simply enjoy yourself. And leave the rest to me. In the Changle Palace courtyard, Zhu Youzhang made full use of his cleverness, convincing Zhang Yong to pour several buckets of water onto the ground. Once frozen, they engaged in spinning tops upon its surface, making them whirl faster than ever. However, this sport proved rather taxing for Zhu Youzhang. As she slipped and skated far across the ice, she stumbled once more upon rising. Zhu Youzhang, with his chin raised and hands on his hips, laughed heartily. Huh? Uncle Li, I wish to give him a good thrashing. Through gritted teeth, Zhu Youzhang muttered. I want to make his backside sore. Li Qing helped her to her feet and beckoned Zhu Youzhang. Come here. Why should I come over just because you say so? Zhu Youzhang pouted, displaying an adorable stubbornness. At that moment, Zhu Youzhang and Empress Zhang entered together, only to comically slip and fall in unison. Zhu Youzhang, being rather rotund, trembled upon impact, unable to rise for quite some time. Who did this? Who poured the water? Zhu Youzhang exclaimed in exasperation. Zhang Yong turned pale and hurried to assist. But as he took a couple of steps, he too lost his balance. Fortunately, he was quick-witted enough to kneel, sliding directly to the emperor's feet in a dramatic fashion. Your Majesty, spare me. I was merely following orders. Whose orders? The Crown Prince. Your Highness, please say something. Zhang Yong's heart raced with fear. Zhu Youzhang timidly confessed, Father, it was I who instructed Zhang Yong to pour the water. Come here. Do you mean I should come over? Zhu Youzhang began, only to realize he was addressing the emperor and quickly added, I shall come at once. To his credit, the little fellow was quite clever, hopping to the left and bouncing to the right without falling. Father. Smack. Zhu Youzhang suddenly had an epiphany. My nephew is rather impressive. Zhu Youzhang, fuming, retorted. Do you not realize that such antics may lead to injury? What if your grandmother were to fall? I would have to punish you severely. He attempted to rise, only to stumble once more. Come here again. No. Thank you. Zhu Youzhang shook his head vigorously. I am not foolish. With that, he scampered into the palace. Zhu Youzhang, exasperated, caught sight of Li Qing and Zhu Youzhang observing him, which only added to his embarrassment, as he shouted, Zhang Yong. Zhang Yong. Your Majesty, I am right here. Zhang Yong replied weakly, his heart racing. Zhu Youzhang gritted his teeth. Within the next 15 minutes, if the ice is not cleared, I shall have your head. Yes, yes. I shall obey. Zhang Yong, terrified, dashed off to find tools, neglecting even to assist the emperor. Ultimately, it was Empress Zhang who exerted herself to help her husband to his feet. After enjoying the spectacle, Li Qing and Zhu Youzhang finally made their way into the palace. Inside, the various princes and princesses were present, and as Zhu Jinshan's health declined day by day, they all came to the palace daily to converse with their father, fulfilling their filial duties. As the uncle and nephew entered, the little one was amusingly imitating the wrestling match he had witnessed between his father and the emperor, eliciting hearty laughter from Zhu Jinshan. The princes and princesses longed to join in the mirth, yet dared not express their amusement, nearly stifling themselves in the process. Truly, he was a devoted grandson, Zhu Youzhang thought to herself, bemused. If my grandson behaved in such a manner, I would certainly have to discipline him. At that moment, Zhu Youzhang limped in, supported by Empress Zhang. Zhu Youzhang proudly proclaimed, "Grandfather, do you see? Am I not quite like him?" A stifled laugh erupted from one of the princes, setting off a chain reaction of laughter throughout the hall. Zhu Youzhang's face flushed crimson with embarrassment, as did Empress Zhang's. It was a most humiliating moment. However, being family, Zhu Youzhang, though irritated, did not bear any ill will towards his siblings, especially since it was his eldest son who had instigated the mirth. He managed a forced smile, feigning ignorance. "What is it that brings such joy?" "It concerns your little tumble from earlier," Zhu Youzhang replied with a chuckle. The laughter, which had begun to wane, erupted anew. Zhu Youzhang noted the jovial atmosphere and, with Li Qing not in a hurry to begin his examination, allowed the laughter to continue until it had subsided sufficiently. "Your Majesty, it is time for the examination to commence," Li Qing eventually interjected. "Very well," Zhu Youzhang replied. "You all may wait outside the hall. After the esteemed physician has completed his treatment, we shall resume our gathering." "Yes, father," the assembly of princes and princesses responded, retreating from the hall. However, Zhu Youzhang lingered, for he was not foolish enough to venture outside where his father would surely reprimand him. He believed himself safer within these walls, though unbeknownst to him. The danger was greater here. Once the coast was clear, Zhu Youzhang turned directly to her elder brother. "I too experienced a fall and feel quite irritable. I wish to strike someone." Assuming the guise of Li Qing's assistant rather than that of Li's legitimate wife, she felt unencumbered by societal norms. After all, her brother would not return after today, and she would have no further dealings with the little rascal, so why not indulge herself? Zhu Youzhang found amusement in her antics. "You are a child, and yet you act as one." Zhu Youzhang nodded, pinning the little one down, covering his mouth with one hand while delivering playful smacks to his rear with the other. The sound echoed, smack, smack, smack. Zhu Youzhang was utterly bewildered. He had not anticipated that an assistant to a humble physician would dare to strike him. By the time he comprehended the situation, his mouth was covered, leaving him unable to call for help. Muffled cries of indignation escaped him, his cheeks flushed with anger. After a considerable moment, Zhu Youzhang finally ceased her playful assault, threatening, "If you dare to tease your aunt again, I shall make your backside sore. You dare strike me? Insult me? You are finished." Zhu Youzhang fumed, unaware that the term aunt was not intended as an insult. "Well, you brought this upon yourself," Zhu Youzhang chuckled. "Go outside and play. Your grandfather requires medical attention." Seeing his grandfather's lack of support only heightened Zhu Youzhang's frustration. His chest heaved with indignation as he directed a fierce glare at Zhu Youzhang, declaring, "Just wait. Do you think I fear you?" Zhu Youzhang scoffed, and as the little fellow stormed out of the grand hall in a huff, she remarked to her brother, "You indulge him too much. Perhaps a little, but he is not so bad." Zhu Youzhang sighed. Having grandchildren in old age inevitably leads to some spoiling. Yet, Zhu Youzhang is not incorrigibly troublesome. He is quite endearing most of the time, possessing a clever mind. "Enough of your praises." Zhu Youzhang rolled her eyes at her brother. "Li uncle, you may begin the acupuncture. I shall prepare the medicine." "Very well," Li Qing acknowledged, taking the needle box and preparing to commence his work. Zhu Youzhang adeptly turned over and said, "Sir, with only a little over 10 days left until the new year, could you possibly administer some potent remedy to invigorate me? After all, I do not have many days left to live. I cannot simply languish in this room until death claims me." Li Qing sighed inwardly. This was not the first time he had heard such a request. Rather, it was a common plea at this juncture. In truth, desiring to experience the sensations of a normal life in one's final moments is not unreasonable. For the average person, living another day is the greatest fortune. Yet Zhu Youzhang is different. He is an emperor, a sovereign of unparalleled status, bearing the pride of a formidable ruler. This requires time and is not enduring. "You must consider it carefully," Li Qing spoke solemnly. "Once we commence, there will be no turning back." Zhu Youzhang chuckled softly. "My path has reached its end." "Is there any turning back?" Li Qing fell silent. "I have but two requests. First, to see the new year, and second, to regain my vitality," Zhu Youzhang stated calmly. "As for how long it lasts, it matters not to me." He smiled, adding, "After all, I am an emperor. I cannot succumb to illness until my last breath. Very well, I shall devise a plan, Li Qing responded gravely. Give me 5 days, and I shall return you 10 days of health. 10 days? Zhu Jinshan exclaimed with delight. What are we waiting for? Let us begin. Zhu Youzhang opened her mouth, hesitating several times, yet ultimately said nothing. Since it was her elder brother's choice, she felt compelled to respect it. Li Qing, no longer holding back, activated the remaining vitality within Zhu Jinshan, skillfully stimulating the deepest acupoints and infusing him with vital energy, while simultaneously presenting a remedy. Zhu Jinshan yearned to savor the joys of life once more and wished to depart with dignity. Although Li Qing felt reluctant, he also respected his wishes. Ultimately, one must depart when the time comes. Thus, why not do so in a more splendid manner? Chapter 123. The most heartless of imperial families? Father, it was she. Zhu Youzhang pointed at Zhu Youzhang, his small face brimming with fury. Father, you must take my side. As the saying goes, what can be dismantled can also be constructed. What can be broken can also be established. Since Zhu Youzhang dared to strike Zhu Youzhang, she surely had means to handle the aftermath. Initially, she was taken aback, then horrified, followed by an expression of rage, which swiftly transformed into fear, a sequence of emotions executed flawlessly. Your Majesty, I am wronged. Zhu Youzhang gestured dismissively, indicating there was no issue, but his countenance darkened entirely. Youzhang, cease this unreasonable behavior, or your father shall show no mercy. Father, every word I speak is the truth. Zhu Youzhang exclaimed, feeling utterly aggrieved. Just look at my bottom. She is the one who struck me. As he spoke, the little fellow truly attempted to remove his trousers. What an absurdity! What an absurdity! Zhu Youzhang was genuinely angered. Such conduct was unbecoming of a crown prince. With a resounding slap, the usually good-natured Zhu Youzhang lost his temper, ignoring all decorum and delivering a thorough thrashing. Zhu Youzhang cried out, while simultaneously threatening Zhu Youzhang. Dare to tell me your name, if you have the courage. Impudence! Impudence! Zhu Youzhang felt a wave of embarrassment and delivered another series of slaps. How could he believe that a common woman would dare strike his son, especially in the presence of a grandfather striking a grandson? It was nothing short of ludicrous. Even the boldest soul would not dare to commit such an act. Zhu Youzhang was aware of Li Hao's situation, yet he remained oblivious to the fact that Zhu Wanqing, standing before him, was not only his cousin's mother but also his own aunt. Zhu Youzhang assumed that his son was merely venting his frustrations on an unsuspecting target. Recalling his earlier misstep, he felt an even greater surge of anger, leading him to strike harder. In this chaotic moment, even if Zhu Youzhang were to remove his trousers, it would be impossible to discern who had caused the redness on his backside. Your Highness, please calm your anger, the gathered princes and princesses implored, hastily asserting that the crown prince was still young. This only exacerbated the young lad's feelings of injustice. Father, it was that wicked old woman who struck me. Zhu Wanqing furrowed her brow and promptly declared, Your Majesty, since the crown prince harbors a dislike for this humble woman, I humbly request permission to return to my hometown. Li Qing, naturally siding with his niece, interjected, Your Majesty, the former emperor's health is deteriorating. It is imperative I have an assistant. My apprentice has been with me for quite some time, and a replacement would hinder my ability to practice medicine. Zhu Youzhang, acknowledging the situation, relented and forced a smile, saying, The crown prince is merely mischievous. I would not be unable to discern right from wrong. Rest assured, she will not be blamed. Someone, take the crown prince to the academy. From this day forth, there shall be afternoon classes as well. What? Zhu Youzhang, momentarily forgetting his pain, hastily pleaded, Father, please calm your anger. I was wrong. I misspoke. She did not hit me. Zhu Youzhang sneered. Too late. Zhang Yong. Just as Zhang Yong, who had just finished clearing the ice, rushed in, Zhu Youzhang instructed, Take the crown prince to the academy. If anything similar occurs again, you shall bear the punishment. Yes, Your Majesty, Zhang Yong replied hastily, pulling Zhu Youzhang along. Come, Your Highness. Ah, that old hag, just you wait. Zhu Youzhang fumed. Still daring to defy? You will have classes tonight, and I shall teach you myself. Zhang Huangho shot a resentful glare at her son upon hearing this. Father, I am wronged. Zhu Youzhang's lament faded into the distance. Li Qing withdrew his gaze and offered a respectful bow, stating, This humble subject takes his leave. I too take my leave. Zhu Wanqing added, Uncle, is it truly going to be this way for my elder brother? Li Qing sighed. In a way, It is not without merit. Zhu Yuanqing fell silent for a moment, then gently sighed. After this year, I shall not return to the capital. I do not wish to return either. Li Qing responded with a wry smile. If circumstances allow, that would be ideal. Now, we must prepare for the upcoming challenges. Let us muster our spirits. As the new year approached, the atmosphere within the palace transformed. Steamed buns, fried dumplings, and dumplings filled the air with the essence of celebration. The royal festivities bore little distinction from those of the common folk, save for their grandeur and abundance. This year, Li Qing found himself remarkably at ease, free from the burdens of market visits and meal preparations, simply awaiting the feast. The uncle and niece resided in the side hall of Changel Palace, and with Zhu Jianxin's particular care, their meals were exceptionally delightful. Under the demanding treatment and the festive spirit, Zhu Jianxin's complexion improved daily. He regained his vitality, speaking with renewed vigor, and the palace was suffused with an atmosphere of joyous celebration. Days later, Zhu Jianxin had nearly returned to a state of normalcy. Not only had his energy returned, but he could also move about freely without the need for a cane. On this day, a heavy snow fell, blanketing the ground with a thick layer of white in the early morning hours. Zhu Youzhang donned a cotton jacket beneath a resplendent crimson robe adorned with harmonious embellishments, topped off with a tiger skin hat, exuding an endearing vigor. The young child, brimming with energy, seemed blissfully unaware of the cold as he crouched down, scooping up snow and forming it into a compact ball, which he hurled at Zhang Yong. "Oh dear, Your Highness, you are truly accurate." Zhang Yong feigned astonishment, chuckling heartily. "Come on, join in." With rosy cheeks, Zhu Youzhang eagerly anticipated the contest, eager to see who would prevail. Zhang Yong cast a sidelong glance at the two emperors sheltered beneath the eaves, his expression betraying a hint of embarrassment as he shook his head with a forced smile. Disheartened by the lack of engagement, Zhu Youzhang turned to his father and grandfather, proposing, "Shall we partake in a snowball fight?" "Preposterous." Zhu Youzhang interjected with a stern gaze. Zhu Jianxin furrowed his brow. Immediately, Zhu Youzhang wilted under his father's scrutiny, sheepishly stating, "Father, it's still snowing, and the ground is slippery. Do you think everyone is like you?" Zhu Jianxin retorted mercilessly. "There are others present. Can't you show me a little leniency, father?" Zhu Youzhang pleaded helplessly, turning to Li Qing for support. "Li, esteemed physician, is it appropriate for the retired emperor to engage in such vigorous activity? At this juncture, what does it matter?" Li Qing responded, "As long as the retired emperor is joyful, that is all that matters." Zhu Yuanqing wished to counter, but found herself at a loss for words. Seeing that Li Qing offered no opposition, Zhu Jianxin, laughing heartily, stepped out from beneath the eaves and called out, "Zhu Youzhang, are you ready?" "Ready," Zhu Youzhang proclaimed, lifting his chin defiantly. Zhu Jianxin bent down, scooping up a handful of snow, launching it towards his eldest grandson, followed swiftly by another snowy projectile. "Oh, missed." Zhu Youzhang nimbly dodged, ready to bask in his triumph, only to be struck by the next snowball. "Oh dear, I celebrated too soon." Zhu Jianxin laughed like a youthful child, embodying the spirit of a mischievous victor. Indeed, Zhu Jianxin, despite his rotund appearance, proved quite agile as he pressed the advantage against his grandson. Zhu Youzhang, though swift, found himself at a disadvantage, often on the receiving end of the playful assault. Yet, he remained undeterred, brushing off the snow after each hit, and valiantly retaliating when the opportunity arose. The grandfather and grandson reveled in their joyous play. Soon, princes and princesses arrived in droves, followed by the Zhou, Ji, Wang, and Xiao families, transforming the palace courtyard into a lively spectacle. Inspired by the exuberance of the elder pair, the princes joined the snowball fight, albeit maintaining a respectful distance from the grandfather-grandson duo, each crafting their own projectiles. The princesses and concubines, maintaining a semblance of decorum, stood aside, playing the role of cheerleaders. In that moment, the swirling snowflakes seemed to lose their chill. "Brother, come play?" Zhu Yujian beckoned to Zhu Youzhang, brushing off the snow that had landed upon him from the Prince of Qi's throw. Eager to join, Zhu Youzhang replied with a grin. "I'm in." However, he was no match for his son's agility. As he descended the steps, he stumbled and fell. The ground is quite slippery." Zhu Youzhang, possessing a good-natured temperament, brushed off the snow from his robe, joining the fray, undeterred by his misstep. Li Qing, observing this scene, couldn't help but smile. Stripped of royal pretenses, they mirrored the simplicity of ordinary families, as long as there were no power struggles among the princes. The royal family, too, shared bonds of affection, fatherly love, brotherly camaraderie, and sisterly connection. Is the imperial family devoid of empathy? Not in the least. Joyous moments always seem to pass swiftly. It feels as though the New Year's Eve has arrived quietly before we even noticed. At the break of dawn, Zhu Youzhang began to wield his brush, with a young eunuch standing by, ready to post each character of good fortune as it was completed. In the courtyard of the palace, the fire crackled merrily, radiating warmth and cheer. Zhu Youzhang, Empress Zhang, and Zhu Youzhang were the first to arrive to extend their New Year greetings, followed closely by the Wang and Ji families, along with the concubines. Lastly, the Zhou family made their appearance. Zhu Youzhang, accompanied by his children, daughters-in-law, and grandchildren, offered their New Year wishes to her. The imperial kitchen sent forth steaming dumplings, and as Zhu Youzhang distributed them, he cheerfully remarked, "Let us see who possesses the best fortune, as they shall find the solitary dumpling containing a coin." Li Qing and Zhu Wanqing were present in the palace but remained distant, engaged in their own conversation while enjoying the dumplings. "Do they know of Uncle Li's condition?" Zhu Wanqing whispered. "Fear not, he shall not leave us with troubles." "At least the emperor is aware," replied Li Qing, sipping fish soup with calm composure. Zhu Wanqing nodded, casting a glance at her elder brother in the center, saying, "I observe that my brother appears in good spirits and is thriving." "That is merely superficial." Li Qing set down his small bowl with a sigh. "At most, there are but 5 days remaining until the day of great upheaval." Zhu Wanqing lowered her gaze, about to speak, when a commotion erupted ahead, prompting her to lift her eyes. There, Prince Qing wore a sheepish grin, holding up a coin while uttering self-deprecating remarks. Lady Xiao mentioned, "The Emperor Emeritus wishes to make a gesture." Zhu Youzhang laughed heartily, rewarding him with a generous gift of silk, evoking admiration among the onlookers, though not inciting jealousy. On New Year's Eve, the family of Zhu Youzhang kept vigil, while Li Qing and Zhu Wanqing remained by his side. That night, the entire palace was ablaze with lights, and the Changlu Palace was particularly vibrant with continuous fireworks, illuminating the night sky and the faces of all present. The fireworks were truly magnificent. On the first day of the new year, Zhu Youzhang, having slept only for 2 hours, was invigorated, while Li Qing and Zhu Wanqing had not rested at all. However, buoyed by the festive spirit, Zhu Wanqing did not feel weary. The morning light streamed through the windows, casting a warm hue upon the floor, bringing warmth to Zhu Youzhang, who wore a smile and murmured softly to himself, "A new year, how delightful." As the firecrackers crackled incessantly, the grandson offered his New Year wishes to the emperor, wishing him fortune as vast as the East Sea and longevity surpassing that of the South Mountain. Zhu Youzhang, typically rare in his seriousness, earnestly bowed and offered his greetings. Although the sentiment bore an ironic undertone, Zhu Youzhang was elated, presenting a particularly large red envelope, saying, "Here, take this." "Thank you, grandfather," Zhu Youzhang replied, accepting the envelope and placing it in his pocket with a pad, revealing a row of sparse little white teeth. He then stood beside his grandfather, explaining to his father, "Grandfather, father will arrive a bit later." "That is of no concern," Zhu Youzhang said, playfully pinching his grandson's nose, expressing his delight. "Youzhang has grown and is quite sensible now." Zhu Youzhang chuckled shyly, his lips curving into a bashful smile. Soon after, Princes Xing, Qi, and Yi, along with the princesses, arrived in succession to offer their New Year greetings, reciting auspicious phrases, bowing, and receiving red envelopes. Following them, the women of the harem flocked in, filling Changlu Palace with lively chatter and festivity. At last, Zhu Youzhang arrived, slowly bringing the congratulations of the officials to pay New Year's respects to the Emperor Father and the Empress Dowager, engaging in a fervent exchange of greetings. Following this, they indulged in dumplings and casual conversation. Zhu Youzhang was in high spirits, frequently raising his cup and maintaining a continuous chatter. After the meal, he exited the hall, leading his family on a leisurely stroll, their laughter resonating joyfully. The heavens were benevolent, showering warmth upon the earth, casting a golden glow upon the glazed tiles and enhancing the palace's resplendence. Zhu Youzhang held his eldest grandson's hand, flanked by his sons and daughters, his feet and tongue in constant motion. Li Qing and Zhu Wanqing lingered far behind, their expressions tranquil, starkly contrasting with the joyous laughter ahead. "Li Shu, it has been 10 years since Hongji. One should be content, Li Qing remarked somewhat abruptly. Zhu Yuanqing paused, comprehending Li Shu's sentiment, pursing her lips in silence, yet feeling a flicker of brightness within. As the early spring dawned, with several days of warm sunshine, the willows had sprouted early, swaying with vibrant life. Zhu Jianxin observed this lively scene, contemplating that the Ming dynasty would continue to thrive, leaving him without regrets. What was destined to arrive would eventually do so. Zhu Jianxin visibly weakened, inevitably reaching his final moments. That night, he lay quietly upon his couch, breathing lightly. Surrounded by people in Changlu Palace, the gates firmly locked, yet none of the princes and princesses were absent, nor was the inner court. Li Qing applied acupuncture, his vital energy surging, yet he still could not effectively halt Zhu Jianxin's body, which resembled an hourglass. After a long while, Zhu Jianxin's lips moved faintly. "Sir, please." Li Qing heard him clearly, tightening his grip, softly reassuring, "Do not worry, I am here." "Yes," Zhu Jianxin replied with a weary smile, his expression lightened and relieved. Li Qing sighed softly, rising to relinquish his seat. The emperor, the crown prince, the Zhou family, and the Ji family gathered closely around the dragon bed, followed by the Wang, Zhang, and Shao families, as well as kings Qing, Qi, and Yi. They gazed at him with sorrowful expressions. "Zhu Youzhang," he called. "Your son is here." Zhu Youzhang grasped his father's hand, his voice trembling. "Father, you speak. It has been 10 years. You must be prepared now, right?" "Yes, I am prepared," Zhu Youzhang replied hoarsely. "That is good. That is good." Zhu Jianxin chuckled softly, then turned his gaze to the Ji family. Ji was already in tears, aware that he would leave her first, and although she had prepared for this moment, when it arrived, she realized she was far from ready. Their initial encounter had irrevocably altered her life. She was reserved and unassertive, yet that did not signify indifference. She was not eloquent, but she cherished listening to him, to his tales that stretched through the night, covering distant lands. Those rare nights were the happiest and most joyful moments of her life, invaluable in their rarity. Despite knowing she did not hold great importance in his heart, he was her everything. Ji opened her mouth, tears flowing before words could escape. After a prolonged silence, she finally uttered, "Husband, do not cry." Zhu Jianxin smiled, reflecting, "I feel quite remorseful towards you. Those early years were fraught with hardship for you. It does not matter. It is all right." Ji shook her head, tears streaming down, her face filled with sorrow. Zhu Jianxin gazed at her for a long time, then turned his head to look towards Shao and Zhu Youzhang. "Your son is here." A century after the passing of concubine Shao, she was laid to rest in the imperial mausoleum. Zhu Jianxin remarked softly, "This is contrary to ancestral customs. However, it is a final wish and a decree that cannot be denied. As your son, I shall comply." The former Emperor Shao's shoulders trembled violently, and he broke into tears. Zhu Jianxin smiled, a smile tinged with remorse. He then turned to look at his mother, Lady Zhou, and said, "Mother, I have been unfilial. Do not say that. It is I who have burdened you." "Fear not, my child, take heart," she replied, her tears streaming down her aged face. Ultimately, she was a woman, a mother, and to send one's white-haired parent to the grave was a sorrow too profound to bear. "I am not afraid," he said, struggling to lift his gaze toward Prince Qing and Prince Qi, then turning his attention to his children, and finally to his sister in the distance, and to Li Qing. The flickering candlelight cast shadows, and he slowly turned his head, his vacant eyes fixed upon the canopy above. All held their breath, fearful of disturbing him. Zhu Jianxin's countenance was serene and tranquil, his breaths grew lighter, and the candlelight failed to bring color to his pallid face. Thus, his life ebbed away, moment by moment, until it was frozen in time. "Grandfather," Zhu Youzhang called out. Yet, there was no response. In despair, he cried again, "Grandfather." Still, there was silence. "Grandfather, grandfather." Zhu Youzhang called repeatedly, his voice rising in sorrow. He understood that the grandfather who cherished him dearly had departed, and soon he would be laid to rest in the earth, never to be seen again. The child's tender voice pierced the heart like a dagger, again and again. Mercilessly, Zhu Yuanqing watched in disbelief as she witnessed her elder brother's departure. She felt numb all over. It was only when Zhu Youzhang's cries of grandfather echoed in her ears that she awoke from her stupor. Her nose tinged with warmth, tears cascaded down her cheeks, rendering her incapable of coherent speech. "Uncle Li," she looked at him through tear-filled eyes, the candlelight reflecting brightly in his gaze. Li Qing gazed at Zhu Jianxin, who lay there quietly, ethereal, and forlorn. The former emperor has passed away. A sharp, mournful voice suddenly pierced the air. Li Qing trembled and slowly closed his eyes. "Father!" came the resounding wails. Zhu Yuanqing's tears flowed uncontrollably, her cries filled with despair. A night of turmoil ensued. By morning, the palace was shrouded in white mourning attire. Officials donned in sackcloth, lamenting as they arrived. The uncle and nephew observed the scene in silence before departing slowly. "He will not return, never again," Zhu Yuanqing repeated on the way back to the family estate, until she reached the small courtyard, where a flicker of vitality returned to her. "Uncle Li, I wish to go home. I long to go home." Li Qing replied gently. "Rest well. When you awaken, I shall take you back." Zhu Yuanqing nodded, her voice still laced with sorrow. The next day, Li Qing embarked on the journey home with Zhu Yuanqing. Upon leaving the capital, the pair instinctively halted their horses to glance back at the city gates before turning away and raising their whips. Jinling, the Yongqing marquis. Upon their return, it seemed the arduous journey had drained them of their strength, leaving them too weary to converse or even eat, and they each retired to their chambers for deep slumber. Li Qing awoke intermittently, reluctant to rise. Days later, having heard the news, Li Hao hurried back, calling for him from the adjoining room. "Qingyi, has uncle left?" "He has." Li Qing's gaze was somber. "Do not disturb me. I wish to rest a while longer." Li Hao hurriedly grasped him, offering comfort. "Qingyi, you must gather your spirits. I am merely fatigued and wish to take a break. Do not bother me." Li Qing turned over, insisting, "Attend to your matters. Your mother is aging. This household will be yours to manage henceforth." "I understand." Li Hao nodded, speaking softly. "Qingyi, it has been a long time since we last met. Let us share a drink." "I lack the inclination." Li Qing stretched lazily, then recalled something and turned to inquire. "How is your mother faring?" "Not well," Li Hao replied, shaking his head with a bitter smile. "She is yet to recover, appearing dazed and indifferent to food and drink. I offered her some words of encouragement, and she even struck me. She just took it out on my younger sister as well." "Why did she strike her? What other reason could there be?" "It pertains to the matter of suitors." Li Hao's expression grew troubled as he revealed, "My younger sister is clamoring to become a nun." "Alas, why are there so many complications?" Li Qing rose with resignation, furrowing his brow. "In these past 6 months, has she found any suitors?" "She has, but none have been to her liking." Li Hao lamented, "Our Li family is affluent. Yet it seems that the talented and ambitious young men are disinclined to marry into our family, while those willing to do so are not to her taste. At 21, she risks becoming an old maid if this continues." Li Qing pondered. She was born late in the year, although she claims to be 21. She is still not yet 20. Who calculates age in such a manner as you do? Qingyi. Li Hao chuckled, bemused. Li Qing fell silent, offering a wry nod. The commotion had robbed him of the desire to recline further. Moreover, there were numerous matters to address in Jiaoji. In the sitting room, Li Qing summoned Li Shuer. "What are your thoughts?" I wish to choose a suitable husband to marry into our family. Have you made any selections?" "I have." "Why did it not come to fruition?" "The ones I am interested in are unwilling to marry into our family, while those who are willing do not appeal to me." Li Shuer admitted awkwardly. "If that is the case, then marry." "Grandfather, are you trying to drive me away?" "I am not driving you away." Li Qing paused, his gaze piercing. "Do you have anyone in mind? Speak truthfully." I. Li Shuer hesitated, then reluctantly confessed, "I do not." At that moment, Zhu Yuanqing approached, her expression cold. "You have 3 more months. If you do not settle down, you can leave." "Mother." "Do not call me mother. I am not the kind of mother you deserve." Upon uttering those words, Zhu Yuanqing became increasingly furious, raising her hand as if to strike. Li Qing intervened, stating, "Violence will not resolve the issue. Sit down and remain calm." After calming Zhu Yuanqing, Li Qing addressed Li Shuer. "While significant life decisions must be approached with caution, we must not pursue perfection to the point of paralysis. Articulate your conditions, and we shall arrange a public selection of suitors accordingly." Li Shuer nodded, saying, "Since grandfather has suggested it, I shall not hold back." Chapter 125. The unsettled girl. Li Shuer sipped her tea, her spirits soaring. "The husband of my dreams must be a prodigy, well-educated, and exceptionally talented, a true champion. You are to select a husband, not to make wishes." Zhu Yuanqing shouted. Li Shuer, feeling aggrieved, replied, "Grandfather encouraged me to speak, yet you interrupted." "Very well, will I then become a nun?" "You Li offspring, are you itching for trouble?" Zhu Yuanqing's anger escalated, barely contained. But grandfather's surname is also Li. Li Shui'er quickly retorted. In a fit of anger, Zhu Yuanqing seized a teacup and hurled it with force. The sound of shattering echoed as Li Qing deftly flicked his finger, redirecting the cup and causing it to break into countless pieces. Violence will not resolve our issues, Li Qing remarked, his demeanor calm yet tinged with irritation. If she were not a young lady, he would have dealt with her more severely, but he took a deep breath to suppress his anger and said, "Please, continue." As for beauty, Li Shui'er glanced at Li Qing and remarked, "Having half of what Grandpa Li possesses would suffice." Li Qing was taken aback, and Zhu Yuanqing fell silent. Both uncle and nephew exchanging dangerous glances. Confused, Li Shui'er innocently asked, "Is that request unreasonable? It is certainly much less than that of a top scholar, is it not?" Seeing her perplexity, the tension between the uncle and nephew eased. Zhu Yuanqing retorted, "What is the point of using your grandfather as a standard? Then perhaps we should consider my elder brother?" Li Shui'er shuddered at the thought. "Let us not go there." With his flamboyant demeanor, "Oh dear. Does he even walk without making a sound?" Li Hao entered with a cold laugh. "Your words have gone far enough." Li Shui'er awkwardly explained, "In terms of appearance, Grandpa Li ranks first, my elder brother second, and naturally, I would only claim half of the first. With youthful fame and the stature of a top scholar, Li Qing possesses half the charm," Li Hao mused. "Little sister, have you never considered seeking a husband?" "Not at all. As long as you can find such a person, I would marry without hesitation," Li Shui'er responded. "Of course, he must genuinely like me as well." Li Qing chuckled. "Indeed, if a sapling is not pruned, it will not grow tall and straight. Similarly, if a person is not properly guided, they may not flourish." "Quite true," Zhu Yuanqing agreed. "A good beating might do some good." "Mother, please remain calm," Li Shui'er stammered. "Grandpa, you are well-versed and well-connected. Surely there are such individuals?" Li Qing laughed softly. "Indeed. There is one in the capital, a top scholar, quite decent in appearance, immensely talented, and a true gentleman. His surname is Wang, given name Hua, and he serves in the Ministry of Rights." "Mother, look," Li Shui'er eagerly inquired. "Grandpa, how old is he? Is he married?" "Well, his grandson is slightly older than your nephew," Li Qing replied. Li Shui'er exclaimed, while Li Hao teased from the side, "It takes 3 years to produce a top scholar. Little sister, you truly dare to dream. Our Li family is strong. But we are not at the point of having a top scholar abandon his career to become a son-in-law. He is a top scholar after all. Even as a prince consort, such a position is not something one would take lightly." Li Hao remarked, "The achievements of a top scholar are far from ordinary. It is almost certain that he would attain a position within the 6 ministries and 9 courts. Why would he forsake his illustrious path to toil as a son-in-law in our Li family? What could he possibly gain from that? A mere 20-something? Or your spoiled temper?" "Li Hao," Li Shui'er retorted angrily, "how many times must I say it? By actual age, I am not yet 20. Are you deaf? Who taught you to calculate age like that?" Suddenly, Li Hao recalled something and hastily corrected himself. I misspoke. A lack of respect for one's elder brother warrants punishment. After all, she was a young lady, and Zhu Yuanqing was willing to take action. But Li Qing and Li Hao could not bear to watch her strike. Li Hao clung to his mother's arm, urging, "Little sister, quickly apologize to mother." "Mother, I was wrong." Li Shui'er swiftly acknowledged her mistake. "Is that how you are supposed to apologize?" Zhu Yuanqing inquired. "Huh." Emotions ran high for Zhu Yuanqing as she exclaimed, "Your father and I are growing old. Have you ever considered our feelings?" Li Shui'er paused, a wave of guilt washing over her. After a moment, she replied, "Mother, rest assured, I shall now focus on settling down." Zhu Yuanqing's agitation gradually subsided, and she retorted, "This is your promise." "Indeed, it is," Li Shui'er affirmed. Observing this exchange, Li Qing exhaled in relief, simultaneously lamenting, "Girls are truly a source of worry." With matters concerning Li Shui'er settled for the time being, Li Qing took a brief respite before setting off for Jiaoji, as the present moment was not one of leisure. Having already delayed for quite some time, he could not afford to procrastinate any further. Otherwise, Zhu Qijin would undoubtedly grow impatient. Thus, Li Qing busied himself, while Zhu Yuanqing immersed herself in her own pursuits. Those who had departed were gone, and those who remained had to continue their toil. On one particular day, the siblings engaged in light conversation, their topic revolving around Li Shui'er's lifelong prospects. "Sister, it has been a month. Have you yet found a suitable suitor?" Li Hao inquired. "Alas, elder brother, I cannot compare to you," Li Shui'er sighed. You have the liberty to take numerous concubines, whereas I have no margin for error. If I place my trust in the wrong man, my life will be irrevocably ruined. Li Hao chuckled ruefully. I understand this well, but it cannot continue like this. Can it? Yes, I know, she replied. Then choose someone. He urged, somewhat exasperated. During this time, aside from your morning exercises, have you even left the residence? You refuse to select a husband, and yet you expect one to fall from the heavens? Dear brother, it's not that I am unwilling to choose. Rather, I have nearly exhausted all my options. Li Shuer suddenly recalled something, her eyes sparkling. Brother, how about a sparring match? Li Hao looked bewildered. Have you lost your mind? Come on, come on. It's better than idling about. Li Shuer's gaze danced with mischief, as if she were concocting a scheme. What are you up to? Li Hao frowned. Knowing her all too well, despite her sweet and charming demeanor, she was often quite cunning, likely plotting to tease him once more. Li Shuer raised her small fist and teased. Brother, are you afraid? Don't be ridiculous, Li Hao muttered. With one punch, you'll be on the ground weeping. Do not underestimate me. I've been training for several years. You might be surprised at who is stronger. Li Shuer declared confidently, her smile radiant. Mother is currently vexed with me. Even if you were to make me cry, she would still commend you for it. This notion caused Li Hao to nod slowly. Although he could not fathom his sister's intentions, he was certain he would not be taken advantage of. Their father was currently preoccupied in Fujian, combating smuggling, and would not return in the short term. Sister, are you feeling restless? He teased. Li Shuer rolled her eyes. Stop being so tedious. Are you still a man? Li Hao smirked. Since you are so eager for a beating, I shall not hold back. With that, he struck out with a swift palm. Li Hao, tall and robust from his regular morning training and nearly half a year of living as a Taoist, possessed a physique far beyond the ordinary. The force of his hand stirred the air, ruffling Li Shuer's hair. As she sidestepped, she deftly kicked at his knee. With a thud, he stumbled. Li Hao knelt on one knee on the stone slab, his knee throbbing with pain, and he couldn't help but feel irked. You little brat, are you serious? Getting anxious? Teased Li Shuer. All right. Li Hao gritted his teeth and laughed. If I don't make you cry today, I won't bear the surname Li. The physical disparity between men and women was already apparent, and with Li Hao being 2 years older and having trained for over half a year at Wudong Mountain, he believed that in a real fight, he could easily overpower 3 adult men, let alone his pampered little sister. However, reality proved otherwise. Indeed, he could overpower her in strength, yet he lacked the agility to catch her. After a quarter of an hour, he had yet to land a single blow on her. Are you still going to fight? Li Hao exclaimed, exasperated. Li Shuer smiled lightly. What is wrong with me avoiding your strengths? Should I just stand still and let you hit me? All right. Just remember not to blame your big brother for being ruthless if you end up disfigured. Li Hao declared, swinging his fists and kicking his legs like a whirlwind of thorns, leaving no room for evasion. Li Shuer decisively retreated. He advanced as she ran, and she darted while he lunged. The courtyard of the Yongqing Marquis' residence was filled with chaos. Huff, Li Hao panted, his eyes reddened, trembling as he said, Li Shuer, just let me hit you once, and we can call it even. Otherwise, I shall sever our brother-sister bond. Li Shuer cheekily replied, Big brother, how can you still be so immature at your age, with several children? Go to hell. Li Hao bellowed. I treat you like a sister, yet you continuously mock me. Do you even consider me your brother? Li Shuer pursed her lips, halting her movements. Then go ahead and hit me. Li Hao, with a stiff neck, stepped forward and raised his hand to deliver 2 slaps to vent his frustration. The immediate effect was evident as rosy handprints blossomed on her fair cheeks, startlingly vivid. Li Hao felt relieved, yet also pained, scolding, Why didn't you dodge this time? I didn't dare, Li Shuer pouted. Li Shuer. Li Hao closed his eyes in frustration. You've won again. You've managed to tease me once more. Big brother, I really didn't mean to tease you this time. Li Shuer apologized. I promise I won't bother you again in the future. Yet, Li Hao was reluctant to believe her words, retorting, Hurry and apply something to that, or you might truly end up disfigured and become a source of disdain. With that, he turned to leave. Big brother. Li Hao did not look back. Don't call me big brother. I refuse to be such a brother. Watching her brother walk away, Li Shuer sighed, speaking to herself with regret. Big brother, I'm sorry, but I must indulge in my stubbornness just once more. I cannot persuade myself to settle for a mundane life. The next day, Zhu Wanqing returned from the workshop. How did you fare with Shuer's persuasion? Oh, don't even mention it. Li Hao lamented. I simply cannot handle her. It's best if you deal with her yourself. I have things to attend to at home." At that moment, a child scurried in, shouting, "Dad, Dad. My little aunt is missing." Chapter 126. Meeting is not as good as hearing of fame. Zhu Youzhang scooped up her eldest grandson, about to tease him. When she suddenly noticed he was holding a letter, her expression turning to one of astonishment. "Where did you get this?" "It was left by my little aunt." The child replied, "There are many words I can't read. Grandma, can you take a look?" Zhu Youzhang's face stiffened. Li Hao's expression changed dramatically, in an instant. He comprehended why his younger sister sought to confront him. He hurriedly rose and approached their mother to examine the letter left by his sister. "Mother, brother," after much contemplation, "Shuer wishes to venture out and explore. Please forgive my impetuosity and filial disobedience. I cannot reconcile myself to a lifetime spent with someone who evokes indifference or even aversion in me. At merely 20, my future is still vast, and I cannot persuade myself to settle for a life devoid of passion. Whether it is marriage or taking a husband, that is of little consequence. What truly matters is finding a kindred spirit. Do not worry, Shuer possesses the ability to care for herself and will not place herself in peril. I yearn to wander, and perhaps, after a journey, I may gain clarity and cease to be so stubborn. Ha ha ha, my purse is full. I shall not go hungry or cold, and I will return after a short excursion. Do not fret." Zhu Youzhang was taken aback. "What is the meaning of this?" "Li Hao, how did you persuade her yesterday?" she asked, bewildered. "What was said? What transpired?" "It was merely standard counsel, with little effect," Li Hao replied hesitantly. "Then my sister suddenly insisted on fighting me." After recounting the events, he added, "It appears she seeks to validate her own capability of self-preservation. This has been a long-planned endeavor." "A long-planned endeavor," Zhu Youzhang murmured repeatedly, before abruptly slamming her hand on the table. "Quick, summon help." "Mother, please remain calm," Li Hao interjected urgently. "It is unwise to create a commotion over my sister's departure. She cannot have gone far. I shall take some servants to search for her." "Very well," Zhu Youzhang replied, her expression softening slightly, her brows furrowed in determination. "You must bring that wretched girl back. I will have her skin." "You truly resemble Qing Yi," Li Hao thought to himself, but he quickly responded, "Mother, do not worry. I shall leave at once." The young scholar, with delicate limbs and fair skin, bore sparse facial hair and wore a scholar's hat. On his shoulder, he carried a small bamboo basket containing a change of clothes, while beneath it lay texts of the great learning and spring and autumn annals, presenting the image of a candidate heading to the capital for examinations. However, in this context, it appeared rather incongruous. Li Shuer was quite pleased with her appearance, confident that even her mother and brother might not recognize her in this guise. This was her first time running away from home, and she felt both anxious and exhilarated. Having memorized the necessary information, she knew that a student heading to the capital was generally safe. Even common kidnappers dared not target candidates. And her humble attire of coarse blue fabric made it clear that she was not wealthy. After pulling out a map and confirming her direction, Li Shuer munched on a roasted sweet potato, walking with purpose. By evening, Li Hao finally returned, his expression grim. "Did you find her?" Zhu Youzhang asked, feigning ignorance, her face a mask of worry. "No," Li Hao shook his head, attempting to reassure her. "Jinling is vast. She is most likely still within the city. Mother, rest assured. I have reported to the authorities and instructed the guards to watch the city gates. She cannot sprout wings and escape, can she? The Li family possesses this capability." Zhu Youzhang nodded silently, though her apprehension lingered. She had watched her daughter grow, sharp-witted and clever. In terms of intellect, she surpassed her brother, after all. Her daughter did not inherit the indirect affections of their father. From the events of the previous day, it was evident that the girl's resolve was not a mere whim, since her act of running away from home was premeditated. How could her clever daughter not anticipate that they would search for her with all their might? The little girl must have been thoroughly prepared for this. With one in the light and the other in the shadows, how could such a vast city as Jinling have no flaws in its defenses? Zhu Youzhang, infuriated, ground her teeth and cursed, "You little wretch, don't let me catch you, or you'll drive me mad." Li Hao's expression was grave. He understood that his younger sister was cunning, and if she dared to do this, she must have been ready to counter the Li family's search. A young woman alone in the world, he couldn't bear to think of what might happen to her. In that moment, he dismissed all the past annoyances caused by his sister. As long as she returned, he would certainly forgive her transgressions. Li Shuer, munching on a meat bun, arrived at the city gate, her voice hoarse as she recited the teachings, unwittingly solidifying her own identity. In the present day of the Ming dynasty, the travel permit system established by the old Zhu had long since become a mere formality, with little restriction on the comings and goings of the populace. Moreover, she was leaving the city rather than entering it. In such a vast metropolis of Jinling, the daily influx and egress of people was staggering. Merely the vegetable vendors from the countryside could number in the hundreds at each city gate. The bustling city of Jinling had created ample employment opportunities for many surrounding towns. With a deeply rooted supply and demand relationship, Li Shuer easily exited the city. It was not until 2 hours later that the officials arrived, tardily beginning to rigorously screen those leaving. The wide seas allow fish to leap, and the high skies permit birds to soar. Li Shuer was filled with pride. Yet, she also felt a twinge of worry, knowing that returning home would inevitably result in a severe beating. But then she chuckled to herself. Since she was bound to be punished regardless, she might as well revel in her freedom before facing the consequences. This was her first time venturing out in her life. In this era, a young lady of her standing was indeed a rarity. Day after day, Li Shuer's initial excitement gradually waned, giving way to complaints of fatigue. However, there was no turning back now. Returning would mean the inevitable punishment, and all her efforts would be in vain. Keep going, Li Shuer. You will surely find a worthy partner, she encouraged herself, yet soon she succumbed to idleness. She found an inn, indulged in a lavish meal, and even secured the finest room available. Having run away, she decided to enjoy herself to the fullest. Otherwise, what would have been the point of her departure? In the gentle spring of March, Li Shuer finally arrived in Suzhou, a place she had long yearned for. Above is paradise, below are Suzhou and Hangzhou. This saying had been passed down for ages, and Li Shuer naturally aspired to visit such a vibrant locale, not only for its entertainment, but also for the talents it produced. She had heard whispers of the 4 literary geniuses of Wuzhong and was eager to witness their brilliance. After wandering for more than 10 days, Li Shuer made her way to Wuxian, inquiring about the residence of the foremost of the 4 talents. With a small bamboo basket on her back, she arrived at a tavern. As soon as she entered, she was greeted by the strong scent of alcohol. Li Shuer frowned, noticing a figure slumped over the counter, seemingly inebriated, mumbling incoherently. Aside from him, there was not a single attendant in sight. With a look of confusion on her face, she thought to herself, well, I'm already here. She removed the small bamboo basket and stretched her waist halfway, suddenly recalling something. Hastily, she lowered her chest and bowed her head. Fortunately, the tavern was empty save for a drunken man. No one noticed her peculiar behavior. A layer of dust had settled on the tables and chairs. Li Shuer wiped them with her handkerchief, which, to her dismay, was rendered unusable. A bitter smile crossed her lips. Clearing her throat, she called out, "Waiter, bring the wine." The wine arrived, but the drunken man merely grunted in response and then resumed his snoring. Li Shuer frowned and shouted again, "Bring the wine. Business is here." The drunken man remained indifferent, continuing his deep slumber. With no other option, she stood up and approached him. Just as she was about to utter a word, the drunken man suddenly bolted upright, startling her into retreating a few steps, regretting her impulsiveness. Why provoke a drunken man? She could always return another day. Flustered, Li Shuer stammered, "Please, continue your slumber. I shan't disturb you." What wine would the esteemed guest like? The man appeared to be in his late 20s, with striking features and a handsome face, yet marred by an expression of melancholy. Despite his youth, strands of white hair hinted at a life burdened by hardship. Seeing him speak normally, devoid of drunken antics, Li Shuer felt relieved and smiled. "I would like a jug of your establishment's signature wine. Please wait a moment." Tang Bohu leaned against the counter and shakily stood up to fetch the wine, as though he might topple at any moment. Concerned for him, Li Shuer gently remarked, "Aren't you worried that your employer will withhold your wages?" "Huh, I am the boss. Who would dare deduct my pay?" Tang Bohu chuckled, staggering over to her table. "Here you go, the wine is ready. 20 coins, just leave them on the counter later." "Wait a moment. There are no side dishes. I cannot prepare those." Without turning around, Tang Bohu waved his hand dismissively, suggesting that if one desired side dishes, they might seek another establishment. "Are you not Tang Bohu?" Li Shuer exclaimed in astonishment. She had heard that this tavern belonged to him. "Yes, that is I." Tang Bohu turned around, his eyes bleary, self-deprecatingly stating, "Have you heard of me? The foremost of the 4 talents of Wuzhong. Your name is indeed well known." Li Shuer replied, forcing a laugh. I did not expect the illustrious Tang to be in such a state of despair. Tang Bohu chuckled lightly, his smile tinged with bitterness and loneliness. Li Shuer nodded, indeed. She felt a wave of disappointment. Meeting him was far from the expectations set by his reputation. Tang Bohu shook his head with a wry smile. The foremost of the 4 talents? I have achieved no scholarly success and have failed miserably in business. I am but a hollow name. Li Shuer was perplexed. This was so different from her imagined image of Tang Bohu. Shouldn't a great talent be overflowing with brilliance, graceful and eloquent? Contemplating for a moment, she suggested. Drinking alone is rather dull. If you do not mind, shall we share a drink? She candidly added, to be honest. I came to Wuxian to catch a glimpse of the great Tang Bohu's charm. Tang Bohu sighed with a bitter smile. If you wish to admire the talents of Zhu Youzhang, I suggest you seek another. However, if you desire company while drinking, I would be more than happy to oblige. I seek company for drinking, Li Shuer quickly affirmed. She could not fathom how such a talented individual could find himself in such a predicament. Li Shuer was certain that the former Tang Bohu could not have been like this. Otherwise, he would never have risen to be the foremost among the 4 talents. There must be hidden reasons behind this transformation. Her curiosity was piqued. Chapter 127. Speaking without pain, Tang Bohu took a seat at the table. Li Shuer poured him a drink and inquired, Are you no longer considering the imperial examination? The imperial examination? Tang Bohu chuckled softly, murmuring, What is it for? On a grand scale, it is for the nation and its people. On a smaller scale, it is for the glory of one's family and the well-being of one's descendants. Seeing his increasingly somber expression, Li Shuer asked in surprise, Is that not correct? A bitter smile crept across Tang Bohu's lips as he sighed. Yes, it is all correct. Then why? Li Shuer hesitated, feeling a flush of embarrassment as she continued, Why not think of your parents? Though she felt her words were somewhat presumptuous, Li Shuer believed it would be a tremendous waste if the esteemed Tang Bohu, regarded as the foremost among the 4 talents of Wu, were to continue in such a state of despair. They have passed away, Tang Bohu replied, taking a swig of his drink. I'm sorry, Li Shuer said awkwardly, pouring him another glass and offering consolation. The deceased are gone. We, the living, must carry on. You should have already married and started a family, shouldn't you? Think of them. They too have passed away, Tang Bohu responded, taking another gulp of his drink. Li Shuer gasped, her mouth agape, rendered speechless. It was not that she was at a loss for words, but rather that any words of comfort seemed utterly inadequate in the face of such profound sorrow. Tang Bohu poured himself another drink and downed it in one go. As the cup clattered upon the table, he murmured, Father is dead, mother is dead, sister is dead, wife and children are dead. Alas, alas, such is fate. My dear brother, he continued, misfortune has sought me relentlessly. Parents and spouses have all vanished. Their funeral cars have repeatedly passed. As Tang Bohu's melancholic eyes slowly closed, he drifted into a dreamlike state. Li Shuer stared blankly, momentarily at a loss for what to do. Though she contemplated leaving, she feared that something might happen to Tang Bohu. Even if he were not the foremost talent of Wu, he was still a person, and she could not stand by idly. Of course, Li Shuer was confident that Tang Bohu would not bring her harm. With the assurance of her own safety, she felt compelled to offer whatever assistance she could. And so she did not mind the trouble. It was truly pitiful and lamentable that such a grand talent from Jiangnan had fallen to such depths. Li Shuer shook her head with a sigh. To be honest, this version of Tang Bohu was vastly different from the esteemed talent she had envisioned, and she felt quite disappointed. However, one must acknowledge that anyone faced with such calamity would not fare much better. For Tang Bohu to not seek death was already a testament to his strength. On a late spring afternoon, the sun bore a slight warmth. Tang Bohu blinked, opening his hazy eyes. Upon seeing Li Shuer, he was momentarily bewildered before recalling their drinking session. Have you not left? He asked. If something were to happen to you while we were drinking together, I would bear the responsibility, Li Shuer retorted. I certainly do not wish to be sought after by the authorities. Tang Bohu paused, then nodded with a wry smile. You need not worry. I am fine now. That may not necessarily be the case, she replied. Even if there were issues, they would not concern you. Tang Bohu reassured her. You need not be burdened by my troubles, but you are welcome to stay. Li Shuer nodded and took out a handful of coins, counting out 21. This is for the drinks. There's no need for that. Consider it a gift from Tang. Young brother, save some money for the imperial examinations. Tang Bohu, with bleary eyes, clearly struggled to shake off the remnants of sleep and alcohol. I am not one to take advantage of others, he replied. Li Shuer left some money behind, teasingly remarking, by the way, your tavern's business seems rather poor. Tang Bohu self-deprecatingly responded, indeed, I am but a scholar, unfamiliar with the streets and alleys outside. Oblivious to the matters of prosperity and decline, all I can do is engage in idle chatter. He paused and added, yet, it is not entirely without merit. Li Shuer fell silent for a moment before speaking. A man should establish himself by the age of 30. My dear brother, you have yet to reach that age. How can you surrender to despair upon encountering difficulties? A true man need not fear the absence of a wife. If you let your life slip away in this manner, you do a disservice not only to your parents' spirits, but also to your own talents. After finishing her words, Li Shuer stood up. I am also from Jiangnan and have long admired the 4 talents of Wu. However, after meeting the foremost among them today, I feel greatly disappointed. Farewell. Wait a moment. Young brother, Tang Bohu called out. What is it? Li Shuer halted, curious. Tang Bohu sighed. I am indeed lacking, but the other 3 are truly worthy of their titles. Please do not judge them by my shortcomings. That will not be the case. Each individual is distinct, Li Shuer chuckled. However, having met you, my interest in the 4 talents has waned. She paused, then continued, meeting is a form of fate. Allow me to offer you a piece of advice. Whether you heed it or not is up to you. Life is lived in various ways. If you wish to honor your parents' spirits, you can strive to study and achieve success. If you have no interest in fame, you might consider a career in commerce. And if neither appeals to you, you could sell your possessions and wander the mountains and rivers. Each of these paths is certainly preferable to drifting through life in intoxication. Is it not? Li Shuer inquired. Can you truly evade life forever? Tang Bohu remained silent for a long while before bowing deeply. Thank you. There is no need for gratitude. I speak these words only out of respect for the foremost of the 4 talents of Jiangnan. Li Shuer replied as she slung her small bamboo basket over her shoulder and prepared to leave. Please wait. What now? Li Shuer expressed her impatience. Scholar from a humble background, the imperial examinations are no easy feat. Tang Bohu quickly approached the counter, retrieving 2 ingots of exquisite snowflake silver. Take this, young brother. Your health seems fragile. Use it to buy some nourishing food. Studying requires a great deal of spirit and energy, and one must have good health to succeed. When assessing Li Shuer, he noted her slender arms and legs, which could indeed be described as delicate. Li Shuer frowned, saying, no need for that. With your tavern's business, you likely earn little in a month. Keep it for yourself. Upon hearing this, Tang Bohu felt even more touched. You possess a kind heart and articulate words, surely. You will one day excel in your studies and become a distinguished official for the nation and its people. I am but a woman. Aiming for the top rank is beyond me. Finding a scholarly husband would suffice, Li Shuer retorted with a roll of her eyes. I appreciate your good intentions, but I must decline. There is no need to refuse, young brother. I possess considerable family assets, and this amount is but a trifle to me. Tang Bohu's demeanor was quite generous, subtly hinting at the charm of the foremost among the 4 talents. Li Shuer pursed her lips, saying, my family is not impoverished. You should save it for when you marry. Tang Bohu chuckled softly. In my current state, which young lady would consider me? Do not belittle yourself. Who knows what might happen? Li Shuer smiled, and then remarked, as long as both parties are mutually affectionate. Why must one insist on marrying a lady from a wealthy family? Tang Bohu chuckled. After hearing Li Shuer's words, he felt considerably lighthearted and teased, my young brother. Now that you see things so clearly, when the time comes for your grand wedding, I fear you would not wish to take a rough peasant woman as your bride. Would you? Li Shuer's face flushed slightly as she retorted, of course, I would never settle for that. Tang Bohu replied, so, after all this discussion, it appears you are merely speaking without experiencing the discomfort yourself. He chuckled ruefully, yet his heart felt much lighter now, and he found himself with a newfound purpose in life. Regardless, I thank you sincerely today. Your words have imparted wisdom equivalent to a decade of study. Consider this silver as tuition. With that, regardless of whether Li Shuer accepted it or not, he firmly placed the silver into her hands. By the way, your hands are quite soft, Tang Bohu mused unexpectedly. However, he soon noticed Li Shuer's irritation as she shot him a fierce glare and indignantly said, how rude and audacious. Are you heading to Jinling? He inquired. No, I just came from Jinling, Li Shuer replied. Like you, I am unfamiliar with the streets and alleys here in Suzhou. I have come merely to experience the beauty of this city, talented scholar. Tang Bohu's eyes brightened. In that case, may I offer my assistance in introducing you to a few notable figures? No need, Li Shuer shook her head. I have spent some time in Suzhou already and have witnessed the charm of great talents. Hee, I am quite disappointed. Time is precious, farewell. With a sharp jab at Tang Bohu, she left feeling quite exhilarated. Indeed, her time was truly valuable. Having run away from home was already excessive. How could she not return for an extended period? More than 10 days later, in Hangzhou, Li Shuer strolled around West Lake, indulging in delectable cuisine and enjoying herself immensely. Forgetting the purpose of her journey. She was not a sheltered young lady, yet her experiences were limited to Jinling. This was her first venture far from home, and everything seemed novel and delightful to her. She even began to think that marrying was not an absolute necessity. In her grandfather's words, a woman could consider marriage after 20, having children before 30 was hardly considered late. According to her grandfather's method of calculating age, she was still under 20, why rush? There was no need to hurry, and so Li Shuer embraced her leisure. Achoo! Li Qing rubbed his nose and mused. I wonder if little Shuer has found her ideal husband. Alas, it seems I shall miss out on that banquet. Zhu Qijin, observing him, said, Sir, you should wash your hands before proceeding with acupuncture. Not dirty. A little washing and wiping will suffice, won't it? Li Qing replied, feeling quite uneasy. Very well, very well. Li Qing relented, wiping his hands with a handkerchief before beginning the acupuncture, saying, I am a man of my word. You know this well. As I have always kept my promises to your grandfather. Pausing for a moment, he revealed his true intention. In the future, I may not be so punctual. But rest assured, the variance will not exceed 2 years. Zhu Qijin was speechless. Your early arrival this time, and your late arrival next time will undoubtedly affect the treatment's efficacy. Can you not have a better sense of time? Hey, what is your attitude? Li Qing frowned, retorting, and if you dare to raise the price again, just see if I don't pierce you. What attitude? It's clearly your gift. Spring gives way to autumn, and Li Qing concludes his journey to Jiaoji, returning to the Ming dynasty. Now unburdened. It is time to pursue the ambitions he once held. After all, Li Hong is no longer in his youth. And the next generation of the Li family shows little interest in naval affairs. The Ming naval fleet must be put to use. Chapter 128. Why is this still about infatuation? Ding, ding, ding. The doorbell rang 3 times as the young man awaited patiently, his calm exterior concealing a heart brimming with excitement. Moments later, the door creaked open, and a servant poked his head out. Which young master are you? I am surnamed Li. Is it enough to ask if Lady Li or young Master Li is at home? The young man inquired. The young master is busy, but the lady is home, the servant replied. May I ask who you are? Please inform Lady Li that I am here. She will recognize me upon her arrival. The servant, feeling perplexed yet sensing the young man's confidence, hesitated before complying. Before long, Zhu Wanqing hurried in alongside the servant, and upon seeing the visitor at the door, she paused in astonishment. Who are you? Li Shuer set down her small bamboo basket, removed her scholar's cap, and let her thick, dark hair cascade like a waterfall. She playfully peeled off 2 tiny foam mustaches from her lips and smiled brightly. What do you think now? Shuer. Zhu Wanqing momentarily froze before rushing forward to embrace her. My daughter, I thought I would never see you again. Tears streamed down the heartbroken mother's face. Li Shuer felt an overwhelming sense of guilt and returned the embrace, both of them weeping profusely. Mother, I have been unfilial. Enough of that. You are back. And that is what matters. Come inside quickly. Zhu Wanqing grasped her daughter's hand tightly, fearing that if she loosened her grip, her daughter might vanish once more. She moved swiftly into the house, her initial joy gradually replaced by anger. As they reached the second courtyard, before even stepping into the parlor, she released her daughter's hand and seized her ear instead. Mother, please don't. I realize my mistake. Li Shuer cried out. My ear is going to fall off. Zhu Wanqing, with a stern expression, remained silent, dragging her daughter into the parlor. Sit down. Li Shuer, trembling with apprehension, complied without protest. Extend your hand. Li Shuer obliged, only to witness her mother produce a slender willow branch from seemingly nowhere. Before she could react, a sharp pain pierced through her palm. Ah! Li Shuer screamed in anguish. Zhu Wanqing appeared unfazed, relentlessly swinging the willow branch while scolding her. This is what you get for running away from home. Her anger was intertwined with fear. While she was overjoyed at her daughter's return, she was equally furious about her daughter's escapade. Thus, her reprimand was rather severe. Before long, Li Shui's hand was left bruised and bloodied, tears streaming down her cheeks as she refrained from retaliating. At that moment, another servant arrived to report, "Madam, there is someone outside requesting to see you. He claims to be surnamed Li. Get lost." "I refuse to see anyone," Zhu Youzhang shouted, her hand still in motion. After a while, she extended her other hand as well. "Mother, I truly realize my mistake." "Extend it." Oh, it hurts so much," Li Shui cried out in agony. At that moment, the servant returned, saying, "Madam, the man insists that you go out to greet him. He seems quite extraordinary." "Greet him? What status does he hold?" Zhu Youzhang was utterly enraged, exclaiming, "Leave. If you bother me again, just roll away." The young servant turned pale, hastily retreating. Serving in the Yongqing Marquis's residence was indeed no easy task. It was not due to the master's cruelty. On the contrary, the conditions were quite favorable, but the turnover was alarmingly high. Rumor had it that the household replaced its staff annually, and the gossip proved to be true. The young servant dashed to the entrance, announcing, "My lady has instructed you to leave." Li Qing was taken aback, his mind momentarily blank, stammering, "Did you tell her that a young man named Li is looking for her?" "I did." The servant pressed, "You must leave quickly, or I shall also face the consequences of your presence." Li Qing rubbed his nose, filled with doubt and an unusual anger. Were it not for the broad daylight, he would have scaled the wall to help her reclaim her childhood memories. Things have gone awry. Li Qing gritted his teeth. Zhu Youzhang's temper escalated, her strikes growing more forceful, causing Li Shui unbearable pain. In desperation, she fled. "How dare you, child?" she shouted, as Confucius said, "A little stick for the submissive, a big stick for the defiant." Mother is angry, and a daughter who does not leave is unfilial. With tears streaming down her face, Li Shui cried out in agony, each blow striking not only her body, but also her mother's heart. "Stop! Stand still!" Zhu Youzhang commanded. But Li Shui dared not halt. With each blow, she felt her hand might be destroyed, and she rushed out, thinking, "This Marquis South residence is no place for me." "Stop that insufferable girl!" Zhu Youzhang yelled. "Who dares to stop me?" Li Shui retorted, quickening her pace. Indeed, none dared to obstruct her. The servants did not heed Li Shui simply because she was a young lady. Any physical confrontation would be deemed too offensive, especially with such delectable meals at the Marquis's residence. None wanted to face dismissal. Yet, they could not remain passive. They pretended to assist while deliberately slowing down. "Make way! Make way!" Just as Li Qing turned back, he was astonished. "Shui?" Li Shui was also taken aback. "Li grandfatherly?" In that moment of surprise, Zhu Youzhang emerged brandishing a willow branch, grinning wickedly. "Li Shui, today I shall strip you of your skin. Do you not see who has returned?" Li Shui puffed up her chest, feeling triumphant. Zhu Youzhang glanced up. "Li, Uncle Li? Oh, you still recognize me as Uncle Li?" Li Qing sneered. Zhu Youzhang immediately recalled the earlier incident, trembling as she spoke. "Uncle Li, it was a misunderstanding. It was all this girl's doing." "Grandfather Li, look at how pitifully Li Shui is crying," she lamented, spreading her arms in distress. Just one glance, and Li Qing's brows furrowed. "Come, let us speak inside." In the parlor, Li Qing, without bothering to sip tea, wore a stern expression, declaring, "She is your own daughter." Zhu Youzhang weakly replied, "Uncle Li, you must not be unaware. Is there nothing that can be discussed calmly? Must you resort to such harsh measures? She has just returned from running away." Li Qing hesitated, turning to Li Shui. "Grandfather Li, I just wanted to see the outside world," she stammered. She certainly deserved a beating. Li Qing redirected his ire. What is a young lady doing running around aimlessly? After a while, Li Qing's anger subsided somewhat, and he lost interest in arguing with Zhu Youzhang, inquiring instead, "Where is Li Hong now?" "He is nearing the end of his tasks in Fujian. I estimate he will return no later than 6 months, Zhu Youzhang replied. For half a year, Li Qing pondered. While this duration was not overly extensive, there was no need for haste. It was a fortuitous interval to attend to the matters concerning Zhu Jianshan. "Youzhang, upon his return, please allow him to speak," Li Qing instructed, pausing briefly before addressing Li Shui. "You may step outside. I have matters to discuss with your mother." "Am I not permitted to listen?" Li Shui muttered, somewhat dejected, yet she displayed an understanding of the situation. "Grandfather Li, mother, you may converse." Once she departed, Li Qing continued, "When Hong returns, instruct him to present a memorial to the emperor, asserting that the moment has arrived for our naval forces to elevate the prestige of the Ming dynasty." Zhu Youzhang hesitated. "Uncle Li, Deploying the navy on a grand scale for extensive voyages incurs tremendous expenses. Will the emperor acquiesce? He will, Li Qing reassured her. Your elder brother initiated preparations for this during his lifetime, and the current emperor is aware of the implications. He understands the necessity of pursuing this course of action, although he remains unaware of my true identity. Is that so? Zhu Youzhang nodded slowly. Very well. When Honggu returns, I shall convey this to him. After a brief pause, she inquired, Are you in such a hurry to depart, Uncle Li? Indeed, I must assist your elder brother with a certain task, Li Qing affirmed. What task? Confidential. Rest a while before you go, Zhu Youzhang suggested. Once Honggu has completed his duties and the emperor grants approval, it will take nearly a year to consolidate the navy and set sail. Why the urgency? After a moment, she sighed. I can scarcely manage that stubborn girl. I implore you to lend a hand. Li Qing hesitated but eventually nodded. Very well. Grandfather Li, your medicinal herbs are truly remarkable. After applying them, the pain has subsided significantly, Li Shui exclaimed cheerfully. Despite her small hands still being wrapped like zongzi, the wounds unhealed, yet she had already forgotten the pain. Li Qing, losing his temper, sighed. Little Shui, my past words were mere nonsense. You must not take them to heart. At your age, you are considered a mature woman. Li Shui pouted. Grandfather Li, let me speak frankly. I may have pretended to take your words seriously, but I am well aware of the realities of life. I did not take them to heart. I merely sought to follow my true inclinations, using your words as a shield. In truth, my heart is as clear as a mirror. Then why? I refuse to settle. Li Shui's eyes sparkled with delight as she declared, I yearn for a love akin to that of my parents, desiring to marry a man I cherish, who reciprocates my feelings. In short, I refuse to be indiscriminate. She dreamily reflected, elder brother often says that father fears mother, but that is not the case. He simply loves her, so much so that he refrains from taking a concubine. Is this truly the mindset of a romantic? Li Qing retorted, speechless. You are of considerable age. How many years of youth do you have left? If you genuinely cannot find someone, then perhaps you ought not to marry at all. Li Shui replied, This journey to Suzhou and Hangzhou has opened my eyes. Life does not solely revolve around marriage. Li Qing chuckled bitterly. You may think this way now, but when you grow older, it may be too late to reconsider. Alas, this is a man's era. A man of 60 marrying a 16-year-old faces no reproach, he queried. Li Shui contemplated for a long while before responding. Perhaps one day I shall regret what you have said, Grandfather Li. However, at present, I cannot persuade myself otherwise. I understand your concerns and know that you wish the best for me, yet I do not wish for that. Li Shui wore a bitter expression as she spoke. Grandpa Li, love that is imposed is far from beautiful. Your actions only burden me and instill a sense of guilt. Zhu Youzhang emerged from behind the screen, filled with remorse. I should not have uttered those words to you, nor should I have spoiled you as my father did me. My intentions were to shield you from future hardships, yet I have inadvertently caused you distress. Zhu Youzhang reflected on her own shortcomings, musing that it might be better for women to remain a bit less clever, lest they be burdened by the same complications. She resolved that the next generation of daughters should not be raised in this manner. Chapter 129. Digging and digging in the Grand Imperial Tomb, it was hardly surprising that Zhu Youzhang harbored concerns about her daughter facing difficulties in a world dominated by men, where women inherently occupy a disadvantaged position. She had but one daughter, and wished to impart the joy she had experienced in her youth, hoping her daughter would also savor them. As a mother, it was natural to fear for her daughter's welfare and to cherish her deeply. However, the current predicament was something Zhu Youzhang had never anticipated. Given the chance to start anew, she would prefer her daughter to be a touch less astute, perhaps even a bit clumsy, as a means to secure a fulfilling life, a husband, children, and a home of her own. Her daughter, so much like her, was equally intelligent and cherished, yet lacked the fortune that had favored Zhu Youzhang. While she had a childhood sweetheart, nurtured by Uncle Li, who was virtuous, capable, and devoted. What of her daughter? Matters of the heart are often capricious and elusive. It is rare to find such a companion again, and it must also be one her daughter desires. Zhu Youzhang felt an overwhelming sense of regret and self-reproach. Had she enforced stricter discipline from an early age, her daughter might have married well or found a suitable suitor, thus securing her happiness. Yet, having grown up in a cocoon of indulgence, her daughter now had lofty expectations, unwilling to settle for anything less than extraordinary. Schwer, dear, I have been exaggerating. Your father has his fair share of faults, Zhu Youzhang admitted earnestly. I apologize, Honggu. It was all for our daughter. Ah, indeed, I can attest to that, Li Qing chimed in. Zhu Youzhang continued. He spends his time frivolously. Every outing seems to involve visiting brothels. All men are cut from the same cloth. Ah, yes, indeed. Li Qing furrowed his brow, but maintained his supportive role. Ah, yes. Yes. Is that true? I refuse to believe it. Li Shuer exclaimed. Zhu Youzhang hesitated, and Li Qing fell silent. Indeed. Neglecting to address the flaws of one's progeny may lead to unforeseen consequences. Let the descendants find their own fortunes. Do not toil for them. Li Qing despaired inwardly. With money that yields no results, yet steadfast reliability in the absence of it, such is the essence of Li Qing. At the foot of Mount Su, beneath the northern imperial tomb, Li Qing unfurled the architectural plans of the underground palace provided by Zhu Jianshan. Armed with a shovel, they gazed towards the grand mausoleum. This was a monumental undertaking. Even with the vitality accumulated over a century, Li Qing felt dryness in his throat, knowing he was on the brink of an extended period of darkness, possibly lasting months. Yet, once words are spoken, they cannot be retracted. Li Qing did not wish to break his word, nor did he desire to. Spitting into his palm, he hoisted the shovel and descended the mountain, planning first to indulge himself with a hearty meal as a reward. During the mid-autumn festival, with the crisp autumn air invigorating the spirit, a well-fed Li Qing meandered through the streets, intent on acquiring some useful tools. In the eastern market, he purchased shovels. In the western market, he acquired spades. In the southern market, he gathered pickaxes, and in the northern market, he procured baskets. As the day drew to a close, it was nearly evening. After a restful night, he vowed to commence his labors the following day. Li Qing murmured to himself as he purchased some wine and meat from the delicatessen and returned to Lianjiaten. After being away for over half a year, the small courtyard had become overrun with weeds, and the furniture was covered in dust, a sight that filled his hands with grit. Typically indifferent, Li Qing felt a twinge of melancholy. Had that fellow still been around, things would not have been this way. As the bright moon hung high, Li Qing invited the full moon to share a drink. When he awoke, the sun was already high in the sky. After freshening up and gathering his belongings, he was about to step outside when a knock sounded at the courtyard door. Is it you, Mr. Li? It's me, Xiao Yun. Upon recognizing Wang Shoren's voice, Li Qing's expression softened, and he stepped forward to open the door. How did you know I had returned? Wang Shoren smiled as he entered, saying, You once mentioned that your stay in Jiaoji would last no more than half a year, perhaps even less. Counting the days, it was about time, so I kept a closer watch and, as fate would have it, I found you. As they spoke, Wang noticed the hoe and pickaxe by the entrance and asked in surprise, Mr. Li, what are you up to? Oh, I have some free time and plan to plant some vegetables in the courtyard, Li Qing replied, then swiftly shifted the topic. You arrived just in time. There are some matters I wish to inquire about. Is it regarding the crown prince? Not entirely. After a moment's contemplation, Li Qing asked, What are the posthumous title and temple name of the late emperor? Though aware that Zhu Youzhang was supporting Zhu Jianda and that the latter's reputation was undoubtedly solid, he still worried about the perception among the officials, as Zhu Jianda was not regarded as a good emperor. His extensive reliance on the court of imperial attendants, the establishment of the Western Investigative Office, the favoritism shown to eunuchs, and the exclusive affection for consort one were intolerable to the civil officials. The posthumous title is Imperial Sovereign of Virtuous Enlightenment, reverent and respectful, cultured and martial, magnanimous and filial, and the temple name is Qian, Wang Shoren stated. Not lingering on the lengthy title, for such matters were usually addressed by temple names. The character Qian among temple names undoubtedly stood out. The revivalist monarch is called Qian, and one of extensive knowledge and capability is also termed Qian. The current emperor is benevolent and filial, and during the reign of Qian, the nation flourished, making this temple name well-deserved. Li Qing nodded slowly, feeling reassured about Zhu Jianda's reputation. Are there any unusual occurrences in the court? I haven't heard anything. Wang Shoren scratched his head and chuckled. You know, I'm merely a companion to the crown prince and not truly part of the officialdom. I genuinely don't grasp the affairs of state. Li Qing smiled lightly. Then it seems all is well. If something significant had transpired, you would certainly be aware. That is true, Wang Shoren agreed, and then he voluntarily began to discuss matters concerning the crown prince. There is both good news and bad news regarding the crown prince. Which would you like to hear first? Li Qing furrowed his brow. Let us hear the bad news. The crown prince is still quite playful. Li Qing's expression darkened. How are you managing as his companion? Why didn't you inquire about the good news first? Taken aback, Li Qing reluctantly said, All right, tell me. The good news is that the crown prince is quite discerning, Wang Shuren replied. That's rather good. Li Qing's demeanor softened. There is still bad news, Wang added. Li Qing's expression grew serious. What is it? The crown prince shows little interest in traditional culture and instead has a keen fascination with music and religion. How are you managing as his companion? Wang Shuren hastily added. Li Qing gritted his teeth. Speak. He can discern right from wrong, possesses a strong will, and is not easily misled. Indeed, this is quite commendable. The greatest fear of an emperor is to be misled by his ministers. Li Qing displayed a look of satisfaction. More bad news. Is there yet more to come? Li Qing seethed with anger, insisting, Speak it all at once, or I shall have your head. Wang Shuren, in a fluster, distilled his thoughts and carefully replied, The crown prince favors martial pursuits over literary ones. A bias? Wang Shuren hesitated momentarily, then sheepishly nodded. Though the term scholar is rather obscure, it is indeed fitting. How can this be acceptable? Li Qing retorted. As an emperor, one must embrace both the literary and martial paths. Can one focus solely on one aspect? You ought to guide properly. Wang Shuren, filled with pent-up frustration, departed, while Li Qing remained calm, equipping himself and stealthily making his way to the royal mausoleum of Wanyang. Li Qing spat into his palm, officially commencing his work. Within the vast confines of the royal tomb, he dug and dug relentlessly, laboring day and night. The esteemed Duke Yongqing, a veteran of 9 dynasties, was, astonishingly, undertaking the role of a miner. Should anyone discover this, they would surely be left aghast. Yet, Li Qing had to proceed in secrecy. To whom could he appeal for understanding? As autumn faded into winter, after months of tireless excavation, Li Qing inevitably grew weary. However, his efforts bore fruit. With his relentless toil, 2/3 of the tunnel was completed, bringing him ever closer to the mausoleum of Maoling. He paused to reorganize the route. The intricate structure of the emperor's tomb required utmost caution, for any damage could thwart his original intent. Upon returning to his humble abode, Li Qing studied the architectural plans of the Maoling tomb provided by Zhu Youzhang. Commencing his strategic arrangements, snowflakes danced through the air as the north wind howled. Li Qing set up a hot pot, crafting his design while enjoying a rare moment of leisure. Calculating the days, he noted that Honger's crackdown on smuggling was nearing its conclusion. Yet, those smuggling caravans would likely not relent, and the route through Liaodong would soon be in play again. Li Qing frowned slightly. In the face of immense profit, the laws of the Ming dynasty could hardly restrain individuals. Once the tunnel is completed, a visit to Wudong Mountain is imperative to keep an eye on matters. Li Qing murmured to himself. He had little time to spare but did not wish to see rampant smuggling, leaving the burden to his junior disciples. After resting for a few days, Li Qing picked up his tools once more, continuing his relentless excavation, transforming into a human excavator. He followed the meticulously mapped route with unwavering determination, sweeping aside any obstacles. Day after day passed, so much so that he even forgot the approaching new year. In the 11th year of Hongji, during the Lantern Festival, while others indulged in delicious tangyuan, Li Qing finally broke through to Wanyang's tomb, completing the tunnel between it and Maoling. With a resounding crash, the earth mixed with bricks shattered, sending echoes through the quiet, dimly lit tomb. Coughing as he wiped the dust from his face, Li Qing inhaled deeply but was met with the acrid stench of stale air. Lighting a match, he illuminated the tomb's structure. Soon, he found himself captivated by the accompanying burial items. You have come to fulfill a promise, not to rob the grave, Li Qing murmured, struggling to suppress the urge to take something for himself. Approaching the coffin, he gently patted it and said, Well, I have fulfilled my promise to you. From this day forth, you may seek your sister Wan. In a soft voice, Li Qing added, It is quiet here, and no one shall disturb you. As a brief aside, historically, Wan Zhen'er did not harm the air. She did not poison the mother of Emperor Hongji. In fact, Wan Zhen'er nurtured Zhu Youzhang with utmost care, treating him as her own. Evidence 1. The memorial from the Grand Secretary Shang Lu states that the noble consort protected him with grace surpassing that of a mother. Evidence 2. If Ji's mother had truly been poisoned by Wan Zhen'er, then her grave would not have been preserved to this day. It would have been demolished during the Hongji era. However, The negative portrayals of Wang Zhen'er are not of Qing origin, but rather stem from the Ming scholars. Who penned these tales? Indeed, they are mere fiction. In their narratives, Wang Zhen'er is depicted as a ruthless abortionist, responsible for the death of the mother of Hongji, and even plotting the demise of Hongji himself, characterized as a muscular figure akin to a man. I mention this not to vindicate Wang Zhen'er, for she requires no such defense. The bond between the emperor and the consort, while perhaps not breathtaking, is indeed rare. Their unwavering loyalty to one another should not be tarnished. Chapter 130. The dragon stretches its limbs in a small courtyard. Li Qing and Wang Shouren enjoyed a modest drink. Sir, where have you been these past few days? Li Qing inquired. I was attending to some personal matters, he replied nonchalantly. And you? How is the prince faring under your guidance? Is it possible to see results so swiftly? Wang Shouren replied, exasperated. Do you truly believe the prince is an ordinary child? He is astute. As I mentioned before, he is not easily swayed by others, and this applies to guidance as well. Wang Shouren took a sip of his drink, continuing. Our prince possesses remarkable intelligence and quick wit. Though he may indulge in playfulness, he is clear-minded, holds his own opinions, and is quite confident. He is not the type to simply accept whatever the teacher imparts. With a mischievous grin, he added, that Yang Tingi. I have yet to see him relax. What about you? Li Qing asked. Me? I am merely a companion to the prince. Li Qing replied, his expression darkening. Isn't it true that your lack of diligence pales in comparison to him? His furrowed brow reflects his commitment to this important matter, while you... All right. Let's stop there, Wang Shouren interjected, rubbing his temples with a rueful smile. Sir, surely we can agree on some reason? Or have I been unreasonable? With a hint of helplessness, Wang Shouren continued, to speak candidly, if it were anyone else, do you think I would easily agree to serve as the prince's companion? Well, given our relationship, Li Qing chuckled awkwardly. It is precisely because of our bond that I was so willing, but you must allow me some time, no? You seem to expect immediate results with just a few exchanged words. It is not as simple as that. Fine, I concede my fault. Li Qing raised his cup, declaring, I shall drink to that. He downed his drink, placing the cup down with earnestness. Xiao Yun, I will be quite busy for an extended period ahead. I cannot afford to be distracted by matters in the capital. Do I not understand the significance of the prince's development? Wang Shouren chuckled. Rest assured, sir. I am not one to shy away from challenges. Li Qing nodded. Furthermore, it is now the 11th year of Hongji's reign. You must tighten your focus on your studies. By next year, you must pass the imperial examination, even if it means being among the same cohort as the successful candidates. I will do my best. No, it is not merely about trying. You must succeed. Li Qing snorted. This is what you promised me. If you fail the examination, when I return, I shall truly give you a thrashing. Wang Shouren replied, understood. Only then did Li Qing feel at ease and smiled. Come, let us drink. You always seem to derive your happiness from my suffering. Wang Shouren wore a gloomy expression. I only wish for your well-being, Li Qing said with a sheepish smile. Well then, I must take my leave. It's rare that you have some leisure time today. Let us not return until we are inebriated. Leaving again? Wang Shouren frowned. Did you not say that you would rest for a while after returning from Jiaoji? Li Qing shrugged. But I have rested, haven't I? Suit yourself, Wang Shouren said, his irritation dissipating. Where to this time? Li Qing took a sip of wine, his eyes sparkling, to explore the vast ocean. Do you fancy yourself a fish? Wang Shouren teased, shaking his head with a wry smile. He raised his cup. Then let us not return until we are intoxicated. In Jinling, Li Qing returned. Weary from his travels, Li Hong was at home, and the long-separated father and son finally reunited. When did you return? Li Qing gazed at his son, whose hair had turned increasingly gray, and felt a pang in his heart. Honger, this year you are 54, aren't you? Your memory is impeccable, Li Hong nodded, sighing. Time truly flies. In the blink of an eye, we are aging. He quickly changed the subject. I have only been back for a little over 10 days. I submitted a memorial to the emperor upon my return from Fujian. I estimate that within half a month, the emperor's decree will arrive. Indeed, he will grant it. Li Qing replied. Li Hong nodded eagerly. Godfather, this time, we shall embark together. Together. Li Qing echoed with a smile. After a pause, he added, this is not a matter of a day or two, nor is it a one-time affair. We have ample time. Li Qing continued with enthusiasm. The Ming Navy has remained dormant for too long. This time, let it be akin to the voyages of Zheng He, allowing the foreign nations to witness the strength of our Ming. Li Hong laughed heartily. Even if the navy does not set sail, would they dare to harbor treasonous thoughts? Though it is said so, the tales heard from afar pale in comparison to witnessing the reality firsthand, Li Qing remarked. A great dragon that has slumbered for too long may instill a lack of reverence. At that moment, Zhu Youzhang entered with tea, sulking. You two seem to be enjoying yourselves. Have you considered my feelings? The two fell silent, exchanging awkward smiles. Zhu Youzhang huffed. You must take me along this time. Youzhang, don't be troublesome, Li Hong chuckled. The family business still requires your management. If you leave, how will we conduct our affairs? Xiao Hao is already capable of handling matters on his own. It makes no difference whether I am home or not, Zhu Youzhang replied. Uncle Li, after all these years, Hong Ge and I have spent so little time together. Now that I have a rare break, please take me along. Before Li Qing could respond, Li Hong interjected, Youzhang. This time, we are taking troops to sea. How can we bring family along? Be quiet. Uncle Li, you decide, Zhu Youzhang pleaded, her eyes filled with longing. Uncle, your niece is almost 50. Li Qing felt a pang of guilt, remained silent for a long while, and finally nodded. Very well, you may come. Godfather, this is quite taboo, Zhu Youzhang exclaimed. You are the commander of the navy. Do you not hold any authority? Li Qing retorted. As long as we do not make it overt, who would dare to speak against it? Exactly, Zhu Youzhang chimed in. Li Hong, can you manage this? Li Hong, father, mother, I wish to join too. Go away. The three of them shouted in unison. Then, they all fell silent, staring at one another. Li Hong asked, Schwer, did you hear that? Li Qing silently blamed himself. Upon returning home, he had let down his guard entirely, which was indeed a grave oversight. Otherwise, he would not have been oblivious to the presence of someone outside. In truth, I had known all along, merely pretending to be unaware. Li Schwer retorted with a roll of her eyes. Why don't you just silence us for good? Li Hong sighed deeply and replied solemnly. Not a word of this must leave our lips. I understand, Li Schwer nodded. So can I come along? Go away. Li Schwer was on the brink of tears. Grandfather, don't call me grandfather. I have no granddaughter like you. Li Qing almost slipped. Scoffing, establishing a family should be your utmost priority. Zhu Youzhang unsheathed a willow branch, sneering repeatedly. You all are truly ruthless. Li Schwer stomped her foot and departed in anger. Zhu Youzhang sighed and remarked, Hong Ge, Li Shu, what shall we do about Schwer? If she refuses to marry, then let her be. I will support her for life. Li Hong was not particularly averse to his daughter's reluctance to wed. Is there truly a father like you? Zhu Youzhang shot him a fierce glare. Li Shu, what do you say? I also have no. Li Qing paused, then said, before we leave, I must visit Wudong Mountain. Perhaps she could choose there? Taoists? The elderly couple looked bewildered. After a considerable time, Zhu Youzhang was the first to regain her composure and said through gritted teeth, It's not entirely out of the question. Youzhang, take it slow. The old father expressed some concern. Godfather, is this reliable? Li Qing pondered for a moment before answering. As long as they find each other agreeable, it should be fine. Can the Taoists of Wudong marry and have children? Li Hong inquired. Oh, it's merely a matter of my word, Li Qing chuckled. Certainly not on the mountain. But if they are willing, they can come down. After a pause, he added, It's also at my discretion. In fact, my younger disciples are of decent character. And besides, our little Schwer is not lacking in worth. Hearing this, Li Hong furrowed his brow. That would confuse the lineage. Zhu Youzhang scolded. At this time? You're still worrying about that? Fine, let us give it a try. Li Hong nodded helplessly. Li Qing continued. If that is the case, I shall take her with me. By the way, Honger, once the Emperor's decree arrives, how long will it take you to mobilize the naval forces? Li Hong contemplated. The situation in Fujian will surely not be timely. We can only mobilize from Jiangnan. The departure time is generally fixed around March or April. In September or October, as we must align with the monsoon. It is still the end of the month. Li Hong resolutely declared. Since Godfather has stated the Emperor will surely agree, I shall prepare in advance to avoid chaos later. In any case, we must set sail before May. Excellent. Li Qing affirmed. I will return at the beginning of April. You should prepare as much as possible. Remember, although we are not heading into battle, we must be ready for it. Understood. Li Hong chuckled, truly unafraid of those who lack foresight. With our warships and cannons, who could stand against us? Haha, they won't survive our firepower. Godfather, in land battles, I may not compare to you, but when it comes to naval warfare, you have yet to see what we can do. Li Hong boasted. I will surely leave you in awe. Li Qing did not refute. The act of surrendering to the enemy is akin to a flower blooming in the midst of a storm. The vast waters of the Irai are swept away by the Yuan court. The Jingnan campaign, the battles against the Lutai, and the confrontations with Muhammad. He has participated in numerous large-scale conflicts. However, he has yet to engage in naval warfare. When the great voyager, Zheng He, set sail for the west, he indeed had the opportunity to serve as a military supervisor. Yet, at that time, the young maidens were still present, and he had no desire to embark on such a journey. Nevertheless, it is not too late. Thus, he resolved to set sail before May. Li Qing laughed heartily, reminding him to bring plenty of cannonballs. Li Hong chuckled in return, recalling how Emperor Qianzong had expanded the arsenal in Zhili to facilitate the supply of the naval forces. As long as the emperor consents to the expedition to showcase the might of the Ming dynasty, he would bring everything along. After all, any surplus could simply be returned. He rubbed his hands together, his face aglow with anticipation. Zhu Youzhang smirked. Look at you, so pleased. Do you truly relish the thought of battle? This was all in the name of elevating the prestige of the Ming dynasty. Li Hong smiled awkwardly. Zhu Youzhang also smiled, delighted to share in her husband's joy. Li Qing, too, looked forward to the day they would awe the nations and lay the groundwork for future wealth. Chapter 131. The debate in the hall of worship on Wudong Mountain. Li Shuai looked up in wonder. Grandfatherly, is this truly Wudong? Indeed, follow me up the mountain. Li Qing replied as he dismounted his horse, tethering it to a nearby wild tree. Hurry up. Oh, Li Shuai hurriedly mimicked his actions of securing the horse, asking, is this proper? Li Qing assessed her with a discerning eye and countered, it seems just fine. What is improper about it? This hardly resembles the demeanor of a proper young lady. Li Shuai pouted, feeling she resembled a boy instead. Li Qing frowned, asserting, I cannot allow you to disrupt the purity of the young disciples' hearts. With your looks and figure, if you were to ascend the mountain adorned in red, who wouldn't he be captivated? A Taoist is first and foremost a man, and only secondly a practitioner of the Tao, with even the flies on the mountain being male. The arrival of a stunning beauty would surely distract them from their cultivation. Human nature often falters under temptation, and Li Qing would never permit such a situation. Thus, Li Shuai was dressed as a boy. Her long hair was concealed beneath a hat, and she wore a deep blue Taoist robe. Faux whiskers adorned her lips and chin, and her chest was bound. Even her face was subtly altered with a paste of millet flour. As long as she spoke carefully, she would likely remain undetected. You choose others, not the other way around. Why concern yourself with such matters? Li Qing scoffed. Once we ascend the mountain, behave yourself, and try to speak as little as possible. Rest assured, Grandfather Li, I am seasoned in the ways of the world and will not expose myself, Li Shuai assured him. That is more like it. Our time is limited, so stay focused, Li Qing replied blandly. This is your final opportunity. Anxiety gripped Li Shuai. Grandfather Li, what if I still do not find a suitable match? If that were the case, Li Qing shrugged in resignation, then there is nothing I can do. If you end up alone in your old age, I shall feel no guilt whatsoever. You are truly something else. Li Shuai puffed her cheeks in defiance. Such audacity. Li Qing's expression darkened, and immediately, Li Shuai deflated. Awaiting Li Qing was Yu Xian, who now held the position of the head of Wudong Mountain. While Yu Zhan had already transcended, the tranquil retreat lay in the rear of the mountain. Having learned about the recent developments at Wudong Mountain, Li Qing remarked, I am not here for an extended stay. It has been a long while since my last visit, and I have come to see you all. Please inform the 9 junior brothers who descended the mountain with me that I have matters to discuss with them. Yu Xian nodded gently, sighing, eldest brother. When will you ever finish your busy schedule? What troubles you? Yu Xian replied with a weary smile. I am already 65. I cannot manage for many more years. You are still in good health. A decade or so should pose no problem for you. And then what? Li Qing pondered for a moment before saying, Yu Xian, it is not that I, as your elder brother, am shirking my responsibilities. It is simply that while I can oversee Wudong Mountain, the role of the sect leader is beyond my capacity. Li Qing wished nothing more than to live a leisurely life as a Taoist priest on the mountain, detached from worldly affairs, yet he found himself tethered by too many obligations. Yu Xian felt a deep sense of disappointment, but did not press the matter further. Then, my junior brother, select a successor. Indeed, I apologize for the burden. Do not mention it, elder brother. This is part of my duty as a disciple of Wudong and now as its leader, Yu Xian replied, shaking his head. Li Qing smiled wryly and nodded. In truth, I am quite unworthy of being your elder brother. Not at all. Were it not for your guidance, Wudong would not be what it is today. Yu Xian reassured him before turning his gaze toward Li Shuer. Elder brother, who is this? A distant relative, Li Qing answered, the kind that extends beyond the 9 clans. Li Shuer questioned, what does that mean? Yu Xian nodded, inquiring, will she undergo trials like the last disciple? No. I merely brought her to the mountain for a glimpse, to satisfy her curiosity, Li Qing stated, unwilling to subject his granddaughter to any undue hardship. He favored her particularly. Furthermore, since Li Shuer was not the heir of the Li family, there was no need to impose strict expectations upon her. I see. Yu Xian nodded thoughtfully. Should she stay with the other disciples? No, she will stay with me, Li Qing replied. Please notify everyone that starting tomorrow, I will be giving lectures daily. And all must attend. Yes, I will make the arrangements. As the eldest brother of Wudong, Li Qing enjoyed a comfortable residence, featuring a private courtyard, a sitting room, a bedroom, and a quiet study. It was well appointed with a tea table, wardrobe, and bookshelves, simple yet elegant. You must be weary from your journey. Go rest in the bedroom. Tomorrow, all Wudong disciples will gather for my lecture, so be mindful, Li Qing said as he made his way toward the study. Grandfather Li, wait a moment. Li Shuer, filled with questions, was eager to seek clarity. Li Qing paused, asking, what is it? Are you truly the eldest brother of Wudong? The eldest brother of all? Is this not evident from what you see? Li Qing responded, puzzled. That is not my point. I mean, do they all know? They do not. Li Qing shook his head, explaining, I am the direct disciple of Zhang Xianren, so it is only natural that I am the eldest brother. Is that true? Of course. It is true. Li Qing rolled his eyes. Your mother met my master when she was young. Li Shuer gasped, my mother met Zhang Xianren? What is so strange about that? Li Qing retorted, now go rest. That is a celestial being. Grandfather Li, can you? Enough. Sighing. Li Shuer offered an awkward smile. I shall leave you to your business. By noon, the 9 disciples gathered. Li Qing remarked, the smuggling from Liaodong is likely to resurface. My primary purpose in coming here is to convey this to you. He seemed somewhat uneasy, for the harsh conditions of Liaodong were far more arduous than those in the mountains. A single utterance from him would necessitate considerable hardship for the junior disciples. Dowie, taking the initiative, inquired, does the senior brother mean for us to oversee matters there? Yes, Li Qing awkwardly nodded. Are you willing? It's not a significant issue. Dowie replied, scratching his head in embarrassment. However, senior brother, the journey is quite lengthy, and relying solely on foot is impractical. Moreover, there are expenses to consider. That is not a concern. Li Qing promptly produced 2 banknotes of 1,000 taels each, stating, take these for your needs. This is far too much. We cannot possibly use all of this. Better to be prepared than to be caught off guard, Li Qing asserted. I am departing for a distant place and will not return in the short term. He paused before adding, continue to employ the strategies we previously discussed, and remember, the foremost principle of doing good is to ensure your own safety. Turning to the 9 individuals, he declared, do not undertake what is inadvisable. Understood, they collectively nodded. Dao Jiao inquired, senior brother, shall we set off now, or wait to descend the mountain with you? If there is no urgency, we should depart now, Li Qing suggested. The journey to Liaodong is extensive, and if they truly intend to resume trade routes, it is not too late to leave. Very well, Dao Jiao replied. I have no objections. Neither do I, the others concurred. Li Qing smiled appreciatively and retrieved a small booklet from within his robes, saying, these are my insights on cultivation. I encourage you to peruse them in your leisure. He then produced a porcelain vial, stating, this contains a simplified version of the Tianshi pill, which will also aid in your cultivation of qi. One for each of you. Merely relying on pure faith will eventually crumble. There must be some form of reward. He added. The 9 displayed great enthusiasm as they exited the quiet chamber to bid farewell to the sect leader, quickly prepared their belongings, and descended the mountain that very day. The following day, Li Qing commenced his lecture, drawing nearly 1,000 disciples of Wudong Mountain to gather attentively. Unbeknownst to them, this gathering was, in fact, a grand matchmaking event. Li Shuer meandered through the crowd, glancing at this and that as though fulfilling a task, displaying little genuine interest. However, she was cautious not to appear too indifferent, fearing a reprimand from Grandfather Li. In the capital, during the morning court session, Zhu Youzhang sat upon the dragon throne. Observing the animated ministers below, his brows furrowed with a mix of irritation, helplessness, and anger. This was a debate concerning the gains and losses of the naval expedition. Participants included the 6 ministries, the cabinet, and their respective subordinates, while the censorate remained aloof, waiting for developments. By the end of the Qian hour, no resolution had been reached. Though Zhu Youzhang was not surprised, as the discussions had persisted for several days. Suddenly, Qian, the then Grand Secretary and Minister of the Imperial Household, shouted in frustration. What is there to deliberate about this matter? The previously tumultuous hall fell silent. Lu Jian and Li Dongyang also ceased their discussions, eagerly watching their colleague, anticipating his performance. Qian clasped his fists and raised them slightly, proclaiming loudly, "In the past, Emperor Taizong sent the eunuch Sanbao on 6 voyages to the western seas. Wherever our celestial empire went, nations bowed and acknowledged their submission, and countless countries came to pay tribute. What grandeur it was! Now, the emperor wishes to emulate Taizong. What is inappropriate about this?" Lu Jian immediately concurred, cupping his hands and stating, "Your Majesty, our maritime trade in the Ming dynasty thrives, and it is imperative to further showcase the might of our nation." However, the Minister of Revenue, Zhou Jing, promptly countered, questioning whether the display of the Ming's prestige was more important than the welfare of the common people. Li Dongyang responded coolly, "Does Minister Zhou imply that our Ming dynasty no longer possesses the funds for a naval expedition?" "That is not what I said," Zhou Jing retorted. "Then what do you mean?" Qian pressed relentlessly. Zhou Jing scoffed. "One who does not manage a household cannot comprehend the cost of rice and firewood. Do you know how great the expenses are? At the end of last year, the taxes from the Jiangsu and Zhejiang provinces were transported to the capital. Just the grain and commercial taxes from these 2 provinces kept the Ministry of Revenue occupied for 5 days. Last month, the Shun family from Baoding paid a staggering 130,000 taels of silver in taxes in one go. And that was only for half a year's worth of levies. The cabinet wondered how the Ministry of Revenue was so aware of its affairs. Zhou Jing felt a pang of apprehension. Who had leaked this information? Or was someone being coerced? Before he could respond, Qian pressed on. "You cannot manage a household and yet claim to understand its costs." "Huh, Minister Zhou, it seems you have taken the reins of our Ming household." Zhou Jing turned pale. "Taken aback, Your Majesty, I harbor no such intentions. He is slandering me." Zhu Youzhang observed the cabinet gaining the upper hand through verbal sparring, prompting the 6 ministries to launch a counterattack. The Minister of War, Ma Wensheng, stepped forward, saying, "I have long heard of Xie Daxuexi's reputed eloquence. Today, I have finally witnessed it." Qian replied nonchalantly, "Minister Ma speaks freely. There is no need for veiled insinuations. Let us speak of concrete matters." "Very well," Ma Wensheng smiled, cupping his hands. "May I ask Your Majesty, who is the one embarking on these voyages today? If it was Sanbao who sailed to the west in the past?" Chapter 132. The cabinet's complete defeat. Zhu Youzhang furrowed his brows momentarily before relaxing once more. He recalled his father's words about Li Hao, knowing he was the only son of the Duke of Yongqing, who had never intended to pursue a career in the officialdom. As for the Grand Admiral of the Navy, his uncle Li Hong had already surpassed the age of knowing his fate and was approaching his 60th year. How much longer could he wield power? Since authority would not be passed down through inheritance, there was little to worry about. Indeed, while establishing such a precedent might seem inappropriate, after all, Taizong had been reluctant to easily grant power to military generals and had instead entrusted the eunuch Sanbao with the maritime expeditions. It was a different era now. Today, the revenue structure of the Ming dynasty increasingly favored commercial taxes, which were nearly on par with grain taxes. If this trend continued, within a generation, commercial taxes would likely surpass grain taxes and become the primary source of state income. Given the significance of commercial taxes, the necessity of a strong navy to project national prestige became self-evident. To intimidate foreign nations and reassure merchants in their trading endeavors would surely enhance the court's revenue. How could one not be concerned about this? In the past, the emperor had explicitly stated the pros and cons of such matters. Although Zhu Youzhang may not possess great talents, he was certainly no fool. He understood that the rise and fall of a dynasty were closely tied to its wealth. With money, everything could be negotiated. Without it, the consequences were unthinkable. Upon encountering the emperor's indifference, Ma Wensheng urgently cautioned, "Your Majesty, reconsider. Should the naval forces become unwieldy, calamity will surely befall the nation." With a firm resolve, he continued, Does your majesty believe you surpassed the great ancestor? Zhu Youzhang, incensed, replied. Is there even a need for comparison? Even setting aside the lineage, in terms of capability, he is incomparable. The great ancestor was sagacious and martial. I fall far short. Zhu Youzhang cast a glare at Ma Wensheng. Are you satisfied now? Ma Wensheng was acutely aware that such words might provoke the emperor's displeasure, yet at this juncture, he could not afford such considerations. As the minister of war, how could he stand idly by while the emperor committed a grave error? Your Majesty, if even the great ancestor harbored concerns over becoming unwieldy, how can you disregard this? Zhu Youzhang was disinclined to engage with him and shifted his gaze. Qian, living up to expectations, astutely identified the critical flaw and struck hard. If the great ancestor feared becoming unwieldy, how could he have ventured 6 expeditions to the west? History has shown that during the reign of the great ancestor, the navy never became unwieldy. This speaks to the brilliance of the great ancestor and our esteemed forebears. Can it be that your majesty lacks such wisdom and might? Or is it that Minister Ma intends for the eunuchs to command the troops? These words sent a chill through the assembly, invoking memories of the fears instilled during the Changhua era under Wang Zhi's influence. Ma Wensheng, momentarily taken aback, erupted in fury. What nonsense are you spouting? When did I ever say such a thing? What then do you imply? He retorted, at a loss for words. I disdain to engage in verbal sparring with a mere 5th-rank grand scholar. Qian, incensed, found himself unable to counter Ma Wensheng's assertions. Laughter erupted, reverberating through the hall, while the faces of several cabinet members turned grim. Zhu Youzhang could not help but frown. He recognized that the current state of the cabinet was largely his own doing. Upon ascending the throne, he perceived that the power wielded by the chief minister and minister of personnel was excessive, prompting him to enforce a separation, explicitly stating that the chief minister could not concurrently hold the position of minister of personnel. This decision had drastically diminished the cabinet's standing. It was evident that his lack of confidence played a significant role. Although Qian was not the chief minister, had the position been held alongside the minister of personnel, Ma Wensheng would have scarcely dared to belittle him, and no one else would have dared to mock him either. Indeed, the cabinet was meant to be a functional body. Over the years, they had contributed significantly, and Zhu Youzhang wished to avoid disheartening them. With a sudden crash, Zhu Youzhang slammed down a jade paperweight, silencing the laughter immediately. The matters at hand concerned feasibility, not the rank of officials. Ma Wensheng promptly offered his apologies, though inwardly he reveled in the situation, thinking, now Qian will be silent for a considerable time. His actions undoubtedly invigorated the 6 ministries. What rank does a grand scholar even hold? They have been afforded undue respect. Taking a deep breath, Zhu Youzhang stated solemnly, I wish for the navy to set sail and display the might of our great Ming dynasty. Your Majesty, reconsider. Please reconsider. The ministers, including the secretaries and assistants, knelt in a chorus of protest. The censorate, perceiving the tide turning, quickly aligned with the 6 ministries in opposition, triggering a chain reaction until only a few from the cabinet remained standing. They exchanged glances, filled with indignation and shame, feeling utterly humiliated. Zhu Youzhang too was incensed. However, he possesses a significant flaw, his lack of assertiveness. To put it more elegantly, one might say he is excessively compliant with the rules. After the meeting, Zhu Youzhang, with a swift flick of his sleeve, departed in indignation. Long live our emperor. The ministers bowed and subsequently dispersed, yet a few members of the cabinet remained, their expressions as gloomy as the depths of a murky pond. They understood that, following this day, the cabinet's standing would continue to decline until it ultimately lost its voice, relegating it to the status of a mere tool, or even a vassal to the 6 ministries. Only Li Dongyang appeared to grasp something profound. His earlier frustration dissipated, replaced by a light-hearted smile as he walked with a buoyant step. Qian, ever observant, noticed his demeanor and hastened to follow him. Lu Jian, oblivious to Li Dongyang's transformation, instead recognized Qian's unusual behavior and quickly pursued them both. Binji, slow down as you exit the palace. Qian called out, panting. Do you have some idea in mind? What notion could I possibly have? Li Dongyang chuckled. Oh dear, at such a critical juncture, if you have a plan, do share it. Qian, being of an impatient nature, insisted. If we do not take action soon, the cabinet will find itself without any ground to stand on. Is it truly so dire? Li Dongyang replied with a light-hearted smile, attempting to soothe him. Fortune often lies hidden within misfortune, Why should you worry, my dear Qiao? This may not be as detrimental as it appears. Oh, come now, Benji. In these times, why are you still being so cryptic? Qian urged. I have even contemplated retiring to my hometown. The 6 ministries have been excessively oppressive, and the emperor offers no support to the cabinet. We cannot continue living like this. Li Dongyang, amused, was about to respond when he noticed Lu Jian catching up. He clasped his hands in greeting. Qian, my friend. Spare the pleasantries. Let us discuss what we should do next, Lu Jian said gravely. We cannot remain passive any longer. Qian also pressed. Benji, if you have any thoughts, please share them. Do you not trust me and Qian? Li Dongyang smiled and replied, if you both have faith in me, then for the moment, let us refrain from taking any action and simply observe the developments. Observe the developments? Lu Jian, more composed than Qian, urged Benji to finish his thought. He understood that Li Dongyang's suggestion must have its reasons. Li Dongyang continued, the art of war teaches us, do not chase a desperate foe. Today, the 6 ministries clearly hold the upper hand, driving the cabinet to the precipice, even attempting to deliver a final blow. Moreover, they are resolutely opposing the emperor's decisions. The emperor, though benevolent, is not without his own temperament. Their actions may inadvertently push him toward our side. With unwavering confidence, Li Dongyang asserted, mark my words. If I am not mistaken, this time, the cabinet shall reverse its decline and even surpass the 6 ministries. Lu Jian and Qian were momentarily invigorated by his words, only to subsequently find them somewhat implausible. Ever since the head of the cabinet was prohibited from concurrently serving as the Minister of Personnel, their influence had diminished significantly, making it exceedingly difficult to contend with the 6 ministries, let alone surpass them. Lu Jian sighed. Benji, the head of the cabinet cannot serve as the Minister of Personnel. The emperor has explicitly stated this. Would he willingly undermine his own authority? Indeed, Qian added, sharing his skepticism. The emperor is benevolent, yet somewhat weak in his compassion. He glanced around to ensure they were unobserved before continuing. In my view, the emperor will likely bestow some rewards upon us as a form of consolation, but elevating our status above the 6 ministries is utterly unattainable. Li Dongyang chuckled and remarked, you are all wise in many matters yet foolish in this one instance. The current situation transcends the cabinet and the 6 ministries. It is now a matter of the 6 ministries versus the emperor. On the surface, it may appear that the 6 ministries are belittling us, but in truth, they are challenging the emperor's authority. He continued, the naval fleet's expedition to assert the might of the Ming dynasty was a decision long sanctioned by His Majesty. Initially delayed, it now faces opposition from everyone outside the cabinet. What do you suppose His Majesty will think? The 2 men were momentarily taken aback. Lu Jian slowly nodded. Benji has hit the nail on the head. However, considering the emperor's temperament, Li Dongyang interjected, the emperor remains sagacious. Otherwise, he would not have explicitly stated at the onset of his reign that the chancellor must not concurrently hold the position of Minister of Personnel. His intent was to prevent the cabinet from becoming overly powerful and disrupting the balance of the court. And now, the cabinet has dwindled to the point of nearly losing its voice. Is this truly what the emperor desires? Lu Jian exclaimed. Hearing your words is more enlightening than a decade of study. He smiled in agreement. Indeed, when it comes to imperial authority, how could the emperor remain passive? Yet, Qian expressed some trepidation, stating, I still believe the emperor will not allow the chancellor to also serve as Minister of Personnel. Li Dongyang nodded. That is a reasonable assertion. I too feel that way, as the emperor's words were meant to be binding. Qian inquired, what other means could restore the cabinet's authority? Lu Jian chuckled, that is not a concern for us. We must trust in the emperor. Qian sighed. It appears we have no choice. At Wudong Mountain, Li Qing asked, how are you finding it? It has been several days. Have you found anything to your liking? Li Shuer shook her head. No? Make up your mind. No means no. Li Shuer innocently blinked and replied, I am speaking the truth. Li Qing raised his hand. Grandfather, spare me. Li Shuer cried out. Stop your wailing. Li Qing retorted, taking a deep breath. Pack your belongings. We shall return tomorrow. The naval expedition requires extensive preparation, and I cannot afford to waste time on you. If you end up alone, it will be of your own making. Li Shuer protested. Grandfather, your words wound me. Begone. Li Qing raised his hand in a dismissive gesture and turned to seek Qian. As the departure approached, his urgency grew ever more palpable. In the Qinqing Palace, Emperor Zhu Youzhang sat calmly before the imperial writing desk, his chest rising and falling, still unable to come to terms with the events of the court earlier that day. A young eunuch trembled, even his breath becoming noticeably lighter. Opening a drawer, Zhu Youzhang retrieved a small notebook, attempting to soothe his troubled mind. After a lengthy pause, he set the notebook aside, took a deep breath, and called out, "Come forth." A few young eunuchs hesitated, instinctively refraining from approaching, as they discerned that the emperor was not summoning them. Shortly thereafter, a guard clad in resplendent attire entered, bowing and inquiring, "Did your majesty summon me?" Zhu Youzhang instructed, "Dispatch a decree to the Yongqing Marquis' residence in Jinling, commanding Admiral Li Hong of the naval forces to commence the mobilization of the fleet and the preparation of military supplies effective immediately. 1/3 of the naval forces from Jiangnan shall be reassigned, while an additional 2/5 shall be drawn from Fujian. Furthermore, as much silk produced by the Jiangnan Weaving Bureau as possible should be transported, along with tea leaves." Zhu Youzhang silently calculated that such a massive military mobilization, coupled with the allocation of funds and various supplies, made a spring expedition impractical. The Navy would set sail in early September. Taking a deep breath, Zhu Youzhang said, "You shall first proceed to the Ministry of War, bringing the nautical charts left by eunuch Sanbao to Admiral Li of the Yongqing Marquis' estate." "Yes, I shall obey your command," replied the officer, visibly shaken. The esteemed officer noted, 1/3 from Jiangnan, 2/5 from Fujian. Such a scale of naval forces rivals even the peak of eunuch Sanbao's voyages to the west. It appears the emperor is resolute in his intentions. He quietly inquired, "Does the emperor not issue a formal decree?" Zhu Youzhang, filled with indignation, retorted, "What? Now even the imperial guard dares not act without a formal command." "I spoke out of turn." The officer, feeling a chill, quickly affirmed his loyalty, stating that the imperial guard is solely devoted to the emperor. "Regardless of the 6 ministries or the nobility, with a single word from you, we shall not waver. I will attend to this matter immediately." Zhu Youzhang's expression softened slightly. "Go, for an oral command is as good as a written decree." "Yes." The officer felt a wave of relief wash over him upon hearing the final words, straightening his posture. Zhu Youzhang rubbed his temples and sighed, muttering to himself, "The cabinet is far too weak. At this rate, it risks becoming a mere appendage to the 6 ministries. If that happens, any national policies I wish to implement that do not align with their collective interests are likely to face vehement opposition." While Zhu Youzhang may not possess the martial prowess of his ancestors, he was not ignorant of the subtleties of imperial power. Today's events instilled in him a sense of urgency. The cabinet was already in disarray, and without intervention, it would inevitably gravitate towards the 6 ministries. Should that occur, it seemed he would have to personally step into the arena. Pointing to a young eunuch, Zhu Youzhang ordered, "Go relay the decree, instructing Lu Jian, Li Dongyang, and Xie Qian to enter the palace immediately." "Grandfatherly, are you leaving now?" inquired Li Shuer. "Are we to wait until the new year?" Li Qing scoffed. "Tell me honestly, what do you truly desire? If I speak the truth, will you strike me? If you do not speak, I shall strike you now? Then go ahead." Li Shuer resigned herself. Li Qing, feeling exasperated, replied, "To be honest, I shall not strike you. I do not wish to marry, not at all. You." Li Shuer reminded him to speak truthfully without fear of reprisal. Li Qing's hand, raised in warning, hesitated before lightly tapping her shoulder, albeit with little force. "The reason? Marriage brings its own burdens, the constraints of obedience, the pains of childbirth." Li Shuer rambled on about the many troubles, ultimately declaring, "Being single is far easier. Have you considered the future? The Yongqing Marquis shall provide for me." Li Shuer asserted confidently, "I want for nothing, surrounded by servants. What should I fear?" Li Qing found himself momentarily at a loss for words, realizing her argument had merit. For ordinary women, marriage is often essential. Yet Li Shuer's circumstances were far from ordinary. The Li family possessed immense wealth, and with servants at her disposal, even in her old age, she need not worry about being unattended or struggling for sustenance. Merely a single individual, after all, lacks completeness, Li Qing advised. "That is merely your perspective, Grandpa Li." Li Shuer retorted with a smile. "I have nephews, and in due time, there will be grandnephews as well. Isn't that a full house of descendants? My elder brother is quite accomplished. Why should I feel compelled to bear children myself?" Li Qing responded, "What kind of logic is that? Isn't it so?" Li Shuer replied with a playful grin. I am a member of the Li family, and my nephews and grandnephews are also part of it. However, should I establish my own family and bear children, those offspring would not be considered Li family members. Li Qing found himself at a loss for words. After a lengthy pause, he inquired, "Do you truly feel no attraction to men?" "Not at all, father. I am very fond of you all, my father, my elder brother, and Grandpa Li." "Not in that sense." Li Qing rolled his eyes. "I refer to the romantic kind of attraction." Li Shuider pouted and asked, "Grandpa Li, why don't you seek companionship again? Do you also feel no attraction to love?" "How dare you?" Li Qing exclaimed in anger. "Do not impose upon others what you yourself do not desire." Li Shuider covered her cheeks, displaying a rare lack of awareness and a rather obstinate demeanor. Li Qing raised his hand in exasperation but ultimately refrained from striking her, saying wearily, "Children and grandchildren will have their own fortunes. I will not interfere in your matters any longer. You may marry or not as you please." With that, he flicked his whip and drove towards the Yongqing Marquis's residence in Jinling. Upon entering the guest hall, Zhu Youzhang, with eager anticipation, asked, "Uncle Li, has that girl found someone? If she had, we would not have returned alone, and she would not be avoiding you." Li Qing sighed. "As for Xiao Shuer, I shall no longer concern myself." "What of Honger?" "The emperor's decree arrived just yesterday. Honggu is currently occupied," Zhu Youzhang responded with a sigh. "However, there has been a bit of an unexpected turn." Li Qing furrowed his brows. "What do you mean?" "The emperor intends to undertake a grand venture. Honggu mentioned that. Per the emperor's wishes, this expedition at sea will not involve fewer than 40,000 naval troops." "That sounds promising." Li Qing's expression softened, and he smiled. "Although it entails greater expenditure, given the current financial state of the court, it is entirely manageable." "Uncle Li, let me finish," Zhu Youzhang interjected. "The emperor's intentions are not purely to showcase national strength. He also aims to facilitate trade alongside this endeavor." "Is that so?" Li Qing pondered for a moment, then remarked, "In that case, it is not without merit, as it could alleviate fiscal burdens. However, this means we may not set sail until September or October." "Indeed," Zhu Youzhang nodded. "Moreover, the duration of the voyage will significantly increase. It may take no less than 3 years for a round trip." Li Qing chuckled lightly. "What? Are you reluctant to part with your children and grandchildren?" "Just a tad," Zhu Youzhang admitted with a wry smile. "The primary concern remains with Xiao Shuer. If we delay any longer, she may truly become an old maid. The young girl is quite stubborn. Forcing her into marriage would only yield adverse results." Li Qing felt a twinge of frustration, recognizing that her views were firmly established, making persuasion exceedingly difficult. Overly coercive tactics could lead to foolish actions that would be regrettable. "Indeed," Zhu Youzhang echoed, then resignedly stated, "Well, children and grandchildren will have their own fortunes. Worst case, we will simply support her for life." After a moment's pause, she inquired, "Uncle Li, are you still planning to go to the capital?" "I shall not." Li Qing stretched lazily. "I have been occupied for many years. I am eager for a respite. With Zhu Youzhang recently departed and the court affairs now stable, coupled with the fact that his records have yet to formally enter the political arena, there is little purpose in traveling to the capital. Furthermore, having painstakingly distanced myself from the court, I have no desire to plunge back into it. In the future, I still have my own matters to oversee outside the law. A multitude of matters demand attention. One cannot remain ensconced within the halls of power indefinitely, even if one must venture forth. It is prudent to wait until Xiao Yunzong has made a name for himself in the court before proceeding. As for the secret of immortality, it is best kept from the emperor's knowledge. It is time to take a respite." Zhu Youzhang expressed her concern, noting that Uncle Li has seldom enjoyed a moment of peace. It is rare to have leisure, so he should take the opportunity to relax. At the Hall of Supreme Harmony, the morning court session had barely commenced before discord erupted anew. Zhu Youzhang's issuance of edicts provoked widespread dissatisfaction, particularly among the 6 ministries, who sought to leverage this moment to decisively undermine the cabinet. There are losses that must be compensated, lest it devolve into a futile endeavor. The censorate also entered the fray, and the situation became increasingly clear, with them placing their bets firmly on the 6 ministries. The strong prevail, while the weak are deemed unworthy of existence. This truth is immutable throughout the ages. The dominance of the 6 ministries compelled all political opportunists to align with them, otherwise, they would face inevitable retribution. All except the cabinet had pledged allegiance to the 6 ministries, and the clamor grew increasingly intense. Ultimately, as the morning court drew to a close, the adjudicator was dragged into the fray. The 6 ministries aimed to extinguish the cabinet's voice and usurp its authority, a notion Zhu Youzhang could not acquiesce to. He turned to Lu Jian, Xie Qian, and Li Dongyang, who remained silent. In such tumultuous times, they had become public enemies. They were no match for their adversaries. Even Xie Qian refrained from speaking up. He could articulate his thoughts, yet words alone would not suffice. Your Majesty, it is your turn to take the stage. The 3 gazed at him expectantly. Zhu Youzhang touched his nose and rose abruptly. After a moment, the court was adjourned. Zhu Youzhang did not seek to evade. He simply wished for silence, and admittedly, he found himself outmatched. However, being outmatched did not equate to being easily manipulated. He was the emperor, and a sovereign of a prosperous era at that. Though the power struggle appeared fierce, it had yet to tip into imbalance. No sooner had he returned to the palace of heavenly purity than Zhu Youzhang issued an edict. The grand academicians of the cabinet would not be inferior to the secretaries of the 6 ministries, possessing equal authority. Given the current state of the cabinet, drastic measures were imperative. Yet, as soon as the edict was proclaimed, it met with unprecedented opposition. For the first time, the edict of the Ming emperor proved ineffective. This outcome vastly exceeded Zhu Youzhang's expectations. Of course, the ministers dared not openly defy the edict. They invoked ancestral precedents as a shield. The appointment of grand academicians to 5th-rank official positions, as established by the Taizong, could not allow them to stand on equal footing with the high-ranking officials of the 6 ministries. In this instance, the 6 ministries held the moral high ground. As events unfolded, the cabinet found itself with no avenue for retreat. Similarly, the 6 ministries, along with the officials who had aligned with them, faced a dead end. Zhu Youzhang too found himself with no recourse. Should the cabinet be consumed by the 6 ministries, the emperor's authority would undoubtedly suffer a significant blow. Consequently, the typically gentle and even timid Zhu Youzhang exhibited an unusual tenacity, approaching a stubbornness. Regardless of the winds from all directions, I shall staunchly support the cabinet. Chapter 134. One mountain cannot accommodate 2 tigers in the palace of heavenly purity. Zhu Youzhang repeatedly perused his notebook. In truth, he had thoroughly absorbed its contents, to the point of being able to recite it verbatim. Thus, this act seemed futile. Yet, for reasons unbeknownst to him, he found solace in flipping through its pages, especially during moments of turmoil. Father, Zhu Hozhao dashed in, plopping himself onto the dragon throne. In the imperial family, such an act is a grave transgression, even for the crown prince. Yet Zhu Youzhang was not the least bit angered. Instead, he wore a benevolent smile, his eyes brimming with paternal affection. Why are you running about instead of focusing on your studies? He momentarily cast aside his worries and affectionately ruffled his son's hair. Though his words hinted at reproach, his tone conveyed none, lacking any authority, instead filled with endearment. Zhu Hozhao chuckled. It's merely a break between classes. I just missed you, father. Spare me. I presume you've angered teacher Yang again? Hee. Father, you are indeed wise. Zhu Hozhao unabashedly suggested. Why not have old Wang as my teacher? I believe his knowledge rivals that of Yang Tingyi. Absolutely not, Zhu Youzhang replied, shaking his head. He has yet to officially enter the court. How could he be your instructor? You. Zhu Youzhang playfully pointed at Zhu Hozhao's forehead and chided. He is your classmate now. If he were to become your teacher, you would surely find him bothersome. Pausing, he continued, as the heir apparent, you must diligently apply yourself to your studies. The future of the Ming dynasty will rest in your hands. Do not be negligent. Zhu Hozhao retorted. Father, you and mother are in your prime. Why not have another child and let him be the crown prince? Preposterous, Zhu Youzhang exclaimed, his frustration evident as he pressed his son down onto his lap, delivering a sharp slap to his backside. The sound was particularly resounding. The strike was no trifling matter. The flesh on Zhu Hozhao's rear quivered. Zhu Youzhang, feeling a pang of sympathy, gently rubbed the area, scolding, should you continue to speak such nonsense, I shall make your backside sore. Zhu Hozhao, propping himself up on his father's leg, sulked. I shouldn't have come. Hey, you are being audacious, Zhu Youzhang admonished. Zhu Hozhao, making a silly face, darted away. Slow down. Zhu Youzhang had barely uttered the words when the little rascal had vanished from sight. He sighed, shaking his head, picked up a small notebook, and his expression turned pensive. I hope this matter ends here, Zhu Youzhang thought to himself. However, contrary to his hopes, matters took a turn for the worse. This time, The six ministries were resolute. Seeing that the emperor was unwilling to retract his orders, they promptly incited the officials to cast aspersions upon him. The censorate, feeling that the cabinet was incapable of greatness and having previously allied with the six ministries to strike a decisive blow, now feared that their support for the cabinet would not be appreciated. They might as well stand by the six ministries until the end. Given their understanding of the emperor, it wouldn't be long before the benevolent ruler would falter. Yet this time, the benevolent ruler was unprecedentedly resolute and unyielding, like a rock, remaining unmoved despite the officials' fervent criticisms. As they realized they could not breach his defenses, they resorted to a drastic, strategic maneuver. Could it be that the cabinet could hold the prime minister's seat? This tactic was exceedingly potent. The founding emperor abolished the chancellorship to consolidate imperial power. To even suggest such a notion was tantamount to disloyalty and unfilial behavior. Conversely, the cabinet would entirely lose its political foundation. Zhu Youzhang found himself caught in a dilemma. To affirm such a notion? Absolutely not. To oppose it? That too was not in his interest. Yet at this juncture, feigning ignorance was no longer an option. The situation compelled him to take a stance. Zhu Youzhang was deeply conflicted. Ultimately, he made a decision. The cabinet, consisting of 3 members, abolished all positions except for that of the Grand Secretary, explicitly stating that henceforth, the Grand Secretary shall not hold any position of real power. The 6 ministries rejoiced. As did the opportunists. They believed they had triumphed, and the next step was to reap the political fruits. However, reality soon doused their enthusiasm with a cold splash of water. The head of the cabinet, Liu Jian, was granted the honorary title of Prince's Guardian. This title bore no real power, yet it undeniably elevated his status. Li Dongyang and Xie Qian were similarly conferred the honorary titles of Prince's Tutor and Prince's Teacher, respectively. Although these titles possessed no real authority, their ranks were no longer confined to the 5th grade of Grand Secretaries. Initially, this might not have seemed significant, but the prefix Prince rendered it problematic. Following this series of maneuvers, everyone was left bewildered. Even the 3 members of the cabinet were taken aback. Had they truly won? It seemed not. Apart from their authority in drafting proposals, the cabinet had relinquished everything else. Had they lost? Not entirely. The prefix of Prince afforded them a legitimate closeness to the heir apparent, a connection that wielded considerable influence. A similar sentiment arose among the 6 ministries and their allied officials. What did this signify? In the long run, the 6 ministries emerged victorious. From this point forward, the Grand Secretaries could no longer concurrently hold any positions within their ranks. Positions such as Minister of Personnel or Deputy Minister of War were now off limits. Even the role of a mere assistant could not be assumed. Beyond the proposal drafting power of a 5th grade Grand Secretary, they were left with nothing else. Yet, in the short term, the cabinet had gained substantial power. Their association with the prince, a future emperor and the nation's heir, effectively extended their political lifespan. As long as they remained prudent, they would no longer engage in a life-and-death struggle with the 3 cabinet members. The rivalry between the cabinet and the ministries had reached a temporary conclusion. Such significant events could not remain hidden. News swiftly spread through various channels, reaching the capital and permeating the political sphere. In Jinling, upon learning of this development, Li Qing promptly concluded, the cabinet had won. Zhu Youzhang's actions appeared impeccable at first glance, yet this was not entirely the case. From a broader perspective, the 6 ministries reaped the greatest benefits. Henceforth, the cabinet could not concurrently hold any official positions within their ranks, possessing only the power to draft proposals and no further influence. However, this very reality necessitated that future sovereigns, in order to maintain balance, must emulate Hongji and confer honorary titles such as Princess Guardian, Tutor, and Teacher upon the Grand Secretaries. This strategy would elevate the stature of the Grand Secretaries, preventing the cabinet from becoming a mere appendage of the 6 ministries. Yet, any association with the prince would undoubtedly carry more weight than that of a position wielding real power. Thus, it became an indubitable fact that the cabinet would remain dominant over the 6 ministries. Nonetheless, one cannot assert that Hongji erred. The conflict between the cabinet and the ministries had persisted for many years. Since the time of the Taizong, these 2 factions had been embroiled in strife, a struggle spanning several dynasties. At this juncture, their influence had become remarkably comparable. As the saying goes, one mountain cannot accommodate 2 tigers. Therefore, it was imperative to establish a hierarchy. This political dynamic inevitably arises as politics evolves to a certain degree. The responsibility should not be placed solely upon Zhu Youzhang. Even in the highest echelons of power, he cannot halt this inexorable progression. Everything is perpetually advancing, often, even when one wishes to remain stationary. The momentum of development will propel one forward. If Li Qing were situated in the court, he might delay the inevitable, yet such delay would only be temporary. In a scenario of choosing between two options, Zhu Youzhang has managed to strike a commendable balance, verging on perfection. At the very least, he has left room for maneuver. Positions such as the Crown Prince's Grand Protector and Master of the Young Scholars are not standard appointments, with the Emperor retaining control over the initiative. Should the cabinet grow in strength, the Emperor could easily revoke or deny promotions to the newly appointed cabinet scholars before they completely overshadow the 6 ministries, prompting a counteroffensive from the latter. Weighing the pros and cons, Li Qing felt somewhat reassured. The situation remained within manageable bounds. Nevertheless, the rise of the cabinet unsettled him. Damn it! Are the secretaries of the 6 ministries filled with nonsense? Li Qing cursed bitterly. Such short-sightedness. Hey, Qingya, who has offended you? Li Hao approached, inquiring about his friend's discontent. It's nothing, Li Qing replied sternly. Aren't you supposed to be working? Li Hao retorted. One must balance work and rest, right? With such a vast family enterprise, if I were to oversee everything personally, I'd surely wear myself to the bone. Well, a brief respite is not unwarranted. Li Qing conceded, momentarily allowing a pleasant demeanor. As long as the overarching direction is maintained, the finer details could be entrusted to subordinates. Li Hao chuckled. It seems we are of one mind. After a pause, he added, Qingya, considering how hard I've been working, I have a request. Speak, and if I can assist. I shall, Li Qing responded. This grandson indeed possesses a keen business acumen and has worked diligently in recent years, warranting a reward. Qingya, you're righteous. Li Hao praised. Raising his thumb, it's nothing too extravagant. I simply wish to take a concubine. Li Qing quipped. Are you afraid of your wife? Afraid of her? Nonsense. Li Hao scoffed. Do you think I am like your son? Then why consult me? My father. Li Hao exclaimed in frustration. He is simply envious of me. Tell me, am I not trying to ensure the continuation of our Li family line? He himself dares not take a concubine, yet he forbids me from doing so. What sense does that make? Li Qing rolled his eyes. Spare me the lofty rhetoric of desire. You already have 2 concubines. Only 2. Li Hao pleaded. Qingya, look at the wealthy families in Jinling. Who doesn't have 10 or more concubines? I only have 2, and I am the heir to the Yongqing Marquisate. Li Qing laughed. By your reasoning, your father is in an even worse predicament. Who told him to fear his wife? He deserves no sympathy. Li Hao pouted, then turned earnest. If I could take another, I promise to manage the business diligently in the future. Fine, but this is a one-time concession. Li Qing replied tersely. In future matters of this nature, should your father disapprove, I will not assist you. After a moment, he added, Little Song is quite admirable, cultured, virtuous, and kind. Do not mistreat her. Rest assured, Qingya, I am not that sort of person. Little Song is my legitimate wife, and I shall cherish her, Li Hao asserted, patting his chest. I am not one to chase after new and forsake the old. I simply wish for our Li family to thrive. Enough of that, Li Qing said, playfully kicking him in the rear. Now be gone. All right, I'm off, Li Hao replied with a cheeky grin as he departed. Li Qing let out a wry smile, muttering to himself, this pair of siblings is truly remarkable. One is devoid of feelings for the opposite sex, while the other is as clingy as a teddy bear. Can't they find some balance? In Chapter 135, The Star, Li Qing found himself enjoying rare leisure time, indulging in operas at the Pear Garden and melodies at the brothel. A most delightful experience. The courtesans, with their fluid grace, were exquisite yet not overly persistent in their allure. Occasionally, Li Hao would shamelessly accompany his elder brother for a taste of such pleasures, but each return would inevitably lead to a scolding from his fiercely protective younger sister. Such leisurely days felt bland and monotonous. In the present-day Jinling, it rivaled the bustling metropolises of the future, although devoid of gaudy nightlife. The antique charm of the southern riverside towns was unparalleled. After a prolonged absence from Jiangnan, Li Qing found the ambience refreshing. He cast aside all worries, immersing himself in a slow-paced life, languidly enjoying his surroundings. For a fleeting moment, he contemplated settling down. A pot of tea, a scroll of literature, a fishing rod. Reclining under the shade of trees, basking in the sunlight, he envisioned a life of tranquility, savoring the company of grandchildren, listening to stories at tea houses, and enjoying opera in the pear garden. Such a serene existence seemed utterly delightful. Alas, he could not relinquish his ambitions, fearing that he might succumb to complacency. After over a century of diligence, toil, and strategic planning, bolstered by the unwavering support of generations of emperors, he had finally achieved this state of affairs. How could he afford to slacken? To do so would be a disservice not only to himself, but also to the emperors of the Ming dynasty. Time flew swiftly in this leisurely period, and before long, spring had given way to autumn. Jiangnan remained vibrant and full of life. The air fragrant with the scent of osmanthus, golden chrysanthemums, and blooming crabapples competing for attention. On a crisp autumn day, by the pond, Li Qing reclined in a lounge chair, with bait to his left and fruits, fine wine, and pastries to his right. The water shimmered under the gentle autumn breeze, caressing his skin like a tender massage, as Li Qing squinted his deep-set eyes, teetering on the edge of slumber. The flowers danced, and fragrant breezes wafted through, creating a picturesque scene under the backdrop of his ink-colored robes. "Something on your mind?" Li Qing, seemingly drowsy, suddenly spoke. Li Shui'er paused momentarily, then stepped forward, grandfatherly. "You recognize me? Your father is preoccupied with official duties, your mother is not without her own responsibilities, and your elder brother seldom returns home. It appears we are the only two idlers in the entire marquisate," Li Qing replied, slowly rising, lifting his fishing rod, its hook gleaming brightly. With a gentle smile, he cast it into the pond, reminiscent of Jiang Taigong enticing fish. The poignant essence of twilight and the passage of time tugged at the heartstrings. Li Shui'er squatted beside him, peeling an orange for him, softly saying, "Grandfatherly, the autumn examinations have concluded. Would you care to see the future pillars of the Ming dynasty?" Having noticed her grandfather's recent melancholy, she hoped to lift his spirits. Li Qing, however, misinterpreted her intentions. Thinking she had come to terms with the situation, he cheerfully rose. "Shall I take you to see them then? Talented scholars and beautiful maidens." The admiration of one for the other was mutual. Those who excelled in the provincial examinations in Yingtianfu were undoubtedly high-quality talents. Perhaps there might even be someone who piqued little Shui'er's interest. Yet, alas, a son-in-law often faced disdain, no matter how affluent or powerful the Li family might be. Very well. Li Shui'er joyfully remarked that in these past few days, countless businesses had flourished, making the streets more vibrant than during the bustling New Year markets. "Oh, are you saying that talented individuals can actually stimulate the economy?" Li Qing inquired with curiosity. "Indeed," Li Shui'er replied with a beaming smile. "If only Grandpa Li knew that after the results of the provincial examinations are announced, the city of Jinling enjoys several days of exuberance. As wealthy merchants seek to associate with the talented, and noble families search for husbands for their daughters." As they spoke, they exited the Ofu. Rather than taking a sedan chair, they opted to walk, as the current season was the most pleasant of the year, and the autumn breeze felt invigorating. Riding in a chair would pale in comparison. Li Qing advised, "Shui'er, let us not set our sights too high. They are marrying off daughters, while we are seeking suitors." All right, not too high," Li Shui'er replied, eager to maintain the cheerful mood. Li Qing breathed a sigh of relief, though he felt a headache at the tactics of the wealthy. However, this phenomenon was inescapable. Such customs could not be altered merely by the emperor's decree. The collaboration between officials and merchants likely stemmed from this very situation. It was not only in Jinling but also prevalent across the 13 provinces of the Ming dynasty. Moreover, such practices had existed long before the Ming, making it difficult to break from tradition. On the other hand, this also served as a reward for the scholars who endured years of arduous study. To suppress such customs under immense pressure would, in fact, undermine the ambition of these scholars. After all, what was the purpose of a decade of painstaking study and mastery of the eight-legged essay, if not to achieve distinction and success? From a broader perspective, it was essential to win over these talented individuals. Only by doing so could the nation attain stability. In the past, Zhu Youzhang, under pressure, had reformed the bureaucratic system to inspire scholars and instill hope. Often, many issues are recognized as problematic, yet they remain unchangeable, not because change is impossible, but rather because the cost of enforced change would be even greater, potentially exacerbating the situation. This is akin to the principle that imperial authority does not reach the countryside. The central government's decrees and its control over the grassroots extend only to the county level. Although towns are ostensibly under imperial jurisdiction, in practice, especially concerning taxation, they rely heavily on local gentry. To put it plainly, successive dynasties have always adhered to a system of collaboration between officials and merchants. Even amidst the current prosperity of the Ming dynasty, it has yet to achieve complete governance. This political landscape, entrenched over millennia, grants immense power to local gentry, compelling the court to make concessions. If the emperor is likened to a large landlord, then the local gentry are akin to small landlords. Only when the small landlords acknowledge the supremacy of the large landlord's dynasty can stability be ensured. Otherwise, chaos would ensue. Unless, akin to later generations' technological explosions, relying on network information oversight and universal identification, it is improbable for the court to manage the populace with the precision it desires, regardless of the costs it might incur to disrupt the existing order. Furthermore, the price of such upheaval is exceedingly steep, possibly threatening the very existence of the dynasty. This point was vividly illustrated by Wang Mang. Grandpa Li, Li Shui'er called several times before Li Qing came to his senses. "Are you recalling something unpleasant?" she asked. "Nothing of concern. Let us be on our way." Li Qing smiled softly, yet her thoughts remained adrift. Fortunately, the Ming dynasty was gradually progressing along a gentler path. The flourishing of commerce and industry had significantly attracted the attention of wealthy gentry, easing the severe land consolidation and ensuring that the gentry did not completely control the livelihoods of the common people. "Tang Bohu," Li Shui'er exclaimed in astonishment, bringing Li Qing back to reality. Looking up, she noticed two banners flanking the entrance of the tavern. One congratulating a talented scholar from Jiangnan on his success in the imperial examinations, and the other advertising that the great scholar was present in this very establishment, inviting those who wished to witness Tang's brilliance to come in. The spacious tavern was bustling with patrons, the entrance so crowded it was nearly impassable. "Tang scholar," Li Qing murmured, reminded of the proud young man she had encountered during her visit to Suzhou. She also recalled an old friend. After a long silence, she whispered, "You have triumphed. Grandfather Li, should we not join the festivities?" Li Shui'er exclaimed eagerly. "Ah, little Shui'er, Tang Bohu has already taken a wife," Li Qing replied helplessly. "I was present at his wedding. You have missed your chance." The esteemed daughter of the Yongqing Marquis could hardly become a concubine to anyone, least of all Tang Bohu. Li Qing was unwilling to see Li Shui'er relegated to such a position, always subservient to others. Marriage was acceptable, but being a concubine was entirely unacceptable. Li Shui'er gasped. "Grandfather, you are acquainted with Tang Bohu?" "Acquainted is perhaps too strong. We merely met once," Li Qing chuckled, teasingly adding. "Surely you do not harbor a long-standing admiration for Tang Bohu?" "Uft," Li Shui'er scoffed. "Meeting him is not as impressive as his reputation. The foremost of Jiangnan's 4 talents is nothing remarkable. I have no feelings for him, let alone admiration." With a swift motion, Li Qing playfully tapped her forehead and scolded. "You dare to disdain the foremost of Jiangnan's 4 talents? Do you truly consider yourself worthy of such a title? Have you mistaken yourself for a princess?" "Indeed, I am a princess," Li Shui'er retorted. "Please, be cautious. This is Zhili. Let not your words be overheard." After a pause, she sighed, "In truth, his life has been quite tragic. It is no small feat for him to rise again." "His life is tragic?" Li Qing chuckled. "Born into wealth, clad in fine garments, loved by his parents, with a beautiful wife from a prestigious family. What hardship has he endured?" "Grandfather, you are unaware?" "Unaware of what?" "Ah, indeed. You are preoccupied with grand matters and have little regard for fleeting acquaintances," Li Shui'er explained. "His family has all passed away. His father died, followed closely by his mother, and his wife perished during childbirth, along with his sister." Li Shui'er recounted what she had heard from Tang Bohu during her visit to the tavern. Upon finishing, Li Qing was left in stunned silence. This was information he had never anticipated. "How do you know all of this?" Li Shui'er replied. "When I ran away from home to visit Suzhou, I sought to witness the great scholar's talents and, through inquiries, found my way to that tavern, where I conversed with him." "I see." Li Qing nodded slowly, still astonished, murmuring, "I did not expect him to have faced such misfortunes. Fate truly plays tricks on us." "Indeed," Li Shui'er agreed. "At that time, he seemed like a mere shell of a man, drowning his sorrows in drink, nearly losing his business." Li Shui'er shook her head with a sigh. "You should have seen him then. It was quite pitiful." Taking a deep breath, Li Qing said, "Let us go inside and take a look." As the foremost among the 4 talents of Jiangnan, coupled with the title of the top scholar, his brilliance is indeed dazzling. One might even liken him to a superstar. Upon entering, the grandfather and granddaughter were charged an entrance fee of 20 taels of silver. The bustling restaurant was teeming with people, more lively than a temple fair, making it nearly impossible to navigate through the crowd. In such circumstances, a young lady was bound to face difficulties. Thus, Li Shuer clung to her grandfather's arm for protection. Fortunately, with her grandfather's remarkable abilities, the throng seemed to part instinctively. And before long, the two ascended to the 2nd floor. Li Qing released a slight aura, creating an effect akin to traversing an uninhabited realm. It wasn't long before they arrived at the entrance of the most opulent private room on the 2nd floor. 2 young attendants intercepted them, grinning awkwardly, saying, "Esteemed guests, to witness the splendor of Tang Jiyuan, each must pay 100 taels." Li Qing thought to himself, even a concert by a pop icon wouldn't demand such a hefty sum. He wanted to express his disbelief, but realized that the legendary Tang Bohu was indeed incomparable. In an era where information was relatively scarce, achieving renown across several provinces in Jiangnan was no small feat. Moreover, for someone to rise above the rest, it was undeniably a testament to their exceptional talent. Perhaps influenced by later generations, Li Qing always viewed Tang Bohu through a certain lens. Rarely did he find himself in the position of a fool, but he reluctantly extracted 200 tael banknotes to hand to the attendant. The private room was expansive. The restaurant owner had merged several rooms into one grand space, allowing for ample room. Although the number of patrons was significant, it was not overcrowded. After all, those willing to part with 100 taels to see Tang Jiyuan were not excessively numerous. Nevertheless, there were nearly 50 individuals present, seated at 10 tables. With Tang Bohu occupying the central table, there were both men and women, including unmarried ladies. Tang Bohu reveled in the company of both, indulging in wine and flirtation. The courtesan, dressed scantily, poured wine while pressing herself against him, her fragrant shoulders exposed, her garments slipping, creating a scene reminiscent of a spring festival, despite the many onlookers. Yet, even in such a setting, Tang Bohu continued to be well regarded. Those looking to align with him were unperturbed, as were those hoping to marry their daughters to him. After all, a man's flirtatiousness is not deemed a blemish, especially if he possesses talent. At that moment, Tang Bohu was engrossed in the revelry, carefree and flamboyant, oblivious to Li Qing and Li Shuer, who appeared markedly out of place amidst the merriment. Sharing a table, Li Qing sipped his drink while observing Shuer's expression. The young girl remained serene, neither angry nor resentful, displaying a remarkable calmness. Yet, when she witnessed the overly forward courtesan, her face flushed slightly, and a trace of disdain flickered across her features. It seemed that the young lady was genuinely indifferent to Tang Bohu. Li Qing felt a sense of relief, albeit tinged with concern. If even Tang Bohu could not captivate her attention, it was evident that she had high standards. It appeared that she was on the path to becoming an old maid, he thought with a wry smile. Suddenly, a boisterous laugh drew Li Qing's attention. There was Tang Bohu, reclining against his chair, his face tilted upward, laughing uncontrollably, his grin taking on a frenzied quality. The courtesan presented him with a cup of wine, and only then did he pause his laughter. He drank deeply, yet when he raised his gaze, the smile had vanished, leaving an impression that the jovial man moments ago was a different person altogether. Tang Bohu remarked, "You all overestimate me. Tang Yin is merely a man of hollow fame. I cannot accept the goodwill of the esteemed ladies. To be candid, I am already wed." Upon hearing this, the wealthy patrons and ladies exchanged glances of fleeting disappointment. However, this revelation did not dampen their spirits. The talented scholar was known for his charm, and one young lady had long admired him. With the fleeting years, she felt the urgency of time, her cheeks flushed with anticipation, her eyes sparkling with hope. "My wife hails from a brothel," Tang Bohu stated earnestly, unashamed by his admission. He had heeded the counsel of Li Shuer, striving in his studies while marrying a favored courtesan from the drunken fragrance pavilion, intending to return to a conventional life. Alas, married life proved less than ideal. This revelation stirred unease among the assembly. To have a courtesan as a legitimate wife, while one's daughter serves as a concubine. Although during this era, daughters of affluent families were often seen as pawns, there remained few who could act so callously. Moreover, they still possessed a sense of honor. Permitting their own daughters to become concubines was already a disgrace, and to acknowledge a courtesan as the principal wife was an utter humiliation. Tang Bohu aspired to a political career. How could he take a courtesan as his spouse? Some gently advised him. The laws of the Ming dynasty are explicit. Officials are prohibited from marrying courtesans, or they risk demotion. They were prominent figures, well-versed in such matters. Although they were not officials themselves, they were familiar with the intricacies of governance and its regulations. Yet Tang Bohu simply smiled and shook his head, saying, "But I am not an official yet. This path is ultimately unwise. It invites censure. We urge you, young Master Tang, to reconsider and cut your losses swiftly," someone advised. Tang Bohu chuckled, shaking his head. And as his gaze drifted, he finally spotted Li Qing. His smile froze, replaced by astonishment as he stared for a long moment before exclaiming, "Is it you?" Tang Bohu was taken aback, not only because he had not anticipated encountering an old acquaintance at this moment, but also because after a decade apart, this familiar face had not changed one bit. Along with his astonishment, there was a hint of joy in reuniting with someone from his past. After all, Li Qing had witnessed his glory. He had once been proud and full of himself, basking in the sweet winds of success when everything seemed so perfect. Tang Bohu rose and approached Li Qing's table, cautiously inquiring, "Li, is it you? Goodness, you have aged me by 2 generations." Li Shuer shot a disapproving glance at Tang Bohu. He noticed her gaze, which made him pause again. "What a beautiful woman. So familiar," he murmured. "Who has seen you?" Li Shuer rolled her eyes dramatically. Tang Bohu rubbed his nose awkwardly and smiled sheepishly, then turned his attention back to Li Qing. "Is it you, sir? At the tavern in Suzhou, during the first year of Hongji?" "Indeed," Li Qing nodded, smiling. "Congratulations." Tang Bohu's expression dimmed, and with a sense of melancholy, he replied, "What is there to congratulate? They are no longer here to witness it." Li Qing listened to Xiao Shuer's narrative and, upon witnessing her demeanor, could not help but sigh, look forward. Indeed, he too had told himself this, yet how could he find solace? Tang Bohu wore a bitter expression. He no longer smiled. Nor did he possess the joy of a top scholar. Perhaps he had never truly felt such happiness. "By the way, what of that Lord Zhu who accompanied you?" Tang Bohu inquired. "If you have leisure, might I invite you for a drink?" "He has passed away," Li Qing replied. "That is truly unfortunate," Tang Bohu expressed, feeling a sense of regret. "The past is ultimately behind us. One must still look ahead." Li Qing remarked, "You are a person of talent. Do not waste your gifts. I trust your parents hope for you to bring honor to your family." "Indeed," Tang Bohu gently nodded and asked, "Do you have any free time, sir?" Li Qing gazed at the crowd pressing in and replied, "Perhaps another day. You should tend to your affairs for now." With that, he stood and said, "Xiao Shuer, you have seen Tang the great scholar and enjoyed the festivities. Let us return." "All right." Li Shuer shot a glare at Tang Bohu before following Li Qing out. "What is this young lady doing?" Li Shuer turned back. "Have we met somewhere before?" Tang Bohu inquired, feeling an odd familiarity with her, though he could not recall when. "We have not," Li Shuer curtly retorted, turning away to hasten after Li Qing. As the two departed, Tang Bohu found himself once more surrounded. Yet he had lost all desire for frivolity. The city of Jinling was bustling with activity, not merely in the inn where Tang Bohu was staying, but across other establishments as well, though none were as fervently alive as his. Wealthy merchants sought to attract talented scholars for political investment. Businesses recognized the opportunity and seized it to profit. Those who held a place on the honor roll became coveted targets, receiving not only complimentary top-tier services, but also generous financial rewards. This phenomenon had persisted for some time, evolving into what could be termed the scholar economy. Consequently, scholars became highly sought after, as this proved more lucrative for merchants than any festive occasion. Of course, scholars benefited as well, enjoying free food and lodging while gaining fame and attracting investments. For ordinary families, the expenses of the imperial examination were considerable, with time being the most significant cost. Years, sometimes decades, without income rendered survival a challenge, and many found themselves deeply in debt. From this perspective, the investment of wealthy merchants and scholars had its merits amidst its drawbacks. Naturally, these merchants were not naive nor excessively affluent. To gain their patronage, one needed a modicum of fame and the ability to showcase potential. In essence, this was akin to modern corporate financing, going public, advertising, and creating hype. As he walked along, Li Qing reflected deeply and began to see things more clearly. Some matters harbored risks, yet there existed a rationale for their existence. An overly idealistic approach is unwise. Extreme idealism often stands in stark contrast to reality, rendering one powerless. Yet acceptance is necessary. Upon his return to the Marquis's residence, Li Hong arrived shortly thereafter. Is everything prepared? Li Qing inquired. Almost. A batch of tea leaves is currently being roasted, and we should be ready to depart in about 10 days. Li Hongdao, the route is already determined, and the skilled individuals proficient in various languages are all prepared. At last, the time for venturing into the vast ocean has arrived. Li Qing, filled with joy, then inquired. What about the firearms? We must not skimp on our armaments for the sake of commerce. He reminisced about his past endeavors in Japan, which had been rather meager, often attacking fortifications with bare hands. Such experiences left him feeling quite embarrassed. He was determined not to let a lack of firepower hinder his efforts again, especially since this would involve naval warfare, where his strength would undoubtedly be diminished. If they did not encounter any conflict, that would be fortunate. However, should a battle arise, how could they hope to devastate their foes without the support of artillery? How could they instill fear in their adversaries? Rest assured, my godfather. Li Hong chuckled. We are well equipped, abundantly so. As the commander of the naval forces, one must always prepare for the worst-case scenario. The court has invested heavily in training tens of thousands of sailors. How could we be stingy with our armaments? Moreover, the emperor has issued orders to demonstrate the might of the Ming dynasty. Li Hong declared proudly, cannons, bows and arrows, firearms, as well as melee weapons such as spears and sabers. None shall be lacking, and we could easily withstand an equal naval force for 3 days and nights without issue. That is reassuring, Li Qing replied, feeling relieved. By the way, has the court's funding arrived? The emperor has not allocated funds, but he granted me permission to withdraw 3 million taels from the treasury in Yingtianfu as expenses. Li Qing urged, go, hurry, and urge them. Li Hong hesitated. The emperor's decree is clear. How could the Ministry of Revenue dare to withhold it? While they may not dare to refuse, they certainly might delay, Li Qing stated solemnly. Do not take this lightly, go swiftly. We must set sail in 10 days, otherwise, I shall give you a good slap. Chapter 137, Leisurely Chess the next day. At the Ministry of Revenue, Li Hong had consumed several cups of tea, yet still had not seen the minister, which left him quite irate. Bang! The tea table trembled, and a cup shattered into pieces. Damn it! I arrived late yesterday, and today I came early. Li Hong bellowed. Where are the people from the Ministry of Revenue? Are they all dead? Just then, a clerk hurried in, wearing a forced smile. My lord, please calm down. The ministry has been quite busy lately. Haha. Enough nonsense. Li Hong retorted. I do not care how busy the minister is. He must come to see me immediately. Ah, my lord, please call me General. General. The clerk quickly corrected himself, smiling obsequiously. The minister has indeed been preoccupied. The autumn examinations have just concluded. And what do the autumn examinations have to do with the Ministry of Revenue? That is a matter for the Ministry of Rights. Li Hong exclaimed angrily. I am acting on the emperor's orders. Does the emperor's decree hold no weight in southern Jili? The clerk, feeling the pressure of such an accusation, stammered. Please wait a moment, General. I shall go and check again. It took a full quarter of an hour for the minister to arrive. Yet the minister still did not show his face. Well, it has been a long time. General, your prowess remains undiminished. Enough trivialities, Li Hong said bluntly. The money, 3 million taels, as specifically authorized by the emperor, immediately. The minister awkwardly replied, since it is the emperor's command, the ministry will certainly comply. However, the ministry is currently facing financial difficulties. Financial difficulties? Li Hong laughed. Do you take me for a fool? Minister, the family of the eternal youth marquis alone contributes over 200,000 in taxes annually, when combined with the numerous affluent households in Jinling, such as the pig-breeding Duke of Chao, the silk magnate Liu, the leading furniture merchant Wang, as well as various taverns, inns, and brothels. The total tax revenue each year exceeds 500,000 taels. After accounting for essential expenditures such as the salaries of officials, road repairs, bridge maintenance, and disaster relief, there remains a substantial surplus. General Li addressed me as the Eternal Youth Marquis. Oh, Eternal Youth Marquis, the Ministry of Revenue faces challenges as well, the deputy minister lamented. As the tax revenues from the Yingtian prefecture are not remitted to the capital, yet we are burdened with the fiscal responsibilities of the Jiangnan region, which extends beyond just Jinling. Today it floods, tomorrow it droughts, and at times there are wandering refugees. Each city bears the weight. The deputy minister trembled, expressing his discontent. Of course, the ministry will strive to accommodate General Li, but this requires time, alas. With both feet off the ground, the deputy minister flailed in the air, his face a portrait of horror and indignation. Li Hong seized his collar with one hand, drawing him closer and sternly declared, "If no silver is allocated today, and you wish to continue as deputy minister, then I shall assign you the position of the naval commander as well." Cough, cough, cough. Let's discuss this civilly. The deputy minister struggled to breathe, his face turning crimson. Li Hong released him, calmly stating, "I shall await your decision here. Either promptly allocate the funds, or," he sneered, "I shall not hesitate to resort to force." You dare you rebel?" The deputy minister's hair and beard quivered, panting heavily. "I am an official appointed by the emperor. It is you who are contemplating rebellion." Li Hong's voice deepened. "You dare to delay the emperor's decree and still have the audacity to mention him, to reference the court? One thing is clear. Either provide the funds, or accompany me to the capital. If the ministry faces difficulties, feel free to express them to the emperor." Li Hong grinned menacingly. "If you do not allow me to succeed, then no one shall prosper." No, I did not say we would not comply." The deputy minister faltered. "You must grant the ministry some time. I have already afforded you time. It is merely the end of the morning. There is ample time remaining." Li Hong huffed, suddenly calling out, "Bring them in." With a rush, nearly 100 naval soldiers surged into the room, each exuding an intimidating presence. Li Hong stated nonchalantly, "The funds are for their assistance. If not allocated, they will detain you and your superior. As for me, I am a straightforward man. Save your lofty arguments for the emperor. If you cannot make a decision, escalate the matter. Remember, the ministry has only today." Li Hong's tone remained calm. "For in the military, there is no room for jest. As the naval commander for so long, I have never made a joke." In the brothel, Li Qing and Tang Bohu shared a drink. The place was unusually quiet, with only the two of them present, a stark contrast to the previous day's clamor. This brothel, owned by the Li family, though termed a brothel, lacked courtesans and was rather modest, yet exquisitely luxurious. It served as a venue for tea, music, and business discussions, with the Li family not relying on it for profit. I had anticipated the gentleman's remarkable nature, yet I did not foresee such extravagance. Tang Bohu marveled. Although he was unaware of the brothel's background, he understood that for Li Qing to reserve the entire venue while turning away his admirers required immense influence. Reuniting with an old friend, it was only natural to seek tranquility. I am not one for raucousness. Li Qing smiled as he observed Tang Bohu's head adorned with strands of white hair, unable to suppress a sigh. Did the illustrious talents of history also endure such tumultuous fates? Tang Bohu nodded in agreement, exclaiming in astonishment, "It has indeed been a decade since we last met. 10 years apart, and yet your grace remains undiminished." "I am both a physician and a Taoist, well versed in the art of health preservation," Li Qing proclaimed, "fabricating lies as easily as one breathes." Sipping his wine, he continued, "The past is behind us. You are a gifted individual, and in this flourishing era of the Ming dynasty, your talents are needed. The upcoming imperial examination is just around the corner. I urge you to remain humble and diligent, striving for excellence and perhaps achieving the highest honors. Imagine a triple crown." "Triple crown," Tang Bohu murmured, then chuckled. "Why not indeed?" In that moment, his despondency dissipated, replaced by an aura of self-assuredness. Such audacity, while bold, felt entirely justified, as if it were destined to be. "Ah, Xiaoyan, you now have a formidable rival." Li Qing mused, comparing the two. They were of similar age, both contenders in the same examination next year, each extraordinary in their own right, hailing from prosperous backgrounds. Despite their differing temperaments, they both possessed an untamed spirit, which Li Qing found promising. Yet, while he still favored Xiaoyan, his confidence in Wang Shouren's examination results was rather lackluster. Perhaps it was simply that Tang Bohu's brilliance overshadowed all. In terms of renown, both past and present, Tang Bohu's fame in Jiangnan was unparalleled, far eclipsing that of Wang Shouren. Fame itself is a kind of power. With it, one can achieve greater results with lesser efforts. It propels individuals to greater heights and farther distances. Li Qing was certain that it would not be long before Tang Bohu's name echoed throughout the capital. With such a prominent figure entering the political arena, he would undoubtedly attract officials eager to align themselves with his prestige. Many literati have always been inclined to cultivate refined connections, and Tang Bohu's illustrious reputation and immense potential would surely draw the attention of eager officials. Consequently, Tang Bohu's path to officialdom would undoubtedly be smooth sailing. With that, Li Qing raised his cup, preemptively wishing his young friend success in achieving the Triple Crown. Cheers! The two drank heartily, and Tang Bohu responded with a grin. I shall not disappoint your expectations. Li Qing nodded with a smile. I have a friend in the capital named Wang Shoren. You will meet him in the same examination next year. Should you have the chance, engage him in conversation. Though Tang Bohu was exceptionally talented, it was likely that he would not surpass Wang Shoren in practical matters. If the two could become friends, their respective strengths could complement one another, resulting in a mutually beneficial alliance. Of course, while Li Qing envisioned this, he could not guarantee its actualization. Engaging in idle conversation posed no harm, after all. Upon parting from Tang Bohu, Li Qing no longer felt the initial thrill of their reunion. Yet he still viewed him through a favorable lens. Their interactions had been few, and true camaraderie was lacking, but Li Qing wished to lend him a hand. Your esteemed friend, I fear, may be beyond your reach, Tang Bohu remarked. Li Qing chuckled. With such a resounding reputation, it is hardly a case of reaching too high. Just mention my name when the time comes. May I inquire your name, esteemed sir? Li Qing, of the Yongqing Marquisate. Upon returning, Li Shuer greeted him eagerly, inquiring, Grandpa Li, have you met that Tang Bohu? Ah, but I thought you were indifferent towards him, which is why I did not bring you along. Li Qing replied with a smile, feeling quite pleased. Seeing his cheerful demeanor, Li Shuer giggled. Grandpa Li, I have a favor to ask of you. Do you wish to join us at sea? Ah? Li Shuer gasped in astonishment. Grandpa Li, you are truly remarkable. I hadn't even spoken, and you guessed it already. It's not difficult, Li Qing chuckled. Considering your previous act of running away from home, and now your eager demeanor, how could I not deduce it? Li Shuer nodded eagerly, her face alight with anticipation. So, is it possible? Absolutely not. Li Qing's smile vanished as he coldly rejected her. Why not? Is there any naval expedition that takes women aboard? Li Qing rolled his eyes. Do you think the Ming Navy is your family's enterprise? Mind your words. Li Shuer glanced around to ensure no one was listening, then boldly thumped her chest. Grandpa, can't you be a little less reckless? Behave yourself, Li Qing scoffed. You are an unmarried girl. You must maintain your decorum, do you understand? Li Shuer retorted indignantly. My mother can do it, so why can't I? Just because she is your daughter. Li Qing shrugged in response. Unwilling to relent, Li Shuer pleaded, Grandpa, just take me with you. You'd better go away, or I might just lose my temper. Li Qing's expression hardened. Fine, you're tough. I won't be affectionate with you anymore. Huh, I won't miss you, Li Qing, she huffed, turning away towards the library. In another scene, the Minister of Revenue, along with the Deputy Minister, watched helplessly as the silver was carted away, fidgeting with their collars. Their frustration palpable as they ranted about the audacity of the situation. Suddenly, they noticed General Li turning his horse around to return. The pair quickly silenced themselves, attempting to compose their emotions, and approached him. General Li, is there something you need? Li Hong chuckled. I was just caught up in my own joy. Ahem. Thank you both for your cooperation today. I truly appreciate it. After a slight bow, Li Hong rode away. He certainly understood the rules of the officialdom. However, the two men were not appeased. Their anger only grew stronger. Was it not enough to kill a man, but they must also torment his heart?